HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it. That whistle is your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time again for The Whistler, brought to you by the 423 branch offices of Household Finance Corporation throughout the United States and Canada. You know, friends, at some time or other, almost everybody is faced with a money problem. Perhaps many of you listening right now need some extra cash to meet an emergency, to pay overdue bills, or for any worthwhile purpose. Well, no matter who you are, what your job, or where you live, HFC, Household Finance Corporation, can provide you with the money you need when you need it. And now, The Whistler's strange story, Death and the Emperor.
Timothy Murdoch was in excellent spirits. As he stepped into his car for the drive down to New Jersey, he was whistling and happy, glowing at the prospect of the deal he was about to consummate in favor of Splendid Emperor Pet Food. Splendid Emperor. There was magic in the name, selling magic, and there was good reason. Only a few days before, the National Cat Show, mecca of the nation's thoroughbred cat fanciers, had reached its moment of climax. Champions in every class had been awarded their blue ribbons. And now the crowd of trainers, owners, and spectators awaited the most important decision of all.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The judges have conferred on their choice of grand champion of the show will be announced in a moment.
Grand champion, a coveted title. But to Edith Ellesmer, standing close to the cage of a huge white Persian, with eyes as clear and blue as chunks of frozen sky, there was little doubt as to which animal would win. Edith was proud of Splendid Emperor, thrilled at the thought of her own tireless contributions to his success. But Edith Ellesmer was also bitter, hurt and angry as she listened to those familiar words tumbling from the loudspeaker.
By unanimous decision of the judges, the grand championship is awarded for the fourth consecutive year to Splendid Emperor, white male Persian, owned and bred by Mrs. Margaret Cole of Meadow Hill, New Jersey.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you, I'm sure. Oh. Well, Edith, I've won it again.
Congratulations, Mrs. Cole.
I must say I'm not at all surprised by the judge's decision. It's no more than I expected. What's the matter, my dear? You don't seem very pleased.
Of course I'm pleased, Mrs. Cole. I'm delighted.
Mrs. Cole, let me congratulate you. 4 times winner of the Grand Championship. Why, it's never been duplicated in the history of the association.
Oh, thank you.
Takes skill, Mrs. Cole. More than that, the breeding of fine cats requires true artistry. And to win 4 Grand Championships, well, that takes genius.
Here now, you'll make me conceited, Mr.
Murdoch.
Mr. Murdoch.
Timothy Murdoch, president of Murdoch's Processed Foods. If you can spare it, Mrs. Cole, I'd like a few minutes of your time on a matter of business.
Business with me?
Indeed. I have a proposition that should be profitable for both of us. You see, my firm is launching a new brand of prepared pet food.
Oh?
We need a name for our product. A magic name, like Splendid Emperor.
You mean you'd like to call your product Splendid Emperor?
Exactly. And we're prepared to pay you well for the privilege. Say, $5,000 a year?
Well, $5,000?
And furthermore, we'd like to put out a pamphlet on the breeding and grooming of fine cats. If you would write the booklet for us, perhaps for another $2,000.
Well,
I hope that you're interested in this proposition, Mrs. Cole. If there's anything that
Interested?
disturbs-
Oh, yes, indeed.
Fine, fine. I'll have my lawyers draw up the necessary contracts. Nice to talk to you, Mrs. Cole. You'll hear from me soon. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Murdoch. Edith! Edith, did you hear what he said? $5,000 a year for the use of the Emperor's name.
Yes, Mrs. Cole. I heard.
And the booklet, with me as the author. The Care and Breeding of Thoroughbred Cats by Mrs. Margaret Cole. Why, I'll be famous, Edith. Famous.
It's really no more than you deserve. Is it, Mrs. Cole?
You couldn't resist saying that, could you, Edith? Because in spite of the praise and attention showered on your employer, you know that without your efforts, the Emperor would not have been 4 times champion. And that's why your feelings flare into the open that evening as the long black sedan takes you and Mrs. Cole home to New Jersey, to the sprawling green acres and the white picket fences of Meadow Hill Estate.
Edith, I've been thinking about that booklet Mr. Murdoch wants me to write.
Yes?
It's a wonderful opportunity to set my theories down on paper. And I could write it easily enough, but, well, it would be such a bother, and I thought...
so you want me to write it for you, Mrs. Cole?
Now, that's exactly what I had in mind, my dear. It would only take you a day or two, and...
If I do write it, will my name appear as the author?
Why, Edith.
Well, then, co-author.
My dear girl, you surprise me. I'm pained by your ingratitude.
I don't see what I have to be grateful about. And I don't see why you should bring that up at all.
You don't? I've told you again and again that when I die, you shall inherit the houses, the cats, and almost everything that I own. That's why I'm hurt, Edith. To think that you should react like this when I ask a small favor.
Oh, all right. If you insist on having me write the booklet, I'll do it.
I don't insist on anything. Never mind, Edith. I'll write it myself. And I dare say I'll do a better job of it than you might, my dear. After all, the Emperor is my cat.
Well, Edith, a dozen angry answers to Mrs. Cole are racing through your brain, but suddenly you realize you can't afford a real breach with Mrs. Cole. That all your work, all your subservience has been directed to one end. Someday you'll be mistress of Meadow Hill and all it stands for. And for that you'll accept almost anything. So when you arrive at Meadow Hill, you go about your accustomed duties. But when it's time to bed splendid Emperor down for the night, the great white Persian has disappeared. You search frantically and then hurry to the little cottage occupied by Martin Hawthorne, the caretaker.
Martin! Martin, open up.
Just a minute. Well, Miss Edith, come down to see if I'm comfortable in my little abode?
Certainly not. The Emperor's missing. I wondered if you had seen him.
Oh. I'm still playing second fiddle to that cat, huh?
I asked if you'd seen him, Martin. That's all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess it is. Why don't you try looking in the kitchen?
The kitchen?
I saw him there a few minutes ago. While you're unpacking the car.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
I guess I was thinking of something else.
Don't be insolent, Martin.
All right, okay. But down at the bottom of that heart of yours, you know you love it.
You turn from him, rush back to the main house and into the kitchen. You stop short as you see the splendid Emperor. You're startled at where he's standing.
Emperor, come down from there. Come down off the stove. Do you hear? Get off there. Come here.
And suddenly your pent-up frustration bursts forth again. You step toward him, slap out at him. Hard.
Edith!
Mrs. Cole.
Are you out of your mind?
I didn't see you standing.
Didn't see me, indeed. How dare you, Edith? How dare you slap the Emperor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cole. I lost my head.
And your temper. This is the end of it, Edith. The end. I will not permit my cats to be mishandled. You can pack your things in the morning.
What do you mean?
Simply that I no longer want you in my employ.
You're discharging me?
Exactly.
But you can't do that.
No?
After all the years I've worked for you, it's not fair.
I'll be the judge of that.
No. You can't rule my life like I'm a puppet on a string. You haven't any right.
I'm not asking to rule you, Edith. I told you that you're free to go.
Please, Mrs. Cole, I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong.
You've been acting badly. You do know that.
Yes. Perhaps it's because of the strain I've been under, getting the Emperor groomed for the show and all.
You groomed the Emperor? Well, I like that.
I didn't mean it that way, Mrs. Cole. Of course, you did most of the work.
Nerves, my dear, are a luxury one cannot afford when dealing with thoroughbred cats. Go on now. Take the Emperor and handle him gently. He means more to me than...
I understand, Mrs. Cole.
It was a frightening moment, wasn't it, Edith? And as you go back to your room, you hope that it's really over, that Mrs. Cole realizes her inadequacies, knows you must remain at Meadow Hill if her booklet is to be written. The next day, you start out of the house to attend to the morning feeding. Mrs. Cole's voice reaches you as you pass the study, stops you in the hall.
Hello? Universal Employment Agency? This is Mrs. Margaret Cole of Meadow Hill, New Jersey. Yes, I want to hire someone who's experienced in the care and breeding of Persian cats. Persians? Yes, that's right. I'll need someone with considerable knowledge of the subject. Yes, I may need help in preparing a booklet. Yes, the first of the month will be time enough. If you'll just call me before you send it.
You walk on, almost unable to think. In the shed where the stores are kept, you sort the cat food mechanically, moving about in a dazed routine. So it was only a reprieve, Edith. The first of the month is just 2 weeks away, and then you're through. That is, unless you can think of some way to prevent Mrs. Cole from dismissing you, killing outright your dream of one day becoming mistress of Meadow Hill Estate. There has to be a way, Edith, some way.
What is it, Edith?
Martin.
Oh, now don't turn away. What were you staring at there on the shelf? Was it the rat poison?
You shouldn't come sneaking up behind a person without...
I didn't want to interrupt your thoughts, but... You know, you're a fascinating woman, Edith. I've always thought that behind that sober face there lurked a Mata Hari.
Martin, someday you'll go too far.
Perhaps. But you know, Edith, somehow, watching you just now, I couldn't help thinking that in a pinch, you'd go even farther than I would.
You have just heard the prologue of Death and the Emperor, another strange tale by The Whistler, brought to you by the Household Finance Corporation. There comes a time in everyone's life. Familiar words, aren't they? Yes, friends, and there comes a time in almost everyone's life when extra money is needed. Money to meet a sudden emergency. Money to pay overdue bills, doctor or dentist bills, unusual seasonal expenses. And there's always the tax bill. Well, I would like to suggest a simple solution to your money problems. HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Household Finance and its 423 branch offices, there's one conveniently located near your home, is in the business of providing the extra money you need when you need it. At Household Finance, you may borrow the money you need and select the payment plan that suits you best. Service at Household is prompt and courteous. And remember,
HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it.
And now, back to The Whistler.
So now you know what you're going to do, Edith. You weren't sure of yourself when you heard Mrs. Cole calling the employment agency, hiring someone else. But in that instant in the storage shed, when Martin caught you staring at the rat poison, your mind was really made up, wasn't it? You had decided to murder Mrs. Cole. You've already dismissed the poison idea. That would be too crude. And it might bring on suspicion by Martin. You have to find another way. Strangely enough, it's Mrs. Cole herself who provides the solution.
Edith, aren't you watching the Emperor? Look at him.
What? Oh, he's up on the stove again.
Well, what's got into him? What does he do that for?
Just a habit he's formed lately.
I don't like it. It's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Certainly, jumping up there, he could turn on the gas jets accidentally, asphyxiate us.
Oh, no.
My dear girl, don't argue with me. Why, with the back stairs leading right up to the bedrooms, it's quite possible.
At that moment, the plan began to take shape in your mind. But there was something you had to know. What attracted Splendid Emperor to the gas stove? It's after Mrs. Cole leaves the room and you start to lift the big cat down that you make a discovery.
Come on now. Down, Emperor. What are you after up here, anyway? You'd think... What? Why, the catnip bag. I hung it back there myself. So that's it.
Yes, Edith. The catnip bag, hanging half concealed on a nail in back of the stove. That's what does it. But now there should be someone else who knows of the big cat's odd habit. It's a simple matter for you to get Martin into the kitchen. He hurries across the garden the moment you call.
Yeah, Miss Reed, you suffering from loneliness?
No, from annoyance. Look at the Emperor up there on the stove.
What about
He
it?
keeps jumping up there, Martin. It worries me.
He's a sensitive character. He won't get burned.
I don't mean that. It's those gas jet handles. They turn so easily. Supposing he jumps up there someday and asphyxiates us.
Yeah, the jets do turn kind of easy. Hey, you're right, my love. There's danger there. Somebody might sleep the deep sleep.
Oh, it's no joking matter. I want you to tighten those handles, Martin.
Oh, sure. You know, Edith, be kind of cozy. Two of us worked around this kitchen here.
Martin, I...
Well, I do believe my charms begin to have an effect on you.
Your charms, as you prefer to call them, Martin, have nothing to do with it. I was merely trying to say that I don't want you around while I'm getting dinner. You can attend to the jet handles first thing in the morning.
That glib tongue of Martin's has a way of upsetting you, hasn't it, Edith? But you were careful to use just the right tone of reproach. And now you have your witness, and you're ready for the final move. That comes very late after you've all retired. Mrs. Cole is sleeping soundly when you steal into her bedroom and close the window very softly. Then you go down to the kitchen, turn the handles of 2 of the gas jets. You wait on the stairs until the house begins to reek with fumes, listening for a sound of stirring upstairs or for footsteps approaching the house, hearing only the furious beating of your own pulses. Once you nearly lose your courage and a warning scream forms on your lips. But you fight it back, and instead you scoop up Splendid Emperor and go outside. It's hours later when you run stumbling to Martin Hawthorne's cottage.
Martin, open the door.
Huh?
Oh, Martin, hurry, try to save her.
What's wrong, Edith? What's happened?
Mrs. Cole, she's still in the house. I couldn't wake her. Martin, the gas.
Huh?
The Emperor turned on the gas.
Miss Ellsmer, I know from what Mr. Hawthorne here has told me that you've been terribly shocked by what happened last night. There are some questions I'd like answered.
Whatever you want, Sheriff. Poor Mrs. Cole. She was so kind. So good.
About the windows, was Mrs. Cole in the habit of sleeping with them closed?
Not usually, but the night was chilly.
Yeah, it wasn't that. Now, you say the cat was in the habit of jumping up on the gas stove?
That's right.
That's mighty peculiar.
Sheriff, I don't know why the cat liked to get up there, but he did. Martin noticed it, too.
That's right, Sheriff. Miss Edith called my attention to it. She said she thought it was dangerous, that the jets ought to be tightened. I shouldn't have put it off again.
Yeah. Well, that ought to do for now. Thanks very much.
You accompany the sheriff to the door. Thank him for being so considerate, and for the first time, you're able to get control of your nerves. But late that afternoon, the sheriff returns, and your pulses leap again to the knowledge that something's wrong. And as he brings you and Martin in the study, you clutch your hands together, afraid their trembling might betray you.
All right, sit down, both of you. Might as well tell you I'm convinced something's wrong with this whole setup, and I intend to get to the bottom of it.
Well, what do you mean, Sheriff?
I've been doing some work around town, Miss Elsmer. Had a talk with Mr. Ives, the lawyer for Mrs. Cole's estate.
Yes?
He told me the terms of her will. You inherit practically everything. You knew that, of course.
Of course, I've been a very faithful assistant to Mrs. Cole for years.
Yeah, but that was all over.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, I checked on the phone calls out of here. Mrs. Cole called the Universal Employment Agency yesterday. The man at the agency says she wanted to hire someone to replace you. You knew that. You knew it meant the will would be changed.
No,
Oh, wait a minute, Sheriff. Not
I'll
so
get to
fast.
you in a minute.
You'll get to me now. I resent the insinuations you're making about Miss Elsmer, but that's beside the point. Point is that this was accidental death. Every evidence points to the fact that the cat turned on those jets.
I have Miss Elsmer's testimony for that.
Miss Elsmer's, yes, and mine.
I was waiting for that. Point number 3 that I learned in my investigation in town. At least a dozen people told me that you, Martin, and Edith here are in love with each other.
That isn't true. That's the most outrageous lie. Martin, tell him.
I see. All right, Sheriff. It's true. I am in love with Edith Elsmer. The feeling's all mine. Edith has never, even a word or a glance, given me the slightest encouragement. If you're trying to prove there's conspiracy...
I'm trying to get to the bottom of what I think was a murder in cold blood.
I won't listen to this. I won't stay here. Sheriff, wait. You're saying you don't believe that Splendid Emperor got up on that stove. Is that it?
Yes, that's exactly it.
I see. Well, in that case, I'll ask you to step over here, Sheriff. Look through the kitchen door.
Well, I'll be hanged.
The cat is on...
Yes, Splendid Emperor. Up on the stove, Sheriff. Now, do you want to make any more insinuations?
No, I owe you an apology, Miss Elsmer, and I give it gladly. It seemed like such a fool thing for a cat to do.
Your own eyes, Sheriff.
Yeah, my own eyes. I'll be testifying at the inquest, Miss Elsmer. I'll tell them, of course, that it was an accident. No hard feelings.
No, Sheriff. No hard feelings.
So fortune at last played at your Wade. By the chance jump of a cat, you've traded disaster for everything you've always wanted. Meadow Hill, Splendid Emperor, perhaps even Martin. When Mr. Murdoch phones later in the day to announce that the contracts are ready for Mrs. Cole's signature, you tell him the bad news.
Yes, Mr. Murdoch. And so now I own Splendid Emperor.
I see. Of course, Miss Elsmer, I'm as shocked as you are about Mrs. Cole's death. However, I'm prepared to offer you the same proposition we made Mrs. Cole. $5,000 a year for the name, $2,000 more to write that booklet.
I think your offer is very fair, Mr. Murdoch. And I accept.
Good, good.
I particularly want to write that booklet for you.
Fine, Miss Elsmer. I was wondering, would it be too soon if I drove down with the contracts in the morning?
No. Well, that'll be all right, Mr. Murdoch. You may come ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll see you then. Goodbye, Miss Elsmer.
Goodbye, Mr. Murdoch. Oh, come up here, Emperor. Splendid Emperor. Up in my lap. That's it. Oh, there's a lot ahead for us, Emperor. For you and me.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now, we'd like to introduce a gentleman standing by in your community to speak on behalf of your own household finance representative. And now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, Timothy Murdoch was a very happy man as he turned into Meadowhill Estate. He was pleased at the arrangements he was about to complete with Edith Ellesmer. She had sounded so cooperative over the phone, so willing to accept the same terms he'd agreed upon with Mrs. Cole for the use of the name Splendid Emperor on Mr. Murdoch's cat food. As he left the car and stepped up onto the porch, Mr. Murdoch allowed his shoulders to sag slightly. He removed his hat, assumed the solemn air in deference to the late Mrs. Cole. Then, as he reached to press the door buzzer...
Hey, huh? Won't do you any good to ring, mister.
Why, I don't understand. I'm calling on Miss Ellsmer. I have an appointment.
I'm afraid Miss Ellsmer won't be keeping any appointments. Apparently you haven't heard what's happened here.
Oh, yes, I have. A terrible tragedy, terrible. Poor Mrs. Cole.
I'm not talking about Mrs. Cole. It's Miss Ellsmer that's the real tragedy.
Miss Ellsmer?
Yes. She died practically the same way.
What?
Fell asleep in a chair. Cat jumped up on the stove. We found out he was after a catnip bag someone forgot and left hanging there.
Why, then Miss Ellsmer is...
Yeah, gone. Cat, too. That cat was an emperor, all right, but it seems his kingdom was death.
Let that whistle be your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler, each week over these stations. This is Ken Niles speaking for HFC, the Household Finance Corporation, and reminding you, never borrow unless you must. But if you have to borrow, do it the right way at HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Featured in tonight's story were Mary Lansing and Martha Wentworth. The Whistler is produced by George W. Allen, with story by Michael Sklar, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Home accidents can be prevented by eliminating physical hazards such as inadequate lighting, cluttered rooms, dangerous stairways, and so forth. Protect your family. Remember, accidents don't always happen to the other person. The Whistler is heard in Canada over the facilities of the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. But first, an important announcement. Beginning next Wednesday, The Whistler will come to you at a new time, 1/2 hour earlier, 7:30 Pacific Coast time. Same station, same day. Only the time will change. Remember, beginning next Wednesday, tune in The Whistler 1/2 hour earlier. And now The Whistler's strange story. Sleep, my pretty one.
A few months before, Jean would have dismissed the whole idea of having her fortune told as ridiculous. But there was a difference now. Yes, 3 months ago, the smart little ring on the third finger of her left hand wasn't there, and the future was something she could take or leave alone. But she had to admit now that she was pretty much like any other girl in love. That sane, scientific thing somehow seemed a little unimportant. That with marriage just around the corner, things like tea-room fortune tellers suddenly seemed important and exciting. So she gave in without argument when her friend Betty suggested they leave their table and visit Madame Zorga in her alcove behind the fringed red curtains in the corner. And as the old woman gazed into her crystal and rambled on, Jean found somehow she was taking it all seriously. A little too seriously.
Concentrate on the crystal with me.
Max would be terribly shocked if he knew I was doing this.
Please, Signorina.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's coming. They part now. The clouds part. I see a number. The number 13, and now the number 11. It is a date. The 13th day of the 11th month.
November 13th.
I gaze deeper. Again the crystal clears, and I see the letter J. And now, the letter V.
Your initials, Jean. What? How can she? I told you. Go on, Madame Zorga.
I cannot go on.
Oh, but there must be...
I ever told you. The image fades. The clouds close in. The reading, she's finished.
Is something wrong? Of course there is. It serves me right for falling for this hocus pocus.
It's a no hocus pocus, Signorina. If you must know, I will tell you. There is no future for J.V. after the 13th day of November.
Why, that's this week. Well, never mind, Betty. Here you are, madam. I better get back to the laboratory. It's late. And don't mention this to Max, will you, dear? If he ever caught me going to fortune tellers, he'd get himself a new lab assistant and a new fiancée. Oh, sorry I'm late, darling. I had lunch with Betty, and she insisted on a tea room across town, and you know how that is.
Mm-hmm.
There. Miss me, Doctor?
Oh, that's a silly question. Of course I miss you, dear. Hand me that beaker, will you?
Oh.
I've been up to my ears around here.
Oh, here you are.
Gesundheit.
Oh, excuse me.
Where'd you pick up the cold?
I don't know.
Oh, I have to do something for it.
May I see you a minute, Mitchell?
Oh, well, yes, Dr. Olson. I'll be with you in a minute, dear.
All right.
Mitchell, Dr. Davies tells me you want to try your drug on one of his encephalitis patients.
Well, that's right. The man's been in a coma for 3 weeks. I think E37 can cure him.
You think? That's no basis for administering an untried drug.
But it looks like he hasn't a chance otherwise.
Nevertheless, as head of this institute, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse you my permission. The fact that you injected a bunch of rats with the virus of sleeping...
But you don't understand, Doctor. Those rats had sleeping sickness, with all the symptoms. Double vision, sleepiness, fever. E37 cured every last one.
That doesn't mean it's safe for a human being. I'd hoped you'd remember the last hopeless patient it was tried on. How long did he last, Mitchell? Was it 10 seconds or 20?
I told you I found what was wrong. I've eliminated the toxic factor.
You've eliminated the toxic factor. Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's a highly constructive development, but it still is an experiment. And this institute will not experiment with human lives. I absolutely forbid you giving Davies this drug. That's vital.
Institute will not experiment.
I couldn't help hearing it, Max. The transom.
Yeah. Seems, my love, that my work for the past year has been dedicated to a batch of white rats.
Oh, there ought to be a way...
There is, just one. The drug's got to be proven on a human patient. Olson knows that. For thousands of years, encephalitis has been killing human beings like dogs, and Olson says we can't afford to take a chance.
Well, he's thinking of the institute.
I'm thinking of humanity. There's always a risk. That's how we learn. That's how we progress. That's science. Jean.
Yes?
Jean, will you help me?
Well, of course, darling.
I'm going to test my formula. I can make the test, and Olson need never know about it.
What kind of a test?
On a human subject.
What? But how can you...
Darling, listen to me. You love me.
Well, yes, Max.
You trust me.
Trust you?
You've got to have faith in me, darling. It means everything now.
Of course I have faith in you, Max.
I have an aunt in Dorset, Vermont. We can drive up there tonight.
But I don't understand, Max. How can you make a test on a human subject? Who can...
Leave that to me, darling. I'm going to inject the subject with the virus, then follow it at the peak of the attack with E37. The only way I can show Olson.
But you haven't told me who
You said you trusted me, Jean. Did you mean it?
Yes, Max.
Good. Come on now. Let's start packing the equipment. Oh, careful with that vial, Jean. Take us days to reproduce that drug.
I'm wrapping it in cotton. Oh, excuse me. There you are, Max.
Now, that ought to do it. You can close up the bag. Now, hold still a moment, dear.
Why? What do you...
Just hold still.
Max, what is this?
Giving you a shot. That cold of yours. Can't have you sick at a time like this.
I feel a little faint.
I know. It always affects you this way. There. That's why I didn't warn you.
I don't like injections, Max. Why did
I told you, dear. For your cold. You better have faith in the doctor, darling.
Yes. Yes, Max. Of course.
Good. Feel better now?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's go then. It's a 5 or 6 hour drive.
Max, aren't you going to leave word where we're going?
Of course not. I don't want anyone to know where we are or what we're doing until it's over.
With the prologue of Sleep, My Pretty One, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a word to you folks who did some traveling throughout the Pacific Coast states this summer. In addition to beautiful scenery, you probably noticed two other things. One, that wherever you drove, you found friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations. And two, that from Canada to Mexico, Signal gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's good mileage, but even more so, we're proud of the thing which makes that mileage possible. I'm talking about the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your motor. For after all, extra motor efficiency also means more thrilling pickup, more silent, responsive power. The things that make driving so much more fun. Yes, it's a fact. Extra driving pleasure is the result of the same features a gasoline must have to give you mileage. The very thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
So the decision is made, Jean. And you're on your way now to the little farmhouse in southern Vermont, where it will be decided, rules or no rules, whether the contents of the cotton-wrapped vial in Max's valise is a life-saving drug or a deadly poison. There was no alternative. You had to agree to help Max now, of all times, when he needs you most. But as you guide the car north through the chill November night, you can't help feeling uneasy, as if something is terribly wrong. You wonder about the human subject he's so vague about, his fanatic zeal for his work, his determination that science must come before all else. You glance sidewise at him, at the solid set of his jaw.
What's the matter, dear?
Nothing.
Better keep your eye on the road.
Yes.
It's nice of you to do the driving. These blasted new glasses, I'm not used to them yet.
I don't mind. Max.
Yes?
You're sure you're quite right in this? I mean, well, if Dr. Olson were to find out, you'd lose your position.
If I succeed, Olson won't matter much. I'll have offers from every institute in the country.
And if you fail?
He'll matter even less. Good Lord, Jean, watch the road.
I don't know, Max.
What's the matter?
That car. For a moment, I thought I saw two of them.
Careful now, the road's pretty narrow.
I can see, thank you.
Well, there's the house up ahead. Well, I'm glad the snow held off. We're in for a blizzard. There we are. There's the old pump house and the crabapple tree. And watch it, there's an old stump on the right.
If you don't mind, Max, I've just driven 200 miles of ice-covered road safely. I think I can handle a country lane without advice.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Max. I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't feel like myself.
Well, this must be Jean.
How do you do?
Come in. I declare, Max, you got mighty good taste.
I've been telling you.
You must be froze to the bone. Well, there's plenty of hot coffee in the kitchen. Now, make yourselves to home, folks, and I'll take your things up to your room.
Oh, don't bother.
And get out some extra blankets.
No, she can't hear you, Jean.
What?
She's stone deaf. Best to just let her go her own way. She will anyhow.
I see.
Come on to the kitchen. I gotta get this stuff on ice.
I'm glad we're warm again. I'm so drowsy, though.
Well, you're just tired, dear.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, here we are. Same old icebox. I'll have to clear a place here at the back for the vials. You got them there?
Right here.
Good.
Max, I don't like to keep asking this, but
What is it?
where do you expect to find anyone with sleeping sickness around here?
I don't.
What?
Well, it's very simple. Since there are no cases of encephalitis at my disposal, there's only one answer. To create one.
Max.
To inject the subject with the virus, then, after a good case is developed, E37.
But we're completely isolated here. Where can you
I
find...
found the subject, Jean.
No.
Now, please let it go at that, will you?
Max!
Look what you've done.
It slipped, I'm sorry.
Why did it have to be this one? E37, Jean, the cure. Every bit of it was in that vial.
Max, listen to me. Maybe it's better this way. Maybe you'd better forget about E37. Treat the patient in the ordinary way. There must be a hospital somewhere.
Don't be ridiculous. E37 was our only chance. I injected 20,000 units of sleeping sickness virus.
A fatal
Yes,
dose.
a fatal dose. We've got to start work on another batch of E37 right now. Come on.
You follow Max down the dim old hallway in a daze, like a figure in a nightmare. The kind where you run slowly as if through water, trying to escape, while nameless shapes come closer and closer. And though you still refuse to believe, to recognize it, one of the shapes is fear.
Here we are.
Why, it's a laboratory.
It used to be Aunt Agnes' pantry. She turned it into a lab for me when I was a boy. Self-defense in a way. I was always mixing chemicals in her kitchen.
But, Max, this is nothing like your laboratory in town. How can you expect
Sure, it's
us to-
crude, but it's all we've got. Between what I brought and what's here, we can duplicate E37. With a little luck. How tired are you, Jean?
I'm all right.
Once we start the process, we can't let up for a second. Let's get to work.
And so it begins, Jean. It's midnight when the two of you have straightened out the dusty laboratory, cleaned the glassware, the retorts, and Bunsen burners. 3 in the morning when the first solution is ready to run.
Well, keep an eye on the filtrate here. I'm going to make another setup.
Yes, Max. The autoclave's working.
Good. Well, how do you feel?
Just tired.
Of course you're tired. So am I. We'll make it, though, Jean. Don't worry. We'll make it. Make a note of that, will you?
Right. November 10th, 5:20 a.m. First dilution complete. 100 Max,
What's the matter?
my eyes, I don't know. I can't seem to focus.
Sit down and rest a minute. You'll be all right.
November 11th, 10:15 a.m. Fourth distillate just coming up.
No, it's November 12th, dear.
What?
You've lost a day somewhere.
Of course. I don't seem to be conscious of time anymore.
Yeah. If I ever get through this, I'm going to build a monument to black coffee.
It hasn't any effect on me anymore.
What time is it now?
4 p.m.
It's 26 hours since we ran that solution. Ought to be right by now. You got the beaker ready?
Yes. Here, Max. Sterilize.
All right. Put it on the burner, will you?
All right.
That's it. Now we wait some more. Oh, time. What a maddening dimension. You hurry, you're in a frenzy of haste. But everything has to go at its own rate. You can't hurry a fire or a chemical reaction. And while you wait for them, a virus is multiplying, increasing, threatening a brain, life.
Max!
What?
Please don't talk about it. Not now. Give me a cigarette, will you?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
And a light. Steady. What? Your hand's shaking like a leaf.
I just can't seem to control them.
Yeah. I guess I'm pretty tense, too. Equipment's obsolete. It's a gamble any way you look at it. But we've got a good chance.
You've ever been afraid of taking chances? Have you, Max?
Why do you say that?
Even if it meant gambling with our happiness, your work would come first. Science comes before everything. Doesn't it, Max?
That's not a fair question.
I think it's appropriate right now.
What do you mean?
I love you, Max. I'll always love you, no matter what happens. I want you to know that.
Jean, this is no time to...
There's still time to drop this crazy business. There's still time to give the patient one of the standard treatments.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Max. Let me call Dr. Olson.
Oh, I see. You're giving up, huh?
It's not that, Max.
Well, I'm not giving up. We're going through with this. If my experiment's successful, I want to know that E37 alone is responsible. And if not...
Go on, Max. What if it isn't?
Then I'll just have to face the music.
I see.
Where are you going?
To get some more coffee.
You're glad the telephone's at the other end of the house, that you'll have a chance to get the call through to Dr. Olson in Boston before Max has a chance to stop you. You wait for the operator to answer, trying to fit the words together in a way that will tell Olson the story without going too hard on Max. There's no other explanation, is there, Jean? The dull pain in the back of your head, the nervous disturbance, the deadly fatigue, the double vision can mean only one thing.
Why, Jean.
Oh, Aunt Agnes.
Landville, not trying to make a phone call, are you? Why, the lines have been down for hours, kind of a storm.
Oh, no.
Oh, you look all worn out, child, and no wonder. The way you two been working.
Wait.
Oh, you
Listen to me, Aunt Agnes.
Some rest, child.
Listen
Never
to me.
seen such dark circles under anybody's eyes.
Agnes, listen.
Why are you shaking me like that? What's the matter, child?
I'll write a note. There's paper and pencil by the phone. Watch, Aunt Agnes. Watch.
Eh? What are you writing? Oh, Max trying dangerous experiment.
That's right.
Stop him.
It's life and death. My life and my death.
Stop him, my land.
You
child. I
understand
wouldn't
that?
dream of such a thing.
Life
Ever
and death.
interfered with his doings. Not even after the time he and I blew out the side of the barn.
Please.
Well, the rest of the family
It
was
means
always
life.
at him for
My
one
life.
thing or another, but not me. That's science, you know. Max says that's the way we learn. Jean, wait. Now, why'd she run off like that?
You run blindly out of the house, down the snow-covered path to the shed where you left the car. There's only one way now, Jean. You've got to get away, to leave him once and for all. You've decided now that he's a man without a heart, that you were foolish to have fallen in love with him, And there's a stabbing cold feeling inside that tells you you've discovered it too late. And as you fumble for the car keys, the nightmare you've lived through for the past few days comes back in a rush.
I'll inject the subject with the virus, and after a good case is developed, E37.
How long did the patient last, Mitchell? Was it 10 seconds or 20?
Hold still, dear. Giving you a shot for that cold of yours. Double vision, sleepiness, fever.
That car. I saw 2 of them.
20,000 units of virus. The drug is our only chance.
I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't feel like myself.
There's no future for JV after the 13th day of November. No future, no future.
Why don't you start? Please.
Jean, what on earth are you doing out here? Where do you think you're going?
I thought if I could reach Dr. Olson, I wanted to get some help.
We settled that once.
I know,
There's no help outside, only here. Now, where's the oxalate?
On the top shelf of the cupboard.
I looked there. You'd better come and show me.
All right, Max. I'll come.
What time is it, Jean?
About 9.
The hypodermic and the sterilizer?
No.
Well, put it in. We're almost ready. Now, where are the notes?
Notes? Oh, here.
Let's see. Virus injected Monday, November 10th. Disease approaches critical state. It's pretty close. Better make the final entry, Jean. Or next to final while I finish here.
All right.
Ready now?
Yes, Max.
Preparing to administer anti-encephalitic drug E37 subject. Work commenced on drug at 1 a.m., November 10th. Completed at 9 p.m., November 12th.
Your hand trembles as you write. As you watch Max rise, walk slowly to the sterilizer, lift the lid and remove the hypodermic.
There's no future for JV after the 13th day of November.
You fight it out of your mind. Struggle against the fear that grips you as Max turns, hypodermic in hand. Everything begins to waver before your eyes. You drop the journal.
I'll be over in a minute, Gene. See, I simply put the needle in the solution, release the plunger, and now...
No, Max.
Gene.
Please.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word to you drivers. You've heard me tell how Signal has grown from a mere handful of dealers in Southern California to almost 2,000 Signal stations, serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Well, recently I was going through some letters from you listeners to see if I could put my finger on the answer for the ever-increasing preference for Signal. A driver from Long Beach wrote, "Since switching to Signal, I've been checking my mileage, and my car does go farther with Signal." Another wrote, "My 1939 Chrysler is still purring like a kitten on Signal gasoline." And still another said, "Whether I drive in for a tank full of gas or air for the tires, Signal dealers give me the same courteous treatment every time." Well, there you have it. Some drivers praise the conscientious service at dealer-owned Signal stations. Others rave about the quality of Signal products. I have a hunch it's a combination of both. But for the best answer, why don't you try a tank full of Signal gasoline? My bet is that once you do, you too will want to join the ever-increasing number of drivers who are switching to Signal. And now back to the Whistler.
It was too much, Jean, the sight of Max standing there with a needle. Gradually, you become aware of the room you're in. A pretty bright room with organdy curtains and the green leaves of an apple tree showing outside the window. The sun is pouring in now, and suddenly you realize
Sure, I
it's
know
afternoon
that.
sun.
Oh, I think she's coming around.
What?
I say, I think she's...
Oh.
No, never mind, Aunt Agnes. Well, it's about time.
Max.
You've slept the clock around, young lady. It's after 3.
Max, it's all over. I'm all right.
Yes, it's over, darling. You're all right. And we've won. Oh, there's the doorbell, Aunt Agnes.
What?
The doorbell. Doorbell.
Oh, doorbell. I expect it's the judge. I'll sit him down in the parlor.
Good. I told the judge to drop by on his way home from town, dear. Thought we might make an appointment. That is, if you don't mind changing your name on an unlucky day like the 13th.
Change my name. My initials on it.
Unless you'd rather...
No, Max, you haven't told me. What happened? What did you do?
Well, if you hadn't fainted when you did, you'd have seen. Within 5 minutes after I took that injection, I was feeling better.
You?
And 4 hours later, there wasn't a trace of sleeping sickness in my blood.
Oh, Max. Max, darling.
That's science, darling. You risk a little to gain a lot.
Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler, which will come to you half an hour earlier, beginning next Wednesday at 7:30 Pacific Coast time. The Whistler is brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Gene Bates and Elliot Lewis. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Ruth Bourne, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Career Man.
Charles Conley was in great form. He knew as he spoke that his words were making an impression on the 20 important businessmen seated around the long oaken table in the conference room. And to Charles Conley, the impression was the thing he wanted to achieve. The speech itself only the means to the end.
It's ridiculous to blame our police forces for the current epidemic of traffic accidents. It's too big a job for any police force to control the number of cars on the road today. But reckless driving must stop. And that's why each and every one of us, as self-appointed citizen police, must cooperate in bringing to a halt the wave of lawlessness.
20 important men, Charles. 20 business leaders. And you're making the most of a heaven-sent opportunity to impress them. And when it's over, the applause tells you that the message struck home, right down to the last hypocritical word.
Thank you a lot. By George, Charles, you certainly told us. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. And I'm going to tell that boss of yours. He should have been here tonight. He ought to know what kind of a man he has in his organization. Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Frazier. Very kind.
Well, not at all. You deserve something for these ideas of yours. I'm going to talk to him tomorrow.
Sounds wonderful, Charles. I wish I could have been there.
Oh, I wish you could have been too, Sheila. I tell you, I've been waiting years for this moment. The biggest men in town were there.
Wonderful, Charles. But, dear, don't you think we should go home now? It's late.
Go home? In the middle of our celebration? We're going to have another drink.
No, I don't care for
Harry, you're neglecting us.
Be right there, Mr. Conley.
Please, Charles, you've had enough. Now, don't be foolish.
Oh, sweet little Sheila. Always worrying. It was the same when I got mixed up in that trial last year against Barney Cole. You thought I was foolish then, too.
I didn't want anything to happen to you, that's all. I wouldn't testify against anyone unless I was
Barney
very
Cole was no good, Sheila. He deserved what he got, and
Yes, I know, Charles. And you moved forward another step in your career.
Now, don't spoil it, Sheila. You should have been there tonight and heard my speech. Nothing can stop me now.
Oh, I wish you weren't counting on that promotion so much. I'd hate to see you disappointed.
Oh, not a chance. They liked me, Sheila. Everybody there. When it gets back to the company, I'm a cinch for a vice presidency.
But...
Yes, Mr. Conley?
Oh, two more of the same, Harry.
No, we're leaving.
Now, wait a minute.
The storm's much worse than it was, Mr. Conley, if you ask me.
Nobody's asking you. I know my capacity.
But, Charles, we've such a long drive.
Lots of cops out tonight, Mr. Conley.
What is this, a conspiracy? I said I wanted a drink. Mrs. Conley's in such a hurry, she can go home alone.
No. Bring him whatever he wants, Harry. I'll wait. Charles.
Sheila, let go of my arm. I was in the ditch.
Slow down, Charles, please.
We're not going fast.
Well, then be more careful. Oh, I wish you'd let me drive.
Not in this storm. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, we shouldn't have stayed so long. The storm is much worse.
Will you stop complaining? We're only about a half a mile to go.
Oh. But in all this rain... Charles, you've got to slow down. I can't... Charles, look out.
What are you doing?
There's a man on the road. You're going to hit him.
But it's too late, isn't it, Charles? Too late for the man in front of your speeding car to jump clear. There's a helpless skidding sensation as the car lurches across the wet pavement, and then a sickening thud. A moment later, you're out of the car, racing back to the doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry, old man. I'm sorry. Here, let me help you. Hurry. Good Lord.
What is it, Charles? Is he... Oh.
He's dead, Sheila. There's nothing we can do for him.
Oh, Charles.
You'd better get back in the car.
What are we going to do? You'll have to report it right away, and they'll know you've been drinking.
Get back in the car, Sheila.
If only you'd listen to me. Charles, what are you going to do?
They're not going to find him here, Sheila. Not tonight.
What? But you can't move him. You've got to report.
I'm not reporting anything. The police can make up their own story.
Charles.
Don't you realize what it would mean? My chances with the company? They'd be ruined.
But it was an accident.
Police will know I've been drinking. You said so yourself. Now go on, Sheila. Back to the car. I'll take care of this.
You'll only make it worse, Charles. If ever they find out.
They won't. Now go on. Do as I say, Sheila. We haven't all night.
Charles, All right. I'll wait in the car.
You watch uncertainly as Sheila turns, starts back through the rain to the car. Somehow you're not at all sure of her, are you, Charles? But you're sure of what you must do, and you turn and lift the limp form of the man you struck, carry it across a narrow, rain-filled ditch to a thick growth of bushes, ease it in behind them. If he's found here in a week or a few days, it won't matter, will it, Charles? because they'll never connect it with tonight and you. Walking back to the car, you're thankful that it happened away out here in the country. You're thankful, too, that you're so close to home and that it's pouring rain. There'll be no telltale footprints or tire marks in the morning.
Charles.
Yes?
I'm afraid we're doing wrong, Charles.
Forget it, Sheila. It's all over.
I can still see him lying
I'm
there.
talking about it. No one else saw him. Just pretend it never happened, Sheila. That's the best way.
It's easy to say, isn't it, Charles, that it never happened. But it did happen. And you can't shut it out of your mind when you and Sheila reach home. You toss nervously in bed, reliving the accident over and over again in your mind, wondering if you'll get away with it. Wondering if Sheila is going to be a problem. She didn't say much, did she, Charles? You wish you could see if she's lying awake now, thinking the kind of thoughts that you're thinking. Wild, turbulent thoughts, like the storm that continues to rage all night long. At last you drift into a deep sleep. When you awaken, the sun is shining, streaming in through the windows. The sky is brilliant and clear. The storm has passed. You dress hurriedly, go down to breakfast. You can hear Sheila moving about in the kitchen. Wait for what she's going to say.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, dear. Breakfast ready?
In a minute. Here, I'll pour you some coffee. Charles, in case you've been wondering about what stand I'm going to take, well, you know that I love you very much.
Well, of course I know.
So that's all there is to it, Charles. You needn't worry about anything. Not ever. I think my mind has been made up for a long time.
Sheila.
You don't understand. It's just that I had dreams once, Charles. About what we were going to do. Where we were going. Together.
And don't you worry about us. We're still going places.
Yes, Charles. Wherever you want us to go.
Well, it isn't just me.
It's all right, dear, really. It's been all right for a long time, but I guess I only became aware of it last night.
You're not unhappy.
I'm your wife, Charles. I want to be with you and help you.
Oh, Sheila, you're wonderful. You know, I was nervous about you for a while.
You can forget it now.
I know. Well, let's have breakfast. Nothing like it. Well, company.
Charles, you don't suppose...
Nonsense. It's probably the mail carrier.
It's a Sunday. There's no mail on Sunday.
Well, then, perhaps it's our good neighbor, Mr. Carson.
Charles, I'm afraid.
There's no need to be. Not since we understand one another. Just relax, dear. Go on now. See who it is.
Yes?
Mrs. Conley?
That's right.
Who is it, darling?
Why, it's an officer, dear. A state highway patrolman.
With the prologue of Career Man, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, some facts for drivers about an item for which you spend about $100 a year, gasoline. To make sure you're choosing for your car the gasoline that's tops in quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. Mileage is the best yardstick of gasoline quality. And I'll tell you why. There's only one way any gasoline can put superior performance and extra driving pleasure into your car. And that's by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you see proof of it on your speedometer in mileage. The very thing Signal gasoline is famous for. So there you have it. The reason we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. And the reason we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Charles, it seems like it's all over, doesn't it? You stand there, the state highway patrolman at your door, your mind groping for answers. How could he know so soon? How could he have found the body of the man you ran down last night in the storm? It doesn't seem possible, does it, Charles? And yet the patrolman is here, and you can't think of a single other reason that would bring him to your door.
I wonder if I could step inside, Mrs. Conley?
Yes, of course.
As Sheila lets him in, you can only think of one thing, Charles, your career, and how it's about to be destroyed. You'll never get that promotion now, will you? Your big speech last night on reckless driving, alongside the accusation that the patrolman is about to make, will sound like mockery.
Charles, this is...
Donovan, Sergeant Donovan.
The police? But what?
Oh, I didn't intend to alarm you folks. Just thought you and your wife could help us.
Help you?
Yes, there was an accident last night out on the highway. A man was run over and killed.
An accident? We didn't hear anything.
Well, with the storm and all, it's quite possible you didn't. Were you folks in all evening?
No, we weren't. I made a speech on safety at a conference in town. Mrs. Conley met me afterwards and we drove home.
I see. You didn't notice anything unusual? Pass anyone on the highway, perhaps?
No.
It was raining so hard, officer. Charles had to drive so slowly and carefully that...
Yes, I understand.
Did they identify the man?
Yes. His name was John Martin. You didn't know him, did you?
John Martin? No.
We thought he might have been visiting someone in the neighborhood. We're checking every place along the road.
I see.
Well, sorry to bother you folks.
Well, I'm sorry we can't help.
Thanks, Mr. Conley. Hope I don't have to stop by again.
Oh, any time. It's, perfectly all right.
As suddenly as the state policeman came, he's gone. And a surge of relief sweeps over you. You sink down on the living room sofa, your knees weak from the strain of the officer's visit. And then a new thought hits you. His manner so casual and matter-of-fact. You wonder if he actually suspects and is trying to draw you out. You hurry to the front window.
What is it, Charles? What's the matter?
I don't like it, Sheila. The way that officer acted.
He seemed perfectly natural, dear. I thought...
Wait a minute. Yes. Yes, he is stopping again. They're checking all the houses.
Charles, it's simply that it's on your mind. You've got to stop thinking about it.
Oh, you're right, dear. Thanks, Sheila. Thanks for standing by me. I just hope they won't be back. It's only 10 o'clock. Can't we go for a drive or something?
All right, Charles. I'll get my coat.
I can't stand being cooped up in this house any longer. Sheila.
What is it?
They're back. Look, another patrol car.
What does it mean?
I was right. They do suspect something. They're trying to break us down.
Charles, they wouldn't do that.
We can't admit anything, no matter what happens. Remember that, Sheila.
If you still want to go out, we could take the back road.
No, we'll keep the car in the garage. There might have been tire marks or something.
In all that rain?
I don't want to take a chance. No, we got to stay here, Sheila. Act as if nothing is wrong. It's the only thing to do now.
Yes, Charles, it's the only thing to do. But it isn't easy, waiting. pacing the floor, going back and forth to the window, wondering, racking your brain for some other reason for those police cars. As the hours move by, the pressure begins to tell on you, on Sheila. You almost want to run outside, scream at them, ask them why they're there, what they're waiting for. As it begins to grow dark, it's Sheila who gives way first.
Charles, don't. I can't stand it. We've got to talk to him.
No, Sheila, stop it.
It's like I told you last night. We should have gone to the police and told them it was an accident.
Be quiet, will you? Do you want them to hear us?
Charles.
Quiet. Oh, we're all unnerved, Sheila. It's only Frank Williams.
The hired man at the Carson place.
That's right. I'll let him in. Well, good evening, Frank.
Evening, Mr. Connolly.
Oh, come in, Frank. Don't stand outside.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Connolly. Oh, thank you. I will step in for a minute or two.
Was there something special you wanted, Frank?
Anything wrong at the Carsons?
Oh, no, Mrs. Connolly. Things are fine over there. All right if I sit down, I suppose.
Something on your mind?
Uh-huh. Turkeys, Mr. Connolly, turkeys. I lost one last night in the storm.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, isn't it? Oh, well, no matter. I ran across something that'll make up for it.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, Mr. Connolly. You know, you folks are well thought of out here. The Carsons think you're a fine neighbor.
That's nice to hear, Frank.
You should have heard how they praised you to the police. Suppose they dropped in on you?
Oh, the accident last night. Yeah, the police were here.
Certainly are a curious bunch, aren't they? I hate to let them go on wasting their time.
I don't understand.
All right, Mr. Conley, I'll make the picture clear for you, and I'll get right to the point. I dropped by to ask you for $5,000.
Charles, have you any idea what he means?
And, just what am I buying, Frank?
Well, let's say a turkey, Mr. Conley. The one that got away last night. It got hit on the road. But it wasn't the only thing that got hit.
You were?
Oh, yeah. I was out there looking around at the time.
Charles!
Oh, poor Mr. Martin. You know, it's a shame.
It was an accident. Can you understand that?
Of course it was. Only you didn't leave it there.
I couldn't afford to.
Your position? Oh, certainly, Mr. Conley. That's what made me think that you'd understand my position, losing that turkey. I thought that we could be neighborly about the whole thing, you know, helpful to one another, you see. Mr. Carson will take the turkey out of my salary.
But this is blackmail. You can't get away with it.
If I can't, then Mr. Conley can't get away with hit-and-run driving.
Why, you...
Charles, don't.
Your telephone, Mr. Conley. You better answer it.
Oh, just be a minute.
I'll be right here, Mr. Conley.
Yes?
Hello, Charles. This is Ballinger. Are you all right?
What do you mean? Am I all right?
Well, I thought I'd better tip you off. It seems I was right about Barney Cole.
Cole?
Yes, that day at the trial, when he said he'd get you.
What are you talking about?
Well, they're keeping it out of the papers, but he broke out of jail. Suppose you've noticed the police around.
The police? Why, well, yes, they've been passing up and down in front of the house all day.
Oh, good. You can be thankful, Charles. They're doing it to protect you.
What?
Well, they didn't want to alarm your wife, but I thought you'd feel better knowing about it.
Oh, yes. Thanks a lot. I do feel better.
You stand there for a moment after hanging up the phone, and then it hits you. It's perfect, isn't it, Charles? The police there to protect you. Barney Cole determined to kill you for sending him to jail. And only one man who knows the truth about your hit-and-run accident, Charles. One man who can ruin you forever. Rip the career you've struggled for out of your hands. The gun feels comfortable in your hands as you take it from the desk drawer. Start slowly back to the living room, running over the story you'll tell the police. The unguarded back road. Barney Cole approaching the house unseen in the darkness, bent only on vengeance. It all fits, doesn't it, Charles? And as you walk back into the room, the gun carefully concealed in one hand at your side, you know exactly what to do.
Frank.
Yes, Mr. Conley?
About that turkey.
Yes?
You said $5,000?
Well, seems a fair enough price to me.
And, if I decide not to buy?
Well, in that case, it's up to us public-spirited citizens to see that things like this are reported. We've all got to do our duty, you know.
Yes, I know. Only you're a little late, Frank. Look at the window.
The window? Well, I don't see anything.
It's our only way out, Sheila. Now listen to me. We haven't much time.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, in place of the message about Signal gasoline usually heard at this point, Signal Oil Company has asked me to devote this time to a chat with you about the Community Chest Drive. Well, frankly, I'm sure there's very little that needs saying. Everyone benefits from the Community Chest. Almost 1 out of every 2 families directly, the rest of us indirectly through better community conditions. Community Chest services include clinics, hospitals, maternity homes, and day nurseries. Children's Aid, Boy and Girl Scouts, Campfire Girls, the YMCA and YWCA. Also, aid to the handicapped, Home for the Aged, the Salvation Army, countless other worthy institutions too numerous to mention here. And who pays for all these services? Everyone who is fortunate enough to have a penny or a dime or a dollar to spare for those who are less fortunate. And you know, there's a wonderful thing about money that you share in this way. Money you spend on yourself brings happiness to only one person. But money that you share with the needy brings happiness to so many, including yourself. And now back to the Whistler.
So a cold-blooded murder was the only way out, Charles. The decision was automatic. It was Williams or your career. And to you, of course, the answer was obvious. Yes, the nightmare that began less than 24 hours ago with a man named John Martin dead on the highway near your house is about to come to its climax in the next few minutes. You had the strength to kill, Charles. You know the same strength will stand by you now when you go out to face the officers. The unknown quantity, of course, is Sheila.
John, how could you? Why did you do it? Why did you
Get hold of yourself, Sheila.
John,
Now remember what I told you. Barney Cole, you understand? Barney Cole came up to this window here. Wait, I'll break it. You saw him clearly. He shot Williams through the window thinking it was I. You got that?
Yes, Charles, yes.
All right. Come on now. Here we go. Help! Help! Police! Here we are, officer. Oh, thank heaven you were out there. There he is, officer.
Yeah, he's dead, all right. Shot in the back. You say you
Sheila saw him. I was just coming in from the kitchen.
Yes, I recognized him, officer. I tried to warn Mr. Williams, but it was too late. He raised his gun and fired. It was Barney Cole, the man...
Barney Cole? He must have escaped from prison. I got a fair look at him, too, officer. I'd know him anywhere.
Are you sure?
Positive. I think he took off down the back road to the other highway.
I don't think he took off anywhere, Mr. Conley. You know, it's odd that you bring up Barney Cole. I was on my way here to give you the news.
What news?
We've been staked out here because we figured this is where Cole would head after his escape. Well, I just heard from the coroner we were wasting our time. Cole made one stop before he came here, Conley.
But he did come here.
After he'd murdered a man named John Martin and taken his clothes and identification papers.
Charles!
That's right. It was Barney Cole who was run down on the highway last night. Now suppose you two tell me who really killed Mr. Williams here.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Willard Waterman and Mary Lansing. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Rena K. Green, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in half an hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Man of distinction.
Before he was halfway through the discussion, Tony Gardner knew he held the woman in the palm of his hand, that the red sold tag was as good as on the $20,000 antique dining room set she'd come to inquire about. But he didn't press. He didn't appear eager. He carefully kept it on a plane far above that. Of course, antiques were his first and only love. And Mrs. Fletcher's one extravagance was antique furniture. That was enough. They were soulmates.
And I hope you realize, Mrs. Fletcher, what a delight this is to me.
Really, Tony? Why?
Oh, to talk to someone at long last who really appreciates a genuine antique. There's so many of the other kinds, you know. I talk to them all day. People who don't care whether it's original Duncan Fife or Grand Rapids, so long as they can tell their friends how much it cost them.
Well, I'm flattered.
As a matter of fact, Mrs. Fletcher, I really shouldn't be in the business of selling things like this set here. I love it so much, I can hardly bear to part with it.
Well, it'll be in good hands, Tony.
Believe me, there aren't many people I'd give it up to.
I guess I am rather lucky.
Indeed you are. Well, suppose you come into my office. I have to work out the delivery arrangements and so forth. You're quite sure now you've made up your mind to take this.
Why, of course, Tony. You don't think for a moment I'd pass up an opportunity like this, do you?
And that's all there was to it, Tony. You give her a cordial handshake and watch her leave, holding her check for $20,000 in your hand. It's an important moment, isn't it, Tony? The end of one thing, the beginning of another. The end of the long years of struggle which laid the foundation for this moment. The Madison Avenue shop, the wealthy clientele which follow Mrs. Fletcher's lead. The end of the years of struggle which made you an expert in the style and finish of fine furniture, and the style and finish of the fine women who bought it. But there's an anxious wait ahead, Tony, after that fabulous dining room ensemble is delivered. Yes, if it passes the inspection of the people you know will examine it, if it stands up under inspections as rigid as those you put it through, the way will be clear, the possibilities limitless. But only time, days of anxious waiting can tell you that. Meanwhile, there are other customers, like the fresh-looking young woman who drops in a few days later.
Well, good morning, miss.
How do you do? Are you Mr. Tony Gardner?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Oh, Mr. Gardner, I wonder if you can help me. It's the entry hall in my country house. You see, it's so large and kind of awkward that I'm having trouble with it.
I see. Well, as it happens, I couldn't do much today, but
I'm a
perhaps
friend
if
of
you come
Mrs.
back...
Fletcher's, if that makes any difference.
Did you say Mrs. Fletcher?
Yes.
Oh, well, let's see. An entry hall, you say. Big, huh?
It's immense, with 4 doors.
Well, it's hard to tell without seeing it, of course. How about something large, dramatic? This Charles II chair, perhaps?
Maybe. What about that big piece in the window, the bookcase? It's beautiful.
Oh, the break front.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, very striking. Italian Renaissance, you know, but...
It'd be perfect, just exactly right.
Oh, I'm sorry, it just isn't for sale. It belongs to my refinisher, Mr. Fennig.
Oh, I'm so disappointed, Mr. Gardner. I have to admit now that I really came for the break front. Mrs. Fletcher said today that...
Oh, you were out there today?
She had a regular open house to show off that perfectly gorgeous dining room set you sold her.
She liked it then, eh?
She loved it. Oh, we were all so impressed. You know, she wouldn't even let the servants dust it until the insurance people had been there.
Really? Did she get her policy?
Well, why not? She told me the underwriter said it was undervalued at $20,000. Oh, it was really quite a bargain.
Yes, that's what I told her. At $20,000, it was really a steal.
With a wonderful feeling of relief, you slump down on the love seat. The insurance men have come and gone, Tony. The risk is over, and you can step off the razor's edge onto solid ground. And the hours of work, the nights you slaved away in the private shop at the rear of your apartment were well spent. The dining room set has passed the microscopic examination of the experts. The first set of faked antiques you ever attempted to pass as genuine in the big money class has come through with flying colors.
Don't you think you might be able to, Mr. Gardner?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't listening.
Well, I said I wondered if you could persuade your refinisher to sell the break front.
Oh, well, Miss...
Stafford, Claire Stafford.
Miss Stafford, I've been thinking. I have a better idea.
Yes?
Fennig won't sell. I know that, but I think I can obtain the matching piece to this one.
You mean there's another one just like it?
Oh, yes. You see, the Renaissance craftsmen sometimes made their best pieces in pairs.
Oh.
I think I might get my agent to locate the other one. I must warn you, it will be rather expensive.
Well, I was afraid of that. When can you get it?
Well, let me look into that. Excuse me a moment.
You hurry out the back entrance down the alley to the shop, hoping Otto Fennig will be as easy to persuade this time as he was before with Mrs. Fletcher's genuine 18th century dining room set.
I told you before, boss, that piece is not...
I know. It's not for sale, Otto. I know. I like it so much, I want one for myself. I simply want you to make a replica of it, that's all.
Oh, like I did the dining room set, you mean?
That's right. When could you have it?
Oh, 10 days.
Oh, no. Make it a week. No finish or anything.
Okay, boss. 1 week.
2 weeks? Why, that's wonderful, Mr. Gardner.
It's in Milan. According to my agent's last report, we can get it aboard the Count Liguria. Sails tomorrow. I'll cable my man right away.
You have quite an organization, Mr. Gardner.
And it takes money to operate it, Miss Stafford. As I told you, this will be a little expensive. No one hates big prices more than I do.
Oh, how much?
$25,000.
$25,000?
In round figures, that is.
That's a lot of money.
But I can guarantee you'll be satisfied. All I need is a few hours to make sure.
Well, all right.
Ah, good.
I'll call back from my apartment. No, better yet. I'll come by again, say at 4 o'clock.
Fine. 4 o'clock.
You're back in stride again now, Tony. The salesman again and loving it. There's nothing to fear now. You've passed the highest test, and the big stakes are there, waiting for you to pick them off. In a matter of minutes after Claire Stafford leaves, the genuine brake front is back in Otto's shop, and he's at work on the copy. An hour later, you dash down to 8th Avenue and 27th Street to consult with your Italian representative.
A radiogram, understand? I want it filed in Rome tonight and delivered through the usual channels.
Well, I don't usually do this kind of work.
Well, there's $50 in it for you. How's that?
It's not bad. It's not good. I'll do it. Go ahead.
All right, then. I'll take this down.
Shoot.
From the Anthony Gardner Campagna, 24 Via Porto, Roma. Have brake front. Stop. Personally supervising loading Naples, Count Liguria. Forwarding documents to cover ship.
Well, you really work fast, Mr. Gardner.
As you see, there's no question about delivery. None at all. Here, take a look at this radiogram.
Oh, supervising loading Naples, Count Liguria. Well,
I'll have it in your hands in 12 days.
Oh, I wish I knew more about furniture. You're sure it'll be as nice as the one you had in the window?
Oh, the exact companion. My agent always checks those things matter of routine. Of course, Miss Stafford, if you don't want the piece, I wouldn't dream of pressing you.
Oh, no, I'll take it.
Well, then.
What about the deposit? Will 1,000 be all right?
Oh, yes, good. With the balance due on arrival. Now, let's see. I have some blank checks around somewhere.
$1,000. You watch her write it on the check, smile and thank her as she hands it to you and walks back out the door. As you pick up the checkbook from the counter, you realize she's absent-mindedly put the radiogram in her purse. You start toward the door, and then decide she'd think it odd if you followed her out onto the street, and it won't matter now anyway. As a matter of form, of course, you must call Mrs. Fletcher.
Tony, I know it was horrid of me not to call you about the dining room set.
Just the same, I want to thank you, Mrs. Fletcher. I do really appreciate...
Nonsense, Tony. What did you sell? Something nice?
Well, rather. A brake front. $25,000 worth.
Marvelous, Tony. Who is it?
Friend of yours, Claire Stafford.
Oh, yes, the young business girl.
Business girl?
Attractive person. I suppose she has a rich friend. Nice customer for you, Tony. Works for an insurance company. That's how I met her, you know. She's an antique expert. Oh, exciting, really. Investigates frauds and all that sort of thing. Tony? Tony, are you still there? Hello, Tony? Tony?
With the prologue of Man of Distinction, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, in place of the message about Signal gasoline usually heard at this point, Signal Oil Company has asked me to use this time to deliver some important information to men between the ages of 17 and 35. If you can spare one evening per week, you can now turn it into welcome extra cash and extra pleasure by training with your local National Guard unit. The cash is the excellent pay you receive based on the new Army pay scale, plus the training you receive in subjects that will help you advance in your present civilian job. And the pleasure? That comes in the many sports and social activities you'll enjoy with former service buddies and friends and neighbors, plus the honor of being a member of one of America's most respected organizations. Incidentally, there are still many opportunities for ex-servicemen to enlist in grade, which means even higher pay. But the best opportunities are naturally going fast during the National Guard's current campaign to recruit a man a minute. So don't delay. Get full information now by contacting your local headquarters of the National Guard. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Tony, you've been so sure of yourself, so certain you were completely safe. But you can add it all up now. It makes sense, very good sense. Claire Stafford came into your shop this morning for one reason: to trick you into selling her a fake piece of antique furniture as the real thing, to reveal you to the world as a fraud. That's why she seemed so gullible, so wealthy. And that's why she was careful to put that false radiogram in her purse. You thank your lucky stars it's not too late, that there's still one way out, one way to preserve the reputation you've built up so carefully with 10 years of hard work. One way to save you from ruin. You take a cab across town to her apartment.
Well, Mr. Gardner, I was just leaving.
Miss Stafford, I must speak to you. It's most important.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm awfully rushed.
Please, it's about the break front.
Well, wait a minute. I have an idea. Why don't we have dinner together? I'm due at the Lido at 8, but there's plenty.
Good. Well, let's go.
I'm so glad we came here, Mr. Gardner. Wonderful atmosphere.
Yes.
Nice music.
Now, about the break front, Miss Stafford, I'm terribly upset.
So I noticed. Now, what is it?
I'm afraid I can't get it here in time for you.
But it's on the ship. The radiogram.
I know. It seems the ship isn't sailing. There's been a delay of some kind.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. I checked.
You what?
Yes, I called the Marine Exchange. She sailed today on schedule. Oh, I was so thrilled. I wanted to make
Miss Stafford, I'm terribly sorry, but I just can't deliver that piece. That's all. I brought your check along, and I'll be very happy to give it back to you.
Now, that's no way to act, Mr. Gardner. We've made a deal. I have your assurance and your radiogram that the piece is on the ship. You have my deposit, and that's that.
Yes, but I tell you, it'd be much...
Mr. Gardner, there's nothing wrong with our transaction, is there?
Wrong? Why, no, there isn't.
You have such a fine reputation, you know. I'd hate to think that, well...
Yes, of course. Very well, Miss Stafford. You'll get your Renaissance break front.
She changes the subject, and you make no effort to bring it back during the rest of the meal. You know now that you can't back out without making some damaging explanations, that the only way is straight ahead. The next morning early, you walk into Otto's workroom.
Hey, morning, boss.
Otto, how's it coming?
What?
What? Why, the break front, of course. Why, good Lord, is that all you've done?
What's the matter, boss? Something wrong?
Wrong. You haven't even got the front panels finished.
But I only start this morning. Boss, what is the
You're
matter?
dawdling, Otto. That's what's the matter. You're dawdling. I want that break front, and I want it fast. You understand? Now get to it. Get to it.
There's no other way, is there, Tony? With the Count de Liguria having sailed from Italy yesterday, you have just 12 days, less than 2 weeks to create an imitation so perfect it will fool an expert. It doesn't seem possible, does it, Tony? But you've got to try. And while Otto is working on the replica, there's something else to take care of.
The shipping papers?
That's right.
Why, on something coming from abroad, they'd consist of a shipper's receipt in duplicate, clearance papers, the captain's receipts, bill of lading, duty certificate.
I see. Well, look, I want to know that things are being done right in my company. Could you give me a complete set of sample blanks, please?
Oh, sure, mister. Glad to.
Thank you.
the yellow boxes, you say?
Yes, you know, one of your old packing cases with the labels and all still on it. See, I'm going to build a little bar in my home. Something different.
Oh, see. I think I'll find us something, senor.
Well, there she is, boss. All finished. Not bad, eh?
Yes, it's fine, Otto. It's fine.
I'll call the moving man to deliver it to your apartment, yeah?
No. I'll attend to that, Otto. Now, you run along home and get some rest.
You long for rest yourself, don't you, Tony? But for you, the work is just beginning, the real work. It starts when you transfer the imitation brake front to your own apartment, lock the doors, and leave word that you're not to be disturbed. You have 5 days left, Tony, before the Count de Liguria docks in New York Harbor. You pray that it's enough. You spend the first few hours steaming out the dowels that hold the piece together. Most of the day is gone before you finish. Then you put each section of wood to soak in oil. Waiting for it, you stretch out for an hour or so of fitful rest. It's early morning as you start the painstaking process of warping the lintels. Evening of the second day as you treat the dowels with caustic, prepare to crack the panels. You're on your nerve now. No sleep, no rest. Just waiting, working, black coffee and cigarettes. You've forgotten there are such things as sunlight and fresh air when you finally reassemble the entire piece. Paint it with acid and wrap it in a winding sheet of cotton batting so the acid will bite in. Then more waiting, worrying, hoping before you can even start the laborious grind of final rubbing. You work over the wood, pressing down until your hands are swollen with blisters, your back strained to the breaking point. And at last it's finished. You step back almost sobbing with weariness, but it's there, Tony, complete, right down to the last artificial wormhole. You try to compare it with the original and decide that no matter how tired you are, you've got to have one more look at the original in Otto's shop.
Tony Gardner.
Otto.
My boss, Tony.
Why, Otto, you're drunk.
Yeah, drunk. Why not? My boss, such a good man. So good. Everybody trusts my Tony.
What are you doing here at this hour, anyway?
No. We have Italian representative now, yeah? Radiograms, he sends, about brake front in Milan.
Otto, what are you raving about?
Yeah. Miss Claire Stafford says she is buying brake front like mine.
Stafford? She was here?
Yeah, this afternoon.
What did she ask you? What did you tell her?
Nothing. Let go. Let go. I'll tell her nothing. I figured it out myself.
Oh, you poor drunken fool.
Fool, eh? You think the police say I'm fool, yeah?
The police? Well, Otto, you're in this just as deeply as I am.
No. I only take orders. I never make fake antique sniffy in my life. I tell the police.
You're not telling anyone anything. You're not telling anyone anything.
Tony, boss, I never tell them. I only tell you. Please, boss, please.
It's over very quickly, isn't it, Tony? Your eyes move from Otto's body sprawled on the floor to the brake front. You stand for a moment undecided. It's yours now for the taking, if only...
Hey, what's going on in there?
Open up!
But there isn't time. Someone's at the front of the shop, and Otto can't be found like this. You whirl around, kick out at a can of inflammable varnish. It spills across the floor as you back away. Your last act before slipping out into the alley is to strike a match. Toss it gently into the varnish. The workshop bursts into flame as you hurry away from it, running down the alley. You're thankful for a heavy fog that has settled down over the city, hiding your flight back to the apartment.
Just a minute.
Morning, Mr. Gardner.
Oh, hello, son.
The manager sent me up, sir. He thought you'd want the morning papers about the fire at your refinisher shop.
Fire? What fire?
Oh, we thought you knew, Mr. Gardner.
No.
The story's here on page 2.
Here, let me see.
That poor old guy, Otto Fennig, dying in a fire like that. It's in the far column.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, that's right here. Man killed in accidental blaze. Why, this is terrible.
We're sorry about the fire, too, Mr. Gardner. I guess that'll be quite a loss.
Oh, yes, but Otto, I'm thinking about poor, faithful old Otto. Well, thank you, son, for letting me know. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Gardner, and if there's anything we can do...
Yes, sir. I'll let you know. Poor, faithful old Otto, indeed.
City transfer.
Good morning. This is Tony Gardner.
Yes, Mr. Gardner.
I want you to send a truck over to my apartment right away to pick up a piece of furniture. Delivery to Miss Claire Stafford, Gotham Arms.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a question. What gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that Signal is known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's famous mileage. But even more so, we're proud of the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which makes such mileage possible. For when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, the things which make driving more fun. That's why folks who want superior performance, as well as those who insist on mileage, are both switching to Signal. They've discovered that to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Tony, you can relax now. For the first time since you learned the truth about Claire Stafford. It doesn't matter that it was necessary to destroy the finishing shop after killing Otto. There'll be a bigger shop now, won't there, Tony? No more teetering on a razor's edge of worry, suspicion. Just solid ground now, Tony, and solid customers. Later in the morning, you go down to the shop, poke disconsolately around in the alley, your face set in an expression of appropriate bewilderment. As you stand in the swirling fog, watch the fireman hose down the last steaming embers of what had been Otto's workroom.
An unfortunate situation, Mr. Gardner. Very unfortunate.
Oh, yes. It's too bad, too bad. I don't care about the shop, but...
But poor, faithful old Otto. Is that it?
Why, yes.
You know, as far as I'm concerned, you're pretty convincing, Mr. Gardner.
What?
But, then I just do what the lieutenant tells me.
The lieutenant?
I'm a detective. Name's Tyson. Got a warrant to pick you up.
To pick me up? Why, this is insane.
Well, maybe, but the lieutenant doesn't think so. Seems this Otto Fennig owned a valuable antique, and this morning a bellboy saw the same piece of furniture in your apartment. Did you have to kill him to get it, Gardner?
It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Tony? The sudden panic that surges through you. And you know that an awful choice is facing you. Yes, Tony, you can confess your whole clever fraud or go to the electric chair for murder. Of course, there's only one answer.
Oh, wait, there's another explanation to all this. Very simple one. If you'll just get in touch with Miss Stafford.
Oh, the dame you had the thing delivered to? We've been talking to her all morning.
You have? Then she must have told you. Why, that piece of furniture's a forgery. I faked it myself.
We took a short run up that alley, too.
What?
The piece is the real McCoy, all right, but both Miss Stafford and some other experts you brought around said they'd stake their reputations on it.
But they're wrong. I antiqued that counterfeit myself.
Well, they're ready to swear it's the one from the shop here, and their judgment's good enough for us.
Now, wait a minute. If you're so positive it's genuine, the Count Liguria, the boat, you see...
Oh, no, I wouldn't try to hand him that, Mr. Gardner. Because that's what started the whole investigation.
What do you mean?
We couldn't understand how Miss Stafford received the break front when the ship it was coming over on has been fog-bound off Sandy Hook for the last 24 hours.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Joseph Kearns and Sarah Selby. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Jackson Gillis and Robert Eisenbach. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Big Prison.
To John Emerson, it was more than a nightmare. The sounds, the images flashing across the black background of his mind were too real, too terrifying. At first, nothing was clear to him. But gradually, he seemed to be back in Ketchikan, Alaska, his mind going over and over that first chance meeting with Willard Crofton. Pompous, jovial, boring Willard Crofton.
No, it's all set, Emerson. All set.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Crofton. I've known you, well, let's see, exactly an hour. And here you're asking me to spend a whole month hunting with you.
Why not? You say you like to hunt? I'm headed for my little lodge outside Whitehorse and looking for a hunting partner, so why not you?
But really, Crofton,
Not another word. I insist you be my guest, Emerson. Yes, sir, I absolutely insist.
Yes, John. You know that chance meeting with Willard Crofton was the beginning of it. But as the liquor boils up again in your brain, you're sure there's more. Something much more important, far more terrifying. You grope back over it all again, forcing yourself to remember.
That's a good one, Emerson. A good one, huh?
There was the long, tiresome trip to Crofton's lodge. The days, the weeks wasted looking for game that just wasn't
Go
there.
ahead, shoot, Emerson, shoot. No, wait. It's just an old stump.
And always Crofton with his foolish jokes and his guns.
How'd you like that one, Emerson? Great one, huh?
Shoving another highball into your hand.
Oh, have another one, John.
And another. Then suddenly, in a rush, it all comes back to you, like acid in nitroglycerin. The memory of those last wild moments at the lodge explodes in your mind.
I picked you up at Ketchikan and brought you here because I thought you'd be good company. But if you think I'm going to pay your passage all the way back to the sea... That's exactly what I think. I've listened to your silly chatter for a month. Now I'm going to get out of Alaska even if I have to kill you. No, look, John, you've been drinking too much. Your fingerprints will be all over that gun. John, put it down! Put the gun down!
Then it's gone in a red flash. The nightmare, the visions, the spinning, dizzy, sick feeling. You open your eyes and you know it's all real. You discover yourself lying fully clothed on a bed in a hotel room with morning sun streaming in the window. But before complete panic can overtake you, you're stopped by the sound of voices, real words from real people coming in over the open transom.
I tell you, Joe, the telegram's addressed to Willard Crofton.
And I'm telling you, he's still asleep, and I'm not going to wake him up until it's almost time for his train.
What's going on? Yeah, but, Joe, the wire's marked deliver personal, and we're supposed to deliver it.
Two guys. Look, I'll deliver it personally when he wakes up. Now, what difference does it make?
Don't ask me, Joe. I don't make the rules. You're sure it's Mr. Crofton?
Sure it is. I've never seen the guy, but he come in drunk late last night.
Wait a minute, Joe. Let's look at the register, huh?
It won't do any good. He was too stiff to hold a pen in his hand. Something really had the guy going.
Well, maybe to be sure, I ought to go out to that hunting lodge of his. Because if this is the wrong guy,
why make the trip for nothing? He brought his car. Go out and check the registration. Then if it's Crofton, leave the wire with me, and I'll deliver it for you as soon as he wakes up.
You're on your feet now, John, piecing it all together, weaving dizzily over to the dresser, wincing at what you see in the mirror. Then your eyes drop down and you grow tense at what you see. Greenbacks all over the place. Crofton's wallet, his papers, his railroad and steamer tickets.
Well, it's Crofton's car, all right, Joe.
Didn't I tell you? Just leave the rest to me.
Oh, son of a gun, I don't know. This telegram still says, deliver personal to Willard Crofton.
Okay, be a sap if you want to. Go on, make the trip all the way out to the lodge.
You cling to the edge of the dresser, as for the first time the full realization hits you. If that messenger goes out to the lodge, you know what he'll find, John. Crofton dead on the floor, and a dozen wide-open clues pointing straight at you. You begin to think clearly, rapidly. What you need is time. Time to get out of Alaska before the body is discovered. And there's one way to do it. One way that Crofton's lodge might go undisturbed until spring. You tense yourself and take the plunge.
I hate to wake the guy up. He come in late.
Someone out there looking for Crofton?
Yes.
Well, I'm Crofton. What is it?
Oh, telegram for you, Mr. Crofton. Marked, deliver personal.
Oh, okay. Just a minute. Well.
Oh, yeah. Here's your telegram, sir.
Well, here's something for your trouble.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. We weren't sure you were Crofton.
Who else would I be?
Well, I don't know, sir. It's 8:15, Mr. Crofton. Your train leaves at 9 sharp, you know.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be on that train.
With the prologue of The Big Prison, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, out here in Hollywood, where The Whistler is produced, an actor or actress often becomes so famous for some one feature, such as the legs, or the body, or the voice, folks often overlook the fact that they're also very great at acting. Well, it occurred to me that it's much the same with Signal gasoline. Signal has become so famous as the Go Farther gasoline, many folks forget what makes that good mileage possible, the quality in Signal gasoline. In fact, the best yardstick of gasoline quality is mileage. Back to the Whistler.
John, it's only now that the full force of it hits you. The thing so many men have felt about the North in years gone by. For the guilty, Alaska is a gigantic prison, with the only real avenue of escape to the south, the railroad to Skagway, the sea lanes beyond, all carefully policed by watchful eyes. You have only one hope now, to escape this Alaskan prison before Willard Crofton's body, with all the evidence pointing to you, is discovered. Going back to cover up would be too dangerous, and that means 5 terrible days traveling on Crofton's tickets. 1 day by train to Skagway, 4 days by boat to Vancouver. 5 days in a trap that may be sprung at any moment. The telegram delivered to you in Crofton's name says only, "Leave today as planned, signed Williams." And Crofton's papers aren't much more helpful. You're still studying them a few minutes later when...
Yes? Mr. Crofton, the garage man's outside about the car.
Oh. Well?
Is it ready?
Ready?
To be put up for the winter.
Oh, yes. Tell him to go ahead.
Good. Your baggage is in the lobby.
Oh, yes. Have it taken to the station, will you, please? Here you are.
Oh, thanks.
How long till train time?
Let's see, 30 minutes.
Well, I'm a little tired. I guess I'll wait here till just before the train leaves.
Well, how about breakfast?
No, I'm afraid there's not that much time. I'll have lunch at Bennett anyway. I'll wait till then.
Well, it's up to you, but knowing the White Pass and Yukon Railroad like I do, I'd never leave Whitehorse with an empty stomach.
And somehow, by a miracle, it works, John. The last-minute dash to the train, the creaky ride to Carcross, then lunch at Bennett, and the dizzy, winding descent to the little village of Skagway, nestled under a glacier at the water's edge. You tell yourself the worst is over, that there's no reason for anyone to go to Crofton's cabin. No reason why the body won't lie there undisturbed until spring, 6 long months away. You begin to relax in Skagway as you walk into the steamship office to check your reservation.
Now, let's see your ticket.
When does the boat leave?
Tonight at 7. Oh, Crofton. You remember me, Pat Carroll. I talked to you on the way up. Came in about 3 weeks ago, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sure. You were with another fella. Or, say, wait a minute. Guess it was your pal I talked to.
Yes, it must have been.
By the way, where's he?
Oh, he decided to stay up there for a while.
Oh? That's funny. Told me he was due back in the States in a few weeks.
Guy can change his mind, can't he?
Oh, sure.
Fix up the tickets, will you, please?
Oh, say, I know why he's staying up there, sure.
What do you mean?
Well, your partner, Mr. Crofton. Didn't he let you know?
My partner?
Williams. I got a reservation wire here. He's due next Monday on the Nora. Going up to the lodge for a fling at the hunting racket himself.
Oh, that, yes. Well, he sent me a wire about that. When does he get here?
Monday. Be up at your lodge by Tuesday night. You think you might change your plans, Mr. Crofton? Now, I could cancel this ticket.
No. One of us has to be on the job. Well, what time do I get down to Vancouver?
Well, leaving tonight, you'll be there Monday around 5 in the afternoon.
Oh, that's okay. Fix up the ticket.
It's a funny one, isn't it? You and your partner will pass each other on the way. Ships that pass in the night.
Fix up the ticket, will you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry and...
Why, sure, Mr. Crofton. I'll fix it for you.
Well, John, it's going to be a race now, isn't it? A grim kind of a race, as you move southward on the Louise to Vancouver and freedom, as Crofton's partner comes north on the Princess Nora over the same route, bound for that cabin and the awful discovery that awaits him there. And if that happens before you reach Vancouver, John, if he arrives while you're still impersonating the dead man, one quick radiogram and it'll be all over. And you, John, the murderer of Willard Crofton, will be apprehended in a matter of minutes on a ship at sea with no escape.
All ashore that's going ashore.
You stand on the after deck in the shadow. Try to keep out of sight as you look at the twinkling lights of the little town. The ugly docks, the rock cliff plastered with tourist signs. It seems an age before the deckhands get busy with the lines and passengers begin to drift forward to their cabins. Another part of it's over, John. The vessel moves out into Lynn Canal, The lights of Skagway recede into the night.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, yes, steward?
Your name, please?
Crofton.
Oh, yes. Willard Crofton. Would you follow me, please, Mr. Crofton? I'll show you to your cabin.
You manage to have dinner alone, then slip back out to the deck, find a chair and lean back to rest, for the first time in more than a day. You're tired now, terribly tired, and you're thankful for the darkness, the soothing slap of the water against the sides of the ship. And then...
Well, Mr. Crofton.
Oh, yes.
Mind if I sit down?
Why, no, sir, not at all.
That's the Crofton Williams, isn't it? I saw your name on the passenger list. Quite a surprise.
Oh?
Yes. I've dealt with you people for some time now. Nearly 15 years.
Well, that's...
I'm Dr. Prentice, Alaska Medical Mission.
It's a pleasure, Doctor.
My, I could tell you some stories about the things your medical supplies have done for us up here. Saved a lot of lives, Crofton.
Well, that's fine.
Last call for dinner.
Well, better hurry if you want dinner. Last call.
I don't believe I'll eat anything, thanks. Haven't been feeling too well.
Oh? Seasick?
No, a touch of cold, I think. Slight temperature. If I took my own advice, I'd be in my stateroom. You, going to Vancouver?
Yes, I have to get back, give my partner a chance for a vacation.
Good. Vacation, that's what I need. You know, I really better turn in. Will you excuse me?
Well, of course, Doctor. Nice to have talked to you.
Well, thanks. It was a pleasure meeting you at last after doing business all these years. I'll try to make dinner with you, Crofton, perhaps tomorrow evening.
Fine, Doctor, fine. Good night.
A sense of relief sweeps over you as the little doctor walks away, and you turn, thankful there were no slips. There can't be any slips, John, because you're on a very delicate schedule. Only 12 hours stand between you and disaster, the narrow margin that will separate your arrival in Vancouver from the arrival of Crofton's partner, Williams, at the cabin in Whitehorse. You know you must be off this boat and out of Vancouver when it happens. The doctor, mercifully, keeps to his cabin for the next few days, and you're alone now at the rail of the Princess Louise as she slides into the dock at Ketchikan.
Oh, Stewart.
Yes, sir?
How long do we tie up here?
About an hour, sir.
Well, I think I'll go ashore, stroll around a bit.
Yes, everybody does. Both boatloads.
Huh? Both?
Yes, sir. And that's the Princess Nora there at the dock.
The Nora?
That's right, sir. She's headed right back where we came from. Oh, anybody on board you know? You'll have plenty of time to see.
No, there isn't. Anyway, I've changed my mind. I'm going to stay aboard.
The hour in Ketchikan seems like 10 years, John. It's ironic, isn't it? You and Williams in the same town. Williams on his way north, where he'll find his partner murdered. You on your way south to find freedom, with a slim slice of time, only a few hours still tipping the balance in your favor. And then finally, the tension eases a little, and you stand at the stern rail of the Princess Louise, watch the Nora back slowly out of the harbor, and steam away toward the north. Her lights are all but out of sight when you're aware someone is standing beside you in the darkness.
Strange, isn't it? Watching a boat move away like that. Gives you a lost, empty feeling.
It's too dark to see her face, but something tells you to be careful, on guard. You turn away slightly, but the girl is in a mood to talk.
It's like being separated from someone in a crowd. You wonder if you'll ever see them again.
It is something like that.
In that boat. Going where this one came from. What's it like there in Skagway, I mean?
Oh, did you just come aboard?
Yes. This is the farthest north I've been.
Oh, it's much the same. Not as many people.
Oh, you live there?
No, Vancouver.
Seattle's my hometown. Be nice to get back.
Seattle?
You know someone there?
No, I don't.
We have relatives in Vancouver, too. You know anybody named Lockwood? I came from a large family. You going inside?
Yes, excuse me, please. It's the wind. my throat. It's dangerous for me to be out here.
You're trembling inside as you hurry away, aren't you, John? Yes, because it suddenly came home to you. This girl from Seattle, she's someone you know. Someone who knows you. You can't reach your stateroom soon enough as the realization sweeps over you. Lockwood. Of course. Helen Lockwood. You met her not 3 weeks ago in Ketchikan. But you mustn't meet her again and give her a chance to remember your real name and expose you as a masquerader. It's 2 days, John, but on some pretense, you've got to remain in your stateroom until the boat reaches Vancouver.
Stewart.
Yes, sir?
If you don't mind, I'd like my breakfast served in here in my stateroom this morning.
Oh, certainly, sir. Oh, you feeling all right, sir?
Oh, it's nothing serious.
If you'd like the ship's doctor...
No, I tell you it's not serious. I'm just playing safe.
Yes, sir. I'll bring your breakfast right away, sir.
Yes?
Your breakfast, sir.
Oh, come in. Put it right there on the... Oh.
This is the ship's doctor, sir.
I thought I told you it wasn't necessary.
That was my idea, Mr. Crofton.
Well, now, see here, Doctor. I'm not seriously ill. There's no need for you
Mr. Crofton, that's what I'm here for.
But
You're just like all the rest of them. Now, here, let me take your pulse.
Need any help, Doctor?
No, thanks. You can go, Henry. Let's see. Might as well get your temperature, too.
A sense of anger mixes with fear as the doctor stands over you. Above all, you can't have him meddling, telling you to get out on deck. As he turns away for a moment, you remember the words of little Dr. Prentice. Something about a touch of cold, a slight temperature. Your eye strikes the pot of hot coffee on the tray right next to your bed, and an idea comes to you that almost makes you laugh out loud. It's so simple, isn't it, John, to take the thermometer from your mouth, dip it for an instant in the coffee, and put it back before the doctor turns. And you know in advance what he'll say.
Now, Mr. Crofton, if you let me take a look. 102. Mr. Crofton, I'd say you should stay right in bed for a while.
Nothing serious?
Oh, I don't think so. However, I'm glad I checked.
Oh, I'm sorry I was short with you, Doctor.
Oh, I'm used to you businessmen. You never want to stop for anything. I do want you to rest for me, though. We're only a day and a half out of Vancouver.
Well, don't worry, Doctor. I'll stay right here.
Yes, John, you accept the doctor's orders graciously. And when your stateroom door closes, you slump back completely relaxed for the first time since you awakened that morning in the White Horse Hotel. Only a day and a half now to Vancouver. And by the time Crofton's body is discovered, you'll be on your way to one of 1,000 places where you can disappear completely. And again, you almost have to laugh out loud. It was a pot of coffee and a fever thermometer, John, that assured your escape from the big prison.
Who is it?
It's the steward, Mr. Crofton.
Oh, come in. Close the door, will you?
Yes, of course. We'll be in Vancouver in 2 hours, sir. Do you need any help getting your baggage?
No, I'm feeling much better.
It's no trouble at all, sir. As a matter of fact, if you wish, they'll even have an ambulance down at the dock.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary.
Well, you know best, Mr. Crofton.
Well, it won't be necessary at all. No, Stewart, as soon as I reach Vancouver, I'm going to be perfectly all right.
In just a moment, we will bring you the strange ending of tonight's story. But meantime, a word about a major purchase that many of you drivers will be making during the coming winter months. A new battery. Perhaps you've gotten the notion, because of the many new or off brands of batteries now being offered, that batteries are plentiful again. The fact of the matter is, good batteries are not plentiful now, and the indication is that they will be even scarcer as the demand grows. When I say good batteries, I mean the quality kind that you can rely on, such as those fine Signal batteries featured by Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. Every genuine Signal battery is ruggedly constructed of highest grade materials, made to exacting specifications that Signal Oil Company is proud to stand back of. Every genuine Signal battery is guaranteed for long, trouble-free service by Signal Oil Company. Of course, the best way to get the maximum life out of any battery is to have it checked and inspected regularly, a service your Signal dealer will gladly perform for you. Should he find that your present battery is not likely to stand the strain of cold weather starting, it'll be wise to get your order in now for a quality battery, a genuine, guaranteed Signal battery. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, John, it's almost over. The nightmare from which you've never really awakened. It's a real frightening thing, this delicate schedule you've been forced to follow. Just 12 hours from now, the body of Willard Crofton will be discovered at his hunting lodge near Whitehorse. And only moments later, the wires will be crackling with orders for your arrest as the murderer. But that's 12 hours from now, John. And long before that, you'll be off the ship and miles out of Vancouver on your way to a safe hiding place. Yes, John, Alaska was a big prison, but you've escaped. In just a few minutes, you'll walk down the gangplank on schedule, safe and free.
Yes, Stewart, come in. My baggage is all ready.
Oh, Doctor. Well, look, it was nice of you to come again, but I told the steward I'm feeling much better.
He told me. Just the same, I thought I'd better take that temperature of yours.
Oh, but really, Doctor, it's not...
Oh, come now, it'll only take a moment.
Yeah, but
Under the tongue. That's it. Mouth shut. Sometimes I think that's the best part of being a doctor. Telling people to keep their mouths shut and making them like it. Oh, I better get that pulse, too. Oh, not bad at all. Little rapid, but that could be nerves. All right, let's have a look at that thermometer.
Now, look, Doctor, look, I was trying to tell you, this is all foolishness. I'm feeling fine. What's the matter?
Nothing. Quite the contrary. Your temperature is normal again. And I don't mind telling you I'm greatly relieved.
Well, I told you Relieved?
That's right. Of course, with no temperature, you're free to go anywhere you like. Aboard ship.
Aboard ship? Wait a minute. What are you getting at?
Well, you really did it with that 102 fever of yours. Made me suspicious, and I went back and checked up on your friend Dr. Prentice again.
What about Dr. Prentice?
It's too bad, but I'm afraid he picked up a case of smallpox somewhere in Alaska. We'll all be held in quarantine, of course. But then we shouldn't be delayed more than 48 hours.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Wally Mayer. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
HFC, Household Finance Corporation, presents The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, The Whistler, brought to you by the 423 branch offices of HFC, Household Finance Corporation, throughout the United States and Canada. When you've heard tonight's strange story, I think you'll agree that The Whistler is one of radio's top mystery programs. And folks, I think you'll also agree that one of the most important assets you have is good credit. Now, many times good credit is difficult to keep, particularly when seasonal bills pile up. Why not protect your credit by paying all your bills promptly? Should you need extra cash to do so, remember,
HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Eat it.
And now, the Whistler's strange story, The Stolen Chance.
They made an impressive couple as they moved in perfect rhythm around the crowded dance floor. And no one was more aware of this than Charles Vaughan himself. He liked to think of it that way. He and Edith as perfect partners. And he hoped that it would go on and on, that there would be much more than country club dances and cocktail parties for them to share.
What are you thinking, Charles?
That you're beautiful? That I could go on dancing like this forever?
Why don't we?
You know perfectly well. I have to be on the job right
now. Charles, there's something I'll never understand.
What?
How can you tie yourself to the dull routine of a draftsman's table when you
don't need the job?
I mean it, Charles.
You wouldn't want me to be a playboy, would you?
Yes.
No, you don't mean that. No, I'm sorry, dear. It's something that, well, it's just part of me.
A draftsman's table?
No, it's more than that.
I'm teasing, Charles. It's only that, we could do so many things together.
I know. And we will, Edith. I promise. Well, dear, it's really time for me to be leaving now.
Charles, it's the last dance.
Oh, I'm sorry, but it's late and I have
to... Are you going to turn into a pumpkin? Oh, what is it, Charles? Why are you always leaving early when we go somewhere?
I told you, Edith, my work.
Your work? But, Charles, I'm supposed to be a very attractive girl. You're not at all flattering.
But you are.
You leave early. You never let me drive you home.
Well, I'll take a cab again, dear. I don't want to bother you.
You do no such thing. I have a perfectly good car and a chauffeur. I'm driving you home.
All right, Edith, if you insist.
I do. Right after the last dance. So this is where you live, Charles?
This is where I live.
Well, at last I discovered the lion's lair. Very nice.
It's comfortable, Edith.
The best apartment in town, and he says it's comfortable.
I really must go in, Edith. I'm meeting Gerber early tomorrow.
Gerber. Must I always hear about that man?
He's a very brilliant man, a great aviation engineer.
If you knew how often you said that.
I'm sorry, but really, Gerber is
no more Gerber for baby. Kiss me. Good night, Charles.
Good night, dear. Well...
Call me tomorrow?
Don't I always?
Always. Good night, darling.
Yes, Charles, you always call Edith, but mainly because you don't want her calling you. You watch as her big car moves away from the curb and rounds the corner out of sight. Then you turn, glance toward the fancy grilled entrance to Grosvenor Arms. For a moment you stand there thinking. Then start walking slowly, breathing in the crisp night air, enjoying it until you reach another neighborhood. It's a strange thing about New York, isn't it, Charles? How a few short blocks can make such a difference. The thought is turning over in your mind as you enter the hotel where you really live and move up to the desk.
The guy sidles up to me and starts into that routine about doing some important work.
Important work, there, that's a laugh.
Yeah, and I tell him, if he don't pay...
Uh-oh.
Well, if it ain't our Mr. Vaughn now. And what can I do for you, Mr. Vaughn?
You can give me my key. That is, if I'm not interrupting an important conversation.
Get him, Sammy. He wants his key.
Yeah, and after what you just... Look, I said I want my key. I live here, remember?
You lived here. We don't carry nobody on the books.
All right. You're going to bring up the subject of the rent. I told you I'd pay tonight.
Only you got some excuse.
I've got the money. You just give me time to give it to you. Here. 30, 35, 37.50, and I want a receipt for it, too.
I now believe in Santa Claus.
Just put the receipt in my box and give me the key.
Sure. But next time, try being on time.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, sure, I know. Because you're getting that big promotion. Well, I still want to see the cash.
Look, you're paid up through the week. Simply because I'm a few days late once in a while.
Once in a while, he says. Wearing $80 suits, but he's always late paying for an $8 room.
Yeah.
What a way to live.
Yeah? What do you know about living?
Maybe nothing, but I know a four-flusher when I see one.
Yes, Charles, the hotel where you really live. A frightening contrast from Grosvenor Arms, but so much more practical under the circumstances. You could never get by with your Playboy masquerade on your draftsman's salary, not and live anywhere else. Only $8 a week, Charles. The rest going for fine clothes, entertainment. All the requirements for winning a girl like Edith Settle. She's everything to you, isn't she, Charles? A beautiful symbol, moving in the world toward which you've always strived and wanted more than anything else. Yes, you have to have Edith, Charles. And you know that somehow, some way, you'll manage it. Only for now, the important thing is the job the two of you are always laughing about, the promotion. Actually, you need that promotion, Charles. Need it badly if you're going to continue towards your goal. And that's why as you enter the office of Alex Gerber the following morning, it's the only thing on your mind.
Well, good morning, Charles.
Morning, Alex.
I'm glad you're in early. I have news for you. Sit down.
Oh, what is it, Alex? Did I get the promotion?
Promotion? What are you talking about?
Oh, now, please, Alex, don't joke with me. The head draftsman's job, it's mine, isn't it?
Oh, that? No, Charles, of course it isn't. I told Graham myself that you were too good for the job. I believe he gave it to Randy Carr.
You told him I was too good.
But certainly. That's junior executive stuff, my boy. You're cut out for bigger things, much bigger.
But, Alex, I was counting on it. It means everything.
Forget it, Charles. Now, don't be foolish. You have creative ability. You'll be head and shoulders above all the Randy Carrs in the company someday.
But, Alex, when?
Oh, now, be patient, Charles. These things take time. Well, it took years for me. Might be the same with you, but...
I can't wait, Alex.
Of course you can wait. Now, sit down, will you? I want you to look at these figures.
Figures?
I was right, Charles. It all adds up. My work is finished.
Oh, the compartment.
Of course, the compartment. Look, Charles, 2 years of struggling, every spare moment.
Yeah. Now you've succeeded.
Think of it. A pressurized pilot's compartment for supersonic speeds. I'll certainly surprise them, won't I, Charles?
Yes, you'll surprise them.
Well, I'm glad we've told no one. And I appreciate the help you've given me.
I did nothing, Alex.
Well, you were here, weren't you? You listened to me, believed in what I was doing. That's why I'm so sure about you, my boy. You'll do something really worthwhile someday.
Someday. I'm afraid it'll be too late, Alex.
Huh? What's the matter? Where are you going?
I'm not feeling well, Alex. I'm going home. Make some excuse for me, will you?
Well, of course.
Please, Alex.
Sure. Oh, Charles.
Yes?
I'm going out of town for a couple of days, to Williston. I'd rather you wouldn't mention this to anyone.
There's no reason for me to mention it, Alex.
Thank you. I'll certainly tell them about you when I make the official announcement.
Thank you, Alex.
So there it is, Charles. The final answer to whatever you expected for the time wasted in working with Gerber. You really aren't feeling well as you climb the creaking stairs to your room. Stretch out on the iron post bed. There's too much to think about, isn't there? Things that will never add up like those figures on Alex Gerber's drawing board. A newspaper on the nearby washstand doesn't help your mood, does it, Charles? Particularly that item and picture on the front page.
Martin Cross, president of Cross Aviation Company, in town for manufacturers' conference.
You can't dismiss it, can you, Charles? The thought of how much Alex Gerber's discovery would mean to a man like Martin Cross. You toss restlessly on the bed, stare up at the ceiling. If only that new compartment was your development, Charles. If Gerber had nothing to do with it, it would be the answer to everything. Everything you've always wanted.
Charles, we could do so many things together.
We will, Edith, I promise. These things take time, Charles. Be patient.
You stare at the wall, thinking, wondering. The words on a faded embroidered motto seem to leap out at you.
A wise man makes more opportunities than he finds.
You close your eyes, but the thoughts keep whirling through your mind, crossing one another, contradicting.
What are you thinking, Charles?
That you're beautiful, and I could go on dancing like this forever.
Why don't we?
These things take time. It took years for me. It might be the same with you.
You get up from the bed, find yourself drawn to the spot where the motto hangs.
A wise man makes more opportunities than he finds. Yeah.
Hello?
I'd like to talk to Martin Cross.
This is Mr. Cross's secretary.
Well, it's very important that I talk to him personally. Would you be
I'm
kind
sorry,
enough...
Mr. Cross doesn't want to be disturbed. If there's any message.
No, Yes, tell him this. My name is Charles Vaughan.
Charles Vaughan?
I've perfected a supersonic pilot's compartment. I know he'll be interested.
You mean you're the inventor?
Yes, I'm the inventor.
You have just heard the prologue of The Stolen Chance, another strange tale by the Whistler, brought to you by Household Finance Corporation. Folks, last year, in 1946, over 1 million people borrowed money at Household Finance Corporation. So, remember the letters HFC. They mean Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it. And now, back to The Whistler.
Well, Charles, you've decided, haven't you? Decided to make your own opportunity. Your desire for Edith, the rich, exciting world she moves in, has led you into a corner, and the only way out is murder. You've committed yourself to it, Charles. The moment you called Martin Cross, told him that Gerber's invention was yours, and now there's no backing down. You remind yourself of that over and over again as you sit with Martin Cross in his hotel suite, tremble with excitement as he leans back in his chair, nodding approval.
If you've really accomplished what you say, Vaughan, you've done an amazing bit of work. Of course, I want my own engineers to go over your plans.
Oh, of course, sir.
When can I see them?
Well, whenever you say, Mr. Cross. Now, about the financial arrangements?
Vaughan, if my engineers okay your blueprints, I assure you there'll be no problem there. A thing like this is worth a great deal to us. As a matter of fact, if you'd be interested in a position with the company...
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't, sir. I've done my work.
Uh-huh. Well, whatever you say, Vaughan. Prefer some sort of royalty basis on the patents? Is that it?
Well, providing there's a sufficient advance, yes.
Tired of racking your brains, eh? You're a young man, Vaughan. Too young to quit. I'm sure you'll be back at it in time. You surely wouldn't want to settle for the life of a playboy, would you?
Yes. Well, what I mean is, this has taken a lot out of me, Mr. Cross. I'd like to rest for a while. Take it easy. And then, as you say, I'll probably be back at it.
I'm sure of it. Well, get those plans to me right away. I know we can reach a satisfactory agreement.
Good.
It's been a pleasure meeting you, Vaughan.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Cross. It's been a pleasure for me. Hello, Edith.
Oh, Charles. I thought you weren't going to call.
Well, you never have to wonder, dear. How about dinner tonight?
Oh, I'd love it, Charles. Where should we go?
Hennessy's?
Perfect. What time, darling?
Well, I'll meet you there at 7.
Can't I pick you up?
No, Edith. I have something to attend to.
Oh, your work again. Well, all right. Hennessy's 7 o'clock. But, Charles...
Yes?
Please don't keep me waiting.
Now you're ready, Charles. As ready as you'll ever be for what's ahead. You know that Alex is leaving for Williston tonight. He told you that he plans to be away for at least 2 days. And that's time enough, isn't it, Charles? After 2 days, it will be difficult to fix the time of death accurately. You'll have spent most of the afternoon at home and with Martin Cross, talking business. You'll be with Edith all evening. All that's important is to reach Alex Gerber's apartment without being seen. And that's a simple matter, isn't it? You enter the building quietly from the alley and walk down to its door.
Charles, an unexpected surprise.
Are you alone, Alex?
Oh, yes, of course. Come in, my boy.
I'm not staying long, Alex.
Oh, well, sit down. We can talk while I finish packing.
Sorry about today, Alex. I hope you didn't think I wasn't interested.
Oh, forget it, Charles. You've been working hard. We both have. Feeling better, are you?
Much.
I'm taking the plans with me. Only copies there are. Oh, they're on the desk right there if you want to look them over again.
Oh? Well, perhaps you'd better get them, Alex.
Oh, sure thing. Now, let's see. They're right here in this drawer, I'm sure.
It's over quickly, isn't it, Charles? You lean down, make certain that Alex Gerber is dead. Then you remove his watch, his ring, and all the cash from his wallet. It must seem like a simple, deliberate robbery. And you take time to make it look that way. Only one thing more, Charles, the plans on the desk. You take them from the drawer, run over them quickly to see that there are no additional notes of any kind. And that's when your eyes rivet on the carbon copy of a letter.
Dr. R.C. Fisher, 214, Hillcrest Avenue, Williston. Williston? That's where he was going. Let's see. Dear old friend, I know you'll want to be the first to hear that I've almost perfected a new pressurized cabin, another step in our fight to break the barrier of supersonic speeds. Your studies of heart and bloodstreams at high speeds gave me the key to the problem, and from there... Good Lord.
It's all there, isn't it, Charles? The whole story. You were mentioned as a valuable assistant, nothing more. And the letter is closed with a warning from Gerber.
Please, Doctor, because of the confidential nature of the work, destroy this note and do not mention its contents to anyone, not even Carl. I'm sure you understand my reasons. I only wanted to thank you. Sincere regards, Alex Gerber.
In a fit of panic, you crumple the letter into your pocket. It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Charles? Because there's no way out. You've described the compartment to Martin Cross as your own. There'll be no way of denying your story when Gerber's body is discovered and the police are seeking a motive. No way unless Dr. Fisher, 50 miles away in Williston, is never given an opportunity to piece things together. It's a terrible chance, Charles, but one that you must take. You leave Gerber's apartment as quietly as you entered, walk swiftly away through the alley. 20 minutes later, you're greeting Edith in the cocktail lounge at Hennessy.
Give me a light, will you?
Yes, here you are, Dave.
Oh, right on time, darling. You're wonderful.
Would you still think so if I said I almost stood you up?
What?
Go on, say it, my work again. That's what's causing it, dear. I thought I should at least put in an appearance.
We're not having dinner?
Well, not together. There's something very important I must do, Edith. Please understand.
I can wait.
No, it might take most of the evening. As a matter of fact, I'd like to borrow your car.
Let me drive you.
I'd rather you didn't.
Charles, sometimes you're positively exasperating.
I'll take a cab.
You will not. Here are the keys. The car's in the parking lot.
Are you sure you don't want me to drop you at home?
Oh, no. I'll take the cab, darling. After 3 martinis, I'm not leaving this place without food.
There's still a chance, Charles. All you need is a little luck. You keep telling yourself that as you drive the 50 miles to Williston in Edith's big car. In as many minutes, you're pulling up across the street from the house on Hillcrest Avenue.
214. That's it.
You sit quietly for a few moments, thankful for the darkness as you plan your next move. You've got to be sure, Charles. A slip-up now and it's all over. You glance toward the house, puzzling, wondering how to get the doctor outside. The words on the faded motto back in your hotel room seem to swim before you.
The wise man makes more opportunities than he finds.
Yes, Charles, you made an opportunity. Now you must make another to keep it. And then it comes to you. You switch off the lights, walk down to a drugstore half a block away, slip unnoticed into a phone booth, put through a call to Dr. Fisher's house.
Dr. Fisher's residence?
Hello. I'm calling from the hospital. Would you ask Dr. Fisher to get right over?
Just a minute, please. I'll call the doctor.
No, there isn't time. It's an emergency. Yeah, that should do it.
Hurrying back to the car, you hope Dr. Fisher doesn't take time to check the call. But it's a chance you have to take, Charles. There's no other way at the moment. In the car, you wait nervously, a gun in your lap. A few minutes drag by, and then the front door opens. A tall man carrying a doctor's kit comes out, with a woman hurrying along beside him. They start across the lawn toward the driveway. You start Edith's car, back around in the street into the driveway, and then to make certain you've got the right man, you call out to him.
Dr. Fisher! Dr. Fisher!
What was that, dear?
Did someone call?
Hello, Edith.
Well, come in, darling.
I can't stay, dear. I have to be on the job right
now. Oh, Charles, how long are you going to go on saying that?
I'm sorry, Edith, but I do have to be at the office tomorrow.
And the next day, and the next day. Why, Charles...
No, Edith, I don't think so. I'm beginning to feel as you do about it.
You're going to quit?
I've just finished something. Something rather important, Edith. I don't believe I can do any better.
Oh, Charles, I'm very happy for you.
For us, dear. We'll be able to do plenty of things together after tomorrow.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now we'd like to introduce a gentleman standing by in your community to speak on behalf of your own household finance representative. And now, back to The Whistler.
Almost over, isn't it, Charles? The masquerading, the panic, the terror you've known in making your own opportunities. But it's been worth it, hasn't it? All leading toward the things you've always wanted. Edith and her exciting world. Yes, Charles, it's worth 2 murders to you. Alex Gerber and Dr. Fisher. And nothing remains to connect you with either of them. It's a surprise when Gerber's body is discovered the next day. But it doesn't matter, does it, Charles? You're in the clear. ready and waiting for your part in the routine questioning that takes place at the aircraft plant an hour after Alex Gerber's body is found.
I understand you worked with Mr. Gerber. Am I right, Vaughn?
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant. We were also very dear friends.
And so they tell me. There's something we can't understand, Vaughn.
Oh?
This claim you're making that you invented a pressurized pilot's compartment.
It's not merely a claim, Lieutenant. I did invent one. I'm in the process of selling the patents.
Ah? Well, that gives us the motive. And the doc's right.
What are you talking about?
Dr. Fisher's been doing most of the talking, Vaughn. Maybe I better have the doctor step in.
Dr. Fisher, I don't understand. I don't know any Dr. Fisher.
Would you come in, Doctor, please? Dr. Fisher, Mr. Charles Vaughn.
What?
The doctor says you murdered Alex Gerber, Vaughn. That you did it because he's the one who actually invented the pressurized compartment. Dr. Fisher had a letter from Gerber telling the whole story.
Wait a minute, this is... Who are you? What are you trying to do?
Lieutenant, I'm certain this is the man who shot my husband last night. You made a mistake, Mr. Vaughn. I suppose it's a natural one. Very few people can get used to the idea of a woman doctor. You see, I'm Dr. Fisher.
Let that whistle be your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler, each week over these stations. This is Ken Niles speaking for HFC and reminding you, never borrow unless you must. But if you have to borrow, do it the right way at HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Featured in tonight's story were Gerald Moore and Sarah Selby. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Gene Levitt and Robert Mitchell. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is heard in Canada over the facilities of the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Dark Moon.
It was a miracle. The kind of miracle peculiar to a piece of Southern California acreage, where only a few years ago, a handful of men in puttees and riding breeches put their caps on backwards, grabbed their megaphones firmly, and set their cameras to grinding out an industry. Yes, it was the kind of a miracle that happens to someone almost every day in Hollywood. Russell Benton told himself all this as he walked into the oak-paneled office of Matthew Ellsworth, movie producer. Cast an eye on the artificially young secretary behind the artificially old desk and introduced himself.
I have an appointment with Mr. Ellsworth. I'm Russell Benton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benton. Mr. Ellsworth is expecting you. This way, Mr. Benton.
Don't bother. I know the way.
Oh, thank you.
Am I on time, Matt?
You're early. Sit down.
Yeah, this is one appointment I didn't want to miss.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
Relax. It's not going to hurt a bit. You know, I've got a lot of confidence in you, Russ.
I hope you're right.
Funny, isn't it? Only a week ago, you were just another name. The face that dropped in once a week at the casting offices around town. Now I've got every movie columnist in the country on my back trying to get your life story.
A little premature, isn't it?
I don't know. I think this screen test will be everything I want it to be.
I hope so.
And if you make it, Russ, you'll be right at the top. It's a smash vehicle, this one we're testing you for. I think you're right for it. It needs a leading man with a touch of character. And in my opinion, you can't miss.
Dark Moon.
3 years on Broadway and still going. We spent $500,000 for the picture rights of Dark Moon, you know.
Tell me, Matt, there was another guy.
Don Bradford?
Yeah. He's up for the part, too, isn't he?
He made a great test, but I think you'll top him. The New York people seem to think he's terrific. I'm not so sure.
Uh-huh. What about my test? When does it happen?
As soon as they're ready on the set.
It's a little like waiting to be hanged.
Relax, I said. By the way, what do you think of the part?
It's a natural for me.
Shame I didn't find you when I was casting the play in New York.
It wouldn't have been hard. I was there at the time.
Oh, what made you leave?
Circumstances, Matt.
Theatrical?
Matrimonial.
Oh. I didn't know you were married.
I'm not. Been divorced for 2 years.
Couldn't make a go of it, huh? Or, am I on a touchy subject?
No. It was simple. She liked mink. My pocketbook didn't.
An actress?
Yeah, she's probably still back there. I haven't seen her since we split.
Well, that's too bad. I've only been married for about a year now, but I think I have a pretty wonderful girl. An actress, too. I met... excuse me. Ellsworth? Yes, he's in my office. Good, we'll be right down. Let's go, boy. They're ready to shoot. We're due on the set in 10 minutes.
And in 10 minutes, the miracle begins to happen, Russ. As soon as you face the camera, the second Matt gives you the cue to begin, you forget about everything except the scene you're doing. Forget about Kathy and the marriage that failed. Forget the struggle, the futile hopes, and even the miracle that placed this opportunity in your lap. As you get into the scene, all you know is that you're giving the greatest performance of your life. And when the cameras finally stop grinding, you can tell from the look on Matt's face that you made it. That the name of Russell Benton is as good as on 1,000 theater marquees over the magic title, Dark Moon.
Cut?
Same, boys.
All right, print it.
All right, wrap it up. All right, back over here.
How was I, Matt? What do you think?
Terrific. As far as I'm concerned, it's settled.
Who else is there?
A handful of New York backers. I'm flying back there tonight with the prince. Call you as soon as it's definite.
It's happening right before your eyes, Russ. The wonderful night before Christmas feeling is real, not a dream anymore. And now with a big hurdle behind you, you know you can't miss. It's too good to keep, Russ. And early that evening, you drive over to Laura's home in Beverly Hills. She'll be proud of you now, and that's important. You want Laura to be proud.
Russ, darling, I heard. I'm so happy for you.
Me too.
Have they said anything definite?
Matt's gone to New York with the prince.
Oh, you mean about Don Bradford?
Yeah.
Well, the New York people have held out for him all along. But don't worry, darling. Matt'll make them see the light. Come on now, the party's out by the pool. Let's join them, shall we?
Wait a minute, Laura. I thought you said a small party.
Come on, they won't bite. I'll introduce you to some of the nicer ones.
Well, if you... Say, isn't that Frances Connors, the columnist?
Uh-huh. Queen Frances herself. I want you to meet her.
How do you do it, Laura?
You'd be surprised. Now, be nice to her, darling. She can make or break any actor in Hollywood.
Do I kneel down and kiss her hand?
No. Just give her a captivating smile, A26, darling. The impressive one. Frances! Excuse me. Yes? Oh, Laura. Frances, I'd like you to meet Russell Benton. This is Frances Connors, Russ.
Aha! Mr. Lucky himself. How do you do, Russ?
I've been waiting to meet you.
How do you do?
I've heard the good news. Congratulations. It's a great story and a great part, darling. I'm all for you.
Thanks.
Don't let it spoil you, Russ.
Go on, Francis. I love it.
Well, let's have the story. What did you do up to now, Russ?
Oh, the usual. Stock. And several years of theater work in New York. That's about all.
Ever been married? Divorced? Kidnapped? Shot at?
Married and divorced, yes.
Russ, you never told me.
You never asked, Angel. Why should I...
Mr. Benton, excuse me, please.
Yes.
You're wanted on the phone, sir. Said it was important.
Oh, you'll excuse me?
Of course, darling. I'll think up some questions while you're gone.
Be right back. Hello?
Hello, Russ. This is Kathy.
Kathy?
Well, don't sound so happy, darling.
Where are you?
In front of my fireplace in Hollywood.
But I thought you were in New York. How did you know What made you call here?
It wasn't too hard to find you, dear.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you, if it isn't asking too much.
Well, you better forget it. I told you once I was through, and I meant it.
You're being very foolish, you know. This is business.
Business?
Your part in Dark Moon.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I don't want to talk to you about that or anything else.
I think you will, Russ. It's so nice. You're a success now.
Matt Ellsworth seems to think so.
Does he?
Anything odd about that?
No, I just wonder sometimes whether Mr. Ellsworth knows you as well as I do. Perhaps I ought to have a talk with him.
What makes you think you could talk to Ellsworth?
Well, that shouldn't be hard, darling. You see, I'm his wife.
With the prologue of Dark Moon, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now let's tune in on another strange story. Listen.
That's strange. I just bought that battery a short time ago and it's dead already.
Nothing so strange about that, lady. Chill nights and mornings put quite a strain on batteries. And some batteries hold up better than others.
You mean all batteries are not alike?
Indeed, they're not. That's why when you're investing money in a new battery, it's not good business to take a chance on new or unknown brands. Make sure that you're choosing a real quality article, such as a genuine Signal battery. Every rugged Signal battery is made from the very finest materials, according to exacting specifications laid down by Signal Oil Company. And Signal batteries are guaranteed for long, trouble-free service.
Who stands back of that guarantee?
Signal Oil Company, which supplies the products for almost 2,000 dealer-owned Signal stations, is proud to stand back of every Signal battery.
One more question. Where can I get a Signal battery?
From your neighborhood Signal dealer, the same man who checks your battery when you get gasoline and recharges it when it's low. Just another good reason for making your next battery a genuine, guaranteed Signal battery. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Russ. Kathy is Matt Ellsworth's wife. You stand dumbly at the telephone, her words still reverberating in your ears. Putting it together now. Matt's remark this morning about marrying some actress, the most wonderful girl in the world, he'd said. Yes, Russ, it's true. Kathy is Mrs. Matt Ellsworth. She can ruin you with a word. You make a hurried excuse to Laura. Hasten down to your car. Drive to the number Kathy gave you, high in the hills overlooking Hollywood. And as you walk up the steep stairs to her front door, you make a decision, Russ. That if Kathy tries in any way to keep you from getting that part, you'll do anything to stop her. Even kill her.
Sit down, darling.
Thanks.
Nice of you to come. I thought you'd change your mind.
I simply wanted to find out what was on yours.
Well, aren't you even going to say you're happy to see me?
I'm not a hypocrite, Kathy.
Just as sweet as ever, aren't you?
Suppose you get to the point.
Point?
I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to.
Well, as I told you, it's about Dark Moon.
Naturally.
My husband doesn't often make mistakes, Russ.
However, I think he's making one on this picture. And I've told him so.
What kind of a mistake?
There's a charming young actor I've come to know very well in the past year. I think he's made to order for the lead. And the New York backers seem to agree with me.
Don Bradford?
Yes. I want him to have that part.
Why?
I told you, he's charming. He's competent. I like him.
I see. I might mention that Matt doesn't seem to agree with you. At least not after my screen test this morning.
Yes, that's right. So I'm afraid there's only one way to convince him.
Oh?
You're going to tell him you don't want the part, Russ. You've decided not to take it.
What? You think I'm crazy?
No, that's why I'm talking to you. I've put some high cards in front of Matt, Russ. But I haven't played the ace.
What do you mean?
He doesn't know we were married. There are some things I could tell him.
You wouldn't do that?
I don't think I'll have to. Because you're going to gracefully decline in favor of Don Bradford.
I think I know why you're doing this.
I told you I like Don Bradford.
No, it isn't that. You know as well as Matt that I'm right for this one, and this part will make me overnight. And you resent that, don't you, Kathy? Nothing could hurt you more than seeing me successful. It's not a boost for Bradford, it's a kick at me.
All right, call it anything you want. But Matt gets back from New York tomorrow night at 9:30. I'll give you until 9 to make up your mind.
Where can I get in touch with you?
Right here. I'll be waiting. You won't disappoint me. Now, will you, darling?
No, Kathy. I won't disappoint you.
You know she's deadly serious as you leave the house. Know that this woman will stop at nothing to ruin you. And calmly, without emotion now, as you guide the car through the dark streets back to your house, you decide to kill her. It will involve a risk, a terrible risk. But you're ready to take any kind of a chance now, with destruction 24 hours away. Yes, all you can do now is improvise. Prepare in advance for the questions that are bound to come. The next morning, you call Laura.
Hello?
Hello, Laura. This is Russ. I wonder if you could give me a hand.
Well, why not?
Anything planned for tonight?
Free as a bird.
Good. This may sound a little premature, Angel, but I thought I'd drum up a little thing at my place, you know, for 10 or 20 or so. A celebration.
Oh, sounds like fun.
I'll be busy all day, though. I have to get a few things for the party. I might not get there until around 9. Could you be a pal, sort of get things started for me?
Well, what time?
8:30 or so. I'll leave the place open, have everything ready for you. Suppose you could round up enough people to make it interesting?
Free party, darling. They'll be standing in line at the door.
Then I can count on you.
Of course, dear. You won't be long, though.
No, Laura. I won't be long.
But, Russ, you mind if I admit I'm a little confused?
It's very simple, Jeff.
Is it?
You're not the biggest agent in the world, you know. You were saying the other day you'd give anything to handle me. After all, 10% of my salary after this picture is shot.
I know, Russ. I just don't understand why you'll sign up with me now after you turn me down.
I can trust you, Jeff. That's why. I want you to do a favor for me.
Oh.
I'm having a little party tonight. I can't get there until after 9, and I want to tell him I was tied up with my agent, say from 8:30 until 9 o'clock.
You want me to say...
Yeah, huh?
Oh, look, Russ,
That's all you know. That's all you have to say no matter what comes up. And tomorrow, I give you a 7-year contract as my manager. Now, what about it?
What can I lose? It's a deal.
Yes, Russ, it'll be a straight story, and you can stick with it. A conference with your new agent, Jeff Harris, until 9. A room full of witnesses ready to testify. You arrived at the party a few minutes afterwards with your arms full of groceries. That it's simply impossible that only a few minutes before you made the fatal visit to Kathy Ellsworth's house high on the hill. Yes, it's foolproof, isn't it? At 5 minutes to 9, you step out of your car, walk up the steep stone steps to Kathy's door, and press the bell.
Sorry I kept you waiting, darling. I was on the phone. Come on in.
No hurry, Kathy.
Let's go into the living room, shall we?
Any way you like.
Sit down.
I'll stand.
All right. Now, what about it?
I want to make very sure of one thing, Kathy. You are going through with this?
Well, of course I am. Matt will be here in half an hour, Russ.
There's no way I can change your mind?
I told you the way.
It's too bad, Kathy. Too bad.
Russ, no. Russ!
Mr. Benton.
Good evening, Angelo. Open a little late, aren't you?
Every night, Mr. Benton. Take my advice, my friend. Never go into the delicatessen store business. Work all day. Work all night, too.
I thought you closed at 9. It's 10 after, isn't it?
10 o'clock we close.
Oh, well, that's a break for me. I got a bunch of hungry friends on my hands tonight. What do you suggest?
Oh, maybe some salami, Swiss cheese, a beer.
Great. A pound of each of those. Some kosher dills if you have any. A couple of loaves of rye bread.
Hey, take it easy.
And some champagne, Angelo.
Champagne?
Yeah, half a case. After all, Angelo, this is a celebration.
You try and shake the picture of her out of your mind as you leave the delicatessen and drive towards your house and the waiting guests. It's a grim picture, Russ. Kathy slumped limply against the overstuffed chair near the fireplace, awaiting the arrival of her husband in a matter of minutes now. A cold dread creeps over you, Russ, and the awful finality of what you've done makes you realize only now that, important as it seemed a few minutes ago, Dark Moon and the new career wasn't worth this. No, Russ, it wasn't worth murder. But there's no changing it now. You steady yourself, take a firm grip on your nerves and the bundle of groceries, and open the heavy front door of your house.
Hello, Russell. Dave. Here he is, gang.
Hail, a conquering hero.
Look, reinforcements.
Oh, manna from heaven. Oh, what is it? I'm starved.
Hey, take it easy.
That's my boy.
Give me a hand, will you, Dave?
Oh, what is it?
Champagne.
Woo, champagne.
Will I give you a hand? Here, let Uncle Dave take care of it.
Be gentle, old man. I don't want to christen the floor.
Always get this way when I hear that magic word.
Where's Laura?
Out there in the wilderness somewhere. Laura!
Here you are, Dave. Take care of the champagne, will you?
You bet I will.
Laura?
Oh, Russ.
You did a great job on the party. Thanks.
When you're a great man, I'll be your secretary. Did you take care of everything, darling?
Huh?
Your business. The thing that tied you up.
Oh, yes. Everything is fine. Did Matt call yet?
No, not yet. When did he get in?
He ought to be in now.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
I don't blame you.
Well, he'll be over in an hour or so. It was nice of Frances Connors to accept tonight. Is she here yet?
No. Let's see, there was something Oh, yes, I knew there was something I had to tell you.
Yeah.
Right. Telephone.
Okay, I'll take it in the den. Excuse me a minute, Laura.
Yes.
Yeah?
Russ?
Yes?
This is Matt. I'm calling from the airport.
What do they say, Matt?
Brother, did I have a fight on my hands. We went round and round for 6 straight hours, with me talking Russ Benton while they talked Don Bradford.
How'd they like my test?
Great. They thought you did a great job.
It's all set, then?
That's why I called you, Russ. I didn't want to keep you in suspense any longer.
That's nice of you, Matt.
I, just wanted you to know I tried my best.
You tried your best?
They were too much for me, kid. I'm afraid it's going to be Bradford.
Bradford?
As I said, they loved the test and all that, but they were set on Bradford from the
Bradford?
first. And after all, they're putting up most of the dough.
No.
Russ, hello. Hello, Russ.
He couldn't have done it better with a sledgehammer, Russ. The room swims before your eyes. There's a buzzing in your ears, wiping out the sounds of the party in the next room.
Did you hang up?
And you realize Matt's voice is still coming out of the receiver on the table.
What's going on there?
You pick it up, lay it in the cradle.
Hello, Russ. Hello.
You've committed a murder, Russ. You've killed Kathy. And for what? You stumble up to your room where you can be alone and sit smoking cigarette after cigarette while the party downstairs goes on without you. You can almost see Matt on his way now, on his way to find Kathy. You picture his car cutting through the night, winding along the tree-lined streets high over Hollywood. You can hear his steps as he walks up the brick path to the door, the key in the lock. You can see him as he walks into the living room, calling for it, puzzled. And you can see the sudden stroke of terror in his eyes as he finds the answer. You don't know how much later it is that the sound of your own doorbell downstairs snaps you out of it. And as you hurry back down, Dave is letting 2 men in. One of them is Matt. The other, a grim-faced man in a gray suit, is unquestionably a police officer.
Well, Matt, welcome home. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Matt.
Russ, can I see you a minute?
Sure. Let's go in here. You made it here in a hurry. Come straight from the airport?
No, I didn't.
I thought you were sore the way you hung up on me.
Hung up on you?
Yeah, right after you gave me the jolt about Bradford. And it was a jolt, too, you know. That's no reason to hang up on a guy.
I guess we were disconnected.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Inspector Hardin, Russ. Homicide detail.
Homicide?
That's right. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Of course. But I don't understand.
I'd like to know where you were tonight, Mr. Benton.
Why? Is something wrong?
It's my wife, Russ. Kathy was murdered tonight.
Murdered? Why are you asking me?
You didn't answer my question, Mr. Benton. Where were you all evening? Here?
Why, practically.
Practically?
Yeah, I was tied up with Jeff Harris, my agent, until pretty late. You can check on that. Then I stopped on my way here and bought some things for the party. Look, why are you asking me?
We had to ask a few questions, Russ. My wife had written the name Russell on a memo pad. After it, 9 o'clock.
Good Lord, Matt, I don't even know your wife. Until this moment, I didn't even know her name.
What about it, Mr. Ellsworth?
I'm surer now than I was before.
What are you talking about, Matt? How could I?
I had to do it, Russ. The inspector insisted we talk to you as a matter of routine. Even though I knew it was ridiculous. It wasn't Russ here, Inspector. I think I can vouch for that.
Okay. Sorry we bothered you, Mr. Benton.
Matt, you don't know how this makes me feel.
I know, Russ. Thanks. Come on, Hardin. We'd better get down to headquarters.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, see if you can pick the winner in this discussion.
That's a smooth running motor you have there, Mary. What kind of gasoline do you use?
Signal, Jim. I like the go it puts into the old buggy.
Hey, that's interesting. I use Signal, too, because I like its good mileage.
Mileage or performance? Which is the better yardstick of gasoline quality? Well, fact of the matter is, it takes superior performance to give you extra mileage. You see, the only way any gasoline can give you quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy extra mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One,
in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
And two,
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Russ, you've brought it off. Somehow, somewhere, you found the strength to face Matt and the inspector. And as you guide them back to the front door, you know the worst is over. That in spite of that damning piece of paper with your name on it, there's still no reason for them to suspect you. Still no known connection between you and Kathy. Still no discovered motive. And even though it was futile, Russ, even though the reason for the whole terrible night vanished into thin air with Matt's telephone call, you're safe. And with Matt still on your side, there'll be a future for you somewhere. As you open the door for them, Laura comes up to you looking a little worried.
What is it, Russ?
It's nothing, Laura.
Matt, aren't you going to stay?
No, Laura.
Well, what is this? What's the matter?
It's nothing, Laura. There was just some question about where I was tonight at 9 o'clock.
Oh, well, you told him, of course.
Yes.
You know where he was, miss?
Of course. He was at Kathy Ellsworth's front door. She told me so when I called to ask her why she hadn't arrived at Russ's party.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Frank Lovejoy. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by John W. Hart, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The body off Billingsgate.
It was a grim scene there on the dock at Billingsgate, with the early morning fog swirling eerily around the three figures bending over the shapeless mass on the planking. The Scotland Yard inspector, the sergeant with his notebook, and Peterson, the nervous little fisherman, stammering answers to the inspector's methodical questions.
Offhand, I'd say the man's been dead about 12 hours. You got that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Peterson, you say you'd moored your boat out there in the river?
That's right, Inspector. About 2 hours ago it was. Then as I was coming in the small boat here, I spotted the body in the water.
I see.
Nearly ran into it, I did. Any idea who he is, Inspector?
Looks like an American. Blow on the head, Sergeant. Blunt instrument. Put that down.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look in his pockets.
Blow on the head. How do you suppose a poor bloke come to this?
Gangster affair, probably. Most of the gangsters seem to end up this way. Hello.
What is it, Inspector?
A check for £5,000 from the Barclays Bank. Signed by Wilfred Greenwood. Stay here and look after things, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Medical examiner will be up shortly. I'm going over to have a talk with the manager of that bank.
Yes, sir.
Blimey. What a way to die. How do you suppose...
You heard what the inspector said, man. Blunt instrument.
Yes, it was obvious that the man had died as the result of a blow from a blunt instrument. But there was something more important than that. Something the inspector was to find out later at Barclays Bank. Something which indicated that the most important cause of the man's death was a normally harmless instrument, just an ordinary fountain pen. It had been more than a month before, in a fog like this one, that Victor Milton groped cautiously toward the glowing yellow rectangle of an outdoor telephone booth in the murky darkness,
Yes.
listening.
Yes, operator. I want to put through a trunk call to London, please. That's right. Hurry it along, will you?
No hurry, John.
Victor!
Cancel the call. Hang up.
What the deuce? Dick, I didn't know you were in Leeds. I thought you...
Thought I was in London, I know. Who are you calling?
Oh, just a friend, Vic.
Don't hand me that. You're the boy who's been tipping off the opposition, aren't you, Greenwood?
You're wrong, Vic. I've nothing to do with it.
2 weeks since you joined the organization. 2 weeks since the other mob has been knocking off our trucks. Funny coincidence, isn't it?
No. Wait a minute, Vic. I can explain.
You can begin by telling me who you were calling in London.
I told you, just a friend.
Quit stalling. I got a train to catch. Who was it, John? You better talk or I'll...
No, you won't.
Drop it. Drop that gun. Tell me who you were calling.
No. I won't tell you, Vic. I'll kill you.
Give me it. Get back down. There, that's better.
Vic, don't do it. Don't!
And that's how it began, Victor. With a young man named John Greenwood dead at your feet at a public telephone booth in Leeds. You bend down quickly, take his wallet and gun, and hurry off into the night. It's 3 blocks to the railroad station, and the train's due in 5 minutes. You stop for a moment on a bridge over a canal near the station. Drop in the gun and wallet, and then hurry up onto the station platform.
Tappy, in here. This way, Tappy.
Okay, got it. Ooh, thanks. Thanks a million.
Oh, you're not Tappy.
Tuppy?
I must sound awfully silly. It's a family nickname for my brother. I thought you were Tuppy, you see. He was never on time for a train in his life.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, it's not that at all. It's just...
If you'd be good enough to sit down, I shouldn't wonder if I could start reading my paper.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize we were in your life.
Sure. Sure, go ahead. We'll sit down over here. Thank you. Well, who's the old boy? Colonel Blimp?
Shh. He'll hear you.
That's funny, isn't it? You never know who you'll run into in a fog. Colonel Blimp or...
Or what?
An angel from the first cloud on the left.
You Americans always come straight to the point, don't you?
How did you know I was an American?
Oh, the way you talk.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I've only been here for 2 weeks, but I've been working hard. I say bowler instead of derby, petrol instead of gas.
You're as bad as Tuppy. He wants to sound like an American and can't pull it off either. I do wish he'd got here.
You're not worried, are you?
No, but he promised to ride to London with me to see Father. It's my first trip to town in almost a year, you see. I've been at school in Leeds and... Oh, dear, I must sound like an awful chatterbox.
Oh, not at all. What's your brother doing in Leeds?
He's just taken on a new job. Commercial traveler, paints, hardware, that sort of thing. He's young, of course, and a little irresponsible. But he'll settle down. No danger of Tuppy's turning into a spiv.
Spiv?
Yes, you see, a spiv is
It's a new word in our vocabulary, sir. An unfortunate addition, I might add. Oh, how do you mean, Colonel? Captain. Sorry. It's quite all right. A spiv, sir, does no work, pays no taxes, produces nothing of value, yet flourishes like the green bay tree. Black markets, hijacking, and so on. Shameful thing, shameful.
Well, now you know what a spiv is.
Serves me right. When did we get to London?
Around midnight.
Oh, wonderful. I'll see you home.
Oh, I couldn't. Really.
Oh, not another word now. After all, I have to do something useful now and then. What do you think I am, a spiv?
Here you are, Governor. King's Road.
You really shouldn't have gone to all this trouble.
My dear young lady, it's after midnight. The fog's as bad here as it was in Leeds.
That'll be 10 bob.
Okay, here you are, driver.
Careful in the fork now. It's a better.
I'm certainly grateful to you. It's the first time I've been here, you see. Father just moved in last week.
Oh, I see. Well, think your father's still up?
I'll be insulted if he isn't. He knows I'm coming.
Hillary!
Father!
Oh, it's so good to have you home, my dear. And Tuppy. Oh, I'm afraid
Tuppy missed the train, Father.
I thought I'd better see your daughter home, sir. It's a little late for her to be out alone.
Well, thank you, young man. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now, Hillary, don't you think you'd better... Oh, the telephone. Make yourself at home, will you? Hillary, I'm sure the young man can do the spot of brandy.
Well, now, see here, it's pretty late. Perhaps I'd better be going.
Nonsense. You heard what Father said.
Drunk call from Leeds. That must be Tuppy with some excuse or other.
Don't be too harsh with him, Father. Do you prefer brandy or whiskey,
Yes.
mister?
Yes.
Good heavens, I don't even know your name. We've come all this way and we haven't even been introduced.
I'm sorry. My name's Milton. Victor Milton.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Milton? I'm Hillary.
How do you do?
Yes, I'm listening, officer.
What is it, Father? What's the matter?
I see. Identification from the coat? Yes, I'll catch the first train north. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Father, what's happened? Is it Tuppy?
That was the police up in Leeds.
He's not in another scrape.
Not anymore. He's dead, Hillary.
What?
His body was found in the fog by a telephone booth. Been robbed.
I can't believe it.
I'm awfully sorry. I guess you two want to be alone.
Yes. Thank you for seeing Hillary home, Mr.
Milton. If there's anything I can do...
Awfully kind of you, Mr. Milton. Our name is Greenwood.
Greenwood?
Wilfred Greenwood. My son was John. John Greenwood. You always called him Tuppy.
Robbed? But why would anyone rob him? He never had anything. He never...
I think it was something else, Hillary. And I'm going to find out who killed him if it's the last thing I do.
With the prologue of The Body Off Billingsgate, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now I'd like to ask one of the ladies here in the studio a question. Did you serve iced tea for supper?
Iced tea? Of course not. In this weather, we prefer a hot drink.
Precisely. And just as you choose a different diet in cool weather, remember your car needs a different cold weather diet, too, if you want to keep performance up and wear down.
Just what do you mean by a cold weather diet for a car?
Well, first of all, the transmission and differential should be drained and refilled with the correct winter grade of Signal gear lubricant. If your front wheel bearings and speedometer cable haven't been repacked for 5,000 miles, now is a good time to tend to that. And, of course, for a sweeter running motor, the old oil should be drained and replaced with the correct winter grade of Signal Premium Motor Oil. That amazing new type oil that actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
One more question. What is the correct winter grade of oil?
That differs according to the make of car, its age, and the climate. But your Signal dealer can tell you exactly because he has an official factory chart which shows just what lubricant the manufacturer recommends for each part on your particular car. This is just another extra in Signal Dealer's complete line of services and products to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Victor? The knowledge that the man you killed in Leeds was the brother of the girl you met riding up to London. John Greenwood, Hillary's brother. And it's hard for you to believe that her brother could be like that. That he could be the son of an obviously influential and respectable citizen like Wilfred Greenwood. But that's the way it is, Victor. A thing that might happen once in a million times has happened to you. It unnerves you, doesn't it? But not enough to destroy your role as innocent stranger. They haven't the slightest reason to suspect, Victor. And you decide that their friendship might be valuable. You send flowers and condolences to John Greenwood's funeral, then wait a few days before telephoning Hillary.
Oh, hello, Mr. Milton. Thank you so much for the flowers.
Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help. But I realize that at such a time...
You've been most thoughtful. Father appreciates it, too.
I read about some flowers this morning in the Times.
Oh?
Yes, the carnations are blooming in Hyde Park. Say, I'll bet you haven't been out in the fresh air for a week.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You haven't.
That's right. Only...
You know, I think a stroll through the park or perhaps some boating would be just the thing for you.
Well, I think so, too, Mr. Milton. I'd like very much to go. It is restful out here, Mr. Milton. I do feel relaxed now.
That was the general idea.
But at your expense. Aren't you tired of rowing?
Oh, not at all. And I can use the exercise.
I don't believe it. Though if you're anything like Father, you...
Too involved in business?
You're all the same.
Oh, no. No, I don't overdo it.
Father does. Lately, anyway. To tell the truth, Mr. Milton, I'm worried about him.
Oh?
He's taken Tuppy's... John's death so hard. I really didn't expect him to be this way. John always got into scrapes, and Father's been so very proper. There were times when they had real differences. Father's so hurt by it that...
Haven't the police any idea who shot your brother?
No. But Father won't give up.
I wish I could help some way.
You've done a lot already, Mr. Milton.
Make it Victor, will you?
All right, then. Victor.
That's better. Much better.
Yes, Victor, it's going well. And as you continue to see Hillary during the days that follow, you begin to feel more secure. Knowing the friendship of influential people like the Greenwoods makes everything solid. The suite at the Carlton, the office in Oxford Street, your pose as the enterprising young American businessman. Yes, Hillary will solve some problems, but not all of them.
What's wrong, Ernie? What's holding us up?
Money. They got 2 of our trucks again last night on the Great North Road. Suiting materials, tweeds, worsteds. Close to £4,000.
Oh, I'd like to know who's tipping them off.
Oh, could be anyone. They've got a man on every corner. There's no getting away from them.
We need money, huh?
Yeah. Quick.
All right, Ernie. All right, I'll get it.
Who do you know over here while you're just...
I said I'd get it. Never mind how. All I need's a little time. You like it here, Hillary?
It's heaven.
Well, that's because you're here in my arms.
It's sweet of you to say that.
What are we waiting for, Hillary?
I don't know, Vic.
It's the first cloud on the left, and we're sitting right on it. Together.
I never want to let you get away.
Would you think it's strange if I proposed right here on the dance floor?
Well, Vic, you shouldn't. What will Father...
He won't object. And what if he does?
I don't know.
Oh, we've wasted too much time already, Hillary. Let's do it. Let's elope.
When?
Right now.
Oh, darling, we can't.
Oh, yes, we can. I've already got the special license.
Well...
Oh, Hillary, please.
We can talk about it on the way.
On the way?
Yes, darling. After all, you can't expect me to be married without my hat and coat.
Well, go ahead, Mrs. Milton. Ring the bell.
I feel so nervous now that we're back, Vic. I don't know how to face Father.
Why so jittery? He's all prepared. You wired him, dear.
I know, but...
Here. I'll ring. Come on, chin up, darling.
I don't know why I'm acting like this. Hello, Father.
Well, Hillary, you did get back. And you, Victor, married to my daughter.
That's right, sir.
Well... what are we standing here for? Come in, you two. I've had the champagne on ice ever since I got your wire.
Father, you darling.
I must say, Victor, you Americans don't let any grass grow under your feet.
Well, so with a girl like Hillary.
Oh, it's all right, my boy. I'm pleased. You must know that by now.
The quality of the champagne certainly says something, Mr. Greenwood.
Good. But it doesn't say nearly enough. Now, come over here. Both of you to my desk. Now, where's my checkbook?
Oh, now, Father, we really didn't expect...
Oh, never mind now, dear. Haven't any family heirlooms to pass along, but my bank account can certainly stand a substantial present to both of you.
You only embarrass Vic.
Oh, where are my glasses, Hillary?
Mr. Greenwood, Hillary's right.
Here. I can't see without them. Vic, you make out the check.
But, sir,
Go on now.
You may as well do it, darling. He always ggets his way.
Well, all right. What's the date?
Darling, our wedding day. How can you forget? It's October 11th.
Oh, sure. I'm all mixed up today, darling. October 11th, 1947. Oh, now, let me see. October is the 10th month, isn't it?
That's right.
10, 11, 47. Who shall I make it out to, Mr. Greenwood?
Call me Dad, won't you? And make it payable to yourself, of course. You'll be the man of the house, I hope. Found my glasses yet, Hillary?
I don't see them anywhere.
Pay to the order of Victor Milton.
£5,000.
£5,000.
You sound like you don't believe me, Ernie.
I'll feel better when I see it.
Skip it. You better keep your eyes on the road. If they hijack us again tonight, we're through. How much farther to Leeds?
10 miles. The boys are meeting us at the warehouse and the... Crikey!
What's the matter?
Look up ahead.
It's a roadblock. Gun it up.
I can't.
Give her the gas, I said.
The load's too heavy. We'll tip over.
Who is it? Do you know them?
It's them again. The same ones. I know that lorry of theirs.
Let the truck go then. Let it go. Jump and run for it.
No, Vic, we ain't got a chance, Vic!
What's the idea? Where are we?
Keep moving, mate.
What did you do to Ernie?
Keep moving.
Nice bunch of guys. Pulling me off my own truck. Slapping a blindfold on me. Driving me for miles.
Maybe you'll wish it was further. All right. Hold it here, mate.
Come in. Where did you find him?
He jumped off the truck when we held it up. All right, mate. You can take off that blindfold. Here, I'll do it.
Fine thing. Shoving a guy around like... What the...
Vic!
Mr. Greenwood.
For a moment you can't believe it, can you, Victor? That you're standing face to face with your new father-in-law, Wilfred Greenwood.
It can't be that. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. He was on the truck. He said it was his.
I see. All right. Go back to the truck.
But
I'll take care of him. Give us an hour. Alone.
Righto.
So, Pop, you're in this racket too, huh? You're the guy that's been hijacking my trucks.
It was you, Vic. You killed John.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've had men working on my son's murder ever since he was killed, and I told them to bring me the man who did it, no matter who he was. They brought you, Victor, and they don't make mistakes.
Simple as that, huh? Of course, Mr. Greenwood, now that I'm your son-in-law...
Hillary is better off rid of you.
Wait a minute. You can't shoot me without...
You didn't wait for it when it was John. No, Vic,
You're doing nothing. Oh, let that go! Give me that gun. Give it to me. There. That's better, Mr. Greenwood.
What are you going to do?
I haven't much choice.
Oh, you won't get away with it, Vic. My men will be back here in an hour.
I can get lost in England in less than an hour.
You'll never stop running.
I'll be alive, Greenwood, and with enough money to run a long ways, thanks to you.
What?
Your check for £5,000.
Vic, you did kill him, my son, didn't you?
Yes, I killed him. Thought you were smart planning him in my gang as a stool pigeon. Yes, I killed him, and I'll even show you how.
No, Vic!
Yes, sir?
Good morning. I'd like to cash this check, please.
Very well, sir. Oh, Mr. Greenwood's check. Pay to the order of Victor Milton, £5,000.
Yes, I'm his son-in-law.
Of course. All right, Mr. Milton. If you'll wait just a moment, I'm sure we can honor it for you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day, I want to say for Signal Oil Company, and the almost 2,000 signal dealers who serve the 7 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico. We hope that your Thanksgiving cornucopia will be filled to overflowing, not only with good food, but also with good health and good cheer. Certainly all of us can be thankful from the bottom of our hearts that we are living in America, the land of abundance and freedom for all. We of the Signal Oil family like to feel that in our 17 years of serving the West, we have played a part in furthering the way of life that is America. Because signal dealers own their own business, they are carrying on the tradition of the independent businessman, who has played such an important role in building America. And Signal Oil Company, by supplying signal service stations with constantly finer products, has helped each signal dealer keep abreast of that ever-present healthy competition, which is the key to America's continuing progress. Competition which helps all of us here in America enjoy the highest in the world standard of living. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, the man discovered by the fishermen at Billingsgate died from a blow by a blunt instrument, according to the records at Scotland Yard. But in a strange way, the real cause of his death was the stroke of a fountain pen on a scrap of paper. If another man had held the pen, the victim might never have died. But the fatal pen marks could never be erased or changed. They were still there on that check for £5,000 found in the dead man's pocket, signed by Wilfred Greenwood. Even 12 hours in the cold water of the Thames River hadn't blurred a line. The Scotland Yard inspector waited quietly as the cashier at Barclays Bank examined the check carefully.
I say the check is wet, Inspector. It's...
Yes, the man it's made out to, this Victor Milton, was found dead at Billingsgate Dock a few hours ago.
Oh, I see. A suicide, Inspector?
Hardly. Gangster affair, I'd say. Revenge for something the bloke had done. You've seen that check before?
Oh, yes. Only yesterday Mr. Milton was in trying to cash it, Inspector. We had to refuse him, of course.
Why is that?
I felt quite badly. He acted so strangely. Almost desperate.
I dare say he was.
It seems he'd written the check himself for Mr. Greenwood to sign, but he post-dated it. I explained that the check couldn't clear for another month.
He post-dated it?
Yes, it was dated 10/11/47. You see, he was obviously an American, and they write a date differently than we do. They put the month first and the day next. While here in England, of course, we put the day first and the month second.
Then this check he wrote
is just reversed. He meant to indicate October the 11th, but actually in writing 10/11, he made it November 10th.
It's odd. Just a difference in custom.
That's right. But I had to tell him we couldn't honor the check until a month from now. Strange fellow, you know. He seemed so anxious to have the money. But when I suggested he have Mr. Greenwood write him another check, he didn't say a word. Just looked at me and walked out.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Alma Lawton. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Leslie Edgley, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
HFC, Household Finance Corporation, presents The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time again for The Whistler, brought to you by the 423 branch offices of Household Finance Corporation throughout the United States and Canada. You know, friends, at some time or other, almost everybody is faced with a money problem. Perhaps many of you listening right now need some extra cash to meet an emergency, to pay overdue bills, or for any worthwhile purpose. Well, no matter who you are, what your job, or where you live, HFC, Household Finance Corporation, can provide you with the money you need, when you need it. And now, The Whistler's strange story, The Professor and the Fox.
John Strickland had finished his lunch and was on his way out of the Barristers' Club when Latimer sidled up to him at the door and steered him into the bar for a drink. John was curious, of course. Latimer never did anything without good reason, least of all invite his arch rival to join him over a bottle of 10-year-old bourbon. And as they sat there smiling over their glasses, he wondered what was on Latimer's mind. Finally, when Latimer was good and ready, he found out.
Well, if you must know, Strickland, it's a client of yours, Mrs. Fremont.
Oh?
Gilt edge, 14 carat, charming. A great lady of the old school. How long have you managed her estate, Strickland? 10 years? 15?
Long enough. Why?
Been pretty profitable, too, hasn't it? In one way or another.
Suppose we consider that my affair, huh?
Of course, of course. The point is, I had a long talk with Mrs. Fremont this morning.
You what? See here, Latimer, what right have you...
Easy, old boy, easy. It was all quite ethical. It had to do with that tragic fire out on her summer estate. You'll recall, of course, that the wife of the caretaker, Mrs. Benson, was killed.
Killed? Well, what are you talking about? She wasn't touched by the fire. The excitement was too much for her. She had a bad heart.
That's not quite the way my client understands it.
Your client?
Mr. Benson, the poor woman's husband. I'm afraid he's won me over. It was a clear case of negligence, Strickland.
On what basis?
A faulty fire extinguisher. The poor woman tried to put out the fire. The fumes overcame her.
Don't be ridiculous. I could blow that sky high in 5 minutes with one technical witness, and you know it.
You'd better find him.
I've never known you to play around with nuisance suits before, Latimer. Why are you doing it?
The Fox. That's what they call you, isn't it, Strickland? The Fox. I don't know. Maybe I just wonder how you'd look running away with your tail between your legs.
You picked a poor case for that.
I think it's a good one. So do you. That's why you're scared, isn't it?
Makes you think I'm scared.
Oh, just a hunch. Your cigarette.
Huh?
Turn it around. The cork end goes in the mouth. So long, Strickland. See you in court.
Oh, Mr. Strickland,
Yes, what is it, Miss Graham?
there's a man waiting to see you. He's been here for an hour. Mr. Benson.
Benson?
Yes. I'll tell him you're too busy.
No, wait. I'll see him myself. Well, Mr. Benson.
Oh.
I'm John Strickland.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Strickland, I come to tell you...
You needn't go into that. I've just talked to your lawyer. I hope you realize, Mr. Benson, that this whole business is ridiculous. I can have it thrown out of court in 10 minutes.
Well, that's why I come to see you, Mr. Strickland. I don't like it either.
What?
Yeah, I got nothing against Mrs. Fremont. Why should I want to sue her for $50,000? It ain't right.
That's a very sensible attitude.
This here Latimer, he grabbed me right after it happened, and before I knew it, I'd signed a complaint.
Yeah?
Now, I thought that if you and me could maybe make a little deal here without going to court about it.
Of course, Mr. Benson. Why don't you sit down here, huh?
But, Mrs. Fremont, I'm sure Mr. Strickland can see you in just a moment.
I'll only be a minute. I'm sure he won't mind.
Well, Martha, this is unexpected.
Of course, John, and I'm so sorry to interrupt. But I'm a little pressed for time this morning, and this did seem important.
Not at all.
Now, Mr. Benson...
Look, Mrs. Fremont, I can explain everything. I was just coming here to tell Mr.
Yes, I'm sure it won't be necessary, Mr. Benson. If you'll be good enough, I'd like to speak to Mr. Strickland alone.
Yes, ma'am. Bye, Mr. Strickland.
Yeah. I wish you hadn't done that, Martha.
Oh?
Benson came here to drop his suit.
I'm quite aware of that, John. He came to me first.
But why did you...
I don't intend to let him drop it, you see.
What?
He treated me unjustly, John. He made statements I consider very damaging.
But he wants to retract all that.
I've thought it over very carefully and decided that the proper place to see justice done is in the courtroom.
Oh, good Lord, Martha.
I'm sorry, John. I've made my decision. Now, that brings me to the other point.
I see.
You're aware, of course, that I've been under considerable pressure to turn my affairs over to another firm.
I wasn't aware of that, Martha.
Nevertheless, it's true. I've argued against it, of course, told them I had complete faith in you, that you'd handled my affairs fairly capably for some years now. They referred to the tax case, the $30,000.
Good Lord, Martha, I didn't have a leg to stand on.
Perhaps let's not discuss it now, John. The point is, I've agreed that in the event you don't handle this Benson matter successfully, I'll turn the management of my estate over to Nichols and Robertson's. Good day, John.
A nuisance case, John. A nuisance case that has suddenly become more than a nuisance. For a full minute after Mrs. Fremont leaves, you stand there bewildered, unable to understand how it could happen now after 15 years. It had seemed so simple in the beginning, hadn't it, John? So easy to take advantage of your position to divert funds now and then to your personal use as a temporary measure. But it wasn't temporary after all. Now, at the end of 15 years, the shortage in Mrs. Fremont's accounts will run somewhere around $80,000. And there's only one way to stop it now. One way to prevent Nichols and Robertson from finding the shortage if you lose control. Your hand is shaking as you pick up the phone and dial a familiar number.
Anderson College?
Professor Greer, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor Greer's left for the day.
Well, could you get a message to him, please? This is John Strickland. Would you tell him I need him as a technical witness right away?
I see. Is it urgent?
Extremely urgent. I must see Professor Greer tonight.
You have just heard the prologue of The Professor and the Fox, another strange tale by The Whistler, brought to you by Household Finance Corporation. There comes a time in everyone's life. Familiar words, aren't they? Yes, friends, and there comes a time in almost everyone's life when extra money is needed. Money to meet a sudden emergency, money to pay overdue bills, doctor or dentist bills, unusual seasonal expenses, and there's always the tax bill. Well, I would like to suggest a simple solution to your money problems. HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Household Finance and its 423 branch offices, there's one conveniently located near your home, is in the business of providing the extra money you need when you need it. At Household Finance, you may borrow the money you need and select the payment plan that suits you best. Service at Household is prompt and courteous. And remember,
HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it.
And now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, John, it began as a nuisance case, as a suit against your client, Mrs. Fremont, for $50,000, based on the ridiculous charge that a faulty fire extinguisher was responsible for the death of the caretaker's wife. But it's more than that now. If you lose it, John, if the control of Mrs. Fremont's fortune passes into other hands, you lose everything. Your career, your reputation, your freedom. And everything will depend on the testimony of timid, quiet little Professor Greer. A trifle nervous now as he takes a cigar from the silver humidor you offer him.
Put a couple in your pocket, Professor.
Thank you.
Sorry to get you out at this hour, but it's terribly important.
Oh, well, of course.
It's one of my clients, Mrs. Fremont. I'll probably have to put you on the stand to keep her from being victimized out of $50,000.
Victimized?
Yes. It all hinges on this, Professor. What's in the fire extinguisher that's called Quencho?
We keep one in the laboratory. It's principally carbon tetrachloride.
Could it kill anyone?
Kill? Oh, no, that's impossible.
It couldn't give off carbon monoxide gas, for instance?
Oh, no, of course not. It's perfectly safe.
I see. And the plaintiff is claiming a woman died of asphyxiation, inhaling the fumes of this extinguisher.
Oh, well, could it have happened in any other way?
Oh, no. What makes it more ridiculous, there was a window open in the basement of the house where it happened.
Oh, then asphyxiation is out of the question. The case ought to be thrown out of court immediately.
Well, with your testimony, I'm sure it will be. We're in court next Monday, Professor. 10 in the morning?
All right, Mr. Strickland. I'll be there.
There's nothing you can do now but wait until Monday, is there, John? Nothing to do but prepare your brief, based on little Professor Greer's testimony. Yes, you'll only produce one witness, but you're sure he'll be enough. On Monday morning, the trial opens. Latimer brings his first witness to the stand, an undertaker named Albert Morgan.
Now, Mr. Morgan, you were the mortician in charge. Did you notice anything unusual about the body of Mrs. Benson?
Yes, I did. It was my impression that Mrs. Benson died of asphyxiation.
Objection! Your Honor, the witness is an undertaker. He's not competent to make statements regarding the cause of death. That's a matter for a physician.
Sustained. Strike it from the record, clerk.
May I congratulate counsel on the wisdom of his suggestion? When I'm finished with Mr. Morgan, I intend to produce a physician. A man, I might add, of unquestioned competence.
Mr. Strickland, you don't suppose...
Forget it. I'll take care of the doctor. Dr. Hayden, you have just testified that you knew the deceased intimately.
Yes, I was her personal physician.
And as such, you were, of course, aware she had a weak heart.
I was.
And yet you have made the statement that it is your professional opinion she died of asphyxiation.
Right. The symptoms seem to indicate carbon monoxide.
Seem to indicate?
Stronger than that. I'd gamble on it.
Yes, well, we're not gambling here, Doctor. We're after facts. Could any other form of death produce similar symptoms?
Well, it's possible, but...
And yet you just testified that Mrs. Benson unquestionably died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
I said that was my professional opinion.
Yeah, but it is still only an opinion. It's not a certainty.
That's right. It's an opinion.
That's all, Doctor. Thank you. Now, Professor, will you tell the court about this chemical in the Quencho extinguisher, this carbon tetrachloride? Could this chemical have produced carbon monoxide gas when it came in contact with flame?
Oh, no. Such a reaction is chemically impossible. Though I am completely convinced she died from carbon monoxide, it must have been something other than Quencho that caused it.
Thank you, Professor.
Something
That's all.
in the house, probably in the basement where the body was found.
That's all, Professor.
Although many people die of carbon monoxide, this is a very unusual case in view of the open window, free access of fresh air.
That's all, Professor.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'd like to cross-examine.
You're a witness.
Now, Professor, you say something else might have caused carbon monoxide poisoning?
Oh, many things can cause it. As I say, this is a puzzling case. But if I could examine the premises, particularly where the body was found, I might be able to discover how it happened.
Object! If counsel for the plaintiff hasn't prepared his case before trial, he can't try the patience of this court with this kind of impromptu investigation.
That's a matter for the court to decide, Mr. Strickland. You say you'd be willing to visit the premises, Professor?
Why, of course, Your Honor.
This trial is in recess until tomorrow.
Exactly what do you think you're doing, Professor?
Why, getting to the bottom of the matter.
Oh, you are?
Yes, sooner or later I think I'll find the chemical explanation to this strange problem.
Well, I don't happen to share your scientific zeal, Professor. It's against my interest to show them anything on the Fremont premises that could have caused that woman's death.
But in the interest of justice...
All right,
I feel it...
all right. You've got me over a barrel, Professor. What's your price?
My price?
Call it your fee, if you prefer. What about 5,000?
You mean you're trying to bribe
All right.
me?
10,000.
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Strickland. I couldn't accept any amount if it means concealing the truth.
All right. Just do me one favor, will you?
Why, of course.
Go on out and make your investigation, but tell me what you find first before you tell anyone else. Will you do that?
Why, certainly, Mr. Strickland. I'll call you the minute I get back.
It's a frightening thing, isn't it, John, to discover such an honest man. A man without a price. And you've not only discovered him, you can't get rid of him. In spite of all your efforts to head him off, little Professor Greer is bent on finding out exactly what killed Mrs. Benson, and then going on that stand in the morning and telling the jury about it. Your fear of the little man grows as you wait, with each maddening moment bringing you closer to exposure. And then, shortly after 6 o'clock, the phone rings.
Yes?
It's Professor Greer, Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone will be pleased. I've just written up a report on exactly what happened out there.
I see. Would you say that it's favorable to my client, Professor?
My report won't help your client, I'm afraid. But then I'm sure even Mrs. Fremont will be happy to know the true facts.
Yes, of course. Have you discussed them with anyone else?
Oh, certainly not. I gave you my word, Mr. Strickland.
When can I go over this report with you?
I'll come over right away, Mr. Strickland. 10 minutes. Now, you see, the poor woman's body was found close to an air conditioner.
But there's certainly nothing dangerous about that.
Not ordinarily, Mr. Strickland, but it uses a gas, the fluorochlormethane. The heat from the fire caused this gas to expand, and the pressure increased until it burst the metal of the air conditioner.
Well, how could that cause carbon monoxide poisoning? There was a window open.
It's that window that's thrown us all off. You see, the fluorochlormethane is, oddly enough, a gas that needs air to become poisonous.
What? Are you trying to tell me that fresh air can kill a person?
Under the circumstances, yes. You see, this gas breaks down in the presence.
Professor, I don't understand any of this.
Well, perhaps I'm not explaining it clearly enough, Mr. Strickland. Well, let me see. Let me put it another way. As the fire grew in intensity and the flames burned close to that
But he doesn't have to explain again, does he, John? It's all too clear now. The nuisance suit is lost. Mrs. Fremont will turn her affairs over to Nichols and Robertson. And you know what that means. Your embezzlement exposed, disgrace, the end of everything you've worked for. This Professor Greer, John, this threadbare, prattling, weazened-up nobody is going to ruin you unless you stop him now.
Further, Mr. Strickland, you see, the air from that window actually helped kill Mrs. Benson. That open window became a lethal
Professor,
weapon.
I'm sorry. Perhaps it's because I'm tired. I don't know, but none of this makes any sense to me at all.
Well, perhaps if you read my report yourself. It's in my briefcase out in the car. If you think it'll help, Mr. Strickland, I'll run out.
No, I'm sure it won't. Professor, would it be asking too much of you to drive out there with me again? Show me what happened right on the scene.
You mean tonight?
Right now, yes.
But of course, yes, I'll be glad to go, Mr.
Fine. Could we take your car? Mine's in the repair shop.
Oh, mine's right outside, Mr. Strickland.
Well, I'll get my hat. I appreciate this, Professor. I do want to get this thing cleared up, one way or the other.
Oh, my, I hate driving these mountain roads at night.
Yes, so do I. There's a side road that cuts in here somewhere, Professor. Might save us some climbing.
Oh, really? I didn't notice it driving back and forth today.
If you got a flashlight handy, we'll check the next road sign.
Oh, the flashlight there in the glove compartment.
Oh, yes, this will do fine. All right, Professor, pull up for a minute.
But I don't see any sign, Mr. Strickland. Are you sure?
Stop the car. It's right over there. I'll throw the light on it for you.
I don't see a thing. I think we'd better just stay right...
You look down at him, slumped over the wheel. Reach for the briefcase on the back seat. Get out of the car and walk around to the other side. You turn the wheel towards the edge of the cliff. Leap back as the little car begins to roll forward. An hour later, you let yourself into your apartment. Pull down the shades and then turn to Professor Greer's locked briefcase lying on your desk. It'll only take a minute now to open it and destroy the reports, John. And once that's done, the rest will be easy. Then...
Yes?
It's McLeod, John. Headquarters.
Headquarters.
You stop for a minute, frozen, and then shove the professor's briefcase under the desk. Try to compose yourself as you walk to the door.
Well, hello, Lieutenant.
I'm glad you're still up, John. Thought I might have to hoist you out of bed.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I'm always thinking about my pals, you know. I thought you'd appreciate a little favor, John, with that damaged suit on your hands.
Favor?
About Benson.
What about Benson?
Well, your worries are over, John. You can forget the damage case. We finally broke him down.
Broke him down?
Aye. His wife didn't die by accident out at the Fremont place. Benson murdered her.
What?
Insurance.
Good Lord.
He was the last guy in the world to want to sue the old lady, but Latimer moved too fast for him. Had him thinking it would be a cinch $50,000. Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
He didn't stop with his wife.
You mean there was someone else?
Yeah. Just a few minutes ago, while he was at it, Benson also confessed to the murder of Professor Greer.
Professor Greer? Why, I don't understand.
Oh, it's very simple. You see, the professor was out at the Fremont place all afternoon, snooping around, writing reports. Well, Benson says he was sure the professor found the answer. That he was ready to put the finger on it. So...
He told you all this?
Well, we're pretty good at convincing a guy when we have to be.
Yes. Well, excuse me a moment. I'd like it.
Sure, John, sure.
Your knees are weak as you stumble out of the room to the kitchen, hoping McLeod will write it off as shock at the news of Professor Greer's death. It's a puzzle, isn't it, John? They might be playing cat and mouse with you. Why would Benson confess to a murder that you yourself committed not 3 hours ago, John? Why? The report, McLeod said. Benson knew there was something incriminating in that report. Yes, by the time you come back into the room, you know that before you make another move, you've got to get into that briefcase and find out Professor Greer's report. It's still where you left it, leaning against your desk when you return to McLeod.
Oh, sorry you won't join me, McLeod.
No, not on duty, thanks. I thought you might ride over to headquarters with me and get the story from Benson himself.
Not tonight, I'm afraid. Professor Greer. I have no idea how hard this is.
Oh, yes, I know. He did a lot of technical work for you, didn't he?
I feel guilty. In a way, he was working for me.
Yeah, that's right.
You going down there now?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I better get a move on, too. Are you sure you won't go with me now?
No, I couldn't, McLeod.
Oh, of course, I understand. Well, at least you can forget about the damage suit.
Well, I appreciate your coming, Lieutenant.
Oh, forget it.
Good night.
Good night.
Briefcase.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now we'd like to introduce a gentleman standing by in your community to speak on behalf of your own household finance representative. And now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, John, it's unbelievable, isn't it? A grim kind of joke. Benson has just confessed to the murder of Professor Greer, a man you killed not 3 hours ago. And as you fumble frantically with the lock on the professor's briefcase, you know that somewhere in the report inside there's bound to be an answer. You wonder what's going on down at police headquarters now. Whether they suspect the truth. Whether this is all a plot to crack you. What Benson down at police headquarters means by confessing to 2 murders.
I already told you. Why do you have to keep asking me again and again?
We've only started, Benson. Now, you say your wife died of asphyxiation from that broken air conditioner. How did you get her down to the basement?
Sleeping pills. She was out
All
when
right.
I carried...
So you thought you'd covered with the fire. Then the professor got wet.
He knew the answer. I saw him snooping around, writing things in a book. And by then, I was crazy, ready to do anything.
You're still crazy. How could you have killed Professor Greer when he only died a couple of hours ago, while you were right here in custody?
Well, his car went off the road, didn't it?
Yeah.
You seen the car?
Not yet. Highway Patrol just called it in.
Well, you'll figure it out when you see the car. I told you, I used to be a demolition man, Sergeant. There was a reason that car went off the road.
And what was that?
Well, he must have fiddled with that briefcase. I rigged a bomb in it. Anyone who pulled the cover open would have been blowing the bids.
Let that whistle be your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler, each week over these stations. This is Ken Niles speaking for HFC and reminding you, never borrow unless you must. But if you have to borrow, do it the right way at HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Featured in tonight's story were John McIntyre and Howard McNear. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Sidney Brenthal, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is heard in Canada over the facilities of the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Wedding gift.
It wasn't according to the rule book, but somehow Chris didn't care. Here on the day before the wedding, the groom had dared to call on the bride at her apartment. And both of them, standing in the middle of the room in each other's arms, threw tradition and the latest edition of the Book of Etiquette out the window and were happy.
John, darling.
Happy, Chris?
Oh, I'm in heaven. I'm not supposed to see you today, dear. Will you make it right with Mrs. Post?
She'll understand.
While you're at it, you might as well fix up the wedding dress with her.
Well, what's wrong with that? I saw the dress in the store. I liked it.
So you went ahead and picked it out for me. Oh, that reminds me, darling. You've got to go now. The dressmaker will be here any minute.
Well, if you insist. Oh, by the way, I'm being married tomorrow. Church of the Pines. Do drop around. Love to have you.
I'll see if I can fit it into my schedule.
It's been a long time coming, Chris. An uphill fight against poverty and squalor and the commonplace. A fight that turned a nobody into a somebody in a few short years. A battle that took you to the topmost rung of the ladder and made your name a synonym for career girl. Yes, it was a brilliant fight, Chris, and it will end tomorrow in shining victory in your marriage to John Gray. There's music inside you now, a song of triumph, as at 5 minutes before noon, you wait for the dressmaker to arrive with your wedding dress. And just 5 minutes later, the song suddenly changes to an ominous one as you open the door for her.
Marion.
Hello, Chris.
Why, Marion. Darling, it's been so long since I've seen you. I thought it was the dressmaker, that's why.
It is. I'm the dressmaker, Chris.
Well, Marion, I didn't even know you were in town.
I saw your order in the file. Made it a point to get the assignment.
Well, good heavens, it's been years.
Yes. Since you and Father.
I'm trying to forget that now, Marion.
I wish I could forget it. You've come a long way since Denver, haven't you? Up and forward, the Horatio Alger girl.
That is over and done with.
Not for me. It'll always be there in front of me. The picture of you worming your way into my father's affections until he thought you loved him. Until he told my mother he was through.
Marion, will you please?
That was number one. The step number one, wasn't it? The girl secretary who wanted to go places and wouldn't let anything stand in her way.
Your father was a very irrational man, Marion.
I remember hearing you say that before. To the coroner.
I had nothing to do with his killing himself.
Of course you didn't. They called it suicide. And it was all a coincidence that Father had just signed over the controlling interest in his business to you the week before.
Marion, I'm very sorry about all this. I've tried to be pleasant. Just won't work. Please take the dress and go. I'll make other arrangements.
I don't think you will.
Why not?
The man you love has his heart set on this dress. He might wonder why you changed your mind. I'd be only too happy to tell him. Now, let's get on with the fitting.
Get the dress out.
All right. There. You like it?
Yes, of course.
Long, white. Reminds me of the one Nora was wearing.
You'd get around to that sooner or later.
I wonder where Nora is now, Chris. I wonder what she's doing. What she can do now that...
Stop it! Stop it.
All right, Chris.
Why must you hate me? Why?
Hate? It's a terrible, practical hate, Chris.
What do you mean?
I mean that standing here, right now, if someone put a gun in my hand, I'd kill you.
With the prologue of Wedding Gift, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Incidentally, if we of the Whistler cast sound a bit on the excited side tonight, there's good reason. Tonight marks the beginning of the 5th consecutive year for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Even through the summers when so many programs go off the air, Signal Oil Company has continued The Whistler, and steadily its popularity has grown, so that for many months The Whistler has ranked tops in popularity among all Pacific Coast programs. Well, believe me, we of the cast are mighty grateful for your loyalty, which has made this record possible. In fact, there's only about one thing I can think of which could make us any happier. That is, if when you stop at a signal service station, you'd mention to the operator that you listen to his program, The Whistler. That would make both him and us feel as pleased as a driver who has just tried his first tank full of Signal gasoline. And now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, Chris, you've come a long way since Denver and the years of struggle. Those other years, that other life you've conveniently locked up in a cabinet and filed away to be forgotten. And that's why it hit so hard, this coincidence that struck like a thunderbolt when Marion Lance walked out of the past. Now of all times, when your hopes, your dreams, everything is reaching fulfillment in your marriage to John Gray. Naturally, there's nothing else but the wedding on your mind during the ceremony. But after it's over, after the congratulations, the well-wishers, the champagne at the reception, after all that, there's still an intangible feeling of dread, even as you sit next to John driving off on your honeymoon.
Well, Mrs. Gray,
Yes, John?
you're awfully quiet. Aren't you at all curious?
About what?
Where we're going.
Well, on our honeymoon, I suppose. I like to be surprised.
You will be. I'm taking you up to my sister's place in the mountains.
Oh, I didn't know you had a sister.
We didn't have much time to find out about each other, did we? After all, 3 months.
We did rather rush it along.
I might be perfectly horrible when you get to know me.
I love you, John. That's all that matters. And you love me, don't you?
I married you, didn't I? Uh-oh. Better pull into this restaurant.
Oh, what's the matter?
This car isn't acting right. You can run in and have a sandwich while I take it over to the garage, huh? This is the last stop before the mountains. I'd hate to have anything go wrong.
All right.
Chris,
Yes?
there's nothing wrong, is there? Somehow you don't seem yourself.
I'm sorry, John. I guess I'm just a little tired. The wedding, you know.
Sure. All right, go on now. Run over to the restaurant. You'll feel better after a good hot cup of coffee.
John,
What is it?
Nothing. Nothing. Go on, dear. I'll see you in a few minutes.
You're away from Marion now, Chris. She's somewhere behind you in the city, and yet you know it isn't over. But now it's catching up with you. Somehow you've got to prepare for it. Sooner or later, John is bound to find out. And you're wondering what to say to him as you slide into a booth in the roadside restaurant. Idly pick up a menu, unconscious of the man who walks quietly up to the table. You feel his presence there even before you look up at his face.
Edgar.
Hiya, Chris.
You startled me for a moment.
Sorry. You don't mind, of course, if I join you?
How have you been, Edgar? It's been a long time.
Yes, it has, but I'm getting along, Chris, somehow.
I'm glad.
Sure. I heard you were getting married.
The wedding was this morning.
Yeah, I was just having a drink on it. Sorry I missed it.
Edgar, what are you doing here?
I plan to have dinner. Anything unusual about that?
No, only I saw Marion Lance yesterday. She worked on my wedding dress.
How nice of her. How is Marion?
She came to the wedding, too. Or did you already know?
Always sparring, aren't you, Chris? Wanting to be sure of your ground. Well, what's so odd about seeing two old friends? You've certainly got plenty of them around.
Then you didn't know about Marion. The two of you...
What is it, Chris? You worried about your husband? Think he'd object to us?
Certainly not. My husband loves me very much, Edgar.
He'd probably object to Nora, too, don't you think? Well, what about Nora, Chris? Ever see her anymore?
Not for some time. Sorry, Edgar, but I must be leaving. John is probably...
Oh, no, Chris, don't run off. Not when we got so many things to talk about.
I haven't time now.
The model agency, for instance. How's it doing? Thriving as usual?
I no longer have the agency.
Well, neither have I. But I'm sure it went out of your hands at a nice profit.
Business is business, Edgar.
Not that kind. No, Chris, your way of operating was something else. Something wonderful, I thought at first. Wasn't I a fool? Does it still hand your laugh?
I never laughed at you, Edgar. I've always been very fond of you.
You know, I really believed that. Once. I didn't know it was all part of a plan. A plan to steal my business away from me, gaining my confidence while you destroyed the confidence of my clients.
That's not true. You shouldn't have started drinking so heavily. That's what ruined everything for you.
Can you blame me for that? Watching you take over everything and not being able to do anything about it?
You can't blame your clients for not being willing to listen. You weren't responsible.
Well, after you came along, I wasn't. No, Chris, you were good. You did a thorough job, a neat, clean job of taking everything and tossing me out in the snow.
Edgar, you're raising your voice.
All right, Chris. All right, I'll lower it. Because I shouldn't tell the whole world that if I had the opportunity, I'd kill you.
Let me go. Leave me alone, Edgar. I've done nothing to you.
His laughter follows you across the room, doesn't it, Chris? But as you reach the door and glance back, you see that he hasn't moved. That for some reason he remains at the table looking after you as you rush outside.
Chris, you didn't have to come after me.
John, I'm really not hungry. I don't want to stop for dinner. Can't we go on?
Well, I'm not too happy about the car.
Well, it'll be all right. I've been getting a headache, John. You know, all the excitement, I'd feel much better riding along.
Well, it'll make you feel any better.
It will, John. I know it will. John.
Yeah?
I guess I'd better tell you I have been worried.
Well, I was right then.
Dear, you know, whatever success I've had has been made from almost nothing.
I admire you for it.
I'm glad. But along the way, John, no matter how hard I've tried to be fair, I have made enemies.
Well, that's a natural thing, isn't it?
I just wanted you to understand. To know that, well, you might hear things about me from time to time, you know? Maybe even meet people who say things you won't like to hear.
Oh?
John, if that should happen,
Will you come to me? Will you hear my side of it?
I said I wanted to marry you, Chris. No one can ever change that.
Darling, you're the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me.
Well, let's not even talk about anything else, Chris. Besides, I've got deep, dark worries of my own.
Oh?
This car. I don't like the way this motor's missing. Everybody on the road's passing.
Well, aren't we almost there?
Yeah, it's just a few more minutes, and it's a good thing. Well, here we are, Chris. What do you think of the place?
Oh, John, it's beautiful.
My sister usually stays up here the year round.
Oh?
Come on, keys on the porch.
I had no idea it was going to be so isolated.
Afraid of your husband?
No, it just seems so far away.
Yeah, here's the key. Yeah, my sister says it's like her own little world.
Huh?
I believe it. May I?
Oh, John. Oh, John. Across the threshold. New life. Oh, I'm so happy, John.
Well, I'm glad you're in a good mood, Mrs. Gray. Makes it easier to tell you I've got to leave for a while.
Leave?
No, that car. Believe me, we just limped in. If I don't have it taken care of right away, we'll be here all winter.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that bad?
Well, it's very impractical. I'll just run it into the village. Be back before you know it.
Oh, do you really have to, John?
All right, go on. Say it. Men are all alike. Think more of their automobiles than of their wives.
Well, I won't say it if you'll kiss me.
Sure.
Darling, please don't be gone long.
Don't worry. Just make yourself at home. Look the place over.
He waves as he drives away, Chris, and you stand looking after him for a moment. Then you close the door, start across the big living room toward the stairs. You wonder idly about the fire already going in the hearth, and then stop at the sound of voices from the next room.
Yes, I passed them on the road, too.
Too bad you missed the wedding. Very interesting.
At first you think you're imagining things, that it's because you have Edgar and Marion on your mind.
You told me about
But the voices continue, and you feel yourself drawn as if by a magnet to the other room.
Interesting talk at a little roadside inn.
Did you remember Nora to her? I'm sure she's wondered about Nora.
They're sitting there talking idly.
No. Oh, it can't be.
They don't even look up as you stand there. Marion's hands continue to manipulate a pair of long, heavy knitting needles. Edgar's moves slowly across the barrel of a hunting rifle he's cleaning as he talks. As you walk toward them, you tell yourself that you must fight down your terror. Try to bluff it through with the calm you've always shown before.
Very much about poor Nora. She had a... Hello, Chris.
Well, Christine.
Would you two mind telling me exactly what you're doing here?
We meet so often of late.
Yes. How nice.
Isn't it?
But surely you're not our hostess. Where is she?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marion. My husband and I are spending our honeymoon here, and we
certainly... It all sounds like some sort of dreadful mistake.
What a shame, Edgar. And you'd hope to stay on and do some hunting. You've wasted time cleaning the rifle.
Oh, I don't know.
Obviously, there's been a mistake. I don't want to seem rude, but I must ask you both to leave.
But, my dear, we were invited.
Yes, we have as much right here as you.
That's ridiculous.
Perhaps, but true, and we're staying. Aren't we, Marion?
Oh, I wouldn't drive that mountain road again without a night's sleep. Impossible.
I see. Well, you must have something in mind. Let's get to it. I know how you feel about me. You think I've done wrong.
We do, Chris.
And I think I've done absolutely nothing wrong. In a business transaction, that would put us at an impasse. However, you're both old friends.
Thank you, dear.
Now, I want to see the right thing done.
Exactly why we came, Chris. Our very feelings.
You're not going to anger me, Edgar, or frighten me.
No? strange. I had the feeling that you're trembling so inside you'd almost like to scream.
You're wrong, Edgar. Let's have a drink, shall we? I'll go fix it.
Delighted.
Bring soda for mine, Chris. I never learned to drink like Edgar.
I'll get them right away. Phone. Where's the phone? Oh, here. I'll just get through to someone. Operator, listen closely. I can only say this once. This is Christine Gray. My husband, John Gray, is at the garage there in the village.
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
Get a message to him. Tell him I'm in danger of my life. And please, if you can't reach him, send someone up here right away. White Oak Lodge.
I know the place, Mrs. Gray. I'll have someone up there very soon.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
You've never been so thankful to anyone as to that operator, have you, Chris? Because Edgar is right. You're trembling so inside that you could scream. And as you set up their drinks, your hands shake almost uncontrollably. But the knowledge that someone, maybe even John, is on the way steadies you. And you're able to act composed as you join them again in the other room.
I'll just set the tray here. We can all fix our own.
Good.
We were talking about Nora, Chris. You said you hadn't seen her for some time.
No, I haven't.
Well, she was in the hospital for so long, I guess quite a number of her friends forgot.
I didn't forget, Edgar.
No. Of course. You were busy.
Well, it's just as well. Chris never liked to look at unpleasant things.
Poor Nora. She's not a pretty sight.
Steve doesn't even know where she is, you know.
Her husband?
Yes.
It was a terrible accident.
Was it, Chris? I'd like to believe that.
So would I. But it solved things much too conveniently, Chris.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She was the only one in your way, wasn't she? And Nora had a charm and beauty about her that couldn't be ignored.
Only destroyed.
You're drinking too much,
A
Edgar.
match, one tiny little match dropped on an inflammable dress.
Stop it, Edgar.
It must have happened so fast.
He almost burned to death.
I tried to call the others. It was too late.
Yes, you waited a few moments too long, didn't you, Chris?
I told you it was a hideous accident. Everyone believes me.
Everyone except Marion and Nora and me, Chris. We know better. We're three people who know that you haven't any right to live. Well, now, if you'll excuse me.
Where are you going?
My drink's a little warm. I believe the ice is in the kitchen.
What is all this, Marion? What are you going to do?
I thought I made that clear yesterday when I brought your dress.
Can't mean.
That's exactly what I do mean. At the moment, I don't know which of us it will be. But for what you've done to us, one of us is going to kill you. Tonight.
You've no right to condemn me this way. No matter what I've done, you're not justified in killing me.
Perhaps not, Chris. But sometimes hatred goes beyond the bounds of reason.
Oh, of course, my husband will be back any minute.
I'm sure that doesn't worry me, Chris. Certainly it doesn't bother Edgar. And least of all, Nora. If she were here, you...
Well, you are jumpy, aren't you, Chris? I wasn't sure it was possible.
I'm not staying in this house. I'm going outside, you understand? And you're not stopping me, neither of you.
You're not going anywhere, Chris.
Let go, you can't.
Get back on that chair.
That won't do any good. No one can hear you this time, Chris. There's no one to lie to this time.
Wait. He's back. You're wrong, Marion. You're wrong. There is someone. It's my husband. Did you hear? He's back. I got a message through to him. I fooled you, Edgar, again. I fooled you.
Chris.
Darling, you came back. You're just in time, John. You're just in time.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, let me give you a clue toward solving another mystery. How to make today's shrinking dollars buy more value. When it comes to your gasoline dollars, if you want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that gives you the very maximum in performance and mileage, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. Your best yardstick of gasoline quality is mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. After all, in order for a gasoline to give you more miles per gallon, it has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. In other words, the superior performance you expect of a superior gasoline. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, just remember two things. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It seems far away now, doesn't it, Chris? The danger, the terror there by the flickering fire as Marion and Edgar calmly announced they were going to kill you. And you're safe in John's protective arms, sobbing like a frightened child. Somehow he'll understand, Chris. Somehow you can explain away those two vicious people standing quietly at the other side of the room.
It was awful, John. They were going to kill me.
Christine.
They're hateful, jealous people, John. They resent my success.
Chris.
What?
Chris, I want you to meet my sister. I picked her up tonight at the telephone office. She's the operator you talked to a few minutes ago. On the telephone.
Nora.
Hello, Chris.
John. Nora?
You knew her as Nora Lancaster. Her maiden name was Gray.
Nora. Nora, your sister. The operator.
Yes, Chris. You didn't destroy my voice. That's about all you left me.
John. John, what is it? What are you doing?
I'm going now, Chris. If my car will get me down there, I'm going down to the village to notify the police. You can stay here with your friends.
It'll be too late. John, you love me. You said you loved me.
I never said I loved you. I said I wanted to marry you.
You know what you're doing, John. You said... Yes, you do know. You're part of it, too.
We were helpless, all of us, until you made one mistake, Chris. You fell in love with me.
John, that's why...
That's why I married you, yes.
John, listen to me. I didn't mean it, John. I didn't think what I was doing. I was poor. I couldn't stand being poor, John. I couldn't stand not having a family I could be proud of. I worked and I slaved, John. I never wasted a cent. I never wasted a moment. John, I never let anything stand in my way. John!
Your husband is gone, Chris. And this is his wedding gift to you. This house and the three of us.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson, Jeanette Nolan, John McIntyre, and Arnold Moss. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Merritt Stone and David Clark, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, Tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is top, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Murder in Haste.
Albert Taylor was two people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver. To his wife, Helen, aged 45, amply mature, the silver fortune, he was something else again. An unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had a tendency to make the large fortune into a smaller one. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Alberts. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah.
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in a drawer of my vanity last night after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servant.
Did you call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I wanted to buy some things, Helen.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
You sold it? That's very interesting. Didn't occur to you, of course, to consult me.
It occurred to me. I rejected the idea after due deliberation.
Why, you
And I don't want a scene about it, Helen. I took it, I sold it, period. I'm through consulting you about anything, you understand? There'll be no more sitting up and begging. That's what you want, isn't it? Come one, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough,
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through with being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Give me that phone. Now.
I told you what I'm going to do, Albert. Let go of me.
You want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert, don't. Please,
Well,
Albert.
I'm through with that, Helen. I'm through with you and your whip cracking. All through. Helen? Helen, I'm sorry. Helen?
Why don't you do something, Albert? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and pick her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you know she won't ever get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert. She's lying there so very still because she's dead.
With the prologue of Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, friends, while watching some Christmas shoppers this morning, the thought occurred to me, if people would only choose their gasoline as carefully as they pick out Christmas gifts, a lot more drivers would be using Signal gasoline. And for good reason. If you've traveled the West much at all, you already know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But even more important to you is the quality in Signal gasoline, of which that mileage is your best proof. For after all, in order for a gasoline to give you better mileage, it has to make your engine run more efficiently. And when your engine runs more efficiently, you naturally enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. The kind of superior performance you expect of a superior quality gasoline. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Albert. There'll be no more ugly squabbles, no more jumping through hoops for Helen, because the last argument was final, wasn't it? So final that your wife Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, you've decided on the only course of action possible. You leave her in her bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your arguments and probably have paid no attention. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express bound for Jacksonville and points north.
Nice night.
Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you come out.
It's all right. I say it's a nice night.
Yeah.
Saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of close.
Been in Miami long?
No. I've been fishing off the Keys. Just a week or so.
I see. My name's Ricketts.
Oh, glad to know you. I'm, a Brown. Richard Brown.
Mm-hmm. Going up to New York, Brown?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be getting inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. And a breezy out here. I'll go with you.
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth, didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop, and there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. And then, when you're 10 feet from your seat, it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat. And Ricketts is just waiting for you to stop there. You hold your breath and keep on going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yeah? Make it a Manhattan dry.
Dry Manhattan, yes, sir.
Is this your magazine?
Oh, no. No, go right ahead. You going to New York?
Yeah.
Oh, it ought to be cold up there this time of the year. A lot of snow and all that, huh?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to an American again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago thinking that I...
You, got a compartment?
Yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
Oh, I'm afraid I am.
Yeah, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thanks. Well, here's to you.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson, why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We can have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course. Well, that's a good idea.
Yes, Albert. The compartment would be quieter, and you'd feel a little more comfortable. Particularly since you noticed your friend, Mr. Ricketts, stroll into the bar and sit down. Still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds his compartment pleasanter, too.
Was a man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. He's got to keep in touch, don't you think so?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. So, you say you left Buenos Aires?
Yeah, I'd planned to anyway, but I made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Oh, I see.
I'll probably go back in a year or so. Say, Brown, did you ever read anything of mine?
Well, I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, don't you?
Yeah, Murder and Hate. I don't suppose you've read it, huh?
No. I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Well, don't apologize, Brown. Hey, how about a nightcap before we turn in, huh?
Why, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Oh, I've got to confess, I'm a little bushed.
Tell me more about your agent in New York. You were saying you've never met him personally, huh?
Oh, you mean Farrell? Oh, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard. The way he pulls royalties out of a hat. He sold my leading character to a radio series.
You've never even been to New York?
No, never. I'm probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight.
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it and...
Brown, I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
It's early yet, Jameson.
Now, look here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you...
Hey.
What's the matter? What's that?
Hey, they're trying to stop.
Sounds like something...
Hey, look! Look out!
Hey,
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second. Then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving toward you.
If I can make it out this window. There.
Here, let me help you. Give me your hand.
That's it, thanks.
You all right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm a little dizzy, scratched up, I guess.
Yeah, I see you. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Huh? Oh, Ricketts.
Yeah, you're lucky. This car got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, just got out in time.
Say, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar, went to your compartment with you? Is he still in there?
Huh? My compartment?
I'm pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor. Murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
Why, no. He left a few minutes before the crash.
Oh. Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I got to give him a hand here. You make it up to the crossing?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, take it easy. There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure, I'm okay, thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring, and watch. Exchange them for your ring and watch, engraved, "To Albert with all my love, Helen." Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with them. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, I wonder if you can help me.
You hurt, mister? We got a doc in the back room. Come on.
No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck, mister?
Yes.
Well, look, I'm the news correspondent here. Could you give me your name, please?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Uh-huh. Leslie Jameson. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank.
Yeah.
Only last night you and me made that bet.
Well, sure. Now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murderer in that magazine serial you're running.
Yeah, well, that's very flattering. Say, I wonder if you could help me about the bus I made.
Well, say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murder?
Yeah, then I won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow to collect from this guy.
Well, it says you... Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think it would be fair to reveal the,
Give me a fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure. Crickets.
Oh, hello. Pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? Have you been out there and looked at it?
Well, I gotta stand by this counter.
Yeah, and I'm a reporter, pal. This is where they're bringing them. This is where I get my stories. Yeah, and I was getting a slow story
skip
of
it. How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? Well, that's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course I, you know how it is. Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is
Leslie
it?
Jameson, a famous mystery story writer, traveling incognito, narrowly escaped death when the crash.
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want people to know.
Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial, Murder in Haste. I had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Well, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Yeah?
Sure. Got it at the newsstand in Miami.
Oh, we ain't got it here yet. Well, come on, Mr. Jameson. Who done it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. Gotta finish it. Afraid we won't buy another copy of that magazine, huh?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, you see, gentlemen, it's a matter of ethics. A writer
What
can't...
do you mean, ethics? I know how it
Well,
ends.
sure, Jameson, sure. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Oh, come on. What gold?
Well, I don't want to reveal...
I got you a car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Be right with you. Say, you guys know anyone who wants to go up to New York? I got some unfinished business up there. I'm hiring a car. I'd like to get somebody sharing the driving.
But Jameson here...
Well, sure. You said you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact, the bus...
Well, come on. Give me a hand in the driving, huh?
Well, all right.
Good. But first, give the boys a break. Tell them who the murderer was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. That was the old lady who did it.
I knew it. Pay me.
You got a hotel space in New York, Jameson?
Well, not yet. I thought I'd arrange when I arrived.
Oh. You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
Oh, is it that bad?
Word. Well, I think I might be able to fix it up for you at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
Oh, I couldn't possibly...
Forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
I think so. Just signed the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer?
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste had me fooled right up to the last page. Peters.
Yeah, boss?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Get the boys over. We want to take a few pictures.
Pictures? Now, wait a minute. I don't want any
Nothing
pictures.
to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of boys from the papers. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And, Peters.
Yeah?
Have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Now, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out.
And you did find out, didn't you, Elder? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures. And all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Albert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in the room at Midtown Hotel. The second page of the same paper carries news that you, Albert Taylor, wanted for the murder of your wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. But you're all mixed up now, aren't you, Albert? You almost wish Helen was with you again to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson's on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her.
Oh, yes. Mrs. Jameson.
Hello. Leslie?
What are you...
Maybe I'd better come in.
Well?
Well, what? What are you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr. whatever your name is?
I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? Where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain everything.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. If you'll just...
Just what?
Look, there's nothing we can do for your husband now. He was killed in the wreck. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Look, I'm going to leave town. All I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
Oh, I see.
What are you going to do?
Well, I could go to the police, of course.
Now, wait a minute. I can make it worth your while.
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you're here in New York?
No.
That's very fortunate. You see, Leslie and I didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we've been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. With Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live on his royalties without doing another lick.
You mean you want me to keep this up?
Yes.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his identification.
Yes,
I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it. Mr. Jameson.
I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I've ever heard
There's a
of.
Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. He seemed quite interested in our relationship. If you like, of course, I could bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, darling. Just call me Ruth.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Behind in the rent, the maid hasn't been paid. Well, look at these bills. Just look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? There's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
Well, that'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. That's going into my account.
Oh, I see. Maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, baby. Not mine.
Well, what is it now?
I'm afraid it's the same old thing, dear. I just can't seem to hold on to money.
How much this time?
Quite a bit, I'm afraid. I want $25,000, Albert.
20? What are you talking
I have an obligation to meet. I need the money this afternoon before the banks close. And don't tell me it isn't there because the check covering movie rights to Stolen Murder was deposited yesterday.
You know, you make very good sense.
You'd better hurry down to the bank. It's after 2.
Ruth, be honest with me. How long do you intend to carry on with this?
Why, indefinitely, dear. I know when I have a good thing.
There's no end?
There is if you want one. There are the police.
You could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair with you.
6 months now, no sleep. Pounded day and night. Can't eat.
This
trying to
isn't getting
dodge
us
my
anywhere.
shadow. Getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. Dagger hanging over my
Albert,
head.
what's happened to you? Get hold of yourself.
No way out now, is there? Trapped. Run into a corner. No way to turn.
Albert, what are you doing? Albert, get away from me!
Main floor.
Yeah.
Just a minute, mister.
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry.
You're Jameson, aren't you?
Yes.
In a hurry?
I'm on my way to the bank. It closes in a few minutes.
Take your time. There's always tomorrow, you know.
But I can't.
Your wife's upstairs, isn't she?
Well...
I saw her go up a few minutes ago. I'm Sergeant Lake, Jameson. I want to see her, and I'd like to have you along. After you.
Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal has brought out a new and finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, a total of 5 scientific new compounds have been added to Signal Premium motor oil. As a result, actual tests prove that this new type Signal oil keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
And that's how it ended, Elbert. With the two of you, you and Sergeant Lake, standing over Ruth's body where you left it on the floor of your apartment upstairs. It's over now, and somehow you feel relieved. The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head, they're gone now. And you lean back in the chair in Sergeant Lake's office at police headquarters and tell them the whole thing.
I couldn't take any more of it. I knew it'd go on for the rest of my life. Day after day. Year after year.
I see.
You know, of course, she's not my wife.
Yeah, that's why I was following her, and she knew it. Oh, and incidentally, that's why she hit you for that $25,000 this afternoon. It was the last big bite.
What?
There were plane tickets in her purse. She was on her way out.
You mean it was the last time?
That's right. But what I can't figure is why you let her shake you down in the first place. After the jam she was in Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires. Wait. She was the assistant.
Of course she was your assistant down there. What's the matter, Jameson? With a lapse of memory or something?
Assistant. Yeah, he told me. I remember. On the train that night just before the wreck. Tell me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Down there in Buenos Aires. What was it she did?
You have lost your memory, Jameson. Yeah, it was all over Argentina 6 months ago. That's why I've been following her. I was all ready to pick her up. She's wanted down there for murder.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were David Ellis and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Eleanor Beeson and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Decision.
It would have been far more logical had it happened in the springtime. In April, perhaps, with the rhododendrons blooming in Golden Gate Park. The kids playing ball on the green lawns and the maple trees coming to life again. Yes, spring in San Francisco would have helped explain part of it. But the rest would always be beyond logic and common sense. It wasn't springtime, it was November, with Christmas just around the corner. A cold, gray day with the steam sizzling in the radiators as he sat near the window of his office on the 20th floor of the Hamilton Building, looking at an uninspiring assortment of X-rays of Mrs. Harrison's chest cavity.
Excuse me, Dr. Evans.
Oh, yes, Miss Carlton.
Mrs. Harrison called again about the X-rays.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with her heart. All she needs is some fresh air.
Shall I tell her that?
No, I suppose I'll have to find her a disease with 20 letters. No, I'll call her.
And there was another call from a Mrs. John Cameron.
Cameron?
Can you see her today?
Is it important?
Well, she said so.
Yes, they all do. All right, make it 12:30.
What about lunch?
I'll have to skip it. Mrs. Cameron's heart is undoubtedly more important than my lunch.
And you noted it down in the book simply, 12:30, Mrs. John Cameron. Later, when you had a chance to think, you decided if it hadn't happened so suddenly, it might not have happened at all. Perhaps that was part of it, Paul. The suddenness, the way it threw you off balance. But more than that, it was a black-haired girl with blue eyes standing by the window when you looked up from your X-rays a half hour later. You remember exactly how she looked. The turquoise dress with a gold belt and clip, the smart little felt hat accenting her dark hair, making you realize in a split second what was wrong with all the girls you ever knew. She must have come in while you sat at the film illuminator looking at negatives and making notes.
Evident mitral insufficiency, minor valvular lesion.
You're Dr. Evans?
Oh, right. I'll be with you in a moment. Request detailed cardiograph immediately. There we are. I'll just get rid of this stuff. Please sit down. Now, what can I do for...
Hello, Doctor. I'm Carol Cameron.
Carol Cameron? The nurse said you were rather concerned about yourself.
Oh, no, it's not about myself. It's about my husband.
Oh, I see.
John Cameron, perhaps you've heard of him?
Stocks and bonds, isn't it?
Yes, a few too many for his own good, I'm afraid.
Oh?
He's been under a terrible strain recently, and night before last he had a rather severe attack.
His heart?
Yes. Dr. Miles, our family physician, suggested that I see you about it.
I see. Well, tell me, where is your husband now?
At home, in bed.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Dr. Miles recommend a hospital?
Well, John's awfully unreasonable. He wouldn't hear of it. He insisted that he'd be up and around in a day or two.
Well, that is unreasonable.
You'll see him, Dr. Evans?
Yes, of course. I'll be glad to. I'll do what I can.
Just like that, Paul. A minute or so and she's gone. You look up, you see her, and 30 seconds later, she could ask if you'd mind going to the North Pole for her, and you'd tell her you'd be glad to. All afternoon, you try to shrug it off. Tell yourself it's fantastic. That this is the sort of thing that keeps you away from second-rate movies. But that evening, when you call on John Cameron, it's still there. Lucinda Withers, the housekeeper, is waiting outside the door after you finish your examination.
Oh, where is Mrs. Cameron, Lucinda?
She went out for a moment, sir. Tell me, is it serious?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Oh, I knew it. I could see it coming on. He's like a son to me, Doctor. I've been with the family for 20 years now. Since way before she came.
Oh, I see.
He was never like this before.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
She's not good for him. She worries him. Makes him nervous. Keeps him thinking about the 15 years between them.
Yes. Well, I'll have a prescription sent over in the morning. I better be going now. My taxi's waiting outside. You just keep him as quiet as you can, and I'll check him again tomorrow.
Very well, Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Evans.
Oh.
Just a minute.
I wondered what happened to you. I was just about to go. I left instructions with the housekeeper.
How is he?
Angina pectoris. It's quite serious, I'm afraid.
Oh. He hasn't been taking very good care of himself.
He's got to now.
I see. Well, must you go right away?
Yes, I'm afraid I'd better. My taxi's waiting. Well, I thought it was waiting. Doesn't seem to be there now. That's odd. I told him to wait. I didn't even pay him.
I'd be glad to take you.
Can't understand.
The car's right down at the curb.
Oh, no. I couldn't. Only take a minute to call another cab.
No, it's really no trouble.
All right.
I'll get my coat. There you are, Doctor. Right to the door.
It was awfully nice of you, Mrs. Cameron.
All right.
Well, I guess the next thing to do is get out.
Just a minute. I want to tell you I lied about the taxi.
Huh?
I told him to go.
Why?
Because I wanted to take you home.
I'm very flattered.
That's all. I just wanted to tell you.
It's happened to you too, hasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Look, there's a friend of mine, a Dr. Andrews. He's an awfully good heart man. I'm sure he'll take the case.
Please don't do that.
What else can I do? It's only going to make it worse.
I know, but you just can't throw away what's happened to us, can you? It'd be wrong
It'd be wrong to do anything else, Carol.
Is that what we're here for? To spend our lives looking for something that isn't there and then to suddenly find it? Throw it away?
Oh, please, Carol.
Well, shall we forget it?
I'll be around tomorrow with the prescription.
So that's how it started, Paul. Yes, it was easy to analyze it, to list a million reasons why it was wrong. But the trouble was that when you were all through analyzing, it was still there, stronger than ever. You visit John Cameron the next day and the day after that. And before you know it, the days have grown into weeks. In the damp November night, you arrange to meet her secretly at a little French cafe on Washington Street. Leads to a lot more of them. The two of you at the little corner table Henry reserves especially, not saying much, hardly realizing how the time has flown, that tomorrow is the day before Christmas.
You know, That's one of my favorite Christmas hymns. Beautiful.
Yes.
Christmas, day after tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to realize it. You happy, Carol?
Happy. And miserable.
Or did you expect anything else?
No. I knew it was going to be this way, Paul. It's just that I feel so helpless, and
I'm glad you came tonight, Carol, because I'm afraid this is going to be the last time.
Oh, Paul.
Don't you see how impossible it all is? We're both beating our heads against a stone wall. You're absolutely right, Carol. We are helpless. As I see it, the only thing we can do is try to be square with ourselves. Honestly, it just won't work any other way.
No, I suppose not. John will probably hang on like this for years.
Yes, he might if he's careful.
You know, Paul, it's terrible to feel this way.
What way?
I just can't help it, Paul. I almost wish he'd...
No.
It's true. It's true. I never loved him, Paul. My family thought he'd be good for me. I didn't want any part of it.
I know, my dear. You don't have to tell me.
He's unhappy, and he's sick, and he's miserable, and it'll always be that way. Why should he
Please,
live?
Carol. Now, this is going to be the last time. I mean it. I can get Dr. Andrews on the case next week.
Oh, no.
Look at me. Carol. Oh, it's going to work out somehow. The right way. Will you believe that?
All right, Paul. If you say so.
Yes, Paul, it was the only thing to do. The honorable thing. Approved 100% by the Medical Association. But it doesn't help you sleep that night. And it doesn't help the next day when you make your regular call on John Cameron. Examine him, find him the same, leave his prescription bottle with Carol and go. Yes, it had to end, Paul. Because you were both beginning to think the thing that Carol almost said at the restaurant. That you both wished John would die. And then at 10 o'clock that night...
Hello?
Dr. Evans.
Yes?
You must come at once, Doctor. Mr. Cameron's had an attack.
I'll be right over, Lucinda. Now listen carefully. There's a bottle of amyl nitrate in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Break up a tablet in a handkerchief and make him inhale it. Is that clear?
It's too late for that, Doctor. I'm afraid he's dead.
With the prologue of Decision, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Just remember these 2 points if you want to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to The Whistler.
Finally happened, Paul. John Cameron is dead. But it hasn't affected you as you thought it would. There was something so sudden about it. It happened so soon after you and Carol had decided to call it off. After she'd almost said what you'd both been thinking. Yes, there's something wrong with it. It just feels wrong. That's why after you've examined him, you turn to Lucinda.
Lucinda.
Yes, Doctor.
You were here when it happened?
Yes. Mrs. Cameron had given him his medicine and gone to bed. I heard him call.
Yes. What happened then?
He'd been violently sick. Said his throat was burning.
Throat was burning? Why, you must be mistaken.
No, sir. And he was all doubled up with cramps.
Why, you're wrong. You must be.
It's the truth, sir.
Did you give him anything?
No. It was my night out, and I'd only just come in when...
Excuse me a minute.
Well, Paul?
Don't go in there. There's nothing you can do now.
I know. Well, it's over.
Oh, Carol.
Don't say anything, Paul. I don't want to talk about it or think about it any more ever.
We've got to think about it.
I know. You don't have to tell me. He was all right this morning, just as well as could be expected.
All right, Carol.
What happens now?
I won't say any more. But you know what's ahead, I guess.
Of course. I'll be all right. It's just...
You better go to bed. You need some rest. I'll take care of everything.
It's almost midnight when you get back to the office and take the prescription bottle out of your pocket. The one you took from Carol's medicine cabinet. You forget to take off your hat and overcoat as you throw a few pieces of laboratory equipment together. Dissolve the powder in water and make a test. A very simple test.
Thiocyanin. I knew it.
Poison. Well, Paul, it's quite a decision, isn't it? You look down at the blank death certificate on your desk until the letters burn into your brain, and you can see them when you close your eyes. It's the most important decision you'll ever have to make, Paul.
Is that what we're here for? To spend our lives looking for something that isn't there and then to suddenly find it? Throw it away?
2 o'clock. 3. 4. All you can do is sit and stare at the desk, trying to think it through. Your medical certificate's on one wall, the Hippocratic Oath in a neat black frame on the other. 6 o'clock. 7. 8. And then your nurse arrives.
Why, Doctor, you've been here all night.
Yes. It's Cameron. He's dead.
Well, it was only a matter of time.
Yes, I guess it was.
I'll make out the certificate. Death from natural causes, angina pectoris acute. Yes, Doctor?
Oh, nothing.
Hello?
Carol,
Yes, Paul.
I've just filled out the death certificate.
Heart disease?
Yes.
Do you think they'll investigate?
You've got to be careful, awfully careful.
I will.
Poison isn't easy to cover up, Carol. They'll find it in a second if they ever get suspicious. Now listen, I'll send the certificate over this morning. If nobody gets curious during the next week, I think we'll be safe.
All right, Paul.
But we mustn't be seen together under any circumstances. I don't want you even to telephone me if you can possibly help it. Okay?
Okay.
Well, that's all then. Good luck, darling.
Hello, Evans.
Well, hello, Miles. How are you?
A little puzzled at the moment. Thought I'd drop in for a minute.
I certainly have a chair.
Thanks. It's about Cameron. I've had a rather distressing experience.
Oh?
I've been their family doctor for some time, of course. I didn't know Mrs. Cameron before she married John some years ago, but I've always thought her a rather charming person.
But she seems to be.
Yes. You know her pretty well, Paul?
Oh, well, naturally, in attending her husband.
Yeah, of course. Do you think she's a woman of character?
Yes, I'd say so.
So would I. Miss Lucinda Withers, however, seems to think she's a murderess.
Just what does that mean?
I don't know. The woman was completely confusing. A lot of rambling, disconnected remarks that seemed to imply that you and Mrs. Cameron were in love.
Well, as you said, Miss Withers seems to be confused.
Yes. Well, I just think, Paul, that you ought to do something about Miss Withers. You know as well as I that this sort of thing can ruin you.
Hello, Carol. Yes. Listen, darling. You've got to get Withers out of town. Yeah, I know it'll make it look worse, but it's the only thing we can do. Now, where's her family? Idaho. Well, that's good. Now, tell her she needs a rest, anything. I know it sounds crazy, but it's better than sitting around waiting for the axe to fall. Well, that's it. Good luck, darling.
You're walking on thin ice, Paul. You can almost hear it cracking under your feet, and it seems to be getting thinner. The funeral on Thursday, then Friday, Saturday, and Lucinda's still in town. Carol was right. It only made it worse to try and get her to leave. You're just waiting now. It's only a matter of time. And then, bright and early, Monday morning...
Hello, Doctor. I'm Willard Stevens.
How do you do? I'm afraid
I'm John Cameron's cousin. Flew out from New York.
I see.
I have a rather delicate problem on my hands. I hope you'll understand.
I'll try to.
About John's death. I had a letter from him indicating he planned to make certain changes in his will. It arrived just a day or two before he died. Does that suggest anything to you?
No, I'm afraid it doesn't.
You naturally ascribed his death to his heart condition?
Yes, naturally.
I realize it would be embarrassing for me to contest your diagnosis. I'm hoping you'll work with me and...
In what?
I had a talk with Miss Withers the night I arrived.
She's a meddlesome old fool.
Oh? How did you know?
Dr. Miles told me. Does that answer your question?
It answers that question.
I assume you have others.
Indeed, I have. And I'm afraid, Doctor, there's only one way to answer them.
What's that?
An exhumation and an autopsy.
So that's it, Paul. It's all over, isn't it? The autopsy will undoubtedly be tomorrow, and after that, of course, there'll be a trial. The next decision is easy, isn't it? It would be useless to try and run away. It would never lead to anything. You and Carol could never find happiness with an axe hanging over your heads. So the next day, during the autopsy, you sit at home quietly in the chair by the phone, waiting for it to ring.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Oh, is the autopsy over?
Yes. Yes, they're waiting downstairs to take me to the coroner's office for the report now. Listen to me. Paul, would you do me a favor?
Anything, Carol.
Will you leave? No?
Leave? What do you mean?
Look, if it's going to happen, there's no reason for it happening to both of us.
That's about the most ridiculous thing you ever said.
Oh, Paul, please listen to
go
me.
with them, Carol. I'll be down there in an hour.
But it's...
Carol, there's only one thing in the world right now. And when that's gone, I don't want to be here anymore.
I hoped you'd say that.
You keep your chin up, darling. I'll see you in an hour.
Yes?
I'm Dr. Evans.
Oh, yes. This way.
All right, Lieutenant. There he is.
Just a minute, Miss Withers.
Make him admit it. He's in love with her. It's been going on
I said just a minute. How about that, Doctor?
It's written all over his face. He's in love with her.
All right. I am in love with Mrs. Cameron. So what?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, all of the people in the Signal Oil Company, as well as signal dealers, and we of the Whistler cast, wish you a very Merry Christmas and a new year brimful of good health, good cheer, good luck. And now back to the Whistler.
So you stand there, Paul, shouting to the high heavens that you're in love with Carol, with all of them clustered around you like vultures. It doesn't seem to matter anymore, does it? In spite of your love for Carol, you know that sooner or later your sense of responsibility would have forced you to tell the whole story. There's a long silence, And then the police lieutenant slowly walks over to Lucinda Withers.
All right, Miss Withers, now that we're all here, maybe you'll tell us why you tried to frame Mrs. Cameron.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On April 5th, you bought 100 grains of thiocyanate at the Black and White Pharmacy on O'Farrell Street, right?
I did no such thing.
You signed Evelyn Jones on the register.
That's a lie.
Is this the woman, Mr. Thorson?
That's the woman. I make a practice of remembering the faces of people who buy poison.
Excuse me. I think I'd like to sit down.
Sure, Doctor. Take a chair over there. Now, Miss Withers, why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you put poison in the medicine you knew she had to give him?
I didn't do it.
Don't lie to me. Now, what did you do with the bottle?
I didn't do anything with it. I left it in the...
Oh, you did have the bottle, huh? Why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you try to frame her?
She killed him. She killed him just as surely as if she...
As if she put the poison in the bottle instead of you, that's it, isn't it?
She didn't love him. She never did. He was as good as dead.
So you thought you'd finish the job and hang it around her neck?
Lieutenant, I must see Mrs. Cameron. Where is she?
In the next room, lying down. Go ahead, Dr. Evans. Now, Miss Withers, we're going to take this all down right from the very first.
Carol,
You're looking for Mrs. Cameron?
Yes, the lieutenant said...
Is it Dr. Evans?
Yes, I am.
Well, Mrs. Cameron's gone, but she asked me to give you a message, and she said she was waiting for you at the French restaurant on Washington Street. She said you'd know the place.
Oh, yes, thank you. I know the place. Carol.
Oh, Paul.
Carol.
Oh, please sit down, Paul.
Here it is, the same table, as before.
And we said it would never happen again.
Yes, the nerve of us, saying what will and won't happen.
We were fools, Paul.
I was the fool, thinking all the time that you'd killed her.
I know, but you had every reason when I think how I acted after it happened, but I thought it was you. You gave me his prescription that morning, and an hour after I gave it to him, he was dead.
We were both wrong. It was Lucinda who killed him.
She thinks she did. They say they'll have a better case against her if they let her confess it first before they tell her.
Tell her what?
Paul, when you brought the new prescription that morning, the old bottle was still half full. And that's the one she put the poison in.
What?
That's the way it happened, Paul. You see, darling, I used the new bottle the night he died. That's why I was so sure you did it.
The prescription was perfectly all right. There was nothing...
Of course it was.
And I was so sure he was poisoned, those symptoms.
Lucinda was lying, Paul, about the burning in his throat and the cramps. Don't you see?
Then the autopsy was okay. There was no murder.
No, there was no murder, Paul. You see, darling, your diagnosis was correct. John died of natural causes, just as you said on the certificate.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Kathy Lewis and Joseph Kearns. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Harold M. Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program,
The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The first year.
The story of Lydia Winters falls naturally into two parts, separated by exactly 1 year, almost to the minute. Her marriage to Elliot Larkin ended, of course, on New Year's Eve, somewhere around midnight at a place called Silver Lake Lodge. The circumstances surrounding its ending are a matter of record now in the files of the police department, Homicide Division. The beginning is another story, a personal one. Just a year before, early on New Year's morning, Lydia Winters had stood at the door of her uncle's apartment with Elliot, listening to the whistles ushering in the new year.
Darling.
Huh?
Listen.
It's official now. A brand new year.
Brand new life.
I better go in now, Elliot.
Look, Lydia, let's go together. You can speak your piece now. Back you
I've
up.
already told you I want to talk to Uncle Philip alone, darling.
Oh, but why waste New Year's Eve? Good Lord, woman, it'll only take a minute to
I
tell
love
the old
you,
boy.
dear, and I'm going to marry you. But you might as well learn right now when I make up my mind, I mean it.
So Marty tells me.
Poor Marty.
Yeah, poor Marty. Looked like you hit him with a pole axe when you told him tonight.
He'll get over it. They all do.
I wonder if we will.
Maybe. But it'll be fun while it lasts.
Lydia, why are you marrying me?
Oh, you dance well, you're good looking, you have charm of a sort, and of course...
My money.
Your money. I'm tired of depending on Uncle Philip.
Ah, you're a worldly woman.
But very practical. Kiss me, darling. Good night, Elliot.
I'll pick you up tomorrow at noon.
Mm-hmm.
We can be married in Greenville and run up to Silver Lake Lodge for a couple of weeks, huh?
You're so capable, darling. All think it out for me.
Yeah, except Uncle Philip.
Just leave Uncle Philip to me, dear. Good night.
Good night. Happy New Year.
Well, Uncle Philip.
Oh, it's you.
You old darling, waiting up for me?
There's a very good reason, Lydia. I want to talk to you. Seriously, for once.
Oh, and I know just what it's about. You don't approve of Elliot, do you, dear? You think he's a fortune hunter, irresponsible, unworthy of me. And I'm so hard and thoughtless and gullible.
You through?
Yes.
Good. Then please understand this. If I have any concern about Elliot Larkin, it's on his account and not yours.
Is that so?
Exactly. In the proper hands, he might understand you, grow up into a decent human being. With you, he hasn't a chance.
Now, wait a minute. If you think you can tell
let me finish. That's beside the point anyway. You're just like your mother was, Lydia. The same selfishness, the same abysmal ignorance of the true meaning of marriage. You're not in love with this man. He's not in love with you.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Of course I'm sure. To get to the point, Lydia, I will not approve your marriage to Elliot Larkin or any other man until you indicate some small understanding of what the word means. Until you're able to look upon it as a sacred contract instead of an adventure.
I see. Now, I'd be grateful if you'd step off the soapbox while I tell you something. I don't care what you think.
Listen to me, Lydia.
I'm through listening to you. I'm of age, Uncle Philip. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm marrying Elliot, whether you approve or not. I don't care about you or your money or anything else. It's my life, and I intend to live it as I please. I'm leaving at noon tomorrow, Uncle Philip, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing I can do about it, eh? Yeah.
Hello?
Ballinger?
Yes?
Phil Ridgely. I hate to get you up, old man.
Oh, not at all. New Year's, you know. We're having a little party.
I want to see you right away, Ballinger, about my will.
Oh. How about tomorrow morning?
I said right away. Now.
Good Lord, Phil. You can't do a thing like this now.
Why not?
Why, it's vicious. If there was any chance for success of Lydia's marriage, it's destroyed by this thing. You can't play with people's lives as if they were puppets.
It's my money, Ballinger. I can do with it what I please. Now get this again. The new will is to provide that if Lydia and Elliot Larkin live together as man and wife under the same roof for a period of 10 years, they are to receive the principal legacy of $500,000 jointly, or half to each other as they may choose. That failing, it goes to the Children's Relief Fund. Got that?
That's clear enough.
Now, if at any time during those 10 years either one of them die by any means, the entire sum is payable to the survivor immediately.
Now, look here, Philip. I realize I'm in no position to question your moral code, but this thing is fiendish. Why, it'll set them at each other's throats.
Perhaps it will, Ballinger. Perhaps it will. It's a sort of a test, you know. If I'm right, if the marriage means nothing to either of them, it will destroy them. On the other hand, if I'm wrong, it will be a real reward.
Yes, but don't you see? It's not a will, Philip. It's a weapon.
Maybe. I know I won't live to see it work out. But you'll see it, Ballinger. You're to acquaint them with the provisions the moment I die. There's a comfortable retainer in there for you to see it's followed to the letter. You know, I envy you, Ballinger. It should prove very interesting.
Yes, Lydia, it began on a New Year's Eve at a party with Elliot Larkin, when suddenly, impetuously, you decided that here was the answer to Uncle Philip's tyranny, an avenue to freedom. And it's worked out fairly well, hasn't it? It's not a storybook marriage, of course, but you didn't expect that. Still, Elliot is fairly presentable, reasonable, and charming, and you're sure he's wealthy enough to keep you well-dressed and entertained. And until something better comes along, you're content. It was an evening in October that changed all that. The two of you had just arrived home from a football game.
Old Johnny Gates. Can you imagine running into him that way?
I felt like a lost sheep with the two of you huddled together all
Well,
afternoon.
I haven't seen him since college. Oh, here, let me take your coat. There. It was a lucky break running into him that way, you know?
Where's the cigarette?
Oh, a minute. Oh, here you are. Catch.
Thanks. What do you mean, lucky break? You didn't pay any attention to the game.
Well, he's leaving his job. He's going to the Orient.
Oh?
Yeah, he represents some cordial outfit, liqueurs, that sort of thing, you know. Well, I mean, that's the job he's leaving, and it's a pretty good job.
What's that got to do with you?
He says he'll recommend me to replace him if I want it.
You mean you're going to work?
Well, why not? I can't be a playboy all my life, you know.
Elliot. Elliot, darling, what in the world got into your head?
What's so funny, huh?
Hey, Elliot, you working? Oh.
Yeah, well, you better answer the phone.
Yeah, excuse me. Hello?
Mrs. Larkin?
Yes?
This is Mr. Ballinger, your uncle's lawyer.
I'm not at home to my uncle, Mr. Ballinger. You can tell him
Just a minute, Mrs. Larkin. I'm calling to tell you that your uncle passed away this afternoon.
I see.
It's my duty as his executor to read to you the terms of his will.
Who is it, honey?
Just a minute, please. Uncle Philip's dead. Something about the will.
Oh, let me talk to him.
I'll handle it. Mr. Ballinger, perhaps you don't quite understand my relationship with Uncle Philip.
Wait a minute.
Elliot.
Give me that phone now.
You think you're
time I knocked some sense into your head, Angel. You may as well know it now. We're broke.
For what?
Oh, as close to it as you can get without selling the furniture. That's why I took Johnny up on the job.
Hello?
You had money, a lot of it, you said.
Never mind that now. You just tell Mr. Ballinger we'll be glad to talk to him. You hear? Go on, take the phone.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Ballinger.
Yes?
We'll be over right away.
How'd it taste, dear?
What?
Humble pie.
I'm not in the mood for that sort of thing, Elliot. Why didn't you tell me you were broke?
You didn't ask. You just went along with what everyone believed about the lock and
You think that was fair to me?
Well, it works two ways, Angel. After all, I was under the impression your Uncle Philip's worldly goods were practically in your pocket.
I see. Well, I guess I'd better make this clear, Elliot. I don't love you. I never did.
Oh, now take it easy.
And bright and early tomorrow morning, I'm leaving this house and I'm not coming back.
Really? Well, I'm going to miss you terribly. Where are you going?
Does it matter very much?
No, not really. Tomorrow's up to you, Lydia. Tonight, on the other hand...
I'll see Mr. Ballinger alone.
We're going together, darling. Somehow I'm just a little curious about your uncle's will.
You mean this thing forces us to love each other?
More or less. That is, if you want the money. You will live together under the same roof for 10 years.
Yes, I heard it the first time, Ballinger. Now, are you sure it'll hold up under probate?
It's quite legal, if that's what you mean.
Naturally. You didn't know Uncle Philip very well, Elliot. Most efficient man in the world.
Well, that's it. If there are any questions, Lydia?
No, it's all very clear. Oh, come on, Elliot.
Well, then, good night. Good night, Larkin.
Night.
Amusement, Elliot, or the beginning of hysteria?
A little of each, I suppose. You know, you must admit the old boy had a sense of humor.
Must I?
10 years, 9 to go. Well, I guess there was a time when I'd be willing to do anything for $500,000. Right now, I don't know.
It won't make any real difference, Elliot. I want that money. You live your life, I'll live mine. No questions, no answers.
Except for the watchdog.
Ballinger? Yes, we can handle him.
I suppose it's worth a try. All right, dear. What's the first move?
Your friend, Johnny Gates.
Johnny?
You'll need that job now. You have a wife and home to support. Remember?
At that moment, you're forced to admit something to yourself, aren't you, Lydia? That Uncle Philip was right. That your marriage to Elliot Larkin is a farce. A hollow, mocking thing that was never meant to be. And there's something else, Lydia. The strange will. As the weeks pass, you know it for what it really is. An instrument of torture. A weapon striking back at you from the grave. Yes, Uncle Philip might as well be alive and laughing at you. Telling you that you can't win. But through it all, you're determined that somehow, some way, you'll defeat Philip on his own ground. Then on New Year's Eve, the night marking your first year together, Elliot calls you at the apartment.
Yeah?
Lydia, I thought you might be interested. I've got that job.
Johnny?
Yeah, he's giving it up, leaving right away.
Oh, nice. Tonight I can drink champagne that's paid for.
Oh, about that. I won't be able to make dinner until later. I'm helping Johnny celebrate.
Oh, don't worry about that. I meant to tell you we can skip the dinner plan. I'm meeting Marty Bell at the Zebra Club.
Marty Bell, huh? Well, true love never dies. Good old Marty.
Don't tell me you object, darling. I'll see you tomorrow, Elliot.
You'll see me tonight. If you insist on going there with Bell, I'll come down to the Zebra Club.
And what? Don't play the jealous husband, Elliot. That's really overdoing it. Goodbye.
Lydia!
Marty, you're very amusing.
But I mean it, Lydia. I love you.
Does anyone really mean that?
I want you to go away with me, Lydia. Leave Elliot.
Please, Marty. Trying to break up the perfectly matched, adoring Larkin.
It isn't breaking anything up, and you know it. You're not fooling me, Lydia.
Stop it, Marty.
You don't care a hang for Elliot.
I said stop it.
Hello.
Marty's keeping me company while I wait for Elliot, but he has an appointment. Maybe you'd sit in for a while, Mr. Ballinger.
Glad to, but...
Then Marty won't have to waste any more time.
I'm not wasting time,
It's
Lydia.
all right. You've been a dear, Marty. I'll tell Elliot now. Run along.
Nice to meet you, Bill. Yeah, same here. Oh, goodbye, Lydia.
Bye, Marty, and thanks so much. He's such a dear.
Lydia, I've been intending to bring this up for some time. I've been disturbed about things that I've been hearing.
Things? What things?
About you and Elliot.
Oh?
You know when there's any sign of trouble between you, you're on dangerous ground.
Why, Mr. Ballinger, I don't know what you're talking about. We're getting along beautifully.
Where is Elliot, Lydia? It's New Year's Eve. You two should be together.
Well, of course we should, but the night's only beginning, Mr. Ballinger. Why, I talked to Elliot only a little while ago. He's going to be here.
Do you mind if I wait?
I know. I'd appreciate it if you would. Wait, there he is now. He just came in. Would you excuse me a minute? I'll tell him where we are. Excuse me?
Well, sure.
Would you let me through, please?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, lady.
Pardon me, please.
It's okay.
Elliot.
Oh, there you are. Where's Marty? I want to talk to him.
Not here, Elliot. Come over to the table with me.
He ran out, huh?
I sent him away. Ballinger's here.
Ballinger?
Smile, darling. He's looking right at us.
What? Oh.
Would you let us through, please?
Yeah, excuse us.
Thank you.
We're sorry.
Right here, darling. Right here. Well, here he is, Mr. Ballinger, my stray lamb. Dear, you remember Mr. Ballinger?
Hello, Larkin.
Yes. How are you, Ballinger?
Sit down, my boy. I just ordered a round of drinks.
Why, how nice.
If you'll permit me, I'd like to offer a toast on your anniversary. 1 year, isn't it?
That's right.
Ah, one beautiful year.
Yes. Well, we can drink to that, and, of course, to your future. May you remain as happy as you are tonight.
Right now, Lydia, as you lift your glass and touch it to the others, listen to Ballinger's hollow toast. You realize that this can't go on, that 9 more years seem impossible. But it's impossible, too, Lydia, to sacrifice the money, isn't it? The money. The defeat of Uncle Philip on his own ground is uppermost in your mind. All you can think of an hour later as you sit beside Elliot in the car.
I hope Mr. Ballinger doesn't think it odd, our leaving so early.
I explained to him. I have to drive a friend to the airport.
Oh? Johnny Gates?
Yeah, he's flying to Seattle on the midnight plane. What I didn't tell Ballinger is that I'm going, too.
You're what?
Got my ticket, suitcase in the back.
Elliot, you can't do this.
Why not?
Because of what it might mean. Ballinger's suspicious now. What'll he think when he hears you've gone flying off somewhere on our anniversary?
Does that matter?
Of course it matters. He's got the power to cancel everything. You can't do it, Elliot. Wait a few days at least.
I'm sorry. It's my first assignment on the new job. The company expects me to wire them from Seattle in the morning.
Why did you agree to such a thing?
Maybe I've had all I can stand, Lydia.
For $500,000, don't be a fool, Elliot. Look, I'll do anything you say. I'll stay away from Marty. Anything, Elliot, just give me a chance.
Well, another helping, huh?
What?
Same humble pie.
Oh, Elliot, please be reasonable.
Oh, Johnny's expecting me. Lydia, I don't see how I can change things now. I'm supposed to be there.
There must be a way, Elliot. You'll regret this yourself. I know you will.
Well, I wonder.
What? What are you thinking?
Maybe Johnny can help us. Come on up with me. We'll talk to him. Maybe I'm a little dumb tonight, Elliot. Give me another rundown on that, will you? Well, now, look, Johnny, it's simple. I'd just like an extra day here, that's all. You're flying north anyway. Couldn't you send that wire for me? To cover you with the company? That's right. Now, you see, that way Lydia and I can be together on our anniversary, and I'll be up there in a day or two. Well, I don't suppose there'll be much doing over the holiday anyway. Oh, not a thing. It's just that I don't want to beg off on my first assignment. No, that wouldn't be so good. Okay, pal, I'll handle it. Oh, swell.
Johnny, I appreciate this, too.
Forget it. Elliot's done plenty for me. Oh, Johnny, there's one more thing. I don't like the idea of turning in my plane ticket. You know, just in case the company should check. Oh, I don't think they will. I'd rather not take a chance. Now, look, if it doesn't matter to you, you're leaving the company anyway, couldn't you turn yours back and go in my place all the way through? Well, if you'll feel safer. Well, Johnny, I really would. Okay, let's have it. Say, I'll even check into your hotel for you. Oh, fine. We better get going. Yeah, right away. Well, I'll finish packing. Be with you in a minute. Satisfied, Lydia?
Perfectly.
Look, as long as we're going to make it look good to Ballinger, maybe we can go the whole hog.
How do you mean?
Well, after we drop Johnny at the airport, how about driving up to Silver Lake Lodge?
Wonderful.
Remember the first time we were there? A brand new year, a brand new life.
I remember it perfectly, Elliot. I'd love to go. I think it's exactly what Mr. Ballinger would like.
Well, Lydia, for the moment you've won.
But the worry of the future is on your mind, driving down to the airport and watching Johnny Gates off on Flight 27. And all the way up to Silver Lake Lodge, you wonder about those 9 long years ahead. It isn't going to be easy, Lydia, but somehow you're determined to make Elliot continue to see it your way. A few miles below the lodge, you ask him to stop at a roadside store.
This most colorful of all southern cities will put out the door.
Sounds like they're having quite a time down in New Orleans.
Yeah?
I just want to get some cigarettes, Elliot. I'll be right back.
Take your time. Yes, ma'am?
A pack of cigarettes, please.
Take your pick.
Oh, these will do. Here you are.
Yeah, thanks.
A brief announcement, then back to the New Year's round-the-town celebration. Flight 27 of Fearless Airlines, northbound for Seattle, crashed and burned in an unexplained accident 1 hour ago. All on board were killed.
That news comes suddenly, doesn't it, Lydia? The answer to everything. To Elliot, the money, everything. Yes, Lydia, Elliot was on that plane, even if it was in name only. At this very moment, as he waits for you in the car outside, he's officially dead, certainly unidentifiable. And the words of Uncle Philip's will keep running through your mind.
If at any time either Lydia or Elliot Larkin die, the entire sum is payable immediately to the survivor.
You know how simple it can be now, Lydia. Yes, as you close the door behind you, walk through the bracing mountain air to the car, you realize that here is the opportunity of a lifetime. Freedom from Elliot and all of the $500,000 for yourself. And looking at Elliot relaxed, waiting for you, you know you're going to kill him tonight.
Here has a horn or some other kind of...
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, it's all right.
Just as I went into the store, there was some sort of news flash on the radio. You hear it?
Newsflash? No, some other station, probably.
Yes, I thought so.
Hey, I was enjoying that. New Year's Eve in New Orleans.
Please, I'd like it quiet. We'll be up at the cabin in a few minutes. Right now, I want to think.
Of course you want to think, Lydia, of the loaded target pistol in the gun case at the cabin, of how lonely it is there, of how easy it'll be to dispose of Elliot's body in that wilderness. Less than an hour later, you're at the cabin, ready to put your plan in operation. The pistol is just beneath your hand, stuck between the sofa cushions as you sit before the fire Elliot has built for the occasion. You steady your nerves and...
Elliot?
Just a minute, dear. I'm fixing the drink.
Hurry it up, will you?
You're tense now, bracing yourself. You'll wait until he's moved around and is standing right in front of you, holding the drinks on the tray. That way it can't go wrong.
Around this way, darling. Right near the fire.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, for Signal Oil Company and the almost 2,000 Signal dealers throughout the states of California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, I want to wish you a very happy 1948. May your new year be filled with peace, prosperity, and the good health with which to enjoy these blessings. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, the marriage of Lydia Winters Larkin ended in murder on a New Year's Eve at a place called Silver Lake Lodge, where she and her husband Elliot had spent their honeymoon just a year before. There's a complete record now in the files of the Homicide Division. A record of a detective's curiosity over the crash of a northbound airplane and the supposed death of a passenger named Elliot Larkin. of an investigation that led to a quick arrest and a complete confession. At police headquarters, Mr. Ballinger, the attorney, was remarkably philosophical as the lieutenant read the whole amazing story from a hurriedly prepared transcript of the confession.
I can't say that I'm surprised, Lieutenant. I was afraid from the beginning that Philip's will would lead to something like that.
Yes, the will, of course, gives us a solid motive. Although we already figured we'd find something like that. There's one more paragraph to the confession. You want to hear it?
Yes, read on, please.
Well, it goes on to say, once I knew that Johnny Gates was on that northbound plane traveling as Elliot Larkin, the way seemed perfectly clear. As soon as we got to the cabin, I got hold of a gun and waited for my opportunity. The first chance I had, I pulled the trigger twice without any warning, and it was all over. And then there's the signature, of course.
The only thing I don't understand, Lieutenant, is how you were able to make the arrest so quickly.
A good hunch on the part of one of the boys. You see, when he found out that Larkin was due up in Seattle on that new job, he flew up there as a matter of routine. Well, after that, of course, the arrest was over. Oh, they're bringing in the prisoner now. Do you want to...
Yes, I'll stay.
All right, Sergeant. In here.
I don't know how you ever expect to get by with this, Larkin.
Does that matter now? Johnny Gates traveling in my name, I thought I had a perfect alibi. So I killed him. And until our man walked in on you in Seattle, you still didn't know that your alibi had blown up in that plane. Yeah. Funny thing, too. At night in the car, Liddy asked me if I'd heard a news flash. It must have been about that plane. I wonder why she didn't tell me.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Because this is New Year's Eve, the safety message with which we have closed every Whistler program during the past year has even more significance tonight. To get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed. Be courteous and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black
that identifies friendly dealer-owned signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Come back.
Even on Fifth Avenue, he was a distinguished-looking figure. This handsome man in his mid-50s. His clothes were a little outdated, perhaps, though few would notice that. And as he strolled along, chin lifted, swinging a stick, there were curious glances and whispers in his wake. Wasn't that John Maynard, the old matinee idol, they'd say? Not quite sure. Of course, they knew him better on Broadway. Stopped and spoke to him on his good days. Pretended not to see him on the other ones, when his eyes were bloodshot and his gait unsteady. For then he was out for a touch, looking for $1 or $2 for the bottle that turned the dreary present back to the day when John Maynard, if not the king of Broadway, was surely the crown prince. On Fifth Avenue, above 45th Street, he entered an office building, rode to the 14th floor, finally walking past the secretary and through a door marked Oliver Stanley Theater Productions.
Good morning, Oliver.
Well, John, just how did you get past my secretary?
On my nerve. Sorry, my boy. I knew you wouldn't see me, so I had to do it this way. Do you mind if I sit down?
That seems to be what you're doing.
Thank you.
You know, John, I should think you'd have had too much pride to do this.
Pride?
Coming to me with your hand out? That's what you're doing, isn't it?
Oh, that's just where you're wrong, Oliver. I'm here to help you.
That's interesting.
You need me very badly for the part of Hubbard in your new play. Bonnie Newman, who's rehearsing with you. Let me read the script.
So you've come to help me.
Precisely.
I see. I'm sorry, John. I'm very busy.
Now, wait, Oliver. Tell me, how do I look?
Unusually good, I'd say. However,
Let me finish. Oliver, take a look at a man who's had his last drink in this vale of misery.
Well...
Don't smile, my boy. I'm not jesting.
John, have you ever kept track of the number of times you said that?
This time it happens to be true.
What's happened to your sense of humor?
I don't blame you, Oliver. I've let you down. I've let every producer down.
And above all, you've let yourself down, John. You were one of the finest actors this town ever saw. The old bottle and that phony temperament of yours finish you.
Let me prove myself, Oliver. Once I'm successful again, there won't be any temptation to drink.
John, I'll make a bargain with you.
I'll accept any conditions you care to make. I'll meet the test. I know I can.
You say you've read the part?
I know most of it already. If you give me a reading...
That won't be necessary. I know you can do it. I suppose I'll get the horse laugh from everyone, but I'm going to give you one last chance.
I don't know what to say, Oliver.
Then don't say. Now, here's the script. For the first time in theater history, a character man's going to have an understudy. Louis Cook will always be up in the part, John, ready to take your place at a moment's notice.
He'll never get a chance.
I hope not. You realize, of course, what this play means to me. I'm not only producing it, I'm also the star.
Yes, Oliver. You're the star.
See you at the theater tomorrow at 11.
Yes, of course.
And, John, about the bargain, it's this. The part is yours. If I hear of you taking even one drink, you're through.
I understand. Believe me, you'll never regret this decision, my boy.
All right, John. The rest is up to you.
You bow and leave. And as you walk down the hallway to the elevator, there's a new triumphant sound in your ears. The applause of opening night. The crowds raving about your comeback. The reviews saying you stole the show from a mediocre star. You'd do anything for that, wouldn't you, John? You'd even resort to murder for the pleasure of forcing Oliver Stanley to crawl back to you for a job. But that won't be necessary now. You knew the minute you read that part that here is a play with one rewarding role, the part of Hubbard, and the rest completely second-rate. You know the show will flop, John, but not you. And the next morning at the theater, you're confident as the rehearsal moves into the last act. Now comes your big scene with Oliver.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I've come to see you about Nancy.
Hubbard! The mask. Why are you
There's a very practical reason for the mask, Edward. In view of what I've come here for, I can't risk being recognized.
Listen, Hubbard. We can work this thing out reasonably without... Hubbard!
Oh, Edward, I've taken your life. I've given up my freedom. Does that seem a bad bargain, Edward? Your life for mine? But mine was gone, you know. Mine was gone the moment you took Nancy from me. And so, like gentlemen, we've come to terms. We've shaken hands. Goodbye, Edward. Goodbye.
Great, John. That was wonderful. When the other actors applaud you, you know you're good.
Oh, thank you, Oliver.
That'll be all, cast. Be back at 7. No, wait, John. I want to see you a moment.
Oh?
You're marvelous, old man.
Well, what did I tell you? You know, Oliver, I think we've got a hit.
Going to put you back in circulation in a hurry. Now, about that last scene.
Yes?
I'm afraid we'll have to cut most of your closing speech.
Cut it? Why, my dear man, you heard the cast applaud.
Yes, I know. I'm not a ham, John, but after all, I am supposed to be the star.
Oliver, I think you're being unfair.
Come now. We won't have any of that. I know what I want at my own show, John. Get your dinner and be back at 7. I'll have the cut figured out by then.
Very well, Oliver. Anything you say. Now.
He's beginning to wake up, John. Starting to realize the danger of having an actor like you in the cast. But it won't matter after all, because on opening night you intend to read the full speech anyway. It belongs there, John. In that one scene, the careful development of Hubbard's character reaches its climax. And you'll read it all, alone on the stage, regardless of Oliver or anyone else. So for the next few weeks, you avoid argument with Oliver. Everything goes smoothly until one night Louis Cook, your understudy, meets you at the stage entrance as you start out of the theater for dinner.
Hello, John.
Oh, Louis.
I waited for you. Thought we might have dinner together.
Good. How about the automat?
Let's make it Mike's.
Well,
I'll even grab the check.
It's not that. It's just that, you see, Mike's has a bar and...
Oh, afraid of bars?
Well, all right, Louis, let's make it Mike's.
That's better. One of the great joys of peacetime, John. A man can get good scotch again. You know something?
What, Louis?
I admire you. They tell me you hit the bottle pretty hard in your time.
Oh, off and on, I suppose.
And now you can take it or leave it alone. Well, like tonight. How's the lemonade you ordered?
Oh, it's lemonade.
You're on the wagon for good, eh?
Boss's orders.
Oh, no. You don't mean he went into that, too.
That's right.
You know, I've hated that guy on general principles for years. Now, at last, I've got a reason.
Louis, could you keep a secret?
Sure.
I think a drink could do me good. One can't hurt me after all.
Oh, boss's orders. One drink leads to another, you
I'll
know.
be responsible for that, Louis. Just don't say anything to Oliver, will you?
Well, I'd be the last one in the world to rat on you, John. You know that.
Good. Bartender.
Yes, sir?
Make it a double scotch.
With the prologue of Comeback, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Since last week, Whistler, you know, your car has aged a whole year. Yes, even those shiny 1947s are now last year's models. But after all, the important thing is not the year your car was made, but rather the care it received. That's what determines how long and how well it's going to hold up. And that's why, if you want your car's performance to stay young, it's so important for it to receive the more thorough, more conscientious service cars get at dealer-owned Signal service stations. When a signal dealer lubricates your car, he doesn't take any chances on memory to locate the many different lubrication points. Instead, he checks against the official factory chart that shows exactly which of Signal's 9 specialized lubricants each part should have for long, trouble-free service. And then, just to make double sure not a single part has been missed, your Signal dealer checks the whole job again, which explains why we call it Signal Double-Check Lubrication. This is typical of the many little extra services you get from Signal dealers, because each one owns his own business and has a personal interest in keeping your goodwill. Typical of Signal service, designed to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. Now back to the Whistler.
So it'll be a real comeback, John. Here in this mediocre play, Oliver Stanley has put a new career in your hands. A solid chance to pull yourself in one flashing performance out of the cold, lonely pit of frustration and cheap liquor. Yes, all that matters now is opening night and the reviews that are certain to come with your brilliance in the role of Hubbard. Back at the theater after dinner, you go to your dressing room. The scotch is wearing off now and you feel a little let down.
Come in. How are you feeling now, John?
All right. Sit down, Louis.
You look almost sober.
What?
I'm only kidding. You see that? I don't think you'd better, John. If Oliver happened to get suspicious, you know.
Yes, I guess so. No point in thinking about it anyway. There isn't a drop within a block of the theater.
Oh, let's not go that far.
You mean there is some?
Just happen to have a bottle in my overcoat pocket.
Look, Louis, I'm sure another one wouldn't hurt.
No, sir, I don't want the boss accusing
He won't do a
me
thing about it. Come on, Louis, be reasonable.
If we settle for one.
Oh, that's better.
Okay. You'd better get out there now. They're ready to start.
Yes. Thanks, Louis. I needed that one.
Not at all. Anything for a pal.
And through the first 2 acts of the rehearsal, you give a wonderful performance. There's a big audience of theater people out there watching you, and the murmurs of approval only make you more confident that the opening night will see you back at the top. At the end of Act 2, Oliver breaks for instruction.
All right, let's hold it here a minute. Henry, you're jumping your cues again.
I know, Oliver. I'll watch it.
And Alice, his last entrance was a trifle slow. Sleep in fast, right on Henry's line.
I'll try, darling.
I think we'll go right into the last act now. Oh, John.
Yes, Oliver?
While I think of it, I'm going to make another simple cut near the end. As you know, you walk off stage right after you shoot me.
Of course.
At that point, the play's over, as far as you're concerned.
Don't I come back for the scene with the servant? I mean, after I've taken off the mask?
No. I believe it will be more effective if you stay off.
I see.
And after you kill, remain on stage until the final curtain. Clear?
Yes, Oliver. Quite clear.
You turn and walk away to hide your contempt. Another of your scenes gone, John, to satisfy Oliver's unbelievable ego. But you're not worried, because tomorrow's triumph will put you back on top. The critics will single you out, you're sure of it. And you can leave Oliver and his ridiculous play for good. At 2 a.m, the grind of the rehearsal is over. You hurry back to your dressing room, tired and nervous from the strain. And then you notice something. Louis's overcoat hanging next to yours in the closet. You hurry over and lock the door, then go to the closet.
John, are you in there? Open up.
Just a minute.
Get this stuff out of sight. You mustn't see it. Coming. Oh, you got the door locked, John.
thin.
What's the matter, anyway?
Why, not a thing. I must have slipped the catch on the door by accident. I don't know why.
May I come in, John?
Well, Oliver and I are talking.
It's all right.
I just want to get my coat.
No, I mean, I'll get it for you, Louis.
It's no trouble for me.
John, what is it? What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Maybe a little nervous from all the rehearsal, nothing more.
Hey, what's this? Liquor all
What is it, Louis?
Oliver, Louis's coat fell off the hook because the bottle broke. That's all.
Without a drop of liquor spilling on the coat? I'm afraid that is all, John. You've broken our agreement, haven't you?
The bottle belongs to Louis, doesn't it, Louis? Ask him, Oliver. He'll tell you.
Sure, it's my bottle,
But you've been drinking it, John.
Well, now, look, Oliver, I haven't committed a murder. You
Get out. Get out of this theater. And don't come near it or me again.
I'm surprised you do a thing like this, old man.
Why, you conniving... Stop it, John. Will you get out, you tramp?
Yes, I'll get out. I wouldn't breathe the same air with either of you.
Don't head for Mike. It's much cheaper in...
Consciousness is finally breaking through, John, and things start to make a little sense. You're lying on the bed. You're ill and weak, but you lunge forward to knock an empty bottle aside. But you're over it now, John, and you can't bear even the sight of a bottle for a while. You look about the dreary, disordered room. Wonder what time it is, what day it is. The cracked, wavy mirror shows a haggard old face staring back at you. A face covered with gray stubble, with patches of grease paint still clinging in places. It's a horrible sight, and you turn away. They did this to you, didn't they, John? Oliver Stanley and Louis Cook, your friends. You wonder how you can strike back. You're still thinking about it as you make your way to a tiny lunchroom for a few cups of black coffee. A calendar in back of the counter tells you that 4 days have gone by. 4 days. Oliver's show is opened without you, with Louis playing your part, moving about the stage in the role that belongs to you. That's when it comes to you, isn't it, John? A simple, effective plan for revenge against the two men you hate. You get up, pay your check, and hurry downtown to a hardware store. That evening, you're back at the theater, standing on the fringe of the small crowd as they pour out into the lobby between the second and third acts.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you. It's a bad play.
I wonder what John Maynard would have done with that part they gave Louis Cook.
I don't know. Why did they make the switch?
Well, I heard it was the same old reason.
Last act. Curtain going up. Curtain going up.
Yes, John, the last act. You smile coldly at the thought as you walk back to the stage door, slip inside unnoticed. You know that Louis is on stage as the curtain goes up, so you're quite confident that you'll be alone when you enter his dressing room. You close the door softly, find the gun that's used near the end of the play, and then seat yourself behind a screen to wait.
Call me in 15 minutes, will you, Ted? I don't want to miss my cue.
I'm afraid you're going to miss your cue, Louis.
John?
Yes, the man you had thrown into the alley with your dirty, cheap tricks. I've had quite a wait, Louis.
Look, I don't want any trouble with you. But if you don't get out of here...
You won't have any trouble with me. And I'm going very shortly, as quietly as I came.
Well, go now. I have nothing to say to you.
But I have something to say to you, Louis. I've come to take over your part in the last act. My part, I should say.
What's the matter with you? I've had enough of this. I'm going to call Oliver.
Sit down, Louis, while I lock this door.
You can't threaten me with that. A prop gun.
No longer a prop, Louis. I've loaded it with the real thing.
What?
Very simple to do. Just a little trip to a hardware store this afternoon.
John, you can't get away with this.
You and Oliver.
Wait a minute. I'm beginning to get this. You intend to go out on that stage and murder Oliver?
Oh, you'll murder him. Or at least an entire audience will think so. We're the same size, the part called for a mask, and even with Oliver's cuts, I've been rehearsing for hours.
And just how do you expect to shut me up?
I figured that too, Louis. Just as you had it figured when you coaxed me to take that drink.
But what do you intend to do? Why are you wrapping that towel around the gun?
It'll deaden the sound to some extent. And when Alice Horton does her big screaming scene, that will help too.
No, John. Don't do it. You won't get away with it.
There's my cue. Goodbye, Louis.
John, no!
You stand there, wait.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I've come to see you about Nancy.
Hubbard! The mask. Why are you wearing
it? Being recognized.
Listen, Hubbard. We can work this thing out reasonably without... Hubbard!
Goodbye, Edward. Goodbye.
You walk quickly off the stage and back to the dressing room. Place the gun in Louis Cook's hand. 20 minutes later, you're away from the theater and entering the dingy lobby of your hotel.
It won't be necessary.
Haven't found another play yet, huh?
No.
I've been reading about Mr. Stanley's play. Seems to me they made an awful mistake taking you out of that part.
Thank you, Frank.
No, it wouldn't surprise me if the show folded up tomorrow.
I think you have something there, Frank. Good night.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since most everyone is concerned about getting maximum value out of today's shrinking dollars, I'd like to give you a tip on how to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that's tops in quality. Just remember these 2 points. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. Your best yardstick of gasoline quality is mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. After all, in order for a gasoline to give you more miles per gallon, it has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. In other words, the superior performance you expect of a superior gasoline. That's why we say to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, just remember 2 things. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's over, John. The play, your chance at a comeback, everything. But now, sitting in your cheap hotel room, blocked from the theater, you take satisfaction from the knowledge that Oliver Stanley and Louis Cook, the men who took your opportunity away, are dead, and you killed them. You wish that you could be there with the others, watching their expression. That scene was well played, for the simple reason that he had actually been shot. And because of your own careful acting, Louis is the murderer who then took his own life. You wish that you could tell that to them all, just as you did to Louis the moment before you killed him. But there's nothing left now, is there? The perfect performance is over, and this time applause and acknowledgments will have to be omitted.
Huh? Who is it?
Open up, Maynard.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you. My name's Dunkel, homicide.
I don't understand.
Okay, Maynard, keep up the performance.
Now, see here, I've done nothing.
No word even out of your room tonight, huh?
Well, of course I was. I went for a stroll, but...
Some stroll. Right on stage and into the third act of the flop play.
Now, look, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Please, Maynard, I'm not sitting in the front row balcony. I'm Dunkel, homicide, remember? Standing right here in your room.
But Why? Because of double murder, and you did it. No. Uh-huh. I'd tell you how, but you know that already. So I'll just tell you where you slipped up. It was your big scene, old boy. Bad. Very bad.
What?
You left out the best part. The speech right after the murder. Beautiful thing, Maynard.
That speech was cut.
Oliver put the speech back right after he threw you out. You see, he wasn't afraid of the speech, Maynard. He was only afraid of you stealing the show with it.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program. Each Wednesday night at the same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you to get the most it may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were John Brown and Herbert, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Silent Partner.
For 20 out of every 24 hours, Saunders Junction is a sleepy little western town, the railhead of a dairy cattle empire called the Robertson Ranch. But twice a day, at 6 o'clock in the morning and evening, it comes to life, its 3 blocks of stores and supply houses suddenly active as the trains pull into the station and Robertson trucks line the platform. The drivers and swampers hustling hundreds of gleaming cans of Robertson milk into the waiting cars to be taken south to the cities. In the wintertime, a stranger in Saunders Junction would have trouble distinguishing morning from evening. The same trains, the same shouting men, the same darkness morning and evening. But Matt Robertson was no stranger. As he stood on the platform watching the train pull out, he was thinking, a little bitterly now, of the days 30 years ago when his father passed the Robertson Ranch over to him. And as he looked down the line of trucks with Robertson painted on their sides, he couldn't help reflecting on the changes those 30 years had brought.
Okay, boys, let's roll.
Barry? Oh, Barry.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Did you check that shipment on, Barry?
Well, sure. What's the matter, Matt?
Let's look at the sheets. I didn't see them.
Oh, well, I didn't think you wanted...
I got a right to know how much milk I'm shipping off my own ranch, haven't I, Barry? Come on, give me the sheets.
Oh, sure, Matt. It's just that Wilk said...
Never mind, Wilk.
Well, okay, Matt.
More than 3,000 gallons, eh? 10% over last month.
Yeah, Wilk is doing a great job.
You think so, Barry?
Yeah, sure do. And 3,000 ain't nothing to what we're going to do when Santa Susana gets going.
I haven't decided yet whether we're going to buy Santa Susana Ranch.
Oh, it's all bought yesterday.
Where did you hear that?
Oh, Wilk Haynes himself. Yeah, we're going to double milk production, he says.
He went ahead and bought it?
Why, I thought you knew.
Wilk went ahead. Went right ahead and bought it.
Oh, funny, he didn't say nothing to you. You're his partner and everything. Oh, I can't figure
Just
why...
forget it, Barry. I'll take it up with him directly.
Well, sure, Matt, sure. I better get back. I got to get these sheets to the boss.
The boss, huh? Look, Barry, before you get in that truck, take a look at the name on the side of it.
Huh?
It says Robertson Ranch. You see it? Big, clear, bright yellow letters. Robertson Ranch. Robertson Ranch.
Oh, Matt.
Hello, Sheriff.
Thought I might ride back to the ranch with you, Matt, if it ain't too much trouble.
Oh? Anything wrong, Sheriff?
Want to see young Charlie Breck.
Charlie? What's the matter? What's he been...
Oh, now, don't get worked up, Matt. It's nothing serious. You know, he's been on probation after that shooting scrape up north. He just ain't reported to me this month like he's supposed to, that's all.
Oh, I see.
Can't say I blame him for putting that fella in the hospital, but the book says he checks with me once a month, and that's what he better do.
Well, look, Sheriff, I'll send him in tomorrow.
Tomorrow he'll be working stock all day if I know his boss. Wilk Haynes will have every hand on the place, moving cattle over at the Santa Susana place he just bought.
Oh. You heard about that, too, huh?
Sure. Yesterday. It was all over town. What's the matter, Matt? Something wrong?
You know, Sheriff, it's nice having a partner who takes care of everything.
Yeah. Wilk Haynes is a mighty capable fella. Yeah, you sure picked a winner when you took him in 10 years ago. Oh, that's your car down there, ain't it?
Yeah. All right, Sheriff, let's go.
It's 10 miles from town to the main ranch house. You know every bump, every rabbit on the winding dirt road, Matt. And as you guide the car through the night, you can see in your mind the vast stretches of pasture land on either side, the cottonwood thickets, the oak-covered hills, all part of an empire that once was yours. All of it. 27,000 acres of the best land in the state. As usual, there's a light on in Wilk's office down by the gate when you arrive. For an hour after train time, morning or night, Wilk Haynes always works alone over his report.
Wait a minute.
And then as you reach the door, the sheriff grabs your arm.
Sounds like Charlie.
Maybe we better wait.
Oh, please, Wilk, listen to
You
him.
listen to me. I don't give a hang what you think or Dorothy thinks either, for that matter.
You gotta think of her, Wilk. You're not kid anymore. She's a grown woman with a mind of her own. It's her business.
Well, I'm making it my business. Get that? Dorothy is my daughter, and if you think I'm going to allow her to run around with a jailbird...
Hey, wait a minute, Wilk.
I think we
Or
better
just
go
about all
in,
that
Matt.
kind of talk I want to hear.
Oh, excuse us, gents. Didn't mean to butt in.
Get him out of here, Sheriff. He threatened me.
I know, Wilk. Couldn't help hearing it outside the door. What's the matter, Charlie?
Just a little private argument, that's all.
I'll tell you, Sheriff. He's been seeing my daughter, Dorothy, and I don't intend to let it go on.
I think we can settle that without the sheriff, Wilk.
Whether you know it or not, Sonny, it's settled already.
Come on, Charlie. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. Excuse us, will you, boys?
I'll see you later about that, Wilk.
Well, what do you want?
Oh, I'm just another hired hand, Wilk, trying to find out what's going on around here.
I suppose you're a little curious about Santa Susana.
You're a wonder, Wilk. By George, a 7-day wonder.
You can skip the sarcasm, Matt. I've thought a lot about this, you and me. I finally worked out a way of operating that fits. It doesn't include you.
Where?
I got Santa Susana at a good price. I'm going to make money with it. There was no reason to dilly-dally any further. That's all.
I see. You know, it's funny. I thought we had a partnership.
You can look at that any way you want. I'm running the ranch the way I want to run it.
The Robertson Ranch.
I'll change that, too, one of these
Well,
days.
you low-down, double-crossing skunk. If I'd have known you were going to...
Wait a minute, Matt. I'm glad you mentioned that point. You seem to have forgotten now that when you took me in, the whole spread was 2 jumps from receivership. If it hadn't been for me, there'd be nothing left. 14,000 acres. They were only 1,500 head. Poorest kind of stock the Lord ever made. We've come a long way since then, Matt, and we're going a long ways further. You want to come along? That's fine. If you want to sell out? That's better yet. You can think it over on your way to Santa Susana tonight.
Santa Susana?
We're moving all our dry stock over there tomorrow to put on that rich pasture. They'll need you.
Is that all, boss?
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, Charlie.
Hello, Matt.
You waiting for me?
Yeah. I want to tell you I'm leaving.
Leaving what?
The ranch.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Charlie.
I've had about all I can take, Matt. I don't want any more.
I know what you mean.
You're making it hard for her, too.
Dorothy?
Yeah. I'll be forcing her to make a choice, Matt. It's not right to make her choose between me and her father. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm just going to climb on the 6 o'clock train tomorrow night and get out of here. He thinks I'm a criminal. A killer. Well, maybe they're right. If I had a gun a few minutes ago, I could kill him, Matt.
He could kill him, Matt. Yes, he feels the same way about Will Keynes as you do. He could kill Will Keynes, too, and everybody knows it. Even the sheriff after their quarrel tonight. Suddenly you see your special partnership agreement with Will Keynes. The bold black letters of the survivorship clause that will make Robertson Ranch all yours again in the event of his death. If Wilk were found dead, if Charlie Breck were picked up fleeing the scene on the 6 o'clock southbound just after the crime, then, Matt, the yellow lettering on the truck, Robertson Ranch, would mean again exactly what it said.
Charlie, you say you aren't telling anyone you're leaving?
I can't. The sheriff would keep me here because of my probation. Still 3 months to go.
What about Dorothy?
See her tomorrow.
Where is she, Charlie?
Up at North Ranch.
You going to tell her?
No. I'll write her a letter from New Orleans or somewhere, that's all.
But aren't you afraid if you see her, she'll guess something's wrong?
No, I told you I won't tell her anything. Just want to see her once more, that's all.
Charlie, I think you're right. No use making a big fuss about it.
I've been thinking about it for a long time now, Matt. It's best for her. She'll forget me in time. That Bill Ashford over there's a mighty nice fella.
Tell you what, Charlie. I'm going over to Santa Susana tonight. I'll stop at North Ranch on the way. I'll tell her you'll be over.
Oh, gee, thanks, Matt.
Charlie.
Yeah?
If you decided to keep this under your hat, why did you tell me?
Well, I wanted someone to know. I guess I just trust you, Matt. I figured you wouldn't say anything.
You're right, Charlie. I won't say a word to anyone.
With the prologue of Silent Partner, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Recognize that noise? That was the breaking of a perfectly good New Year's resolution made only 2 weeks ago. There's one resolution, however, that I do hope you won't break. The resolution to just try Signal gasoline in your car. Because seriously, friends, there are real advantages for the driver who powers his car with Signal. Not only because Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline, but also because of what makes Signal's good mileage possible. I'm talking about the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which naturally gives you quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother, knock-free power. The superior kind of performance you expect of a superior quality gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. The same features a gasoline must have for extra driving pleasure also give you extra mileage. The thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler. The plan is clear now, isn't it, Matt? Will Keynes is going to be out of your way for good, and young Charlie Breck will be blamed. Driving over to the Santa Susana, the whole thing runs through your mind. You can almost see it working out. Hear the sheriff's questions after Wilk has been found dead.
Kind of sudden the way you decided to leave town, wasn't it, Charlie?
Wasn't as sudden as it seemed. I told Matt I was going.
I'm sorry, Charlie, but you're mistaken about that.
Well, of course I told you that day after my argument with Wilk.
That wasn't your last argument with him, was it, Charlie? You went back again and shot him.
No, I didn't. Matt, tell him.
I'd like to help you, Charlie, but, well, Wilk was my partner. I have to think of him, too.
Yes, Matt, it'll be that simple. You're confident as you pull up in front of North Ranch House and go inside to talk to Dorothy.
Matt, hello. What brings you over here this time of night?
Well, for one thing, I promised Charlie I'd deliver a message to you, Dorothy.
Oh. How is he?
Oh, he's all right. Kind of a hot-headed young fella, but, you know, if people would just make an effort to understand Charlie...
You're talking about Dad, aren't you?
Well,
Please, Matt. He and Charlie have quarreled again, haven't they?
Dorothy, you know I don't like to go mixing into things.
Tell me, Matt.
Well, yes, they did. Sort of a showdown, I guess. Each calling the other names and all. They stopped when Sheriff Walker and I came in on him.
I see. Matt, do you mind if I ride back with you?
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
But I want to see Charlie. I want to talk to him.
But he's going to meet you tomorrow, Dorothy. That's what he wanted me to tell you.
He's coming over here?
No, not here. He wants to meet you in town, about 1 o'clock.
In town? But he usually comes here.
Well, I guess he figured it'd be best that way.
Because of Dad?
I suppose.
Well, I'll have to get someone to drive me, and maybe Bill Ashford will do it.
Oh, good. I'll tell Charlie when I get back.
Thanks, Matt. I wish Dad could be as understanding as you are.
You have to lie, Matt, to send Dorothy into town when Charlie will be looking for her at the North Ranch. Above all, you can't take the chance of having them meet. Of course, you know there'll be questions later on when Sheriff Walker is investigating. But you can always say you lied to prevent more trouble. That's a good excuse, Matt. And all through the night as you're giving orders to the hands, you're thinking it through. But in the morning when you meet Charlie back at your place, you find there's something else to think about.
Matt, I know you'll think I'm screwy changing my mind, but I've got to tell Dorothy about leaving. It don't seem right to just run off.
That won't make it any easier on her, Charlie.
I know, but... Well, I didn't sleep last night thinking about it. I feel that I should tell her.
I think your first hunch was best.
I didn't ask what you think. I'm telling her, and it's none of your business. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. Forget it. I'm all mixed up.
Sure, kid. I understand.
But she should know. I'm going to have one of the boys tell her to meet me in town just before train time tonight.
Why don't you ride over and tell her yourself, Charlie? As long as she's expecting you.
No, they got everybody over at Santa Susana moving stock. I'm holding down the fort here alone.
Does it matter if you're quitting?
You know Wilk. If my work isn't done, he'll start wondering about it and maybe get suspicious.
Oh, sure, the sheriff.
Yeah. Not that Wilk wouldn't be glad to see me leave. The sheriff won't. I want things to look usual right up till the time I climb onto that 6 o'clock train.
Seems a shame you'll just get to see Dorothy for a minute. Hey, look. Maybe I can help out.
You don't mean you'll work for me?
Why not?
Well, after being up all night handling your own shift? Why, that's no good. You're worn out already.
Oh, well, I'm not so tired I can't do a friend a favor, Charlie.
Yeah, but
Now, go on. Get over to North Ranch and talk to her.
Oh, gee, I sure appreciate this, man.
Forget it. Oh, I wouldn't take the station wagon. Foreman might check on you.
Oh, I won't. I'll just saddle up. I can be there this afternoon.
Swell. I'll leave right away if you want to, Charlie. And don't worry. I'll be taking care of things for you here.
And it's a deadly 8 hours you spend taking Charlie's shift at the main ranch after that long night of work at Santa Susana. By 2 in the afternoon, there's a weary throb at the base of your brain, an ache in your back, a gritty heaviness in your eyelids. But you manage to stick it out somehow, And late that afternoon, you drag up the stairs of the ranch house, down the hall to Charlie's room. He's angrily throwing his things into a suitcase when you open the door.
Hey, what's wrong, Charlie?
Huh?
You and Dorothy have words or something?
Oh, hello, Matt. No, I didn't see you.
But I thought you...
Look, Matt, I appreciate your taking my place and all, but I just soon not talk about today.
Whatever you say, Charlie.
I'm sorry, Matt. You might as well know. She wasn't at the ranch when I got there.
Wasn't there?
That's right. Hadn't left a message or anything. When I got inquiring around, one of the boys said he saw her drive off for town with Bill Ashford.
What? Why, but that isn't like Dorothy. I'm sure
I'm sure she'd been listening to her father. Probably swung over to seeing things his way. Anyway, it don't make no difference. I'm leaving. On the 6 o'clock, just like I said.
Well, good luck to you, Charlie.
Thanks, Matt. You've been swell. It's one thing I won't forget about Saunders Junction. And listen, if I can ever do anything for you.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm going up to my room and stretch out for a little while, Charlie. You know, I'm kind of tired after 48 hours. So long, kid.
So long, Matt. And thanks for all you've done.
You leave Charlie and go up to your room. You can hear him finishing his packing, and you sit down on the edge of the bed. Let your shoes drop to the floor so he'll hear them. Then you lean back to relax for a few minutes. Close your eyes and think it all through again. When you sit up and glance outside, it's already dark. The clock on your bureau says 5:30. The time is just right for what you have to do. And as usual at this hour, the light is on and Will Keynes is working alone in his office down by the gate.
Come in. Hello, Matt. What's on your mind?
I suppose you know Charlie Breck left?
Yeah, good riddance. If I'd have known in time, I'd have sent a brass band down to the depot.
I don't think Dorothy would agree with you.
Oh, Dorothy will forget him in a week.
I'm not so sure. I didn't come in here to discuss that.
Look, I'm busy trying to hurry through this stuff, if you don't mind.
But I do mind, Wilk. I mind everything you've done.
I don't want to get on that again. I've told you what you can do.
Sure. Just like you told Charlie. Only it's different with me, Wilk. I'm not running out. I'm staying.
What are you talking about? I invited you to stay or go or do whatever you please.
I think that last is more to my liking, Wilk. I want to do whatever I please with the Robertson Ranch, just like in the old days. That's why I brought this along.
Matt, are you crazy? Don't point that thing at me.
Sit down, Wilk. You're not going anywhere.
What are you thinking of, Matt? You'll never get away with this.
There's a survivorship clause in our partnership agreement, Wilk. I think it'll make things pretty simple.
Matt, you fool. You'll hang.
Oh, no, Wilk, no. I'll give you the satisfaction of knowing that you even took care of that for me. When you drove Charlie Breck to the breaking point.
But
He killed you and ran out.
No, Matt.
It's that clear cut, Wilk.
No, Matt, no!
Hello, Sheriff Walker.
Speaking. That you, Matt?
Yes, I'm calling from the ranch. Will Keynes has been murdered.
What did you say?
My partner, Will Keynes. He and Charlie Breck had another fight. I got here too late to stop him.
Charlie Breck? He shot Wilk?
Yes, that's right. Look, Sheriff, I'm going after Charlie. I'll contact you as soon as I catch up to him.
Good. But be careful, Matt. And call in the minute you locate him.
Right, Sheriff.
20 minutes later, you're in the station wagon, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The clock on the dash shows almost 6 as you reach the depot, just as the train is pulling out.
Ed, just a minute. Wait. Don't close that window.
Huh? Oh, Matt. Oh, say, you don't want to take it out of here.
No,
too.
Ed, no. I'm trying to catch Charlie Breck.
Charlie? Oh, you're a little late, Matt. You missed
But
it.
he did leave?
Yeah, he sure did.
I see. Ed, I wonder if I could use the phone. I want to call the sheriff.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, for you drivers who are not already enjoying the convenience of a Signal credit card, I'd like to mention just a few of the ways in which this simplified, modern method of taking care of your driving needs can add to your driving pleasure. With a Signal credit card, instead of paying cash each time you buy Signal gasoline or lubricants, you just say charge it. Then at the end of the month, you merely send Signal Oil Company a check to cover your month's purchases, just as you now take care of your telephone, electric, or department store bills. This gives you a handy record of what it costs to run your car. And on trips, it eliminates the necessity of carrying large sums of money for driving expenses and possible emergencies. For Signal credit cards are honored at all Signal service stations, almost 2,000 of them, throughout the Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico. To add to this convenience to your driving, here's all you do. Just stop by your nearest Signal dealer and tell him you want to fill out an application blank for a Signal credit card. And now back to the Whistler.
It was made to order, Matt. This opportunity thrust in your hands when Charlie suddenly decided to leave secretly on the 6 o'clock southbound. He left you free to kill Wilk without fear of the consequences. To once again look on Robertson Ranch as yours. Only a few minutes after your call to the sheriff's office, he's there with you at the station. And the questions you knew were coming are on his lips.
Now, wait a minute, Matt. You say you heard Charlie and Wilk arguing in his office. Ran across the yard in time to see Charlie run off after the shot.
That's right, Sheriff.
When was that?
Well, let's see, about an hour ago, I think.
What were you doing just before that?
Well, I came in kind of tired and laid down for a few minutes.
When was that?
This afternoon. What's the matter with that?
Oh, just beginning to wonder, Matt. You really wanted Wilk's share of the ranch back, didn't you?
That's got nothing to do with it. Charlie's on that train. You better send somebody.
I already did. Dorothy's on her way now. She wants him back.
Dorothy? What is all this? Well, that man's a killer.
Wait a minute, Matt. Charlie couldn't have done it. He was 200 miles from here when it happened.
What do you mean? What? Charlie got on the 6 o'clock train tonight. Ask the agent.
Tonight. You know, Matt, you were mighty clever. But you shouldn't have laid down on that bed, tired the way you were. That was a big mistake, Matt.
What? I don't know what you're talking
about. Take a look out that window there. The east window.
Huh?
See that funny light out there? That's dawn coming up, Matt. You forgot. This is the dead of winter, and the nights are long. It's 6 o'clock in the morning now.
What? Morning?
Sure. You stretched out on that bed yesterday evening, passed out like a baby, and didn't open your eyes for more than 12 hours.
12 hours? I slept the clock around.
Yeah. Now, let's go up to my office and wrap this up. All nice and formal.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. featured in tonight's story were Bill Boucher and David Ellis. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. 12 Portraits of Marcia.
The late afternoon sun slanted through the skylight behind Marcia, making a halo of her hair as she sat, legs crossed, on the model's platform. Ralph paused a moment, looked past the canvas he was painting, his 12th portrait of Marcia, studied her fresh, eager face, then back to the picture again, touching up the mouth, the delicate nose, the luminous eyes.
Ralph, darling, I meant to
Hold your
tell
pose, Marcia. I told you, I'm almost finished.
Sorry, darling. At least when it's over, you won't snap at me. You're always present after a portrait's done.
Why not? To begin a painting is to sell yourself into slavery. The only way out is to finish. In just a few moments, I'll be free again.
Yes, Ralph, you'll be free. The picture is nearly complete. One stroke more, and loyal, loving Marcia, who would never take a penny for her hours of tireless posing, will never pose again.
Ralph,
Yes?
supposing someone offered you $1,000 for a picture.
Don't talk such rot. I'm a failure, and you know it.
That's not such a wild dream. Through with me?
Yeah, that does it. All through. You can relax now.
Oh, I don't know if I can stand up. I've been sitting with my leg crossed under me for so long. Help me up, will you?
My mind is just as cramped as your leg.
Oh, always the temperamental genius. Oh, well, someday you'll be rich and famous and I'll be your wife, so why should I complain? What about dinner, darling?
Well, I'll have to run out and get something.
You know, the only reason you're not famous is publicity, dear. People just don't know about you. I decided this time I did something. I've been trying
there
to...
are sardines and wine in the kitchen. I'll go get some cheese. Excuse me? I'll have to consult the treasury.
Oh, Ralph, you never listened to me. I was about to tell you.
It's strange that Marcia should hit on it. Today of all days, now that you've decided to do it. Publicity, Ralph. Something that will tell the whole world of you and your paintings. Headline.
Great artistic talent uncovered when model commits suicide. Foul play suspected. Artist may be brought to trial. Ralph Winston. Winston, eh? Have to look him up.
You're perspiring now as you pull open the drawer of the battered dresser in your room. Fumble for the little store of currency under the pile of handkerchiefs. and your gun with its black handle toward your hand. You realize it could happen now, Ralph. There couldn't be a better time. You'll tell them that you went out for groceries, and when you return...
You don't mind if I rest a minute, do you, Ralph? Thought I'd stretch out here on the couch while you're gone.
No. Go right ahead.
Oh, you're so moody, Ralph. You used to want to celebrate when you finished a painting. Now you look as if...
Yes, Marcia?
As if you wanted to... Ralph, don't!
You press the gun into her hand, wrap her fingers around the handle. Everything is right, Ralph. Right down to the powder burns on the blouse. A half hour later, you're on your way back to the studio with a package of cheese and a few other things for dinner in your arms. The lights are on when you get there. You have visitors, Ralph. You stop for a minute, get hold of yourself. You know you must be careful now. Careful of everything, even of the way you breathe.
What's going on? Oh, you Ralph Winston? That's right. What's the matter? I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Mr. Winston. Inspector Sean, homicide detail. Homicide? Over there on the couch. What? Marcia! Marcia, what'd you do with her? She was your model, wasn't she? I just finished her picture. Yeah, we saw it over there on the easel. Any idea why she'd kill herself? Oh, she'd threatened to several times. We were going to be married if I could ever make enough of my painting to support her. It seemed hopeless. Where have you been? I just left her a while ago. I went to the store for some things for dinner. See here, how'd you get here so soon? How did... This gentleman, Mr. Sultan.
Sidney Sultan, Ralph. The art dealer. You've heard of me, eh?
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Sultan was coming up to see your paintings. He had a letter.
From Marcia, Ralph. A rather unusual letter, you know. As a rule, I ignore requests from people who want me to look at paintings. But this one, there was something different about it.
Marcia sent it?
Something so sincere and intelligent and selfless about her letter, you know? Yes, it was different. I was as interested in seeing Marcia's as in seeing the paintings. Matter of fact, just looked at some of your things scattered around the room here and found them not bad at all, not bad at all.
Thanks, Mr. Sultan.
Call me Sidney, Ralph. Sidney will do for us. I think we're going to see a lot of one another. I get a big kick out of helping a young artist.
You can be thankful Mr. Sultan arrived when he did, Winston. You might have been in something of a jam. What do you mean? Under suspicion. Mr. Sultan was on his way up when he heard the shot. Rushed in to find Marcia dead and called us. Oh, so that's how it was.
Now, here we are, gentlemen. Oh, this is a hell photographer, Ralph. Let's let him take some shots. They can't do any harm, and who knows, eh? Who knows? Yes, it'll be all right, my good man. You may take your pictures. Always glad to cooperate with the press.
Wait a minute.
Now, see over here by the easel, Ralph. Looking at your last picture of Marcia. Nothing like a picture, you know. Picture tells 1,000 words and all that.
Oh, Inspector, don't you think I shouldn't... No reason why you can't go ahead. Coroner will be here in a minute, and we'll all clear out.
Now, get the idea, my man. The artist here, Ralph Winston. Winston. Got it?
Got it.
Now, he's looking at the last picture he painted of the model, who shot herself because no one would buy the picture so they could get married. Very tragic affair. Very tragic. Marcia. Marcia. Got it?
Got it.
Very beautiful girl. Attractive, intelligent, a fashionable school, Vassar, all kinds of money. Giving it all up to be with a man she loved, believed in, and wanted to help.
Got it. Hold on, Mr. Winston. That's it.
And that's your story, gentlemen. Sultan discovered the girl while on way to make deal with Winston to present his pictures to the public. It would have made him famous and able to marry the girl. Got the ironic twist, gentlemen?
Got it.
Good. Now, excuse us a moment. I want a few words with Mr. Winston.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Come now. Now.
It was a pretty cheap stunt.
Good publicity, my boy. Be sure to look me up in the morning.
You're assuming a lot, Mr. Sultan.
Sidney will do, my boy. Sidney between you and me. And I'm not assuming anything. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Ought to recognize the expedient move when you see it.
What if I don't?
No, none of that. Oh, I could see it all, Ralph. Page one, pictures, headlines, all of it. The moment the opportune moment, I might say, when I arrived at your studio tonight. Well, you wouldn't consider any other arrangements now, would you, Ralph? You will let me help you.
I'll be at your gallery tomorrow.
Good, good. First thing in the morning, bright and early, eh?
All right, Mr. Selfus.
Sidney, my boy. Sidney. Got it?
With the prologue of 12 Portraits of Marcia, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. If you've been reading the ads about the new 1948 cars, and who hasn't, you've no doubt noticed the emphasis that's being placed on gasoline mileage. Mileage that's the result of increased engineering efficiency. Well, that's especially interesting to us at Signal, because Signal gasoline has long been famous for mileage. Mileage that's the result of that same engineering principle. Because today's Signal gasoline helps your motor run more efficiently. And of course, when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power. That's why in gasoline, mileage is really your best yardstick of performance. And it's why Signal says to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It seems as if you tell the story 100 times, doesn't it, Ralph? To the reporters, to the police officials, to the coroner when he arrives. So on last it's over, the fear of Sidney Selfton keeps you awake, tense, wondering how he could have heard the shots and yet not seen you leave the apartment. Finally, at 9 the next morning, you walk into his office, and he takes you into a private gallery behind the main display room. You decide you're going to put it to him directly.
Well, Ralph, right on time. I like to see that.
How are you?
Now, my boy.
Thanks. What's on your mind?
Oh, lots of things to be done, my boy. If we're to have a showing of your pictures next week, strike while the iron and all that, eh?
I see. Maybe you could clear up something for me, Sidney.
Why, of course.
Tell me, did you see me come out of my studio last night?
See you? Why, no.
You're sure you heard the shot on your way up?
A shot? Well, who can tell? I heard an explosion. It might have been a blowout, car backfiring. Who can tell?
But I thought...
The import... Lots of money. Okay with you, eh? So, we must have a show very soon. Strike while the iron.
Yes, you said that.
Oh, yes, so I did. Which means you need new clothes. Now, here, I've prepared a check. It's in here somewhere. I just signed it a moment ago.
You, keep that thing around all the time?
What?
That revolver?
Oh, well, can't be too careful, my boy. Occasionally have pictures of great value around here. Things which don't require publicity to sell. Always keep it here, ready and loaded. Let's see. Oh, yes, here we are. A check for $500, my boy. Call it an advance. Clothes are what you need. Clothes make the man and all that, eh? Here you are.
You're sure you'll get it back on my first showing?
We'll double it on the first picture we sell. Nothing to it after this fortunate publicity. And the pictures, works of art. Oh, Ralph, you're a lucky man. We're lucky, lucky people.
I'm still a little dazed.
Well, naturally. Now, how many canvases have you done?
Oh, about 50.
And how many of Marcia?
Well, 12. I just finished the 12th last night.
Good. Lucky. Worth their weight in gold.
You show them all at once?
Oh, good heavens, no. No, first, a harmonious variety of your things. 1 or 2 landscapes. Tweedy for the first showing. Boyish and tweedy. And, not too prosperous yet. Oh, and be sure to smoke a pipe, right?
Right.
And that's the way it is, Ralph. Sidney taking over and running your life. And it's all right with you, isn't it? Yes. The big day with too much to believe. You stand shyly on the sidelines, dressed in smoky brown tweed, a black mourning band on your arm, thrilling inwardly with every bit of comment and praise, watching admiringly as Sidney handles the smartly dressed society women.
I cannot use a kitchen. Oh, Mr. Selfton.
Yes, Mrs. Andrews.
I think it was simply vile of you not to give me a chance to buy Marcia 1945.
My dear Mrs. Andrews, everyone wants to buy the Marcia paintings. They were all sold almost before we opened the galleries this morning.
Yes?
May I see you a moment? In here, please. Well, Ralph, congratulations. The show has been a success.
Has been?
I've sold everything on the wall.
That's fine, Sidney.
From now on, we play host to curiosity seekers and future buyers, eh?
Yeah, I guess that's right. But what if the critics...
Critics? Oh, if the critics knew anything about art, they'd be in the business of buying and selling it, wouldn't they?
I suppose so.
I know so. Now, don't you worry about the critics, Ralph. Just think about our next showing in, shall we say, 2 weeks?
And you do forget the critics, don't you, Ralph? You pay no attention when they call your work calendar art. There's too much praise from other sources, too much money to be spent. When it's gone, you're impatient with Sidney, anxious for him to conduct the second showing of your paintings. But 6 weeks go by before he finally selects, and then open the morning paper on news that shocks you into a fury, sends you rushing to Sidney's gallery.
All right. Don't tear the building down.
I'll kick the door in if you don't hurry.
Well, Ralph, so anxious to get in to see
Sidney,
you.
what's the meaning of this? In the paper.
Come in, Ralph.
Now listen to this. Sidney of Selfton, art dealer, might find he has reopened the case of the beautiful artist model Marcia when he suggested to this columnist that after much consideration he was no longer certain that the explosion he heard on the night of the suicide came from the studio of Ralph Winston. This could suggest a scene in a new investigation might result. Well, Sidney, how could you do this to me?
There, Ralph. Here, let me have a look. Here. Mention the show we're opening today.
Sidney.
Oh, at least they got it straight. Mm-hmm. Selfton Galleries, 9 o'clock, new showing. 25 canvases, 4 more portraits of Marcia.
Sidney, do you mean to tell me that you...
What's the matter, Ralph? They got all the details straight.
Well, yes.
I have a terrific investment in you, my boy. Terrific.
But what happens to me?
Nothing, Ralph. Nothing. I simply inform the police if and when they question me that I was misquoted. I might even suggest that the columnist had been drinking. This one, Ralph. Definitely the success type.
You feel successful, don't you, Ralph? Successful and sure of yourself again, as you stand around bowing politely, accepting the congratulations of the excited, wealthy dilettantes who throng the gallery to admire and criticize and buy. The second showing is almost as successful as the first, but he keeps postponing it again and again until you're almost desperate. And then one night your telephone rings.
Yes?
Ralph, my boy, I want you to come over.
About the showing?
Yes. I thought we'd have it in the little gallery here at my office.
But do you think that's
large?
large?
You're going to say it isn't large enough, but it is. I want this to be a private showing, just you and me.
What?
Can you come over right away?
Yes, Sidney. Right away. Now, Sidney, what is all this nonsense? You're not going to pull any more stunts like last time.
Did that bother you so much, Ralph?
Just that the memory of Marcia is sacred to me.
Of course, I understand. Sacred.
That's right. While we're on the subject, Sidney, whatever became of all the portraits of Marcia that you sold, who bought them?
Oh, a customer.
Funny customer. Always managed to buy them all before the show's open.
I spoke of a private showing, didn't I, Ralph? Let's go inside.
What?
Wait a moment, I'll get the light.
Why do you... Sidney, what does this mean? All the portraits of Marcia, all 12 of them, hung side by side.
Is it so strange? You got a fair price. If I wanted to buy them, that was my business, eh?
Sidney, what are you trying to do?
Such an admirable person, Marcia. These portraits provide physical proof of the image that I formed of her while reading her letter.
This is incredible.
These 12 portraits tell me so much about the girl and about you. She was good, kind, beautiful, through and through. Now, this first portrait, Marcia, 1944, shows that you were in love. Beyond reality, the pinks and the blues and the gentle sunlight gliding through her hair. No woman could be so beautiful except the man in love with her.
Beautiful experience.
And Marcia, early 1945. You began to look on her more as a playmate. In spring 1945, ecstasy, blinding golden light, a look of joy and expectation on her face.
It was the most beautiful spring I'll ever know.
She was so wonderful you didn't want to paint another thing. You see, 2 more canvases, almost identical.
So?
Then, a long pause in the series, Ralph. You didn't paint Marcia again until the following winter. You were tired of her.
What is this, Sidney? Black magic?
No, it's all there, Ralph, you see? You tried to see her again. Don't you think it clever of me to deduce so much information from paint on canvas?
Oh, very clever. Go ahead. I won't interrupt you again.
There isn't much more. Now, here you grow panicky. The worry over a promise to marry a woman you didn't love. Your mind was straying while...
I paint as I please.
Oh, obviously. But such caricature, so grotesque, Ralph. Why, the only happy picture is this one, number 11, showing Marcia saying goodbye in the doorway. Would you have been so happy to see her leave?
Never mind that.
Nothing becomes more hateful than an unwanted woman, eh? Ah, poor little Marcia. In this last portrait, you were spiteful and cruel. You put her in a tight-fitting green satin dress, her lips a flaming red slash across her face, and her eyes, you painted them a weak and watery blue.
Sidney.
Oh, Marcia.
Fool, I actually believe you've fallen in love with Marcia.
In love? In love with Marcia? No. No, I could hardly fall in love with a room full of pictures. No, Marcia doesn't exist. I can't love her, Ralph. But I can hate the man who murdered her.
Murdered? Well, Sidney, you yourself said you heard the shot when I was blocks away.
I was mistaken, Ralph, and you know it.
You shouldn't have said that, Sidney. You should never have used the word... No, Sidney, you made the mistakes. First in telling me about this gun, second in making this showing. So completely...
Ralph!
Private.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Message about Signal gasoline, usually heard at this point on the Whistler. Signal Oil Company is giving this time tonight for an announcement in the interest of public health. Infantile paralysis would strike someone in your home. The treatment is long, the average cost over $2,000. Fortunately, however, you wouldn't have to worry about cost. For today, the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis guarantees every victim of this dread disease, regardless of age, race, creed, or color, the immediate scientific care which alone can prevent tragic crippling. And where does the foundation get mercy? Why, from the dime that you contribute during the annual March of Dimes. When you consider that last year those dimes took care of over 10,000 victims of infantile paralysis, you can realize how much every contribution counts. So let's all get into the march. Drop into an envelope whatever you can spare, a few dimes or a few dollars. Then mail it tomorrow morning to the March of Dimes headquarters in your city. Now back to the Whistler.
There was no other way out, Ralph. As you sat at the desk watching Sidney move from picture to picture, his eyes glowing as he described to her, instinctively followed the winding road that you and Marcia traveled, full of sunlight and brightness at first, finally plunging downhill into the dark valley of murder. Yes, there was no other way but to kill Sidney, too. And now, moving like a man in a dream, you find yourself going through it all as you did with Marcia. You walk forward, bend over him, press the gun into his hand. And then suddenly the room is filled with a blinding light. A flash gun, Ralph. And as you sense a movement behind the heavy drapes...
What? Very good, Joe. Perfect picture, perfect. Huh? Here, Ralph, help me up.
What?
You can come out now, Joe. Let Ralph meet the press. That's my boy.
Sidney? What is this? What are you trying to do?
All done, my boy. One picture, 1,000 words. The camera eye doesn't lie and all that. Oh, here's your caption, Joe. You ready?
Shoot.
Art dealer traps murderer at midnight rendezvous. Yes, that's good. Midnight rendezvous. You got it?
But listen, Sidney, you can't.
Tut, my boy. I'm not through yet. Picture shows killer duplicating original murder plan. Modus operandi. That's a good phrase. Use that one, Joe.
Sidney?
Blank cartridges save life of dealer on eve of final showing at Selton Galleries. Selfton. Got it?
Got it.
That's all now. You've got a deadline to meet. You better run along.
Thanks, Mr. Selton. Oh, so long, Winston. I'll be taking your picture again soon. At your trial.
Sidney? Sidney, why? Why did you play with me, use me?
Because, my boy, I had to know whether you really killed Marcia or not. You were right, Ralph. I guess I am in love with the picture.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Elliot Lewis and Joseph Kearns. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by John Monsos and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy this. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Night Final.
She was a newspaper woman, and a good one. Words came easily to her. Fresh, new, interesting ways of saying what she saw or felt or heard. Her critics and colleagues agreed that regardless of her shortcomings as a person, Helen Conover was a superlative reporter, holder of the Guild Award for on-the-spot reporting, the first woman to win such an honor. Yet now, as she stood in the courtroom, she found it was hard to put her feelings into words, impossible to describe the exhilarating sense of freedom she felt when the judge announced his decision.
That's all, Mr. Delavan?
That's all, Your Honor.
Very well. Divorce granted.
As she left the courtroom and started down the hall, she saw her husband's lawyer a few steps ahead.
Mr. Jackson.
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Delavan. No, I mean Miss Conover.
Well, you almost got out of the building before I could thank you.
Thank me?
Yes, for everything. For the quick, painless way you handle the divorce.
Miss Conover, divorce at best is never a painless operation.
Well, it is the way you handle it. Is Malcolm really out of town?
No, of course not.
But then why didn't he...
It was all arranged beforehand. I convinced Malcolm it'd be wise not to contest the divorce.
Oh? Why?
I'd rather not go into that now. He's at home, I think. You'd probably know better than I.
Mal was such an angel about it. You know, somehow I suddenly feel a little tender toward him. He was so gentlemanly and everything.
Considering the circumstances, I'd say he was.
What do you mean, Mr. Jackson?
You noted, of course, that Paul Wilson's name wasn't brought into the proceeding.
Well?
Didn't that strike you as unusual? Wilson was a full-fledged co-respondent if I ever saw one. Your husband isn't entirely blind, you know.
See here, if you're implying...
You can take it any way you like. Malcolm's a very generous man, Miss Conover. Had he been otherwise, this divorce proceeding might have had some unfortunate overtones. For you, at least.
Well, there was nothing wrong. I made it very clear about Paul and...
Yes, of course. Incidentally, Malcolm told me he'd like to see you when it's convenient. You might drop around sometime today.
Perhaps I will.
Fine. Good day, Miss Conover.
Hello, Malcolm.
Oh, nice of you to ring the bell, Helen.
Oh, now, don't be that way. I've come to tell you how nice you were.
For what?
Being such a good sport. We can still be good friends.
Yes, I suppose that's the fashionable thing for divorced couples, particularly among your pseudo-intellectual friends.
Sorry, darling. I'm not going to let you draw me into an argument, especially now.
With love on the wing, huh?
Right. Let's have a drink, Mal, to our separate futures.
Well, if you say so. What'll it be?
Bourbon, dear.
Oh, you might find something on the desk that'll interest you.
Oh, don't tell me. Let me guess. Oh, here we are. A new letter opener. Oriental sheath knife, isn't it? 14 notches on the handle. Ooh, long and bloody history. Now, why do you ever collect these things?
It isn't Oriental. It's South American, and that's not what I'm talking about. Take another look.
Nothing else here. Just a letter. Now, where did you get this letter?
In the mail. Perfectly normal routine.
It's from Paul. Why is he writing you?
He'll be in town tomorrow night. For some reason or other, he wants me to come to his apartment at 9. Here's your drink.
But why would he...
Oh, maybe at long last he's heard about the divorce. Airline pilots out of touch with things, you know.
You're going to see him?
Of course. Let's drink to him, Helen, to our good friend, that wife-stealer superb Paul Wilson.
That's not necessary.
You saw now, because you didn't even know he was going to be in town. I knew it and you didn't. It's a great story. Man bites dog.
Stop it, Mel. I won't have you talking like that.
All right, Helen. You're a great girl, a fine reporter. I resent losing you, I admit it. It's just too bad you didn't take enough time out from your reporting to learn to be a woman. Now you'd better go.
Listen, Mel.
I said you'd better go. He's probably in town now waiting for you. Well?
All right. Goodbye, Malcolm.
Well, Miss Conover.
Hello, Ed. How are things down in the press room?
Oh, unholy mess as usual. Still setting up big headlines for little stories. Now, if you folks was on the
you're
ball...
never satisfied, Eddie. Where's Ann?
Oh, I just saw her go into the office.
Thanks. Hi, Bern.
What do you say?
Say, your story this morning was great. Ann? Well, crack out the champagne. I hear you did the trick. Yep, it's all over. The old Liberty Bell. Let freedom ring. Skip it. Any calls? Our dear city editor called. Wants to be sure you're covering the circus opening tomorrow night. Though why you do it, I'll never know. Sentiment, Annie. My first assignment was a circus opening. Haven't missed one since. Though I wish I hadn't promised this time. Other things on your mind, darling? Paul Wilson, maybe? Paul, he called me here? Shouldn't he have? Should tell him where I was. Shouldn't I have? And you can be exasperating. Sorry. I guess I'm just jealous of the success type. A career, lots of men. But really, did you want me to tell Mr. Wilson you were in court? Shedding last year's husband? You didn't? No. Wonder why he's here. How did you ever keep it from him, dear? The divorce, I mean. He's out of town most of the time. I just didn't tell him. He'll be surprised. Yeah. I suppose you have it all planned to marry him as soon as it's final. Don't rush me. I'm just out of this one. What did he say? He wants to see you at 8 tonight. I told him you were tied up tomorrow with the circus. Oh. You'll go with me, won't you? That's your department. Why don't you take Paul? I have another pass you can use. Business and pleasure and all that sort of thing. I'm afraid he doesn't love me that much, but I might ask him tonight. Let me know what he says, will you? Why? Oh, I don't know. Just curious.
For the rest of the afternoon, you try to catch up on your work. But it's hard, Helen, trying to concentrate with your mind on Paul this way, trying to analyze this strange new freedom, different now, with a thrill gone out of it and a curious, unsettled, half-bitter feeling in its place. And it hasn't left you hours later as you drive toward Paul's apartment in a taxi. Halfway across town, the driver pulls up at a red flare on the left of the speedway.
Oh, what is it, driver?
Accident up ahead. Looks like a tough one.
Oh, wait a minute, driver. Wait a minute.
Keep on moving.
Oh, what is it, officer?
Get back in that car there, lady.
Helen
Come on,
Conover, Daily Post.
Huh? Oh, reporter, huh?
Yeah, was it bad?
Yeah, 3 people killed. One of them was a state senator. Kavanaugh was his name.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
Driver, here you are. You go along. I've got a story to file.
Yes, Helen, on duty or not, you're a reporter above everything else. A state senator killed. The bodies of 2 high school students and the wreckage of the other car. So it's 2 hours later, nearly 10 o'clock, when you finally arrive at Paul's apartment.
Well, so you finally decided to show up, darling.
I'm sorry, Paul. I got here as soon as I could. There was a bad accident. I had to get the story in.
You're not supposed to be working this late.
I'm a reporter, dear. When the story breaks and I'm there, the Daily Post gets it.
Yeah. For God, for country, and the Daily Post, eh?
But I'm not a reporter now, dear.
Oh?
I'm a woman. A single woman.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Aren't you glad?
Nope.
What did you say?
Helen, just because I buy you a few drinks, take you dancing a couple of times, doesn't mean I intend to break up a man's home.
Paul, I told you about
You didn't tell me half of it. A man named Jackson looked me up. Your husband's lawyer.
Jackson, what did he say?
You should have let me in on all these plans of yours, Helen. Malcolm, too.
What are you trying to say?
I wouldn't have let you go ahead with this divorce.
It's all over, Paul. I have my divorce. I did it for you so I could be free.
You made a mistake. A bad one. You see, I'm not getting a divorce.
You're married.
That's right. And Malcolm knew it. I don't know how, but he did.
What?
Seems that you got into the wrong game, baby. Ordinarily, it'd be time to pick up your chips and go home. Now you can't even do that.
You can't do this to me.
It's your own doing, Helen. Don't go blaming me.
What?
Careful,
No.
sweetheart. You'll spoil your makeup.
You'll never get away with it, Paul. Do you hear me? You'll never get away with it.
You don't know how funny you look, really.
Did you hear what I said?
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't. Oh, that's a dirty shame. that vase belonged to my favorite aunt. Don't slam the door.
With the prologue of Night Final, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, a word about some of the convenience features that today's drivers can enjoy. More and more of the new cars are featuring no clutch, no gear shift. Some even have windows that raise or lower automatically at the mere touch of a button. But whether or not your car has these features, there's one convenience that every driver can enjoy. That is a Signal credit card. For instance, instead of paying cash every time you stop for gas, oil, or a lube job, you merely tell the Signal dealer to charge it. And because Signal credit cards are honored at all Signal service stations throughout the 6 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico, you'll find one especially helpful on trips. You're relieved of the necessity of carrying large sums of money, yet you're prepared for those unexpected emergencies that can arise. Moreover, at the end of each month, when you pay for your driving needs with one check, just as you now pay your phone, light, or department store bill, you have a handy record of what it costs to run your car. When you consider how much ease and pleasure all of this adds to your driving, it's no wonder more and more motorists are stopping by their Signal service station to fill out an application blank for a Signal credit card.
The blood rushes to your head as you run out of the apartment. down the stairs to the street, a hatred for Paul boiling up inside you, twice as powerful now as the love ever was, because it's a helpless hatred, because Paul is up there now laughing at you, and you're helpless. Then, as the damp fog begins to clear your head, as your heart stops pounding, a cold, curiously logical idea comes home to you. And you realize that the thing you shouted in anger at him back in the apartment, that you could kill him, wasn't really hysterical at all. It was a statement of fact. You could kill him, Helen. You aren't helpless at all. By the time you arrive at the office the next morning, you've decided exactly how it's going to happen. It begins with Anne. There are things you must plan in her mind, and with Anne, you have to be careful.
Congratulations, darling. You scooped the whole town with that crash story last night.
Really?
Oh, now, don't be wide-eyed, dear. It doesn't become you.
Well, it was a lucky break, Anne.
And you did a nice job of covering it, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
Say, what's wrong with you? You're not very enthusiastic.
Oh, it is nothing.
Oh, cut it out. I know better. Now, what is it?
It's Malcolm.
Oh? Malcolm's found out about Paul?
Yes, and you know what a temper Malcolm has. Well, he was at his worst. Made all sorts of threats.
Against you?
No, that's why I'm worried. He acted as if he might take it out on Paul. You've never seen anyone so jealous, Anne.
Well, keep them apart until it's over. That's all you can do.
It's not so easy.
You can't hide Paul in a crowd tonight.
Hmm? How do you mean?
Take him to the circus with you. That's the one place Malcolm won't go. Not in his frame of mind.
Oh, I'm afraid Paul isn't interested in circuses either. I still want company, though. How about you? Change your mind?
The boss won't let me off the rewrite desk. I'll be at it all night.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
I'm not. If you spot any stories, call me, will you?
Sure. Still wish you were going with me. They say it's quite a show.
Yes, Helen, quite a show. But you knew all along that Anne would have to decline your invitation, didn't you? That was part of your plan. Part 2 takes place at the apartment, your old apartment, to which you've still got a key. From your years as Mrs. Delavan, you know that Malcolm isn't home. At his desk, you pick up Malcolm's long, thin letter opener, hide it in your purse. Half an hour later, wearing a conspicuous red bolero jacket, you're standing in line at the ticket booth in front of Seeley Brothers' giant show. And there's a reason for not using your pass, isn't there, Helen?
Hurry, come on. Yes, sir, who's it? Right here, 2, please. 2, here you go. Hey, big. 3 in the grandstand. 3 grandstand, thank you.
1, please, grandstand.
Yes, ma'am, 1 $50 bill. That's the smallest you got, lady.
I'm sorry.
For crying out loud, 50
I said I was sorry.
Okay, I can handle it.
A red bolero jacket and a $50 bill. You know the man in the ticket booth will remember you, don't you, Helen? And inside the main tent, you slip the jacket off, turn it inside out, and fold it over your arm. Just one of the crowd again. And then, a few minutes later, you slip quietly out a side exit and make your way to the street. It'll be a simple matter to reach Paul's apartment unnoticed on the crowded streetcar. You're standing in an alcove in the hall outside Paul's apartment, waiting for Malcolm to complete his visit and leave. It's nearly an hour before you see him come out and start down the stairs. Almost before he's out of sight, you're down the hall ringing the doorbell.
Helen.
Aren't you going to ask me in, Paul?
Should I? There's a vase or 2 I forgot to nail down.
I'm sorry, Paul. I won't stay long.
Okay. Your timing was perfect. Just missed your husband.
Yes, I know.
Oh?
He showed me your letter, Paul. What did you talk about?
Oh, Helen, it's all over. Why go on talking
It
about
meant
it?
a great deal to me, Paul.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Helen, please. Why did you come here?
I want to say goodbye, Paul.
Goodbye.
Here's that. I won't bother you anymore. But Would you mind too terribly, Paul? Would you mind kissing me goodbye?
Of course not. Come here.
Oh, Paul.
Helen, I never meant to. Helen, you...
It was a kiss of death, wasn't it, Helen? You stand for a moment looking down at Paul's still face. And then you hurry to the door, cautiously let yourself out of the apartment, hurry back to the circus. The crowd is pouring out of the main tent as you get there. You slip on the red bolero jacket, mingle with the others as they move away from the entrance, babbling excitedly.
Hey, what were their names?
The Flying Carbonis. They've been working together for years.
I never seen anything like it. Never. Oh, excuse me, lady.
Certainly. Taxi.
Where to, lady?
Daily Post. No, wait a minute. I'll call the story in. Take me home, driver. Brockhurst Apartments.
That about all, Miss Conover?
Give me the last paragraph again, will you?
Sure. While last night's performance followed the Shaw Brothers formula right down to the waltzing bear and the death-defying acrobatics of the Carboni troupe, its very adherence to circus tradition assures it a profitable engagement.
Profitable engagement in a city which has long since demonstrated its loyalty to pencil and tan bark. Got that?
Right.
Okay, print it. Well, this looks like it. Hello?
This is Anne, Helen.
Oh, good heavens, Anne, it's 3 a.m. If it's about that review,
It isn't about the review, darling. You better brace yourself. I have some pretty shocking news.
What is it?
Paul Wilson was murdered tonight.
What?
They're holding Malcolm on suspicion.
I'll be right down. Anne, I got here fast. Ed, what are you doing here?
Oh, I had a little extra work to do in the composing room tonight.
I've been talking to Ed about the murder, Helen.
It's horrible. I can't believe Malcolm
That's just it. Neither can we. Pretty crude stuff, you know. Advertising a motive all over town like that. Then knocking off your rival with an Oriental curio that a correspondence school detective could trace to you.
He must have lost his reason.
Oh, no. He was pretty jealous, but he wasn't stupid.
Well, that's beside the point now. Suppose they'll want me down at police headquarters.
You can relax, honey. Police headquarters is coming to you.
What's this all about, Anne? Why
Just
are you...
a minute. All right, Lieutenant Jacobs. This is Lieutenant Jacobs, Helen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, I'd like to ask a few myself.
You'll have a chance in just a moment, Miss Conover. I won't be long. You see, I only have one question.
All right.
Where were you at 10:15 last night?
Well, Anne could have told you that. I was at the circus.
Are you sure, dear?
Well, I phoned the story into the rewrite
Didn't
man.
you stop to wonder why I wasn't on the rewrite desk?
Well, no,
You should have. You see, I changed my mind. I went to the circus, too. I used the other pass. The seat next to the one you were supposed to be using.
Does this mean you actually suspect me of murdering Paul Wilson?
Well, I admit it gave me pause.
Your ex-husband claims he and Wilson talked things over, that Wilson was giving you the air.
That's a ridiculous lie.
Malcolm is pretty sure of his facts. He suggested, quite loudly, too, that you were trying to frame him.
It all depends on that one point, Miss Conover. Where you were at 10:15 last night.
I already told you. I was covering the circus. And if you're awfully concerned about that ticket business...
We are.
I'll produce the pass I didn't use. It's at home in my tan coat. See, I changed to my red bolero jacket and discovered when I got there I'd left the pass at home. So I bought a ticket in the grandstand.
You can prove that?
I think so. All I had was a $50 bill. The man at the ticket window was terribly irritated with me.
I see.
I suggest you find out who he is and ask him about the woman in the red bolero jacket. He'll remember me.
Well, that's an angle.
Now, let me tell you something, Lieutenant. My good friend Anne over here seems to have engineered this. You might be interested in her reasons.
Wait a minute,
First
Helen.
off, she's been jealous of me and my position with this paper ever since she came here. She hates me. She'd do anything to ruin me and my career.
Helen.
You better tell the truth, Annie. It's all going in the record. And this is the topper, Lieutenant. I introduced her to my former husband at a cocktail party 3 years ago. She's been in love with him ever since. She'd do anything right now to save him. Ask her if that's true, Lieutenant. Ask her to answer that one under oath.
Well, what about it, Miss Stoddard?
All right, I do love him.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, 2 points it'll pay every driver to remember if you want to be sure of the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. 1,
In gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
and 2.
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It's a tense scene, Helen, the three of you, Anne, Lieutenant Jacobs, and yourself, grouped around the dingy rewrite desk under the cruel white light in your office at the Daily Post. Ed, the compositor from the press room, sitting quietly on the sidelines. It was an awkward moment, explaining away your absence at the circus. But you're sure now, with a ticket man available to place you at the circus at the time of the crime, with Anne admitting her love for Malcolm, that you're in the clear. It's almost a full minute after her admission that Anne finally speaks.
Ed.
Yeah?
Bring me the paper, Ed, the morning edition with the review of the performance last night. You've got it.
Sure. I'm here.
Now let's get this straight, Lieutenant. We're all agreed everything depends on where my capable colleague was. At the time she claimed she was at the circus. Why don't you let him check my review, Annie?
I've already read it.
Yes. You see, it's a rather important piece of evidence. The next time you see that typescript, it'll be marked Exhibit A. What do you mean? You're a top reporter, Helen. Never missed a trick. But you did last night. That's why we didn't print your story. We used mine instead. You what? Take a look at that headline.
The black letters stab into your brain like neon, swim before your eyes. The floor seems to open up and swallow you as the sense of it strikes home.
Flying Carboni troop plunges to death in circus accident.
You're unprepared, off balance now. No defense for this.
Important piece of evidence, Helen. Marked Exhibit A.
And as you try frantically to think of some excuse, some way out, Lieutenant Jacobs starts bearing in with questions about Paul, about Malcolm, about the night, the apartment. The whole thing, Helen, the whole hideous truth. Until you can't think anymore. Until you find yourself admitting every word of it.
Just that's all. Just let me sleep. Leave me alone.
They'll do what they can for you down at headquarters, Miss Conover. Come on, let's go. Thanks, Anne.
It was a pleasure.
And a good idea. You know, we could use a head like yours downtown.
What are you talking about?
That morning edition we had Ed print up especially for you, Miss Conover. You see, the flying Carbonis didn't fall last night. But you did. And for a phony headline at that.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Bob Platt and music by Wilbur Hatch. It was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier.
enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Undertow.
He had all summer in which to do nothing, and that's what he was doing. Driving north along the coast from New York, stopping when he felt like it, swimming when the beach looked inviting. For above everything else, John Digby loved to swim, to trot down across the white beach to the blue Atlantic water, plunge through the long, lazy rollers, out 100 yards, a mile, with tireless strokes, content with the feeling that he belonged there, that the ocean was his home. He'd been 10 days coming north to Cape Ann, and as he floated out beyond the breaker line, he knew that here was the most beautiful spot of all. Made up his mind to linger for a few days, a week perhaps, before going on. It was then, looking back at the beach, at peace with himself and the world, that John saw her. A tiny figure in a green bathing suit, standing before a beach house hidden by an indentation in the cliff. Curious, he started back toward the beach, toward the place where he saw her plunge into the water and start out.
Well, hello there.
Hello, mermaid.
You're a wonderful swimmer. I've been watching you through the glasses. Had to come out and join you.
It's a big ocean. Anybody can use it. National policy, you know.
What?
Freedom of the seas.
But I hope you don't mind the intrusion.
Oh, not at all. You swim very well.
But I never have anyone to swim with. That's why I came out now.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
Give me a head start and I'll race you in.
Okay, you're on.
I win.
Yeah, nice going.
Oh, I'm going to collapse right here in the sand and catch my breath. Oh, wasn't it glorious?
Oh, nothing like it. I love to swim, always did, since I was a kid.
You're from New York, aren't you?
Yeah, I got my first taste of water off the East River docks. How'd you guess?
The way you talk.
And you're a denizen of the deep. Only what did you do with your long silver tail?
Only wear it on Sundays.
Say, do you live in that house around the bend?
During the summer.
Just where I'd want a house if I had my choice. Sand and water and no one around for miles.
Gets lonely sometimes.
Doesn't have to.
Would you like a hot drink, coffee, or anything else?
How about anything else?
Well, if I remember correctly, we have a whole cabinet full of assorted anything else. You know how to mix it. Why don't you give me 15 minutes to get dressed?
He smiles, walks away from you toward the house, around the shoulder of the cliff. Her long, slim legs swinging gracefully over the sand. Her hair bobbing easily from side to side, like a honey-colored cascade in the still air. And back at the car, when you finish dressing, you find yourself taking a little extra care to comb your own sparse hair over the bald spot, feeling your 40 years a little guiltily for the first time. It's a very long 15 minutes before you walk up to the door.
Come on in. I'm making sandwiches.
Wonderful.
And will you have bourbon,
You
scotch?
can stop right there. Bourbon straight.
I see you're a man of very definite opinions.
Oh, I've been known to waver.
I like that.
Wavering?
The definite opinion. I bet it goes right down the line with you. Business, politics, the books you read.
Oh, please. I'm not pig-headed, really.
I didn't mean that at all. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, here's looking at you.
Yes, so I've noticed.
Will you drink to it?
Of course. Why not?
Well, the sandwiches were wonderful and the anything else.
You'll be back again tomorrow to swim.
I think so.
Will you let me start out with you?
You were right a while ago. I have pretty set ideas about politics and business.
Oh?
Women, too. My name is John Digby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn. I'm, not married.
I'm Sandra Merivale. Mrs. Sandra Merivale.
I see.
You will make it tomorrow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Thanks for your hospitality.
You're welcome. Except for weekends, my husband never comes home till late. He has his business in Boston.
I'd like to meet him sometime.
I'll expect you about 10.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Hello?
It's me.
I thought it might be.
I'm calling from the drugstore on Main Street.
Yes?
I'll park my car in the drive near the statue in 10 minutes.
Do you always do that?
What?
Give a man the exact number of minutes to meet you? Suppose I'm not there in 10 minutes.
He'll be there.
You're making it difficult.
I think I know what I'm doing. So do you.
Yes. All right. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Here's the place.
Yes, it's very nice.
In the daytime, you can see for miles. That's the town back there. The lighthouse.
Yes, I see it.
Got a cigarette?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. There, that's better. I always come up here when I want to think. Strange, isn't it? Being up high this way. Looking down on the ocean, on the town. Gives you a curious sense of power.
I do most of my philosophizing out there.
In the water?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever swim at night?
Sometimes.
Harrison does. It's to show he's not really afraid. He doesn't swim well, but he grits his teeth and swims out to where it's just over his head, then back again.
That takes courage, overcoming two fears at the same time, the darkness and the water.
You're not afraid of the water, are you, John?
No. But there are other things.
Like what?
Like married women.
Any ethical objections?
No. Strictly practical.
We're very much alike. Tell me more about yourself, John.
My name is John Digby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn until tomorrow. I'm not married. I'm 40 years old, about twice your age.
I'm 25.
Not quite young enough to be my daughter.
Harrison's 50.
Good for Harrison.
Why didn't you ever marry, John?
It's hard to say. Why did you?
Check. John.
Wait a minute. Look, Sandra.
Please, John.
Oh.
Why are you afraid of me?
Skip it, will you? Come on. Let's go back to the hotel.
Her kiss tasted salt like the ocean, like tears. And somehow you find yourself remembering the time you battled the undertow for 2 hours off the Carolina Cape. And during the week that follows, the feeling stays with you. Through the morning swims off the bright beach, the lunches with her, the afternoons lying in the warm sand. Even with the final realization that you were so in love with her that you shut the future out of your mind. Something would have to be done, of course, but you hoped it would take care of itself when the time came. Then, when you drive up the following Monday, she comes out to the car in her bathing suit.
Don't get out.
Why not?
There's a barge anchored 100 yards offshore. Some scientist from Woods Hole conducting some sort of experiment.
Oh, why did they have to pick on our little piece of
Oh,
ocean?
I don't know. But I don't want them to see us together. We'll swim on the other side of the Cape. I have lunch in the basket. We can spend the day.
You think of everything, don't you?
I try to, darling.
Oh, it's nice here.
John,
Yes?
what are we going to do?
Do?
About us.
Oh.
You know, we can't hide away from people forever.
All right, so we won't hide. We'll face it out. You can pack up some things and we'll start
Oh,
driving.
he won't give me a divorce. I've talked to him before.
We can make Reno in 5 days. 6 weeks after that, you're free.
No.
Why not?
Harrison's made everything possible for me, John. Given me things I always dreamed of having someday. Everything except...
Yes. Look, Angel, you've got to be sensible. You can't have your cake and eat it too, you
I
know.
can't give all those things up, John. I love you, believe me, but I can't give them up. You must think of a way, some way. You're smart. You know how to do things.
All right, Sandra. Just give me a little time to think.
He says he wants to close up the beach house and go back to the city.
Why?
I can't understand. He's become more interested in swimming lately. Goes all the way out to the barge. 100 yards. Boasts about it to his business friends.
You mean he swims out at night alone?
Yes.
That could be dangerous.
I've told him so, but he insists on showing off.
I see.
What do you see, John?
Little girls shouldn't ask questions.
With the prologue of Undertow, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. This, you know, is the 5th consecutive year that Signal Oil Company has sponsored The Whistler. A long time for a radio program, yet short compared with the 17 years that Signal has served the West. And just as The Whistler has grown to be the West Coast's most popular mystery show, Signal has grown too. Grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealer-owned stations serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many drivers have switched to Signal gasoline. And there are. One important factor, of course, is good mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But equally important is the thing which makes such mileage possible. I mean the superior efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which naturally means superior performance for your car. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler. It's something out of a fantasy, John, like swimming underwater, with blurred shapes and shadows, your mind moving past everything except what you must do to have Sandra. 2 weeks ago, you'd have laughed at the kind of thoughts that have taken hold of you, because that was before you met her, before she'd come swimming out to you from the white beach shoreline of the cove at Cape Ann.
But now the things she said come to you over and over.
It's to show he's not really afraid. He swims all the way out to the barge, 100 yards, all alone. He boasts about it to his friends in the city.
You shiver slightly, John. But then you tell yourself it's the only way, and you have to have her. During your swim the next day, neither of you talk very much. You find yourself surprised and a little alarmed that Sandra has sensed your mood so quickly. And it isn't until almost time to start back to the village that you can bring yourself to mention his name.
Sandra.
Yes, darling.
He'll be home tonight, as usual.
Harrison? Of course.
No special plans, no appointments in the village?
No.
Good. Sandra, make sure he goes for his swim tonight.
But...
Never mind the questions, just be sure he goes swimming tonight. It's cold out there.
He'll go.
Good.
There's only one thing.
Yes?
Well, someone might think that I went with him.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Could you have someone over for dinner? Somebody who doesn't care for night swimming?
I think so. Betty had come. But what if she wants to watch?
All the better. There won't be anything to see. There's no moon.
But if he cries out?
He won't.
All right. I'll arrange everything.
You start early, John. But even in the darkness, you have a little trouble finding the barge. It's necessary to swim out to sea a ways and get the house lights behind it. Then, clinging to the anchor chain and cables, you wait, stiff with the cold. But just when you're almost ready to give up, Sandra's voice carries across the water to you, crisp and clear.
Now, do be careful, Harrison, please.
I'm all right.
We can watch from here, Betty.
You won't see much.
You strain to get a look at him in the darkness, but it's no use. You'll have to go by the sound. And then you hear him swimming towards you. You listen to him moving closer and closer. When he's almost to the barge, you take a deep breath. Pull yourself down on the anchor chain. The water is pitch black, John, and it won't be easy to find him. But you move under the surface to the point where you plan to meet him. His thrashing feet give off a faint luminescence, and you glide toward it using a flutter kick, hands outstretched. A few seconds later, you reach him and pull him down.
Good morning, Mr. Digby.
Good morning, clerk.
Hope you slept well?
Yes, thank you.
Have you heard the terrible news?
What news?
Oh, of course you couldn't have. There's been another drowning. One of the regular summer residents. He was swimming off the dunes last night and evidently was pulled down by the undertow.
Oh, that's too bad. Who was it?
Mr. Harrison Merivale. Very nice man. Only 50 years old.
Well, accidents will happen.
Mrs. Merivale and a guest were there. They saw him go in. Poor man. Never came back. Couldn't have been anything else.
No. No, it couldn't have been anything else.
Hello?
Hello. It's John.
John, listen, I can't talk. The house is still full of friends and relatives. You've got to be patient. They're already asking questions.
It's been 3 days, Sandra. I want to see you. Get rid of them, will you?
Well, I'll try. Goodbye, John.
It isn't easy, is it, John? Waiting for a phone call that never comes. Finally, you can't stand it anymore. And you drive out for the dunes, run the car out of sight off the road, and walk until you're inside of the house. If only you can see her, talk to her for a few minutes, you'll feel better. A half hour goes by, and then she comes out of the house in her bathing suit, starts toward the water. It's perfect, isn't it, John? You can swim out, too. Talk to her somewhere offshore. And then you stop, staring unbelievingly as a young man comes out, joining Sandra. As they move off to splash about in the surf, you edge toward the house. Still, empty. Not a sign of a mourning relative. There's a large clump of hydrangeas growing near an open window. You ease yourself in behind them, crouch down to wait and to listen. It isn't long.
Oh, Clark, you simply must learn to swim. It's so much fun.
And so dangerous. No thanks, darling. I'll keep my feet on the ground.
But nothing would ever happen to you.
You can bet on that, sweet. Now that we're out of sight of those nosy scientists on the barge, how about a little kiss?
Oh, Clark. Clark, dear, let's be serious for a moment. What are we going to do?
Well, we'll get married.
But when?
Oh, I can't get away before next week. How about Monday?
I'd like to go sooner. There's a reason.
What reason?
I'd rather not say.
Monday, my pet. Now, how about some lunch?
The tramp. The little tramp.
You're shaking all over as you get up and stumble back to the road. You drive around to get control of yourself, to think, and then...
John, you shouldn't have come here.
Why not? No one's going to see me.
Well, it's so soon after...
That's what I want to talk to you about, Sandra. I don't want it to appear as if you were in a terrific rush to get married.
Oh?
I thought maybe I'd go back to New York tomorrow and get some work in until you can join me, say in about a month or so.
Oh, that's a splendid idea, John.
Then we can have a quiet wedding, go on a trip or something, and come back and settle down with nobody the wiser.
John, you are thoughtful, dear.
I thought you'd like it, Sandra. Only since I won't see you for so long, I'd like to take something back with me. A memory, sort of.
Oh, sentimental.
I guess I am, sort of. Anyway, I thought we could say goodbye in the same way we met. You know, swimming.
Swimming?
Mm-hmm. Let's go for a long swim, Sandra, way out. Then in the morning, heading back for New York, I'll remember you as you were that first time. My lovely mermaid.
Give me time to change.
My trunks are out in the car. I'll meet you in the water on the other side of the barge.
I'll be there in 20 minutes. Darling.
Over here, Sandra. Hang on to this cable.
Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown.
John, I don't want to hear about it.
This isn't about it, Sandra. This is about me, John Digby, the man you said you wanted to marry, remember?
John, I don't know what...
It's no use, Sandra. I know all about your friend Clark.
You know about... Get away from me, John. Let go, I'm going in.
Not in, Sandra. No, down. The way Harrison went down. Another accident in the undertow.
No! Please, John, let me go.
No.
Clark, please stop it.
No.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since you hear so many claims these days about various motor oils, Signal has asked me to pass along to you some scientific facts so that you can draw your own logical conclusions. In grueling road and laboratory tests, today's finest straight motor oils were compared with Signal Premium, the new type Signal lubricant, which combines pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds. And what were the results? By actual test, motors stayed 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear was reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. Now consider what this means to you. Less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother, and less cylinder wear means more power. So there you have it, proof that Signal Premium motor oil is your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Good reason why more and more drivers who want to keep their car's performance young are making their next oil change a change for the better. A change to Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
2 days later, it doesn't seem real, does it, John? As you drive on from Cape Ann north to the Maine beaches, as you fill your eyes with the beauty of the down east coastline. And as more long, lazy weeks pile up, it recedes farther and farther into your memory, and you can't believe that you committed 2 murders, that the undertow pulls you out beyond your emotional depth for 5 horrible days. For Sandra's gone now, and you're as safe as on the day you dragged yourself out of the undertow on the Carolina Capes. It's 2 days after you arrive back in New York that a man drops into your apartment, flashes a headquarters shield.
I'm Lieutenant Patton, Mr. Digby.
Oh? Well, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I'd like you to drive downtown with me, if you will.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. A few weeks back, there were a couple of drownings in Massachusetts. This way, please.
Now, look here, Lieutenant. I insist on you. You tell me the reason for all of this. I don't know anything of...
You'll know in a minute. Hello, Dr. Alderman.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Digby, Dr. Alderman.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm an ichthyologist, Mr. Digby. Fish, you know. For the past year, I've been conducting some experiments from the Woods Hole base.
You've heard of Woods Hole, of course, Digby?
Well, yes, but what has
Go on, Doctor.
Very interesting experiments they were. During the war, the Navy discovered its underwater detection apparatus was picking up some curious impulses, vibrations, which we later discovered were made by fish, the sound of fish. I'd like to play you a recording we made.
Now, wait a minute, Lieutenant. I haven't got time to sit
It'll only
around...
take a moment, Digby. Got the turntable ready, Doctor?
Yes, here we are. Now, our microphone is in about 50 feet of water, right over a bed of snapping shrimp. This is the way they sound. That noise is made by snapping their claws together. Now, here is a chorus of croakers. Our microphone is right over this school of fish. Here are some single fish. There is a rock cod. That's a flounder. The records you have just heard were official recordings made for the Navy several weeks ago. But a few nights later, we were testing the equipment. Well, listen to this record.
Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown.
John, I don't want to hear about it.
This isn't about it, Sandra. This is about me, John Digby. The man you said you wanted to marry, remember?
John, I don't know.
What about that, Digby?
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! All right. All right, I can't argue with that.
You don't want to hear the rest?
No. I know the rest. By heart.
Of course you do. You're a wonderful swimmer, Digby. I guess you just got in a little too deep.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company. Marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton and Wally Mayer. The sounds of fish used in tonight's script were actual undersea sounds recorded by University of California oceanographers at the Naval Research Lab. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by George and Gertrude Fass, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Money is the root of all evil.
Some people spend more time scheming how to get money dishonestly than it would take to earn it honorably. Frank Davidson was one of these. For years, he'd been building an alibi to cover his many dishonorable activities by telling everyone who'd listen that money was the root of all evil. At the same time, he was scheming to get as much money as he could from his Uncle George Davidson, who had not only built a fortune, but had also accumulated the love and respect of his fellow citizens. Yes, in bettering himself, George Davidson had likewise helped thousands of others comfortably employed in various Davidson enterprises. As purchasing agent for the Davidson Manufacturing Company, Frank Davidson was in a favorable position to add, through shady and illegitimate means, substantial sums to the liberal salary his uncle paid him. He'd been getting away with this grafting for years until he clashed with Jim Duran, the city's most ruthless racketeer and gangster.
You know, Davidson, you're a pretty smart boy. Oh? A lot smarter than people around town think you are. You must net yourself a pretty neat little sum every month.
You're crazy, Duran. The commissions I get...
Commissions? It's pretty cute. I love the way you keep calling that dough you steal commissions.
Well, they are commissions. As buyer for the Davidson Manufacturing Company, I consider every bid that comes in.
Now, quit kidding, Davidson. For the last 2 years, you've been buying second and third-rate cement, plaster, and steel. Your uncle's been billed for grade A prices. You've been pocketing the difference as a kickback from the fellas you've been dealing with. I don't think your uncle would like it at all if he knew what you were doing.
Well, I can't figure where it concerns you, Duran.
Everything that happens in this town concerns me. Besides, I don't like guys that give all their business to my competitors.
Competitors?
Sure. A couple of months ago, I formed a new company, the Mid-City Service Corporation. We're a sort of a buying and selling agency. We buy and sell steel, cement, plaster, practically everything that Davidson Manufacturing Company uses.
Look, Duran, I don't make enough to split.
I think you do. And I'll tell you why. First of all, your salary's $6,000 a year. And for a guy making $6,000 a year, you cover a lot of territory. In October, you dropped $700 in 1 week at Eddie Sansoni's. During November, you dropped the G.
Eddie said he'd keep his mouth shut.
Eddie works for me. For Christmas, you gave your girlfriend, Helene Franklin, an $1,800 convertible. Last week, you gave her a $1,000 engagement ring. Yeah. You sure do okay for a guy making $6,000 a year.
All right, Duran, so I do okay. Where do you come in?
Now, that's simple. We'll handle your deals for you. We'll take care of everything for, say, $150 a week. But retroactive for 6 months.
You're out of your mind.
You've been buying for my competitors a lot longer than that.
But I'd owe you $3,900 in back money.
Sure. But look how safe you'll be. If anything goes wrong, you won't appear at all. You can just say you had reason to believe the Mid-City Service Corporation was okay.
But I can't raise that kind of dough.
What's the matter with the old man?
My uncle?
Yeah, he's a nice old guy. Takes pretty good care of you, from what I hear.
Yeah, but he'd never give me an amount that big without a reason.
Give him a reason. Tell him you lost it at Eddie Sansoni's. Tell him Eddie's got your IOUs, and he's going to give them to the newspapers or something. The old man will hate to have a scandal. Besides, it'll be a good investment for him. We furnish protection, too.
Protection?
Yeah. We'll make sure no accidents happen to his employees. Especially his purchasing agent. Oh, one more thing. See that your uncle don't find out about this deal. He might take a notion to talk to the police or somebody. That'd be pretty unhealthy. For you.
Well, Frank, when you began your double dealing, you didn't dream you'd be interfering with the activities of Jim Duran, did you? Duran knows everything about you, doesn't he? And from now on, he wants in. And you know he's going to expect that $3,900 a week from Friday. You'll have to talk to your uncle about this, won't you, Frank?
All right, Frank. Let's have it. What's wrong now?
Well, you're not going to like it, Uncle George. But it's the same old thing. I need money. $3,900. And there's no use beating around the bush. I owe it to Eddie Sansoni.
Sansoni? The gambler?
That's right.
And now you expect me to get you out of this difficulty as I have a dozen others. You know, Frank, you have an idea that because I happen to have earned a good deal of money, it's your job to spend it.
Why not? What else is money for?
Oh, but you're wrong, Frank. You're terribly wrong. Money is a trust, a very serious trust. Wisely used, it makes for a better community. And I'm certainly not going to give you $3,900 to hand over to a crooked gambler.
But, Uncle George, listen, you don't get it. The man I owe is Eddie Sansoni. He's a killer. I've only got till next Friday to pay up.
Nonsense. Just tell the police.
You mean you won't let me have the money for Sansoni?
Naturally not. Why, it would be the worst thing I could do for you, Frank. And another thing, and this is for your own good. Beginning Monday, you're going to work in the factory. This job as purchasing agent hasn't done you any good.
Now, wait a minute, Uncle George. If you're going to leave me the business anyway...
I'm not going to leave you the business. If I did, there wouldn't be any business in 5 years.
But you always said it would all be mine someday. Or even in your will.
I'm changing my will, Frank. Just as soon as my lawyer returns from Washington next week.
You mean you're cutting me out of your will permanently?
Well, that depends. Maybe I'll change my mind in a year or two if you'll really settle down. And I hope you will, Frank. Meantime, I owe it to the employees and the people who put their savings into this business to protect their interests.
An unpleasant morning, isn't it, Frank? So unpleasant you quickly leave the office and go to see your girlfriend, Helene. After all, Helene understands you. And like you, she believes that money is the root of all evil. That is, other people's money. You tell her about Duran, about Uncle George cutting you out of his will, all your difficulties. Helene is not only sympathetic, she's very practical, too.
Your uncle can't do a thing like that, cutting you out of his will of all the dirty...
He's doing it. Just as soon as his lawyer gets back from Washington.
When will that be?
Sometime next week.
Wow. He hasn't cut you out yet, Angel.
Oh, what difference does that make? He won't change his mind.
Oh, a lot of things can happen in a week, honey.
Such as?
Take a look at that headline in tonight's paper. Hmm?
Wealthy playboy slain in love nest. I don't get you.
Suppose your uncle had a little love nest, baby.
The closest thing Uncle George has to a love nest is his little cabin out at Clear Lake, where he goes to rest up occasionally. And as far as girls are concerned, he doesn't even know they're alive.
Well, he's got a secretary, hasn't he?
Of course.
Oh, from what you say, he pays her a lot of dough.
Naturally, she's been with him a long time. Besides, Bill Lawton, her husband, was very badly hurt in an accident a while back and hasn't been able to work since.
From what you've told me, Bill's not very happy about it.
Mary says he's miserable.
Well, suppose Bill Lawton were to think your uncle's interest in Mary was, something more than just paternal.
In the mood he's in, you'd probably see headlines bigger than the... What? Helene? I think you've hit on a wonderful idea. A wonderful idea. Except it takes time.
A week's a long time, Frank. When it's all you've got.
Yeah, it is at that. And this is one time I'm gonna move fast.
With the prologue of Money is the Root of All Evil, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. You've heard me tell about the more thorough, more conscientious attention cars get at Signal service stations, because each Signal dealer owns his own business and has a personal interest in keeping your goodwill. Well, typical of this is the fan belt and radiator hose checkup now being offered free by Signal dealers throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. Being made of rubber, your fan belt and radiator hose not only wear out, but deteriorate from age. Yet few persons ever think to check them until they fail completely and cause serious trouble. That's why this free Signal checkup is not only unique, but a real service that every driver will be wise to take advantage of. What's more, if you should discover that your fan belt or radiator hose are in such worn condition that you feel it's wise to replace them, then your Signal dealer can, in most cases, do this while you wait. So drop by your nearest Signal dealer soon and ask him for this free checkup of your fan belt and radiator hose. It's one of a complete line of safety services offered by Signal dealers to help your car run better and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Frank, Helene gave you quite an idea, didn't she? It would certainly make things easy for both of you if Bill Lawton got the wrong idea about his wife, Mary, being involved with your wealthy Uncle George and killed him in a fit of jealous rage. No one could pin anything on you either. After your years of hypocritical preaching that money is the root of all evil, you're sure nobody would ever connect you with your uncle's sudden death. But you know you'll have to act fast. Plant the seed of suspicion in Bill Lawton's mind. So a few moments after leaving Helene's apartment, you're in Bill Lawton's living room.
Well, Bill, how are things going?
Okay.
I guess it gets pretty lonesome sitting around the house all day, huh?
Oh, I manage.
Yeah, I know how it is.
Trouble is, I can't keep living on Mary's dough. I didn't marry her to get myself a meal ticket.
Well, if Mary doesn't object, why should you?
It's up to me to be working, not her.
Well, I wouldn't worry too much about it, Bill. After all, my uncle's pretty generous to her.
Yeah, no. He's a nice old guy. But I'll feel a whole lot better when I'm paying the bills.
Now, don't worry. Uncle George always gets his money's worth.
I know. Mary's a pretty terrific secretary.
And a pretty neat addition to the office, too. I don't blame Uncle George for keeping her to himself.
Yeah. It's been awfully busy down there lately, hasn't it?
Busy? Nothing. It's practically dead. Oh, but then things always slow up this time of year.
Dead? But Mary's been working overtime 2 nights last week.
She has? Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, wait a second. Besides being purchasing agent, you're sort of an all-around assistant to your uncle, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if you work Slake, how come you don't know about it?
Oh, well, I'm out calling on clients most of the time.
This deal about Mary working nights when things are so slow.
Well, as far as that's concerned, I don't either. But then Uncle George does a lot of things he doesn't tell me about. Don't worry about it, Bill. Listen, why don't you come into town for lunch someday soon? It'll do you good.
Frank.
Yeah?
Is there anything between your uncle and my wife?
What? What on earth made you think of a thing like that?
I've been thinking about it for quite a while.
Well, you've planted the seed, Frank. You've set Bill to wondering in earnest about your Uncle George and his wife, Mary. And now you must nurture that seed so it will sprout and grow quickly. The next day, Bill himself makes it easy for you.
Frank Davidson speaking.
This is Bill Lawton, Frank. You busy?
I'm not too busy to talk to you, boy. What's on your mind?
Could you run out to my place for a few minutes?
Well, I guess so, if it's important.
It's important to me.
Okay, fella, I'll be right out.
You know what he wants, don't you, Frank? And you're sure you've got all the answers, the right answers. You're sure of yourself. Pleased, too, as you reach for your hat. And then your phone rings once more.
Hello, Frank Davidson speaking.
You know who this is, Frank?
Yes, it's Jim...
Never mind the name. Thought I told you not to mention our little conversation to your uncle.
I didn't, Jim, honestly. I told him exactly what you told me to tell him.
Oh, that's funny. A couple of guys with badges came came over this morning and asked to see the books of the Mid-City Service Company.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with it.
I hope not. For your sake. If you did, it's going to be too bad for you.
Duran? Hello? Duran?
Leaving your office following Duran's phone call, you know you have to move fast. You're sure if your plans go through, you'll have no trouble stalling off Duran until you come into control of your uncle's fortune. And as you enter Bill Lawton's apartment and note the grim expression on his face, you're equally sure your plans for the death of your uncle through Bill Lawton will work. You handle Bill to perfection.
Frank, tell me the truth about your uncle and my wife.
Oh, now wait a minute, Bill. If you
I
think...
said the truth, Frank.
I'm telling you the truth. As a matter of fact, we were crazy when we even gave a thought to the 2 nights Mary worked overtime last week. Do you know what? I found out Uncle George wasn't even at the office those nights.
He wasn't? Then what was Mary doing?
Uncle George took out his work to the cabin at Clear Lake. Yeah, he often does that when he's snowed under.
And Mary worked in town?
Naturally. At least I thought. Where else?
Nice try, Frank. But it doesn't gel. Mary told me she took 40 pages of dictation. If he was at the cabin at Clear Lake, she was too.
Well, now, Bill, maybe you're just jumping at conclusions. Wait a minute, Bill. What are you going to do with that gun?
Nothing right now. Just wanted to be sure it was here and loaded. The next time Mary tells me she's working at night, I'm going to go out to your uncle's cabin at Clear Lake.
Bill, you're nuts.
And if I find what I think I'll find, this gun's going to get quite a workout.
Hi, Bill. I'm home. Oh, hello, Frank. Bill, what on earth are you doing with that pistol?
Oh, he was just showing it to me, Mary.
Oh, guns make me nervous. For goodness sakes, put it back in the desk, Bill. Bill?
Okay, Mary.
Since when have you become interested in firearms, Frank?
I got myself into a jam with Jim Durant. Eddie Sansoni.
Jim Durant, that gangster?
I said Eddie Sansoni. He's pushing me pretty hard. And, Bill thought that I might need some protection, so he offered me his revolver.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Frank. Why don't you go to the police?
You don't know what you're saying.
Well, at least tell your uncle he's let you have money before.
Money. That's all I ever hear. Sansoni's got plenty, but he wants more. My uncle's loaded with it, and he keeps working. Everybody talks about money. Everybody wants money. It's like I've always said. Money is the root of all evil. Well, you take right now. It wouldn't hurt Uncle George to just help me out one more time.
Frank, I don't think you're being very fair. Your uncle's been wonderful to you.
He's been wonderful to you, too, hasn't he, baby?
He's been wonderful to us, Bill.
Oh, now, wait a minute, kiddies. Don't let my troubles upset you. Thanks for offering me your gun, Bill. But, I guess Mary's right. Carrying a gun would be silly. I'll see you at the office tomorrow, Mary. So long, Bill.
So long, Frank.
Bye, Frank.
You realize that your big problem now is to get your uncle and Mary together at your uncle's cabin at Clear Lake. And this should be easy. But a day passes, then another, and another. Finally, on the 4th day, half your problem is solved as Uncle George summons you to his office.
Frank, you wouldn't mind dining out this evening, would you?
Oh, no, why?
Well, I thought I'd spend the night at the cabin.
Well, that's a good idea, Uncle George. You go ahead. I'll probably do a little work at the office.
Now, Frank, solving the other half of your problem should be very simple. You can play on Mary's loyalty to your uncle and the company, and she'll agree to anything you suggest. So a few minutes after your uncle leaves, you stop at Mary's desk.
Mary, would you mind working with me tonight so we can have that Carson estimate ready in the morning?
Oh, Frank. You know how Bill hates to have me out at night.
Oh, I don't think he'll mind. He understands you have to work overtime occasionally. No, I'd hate to see us lose that Carson account.
Okay, I'll phone him right away.
Oh, that's swell. Thanks a lot, Mary. I'll see you at the office about 7:30, huh?
That was easy, wasn't it, Frank? You can see the expression on Bill Lawton's face when Mary phones about working late. You could even see him hang up the phone, cross the room to his desk, open the drawer and remove his revolver, go out to his car and start for Clear Lake. So you go out for a quick snack, smoke impatiently until 7:30, and then go to the office where Mary is waiting for you.
Hi, Mary. I sure do get bad breaks. You won't be able to help me after all.
Now, Frank, don't tell me...
Uncle George wants you to go out to the cabin at Clear Lake right away.
Why? He didn't say anything
You
about...
got me. All I know is he got a telegram before he left. Then he told me to get in touch with you and tell you to come out right away with your notebook. He says it's very important.
I guess there's nothing else to do.
Uncle George said to use the company car, so I put it out in front for you.
Okay.
Here, here's the keys.
Thank you, Frank. Oh, say, did you hear about Jim Duran being arrested?
No, I didn't. Is he in jail?
No, he's out on bail. Well, see you tomorrow, Frank. Hope you get that Carson estimate out all right.
Don't worry, everything will be taken care of tonight. It has to be.
Well, there it is, Frank. The last detail fitted into place. But you have to make certain there are no mistakes. You hurry out to your own car, pick up Helene, and head toward Clear Lake. Your car roars past Mary's car within a few miles, and you leave her behind. Suddenly, your heart almost stops beating. Other headlights following you along the highway. Jim Duran. It must be Jim out on bail, and you're sure he's out to get you. But if tonight goes according to plan, you'll have more than $1 million, and Jim Duran will be a problem no longer. You park some 300 yards from the cabin. There's no sign of the other car. You tell Helene to keep the motor running and walk towards the cabin. Halfway there, you spot Bill Lawton's car parked behind a tree with a clear view of the cabin, where Uncle George has already turned on the light. All you need to do now is wait for Mary to arrive, and then her husband, Bill Lawton, will do the rest. And you haven't long to wait. Mary steps down from the company car and walks rapidly to the cabin and enters the open door. Your heart beats quickly as you watch Bill open the door of his car, slip out without a sound, walk slowly to the cabin and enter the open door. For a moment, everything is quiet. Then you hear the sound you've been waiting for.
Bill! Bill, what are you doing here?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about these chilly nights and mornings we've been having. To be sure your car will start pronto the instant you touch the starter, you naturally want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that's tops in quality. But how can the average driver measure gasoline quality? Why, by mileage, of course. Which explains why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made it known throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, as the Go Farther gasoline. You see, there's only one way today's Signal gasoline can give you such good mileage. That's by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, you just naturally enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. In other words, the superior performance you expect of a superior gasoline. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler. When you hear the shots from Bill's gun, you're sure your worries are behind you, aren't you, Frank? Tomorrow you'll be head of Davidson Enterprises. You can marry Helene, pay off Duran. Your lies about your Uncle George and his secretary, Bill Lawton's wife, work like a charm, assuring him and arousing him to the jealous fury culminating in the shooting you've just heard. You're almost jubilant as you run to your car, tell Helene the good news, and step on the gas. A moment later, you feel differently. That strange car is right behind you again. Now you're sure it's Duran, the gangster who believes you're responsible for his arrest. You want to stop, explain things, but you're afraid. And you're sure that once he knows of your uncle's death, you can handle him. You've got to get away. You press down on the gas.
Why so fast?
That car behind us, Helene. It's Duran.
Oh, how do you know?
I just know, that's all.
Soon you're doing 50, then 60, then 70, then 75.
Be careful, Frank! Slow down that curve! Bring him out!
In the Davidson Memorial Hospital. And you're going to be all right.
How about Elaine, the girl who was with me?
She's pretty badly hurt, but she'll recover. And we hope that plastic surgery may help her face.
Hello, Davidson.
Who are you?
Chief of Police Roberts. Lucky for you, we were following you last night when you had that crash. If we hadn't been, you and your girlfriend would be dead pigeons.
You mean it wasn't Duran?
No, it was the police, all right. You talked too much the day Mary Lawton came home and found you and her husband fooling with that gun. She tipped us off. We've been tailing you ever since, for your own protection. Incidentally, Bill Lawton told us how you tried to get him to kill your uncle with your lies about him and Mary.
Kill my uncle? It's insane. Just because Bill Lawton might have gotten mixed up on something I said doesn't mean a thing. It's his word against mine. In a few days, I'll be president of the Davidson Manufacturing Company. You'll be...
Wait a minute. I've got a little surprise for you. You come in, please.
Uncle George.
Yes, Frank. Uncle George.
But I thought...
Yeah. You thought they were dead, didn't you?
But those shots...
They were quite harmless. Blanks. Mary substituted. If she hadn't, we wouldn't be here. Yes, Davidson, that phony alibi you tried to build, that line about money is the root of all evil, isn't going to get you out this time. It's too bad you never understood the right use of money, Frank. You're like a lot of others, Davidson. Belittling money, success, misquoting.
Uncle George, you taught me to believe the Bible. The Bible says money's the root of all evil.
No, Frank, no. The Bible says that love of money is the root of all evil. Not money itself. There's a difference, Frank. A big difference.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is top too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Quiet suicide.
It was in a drab room in a commercial hotel in Chicago that Frank Reynolds finally made up his mind. And in a curious way, it was quite appropriate that the decision should come to him there, partway between Los Angeles and New York. partway between two lives. He'd known from the first, of course, that a showdown was inevitable sooner or later. But as time went on, he began to recognize the desperate form the showdown would take. He came to realize that the only way out was murder. The train tickets were in his pocket. His bags were packed, ready to go when he picked up the phone.
Operator.
This is Mr. Reynolds in room 617. I'd like to call New York. Mrs. Frank Reynolds. Long Island, 89038.
Thank you, sir. 1 moment, please.
Right.
Long distance. I'm calling Long Island, New York. Is this Mr. Frank Reynolds?
Yes, that's right.
I have a call for you from Los Angeles, Mr. Reynolds.
Los Angeles? Look, I'm calling New York.
Go ahead.
Just a moment, operator.
Frank.
Millicent, how did you...
Darling, I had to call you. I knew you'd be staying there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Millie. I can't talk now. My train leaves in a
Frank,
few
you've
minutes.
got to tell me the truth. I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter, dear?
You're running off that way, not even saying goodbye.
Oh, darling, I told you I had to rush off about that business deal in New York.
But it's more than that. Isn't it, darling?
What do you mean, Millie?
Tell me, Frank, you've got to be fair with me. If it's another woman...
Another woman?
It's on my mind all the time. I can't eat. I can't sleep.
Listen, Millicent, I told you 100 times. There's no other woman, dear. No one but you. Please believe that.
I wish I could. Ready with New York, Mr. Reynolds. Shall I put them on?
No. Can't you tell I'm still on this call? Get off the line. Millie.
Yes.
Millie, believe me for once, will you? You're imagining things. I love you, baby. There's no one else. I'll just be a good girl till I get back.
All right, Frank. I'm sorry. But you can't blame me. After all, I am your wife.
Yeah, sure. Goodbye, Angel.
Operator?
You can go ahead with New York now.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry about the interruption, sir. I knew you wanted to talk to your wife in New York, but when I found out your wife was still in Los Angeles...
Never mind that. Have you got my New York nurse?
Yes, sir. I'll connect you. Hello? Hello?
Diane.
Frank.
Diane, listen, honey, I haven't much time. You're expecting me day after tomorrow off the train at the station?
You mean you aren't coming?
Oh, sure, but listen. I'll be in New York tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm flying the rest of the way. Be in early. It'll give us at least a day together, alone. You can meet me at LaGuardia, Flight 8, American Airlines.
Frank, you do such strange things. What do I tell Uncle George and the family?
Don't tell him anything. That's the idea. Explain to your Uncle George that you're going into town early to shop for a day or two. How we'll skip the whole Long Island tribe and just be together for a day. Sound good?
I think so.
You think so?
It's wonderful, Frank. Yes, you're so clever, darling. I'm a lucky girl to have such a smart husband.
Yes, Frank, the operator has reason to be confused. Because there are two Mrs. Reynolds. One in New York, one in Los Angeles. And you're trembling as you hang up the receiver in Chicago. It becomes even more clear to you now, with the two lives you've been so careful to keep apart, almost meeting accidentally by telephone, how ruinous it would be if Diane and Millicent should ever get together. And the only way out is the desperate way, isn't it? It's too bad, too. Diane is so young, so pretty, so very trusting. At least she always seemed to believe you. But at the airport, you wonder from the moment she meets you if something's wrong.
American Airlines Flight 8, arriving at Gate 3.
Over here, Frank.
American Airlines.
Diane! Hello! Oh, excited to see me?
Yes, Frank, I'm excited.
Did you drive out?
No, the town car's been
Well,
late.
how about a taxi?
It's right over here.
Oh.
Where to, folks?
Harding Arms apartment. It's on the east side on 52nd.
Harding Arms.
I found it last night after you called.
Oh.
I think you'll like it, Frank.
Anyone know I'm here?
Not a soul. Uncle George thinks I'm shopping. He's meeting me in the morning at Penn Station to be there when your train comes in.
Oh, that's perfect.
And you've really arranged to be honest?
Why not? Just set an early alarm. I'll run out to New York and get back aboard the train coming from Chicago.
You've planned it all pretty carefully, haven't you, darling?
Of course. I wanted to have you all to myself for a change.
So? You went to all this trouble. Tickets, the telephone calls, everything. Just to be alone with me for a while.
Well, what's wrong with that?
And still you haven't even kissed me.
Oh. I'm sorry, Diane.
No, please, Frank, not now.
Well, Diane, what's the matter?
I try not to believe it, Frank. I try not to listen to Uncle George. The rest of it.
Oh, what are they saying now?
The same thing. That you married me for my money. But that now that Uncle George has made it impossible for you to get a hold of it, you'll leave me.
Well, then what am I doing here, right now?
That's what I don't know, Frank.
Well, they don't waste any time, do they? They get right to you the minute I'm out of town. Diane, are you sure they don't know I'm here?
I told you once, Frank.
All right. Come here.
Oh, Frank.
That better?
It's this way every time. They tell me all those... They make me listen to them, and then...
Then what?
Oh, you kiss me like that, and I forget all about it.
Good. Keep it that way now.
I'll try, Frank. I promise.
Atta girl. It's very important to me, Diane, to stay together. I want it all to be perfect.
Whistler. So it's going to be murder, Frank. The only way out of your marriage to Diane that will leave your other marriage in Los Angeles intact. Divorce is out of the question, naturally. Any notoriety, any publicity on the national press wires, and Millicent might get strange ideas about your business trips to New York. There'd be investigations, bigamy charges, 2 divorces instead of 1. And, of course, the prospect of working for a living when you got out of prison. So it's murder now, a fairly simple kind of murder. The ingredients are all there. And despondent, disillusioned in marriage. A nice, quiet suicide that will rate perhaps 2 inches of copy in the New York papers. No more.
Do you like the apartment, Frank?
Oh, it's wonderful. 3 rooms, fireplace, no nosy maids or janitors.
Is it everything you wanted?
Everything. Even a back entrance. Ah, you couldn't have done better, darling. We're all set.
Yes, Frank, all set. With a murder planned for tonight. With your alibi still solid on that eastbound train due tomorrow morning at Penn Station. You were careful back in Chicago, weren't you? Arranging things so it would be almost impossible to check either the plane or train ticket. So no one will be able to say you left the train there and arrived in New York ahead of it. On the way to dinner with Diane, the plan begins to operate. You stop the cab at a drugstore, explain that you want to order a prescription sent up to the apartment, and go inside.
Yes, sir? Oh, I'd like this filled. 25 tablets luminol-barbital. Yeah, it's my wife.
Mm-hmm. Made out to Mrs. Frank Reynolds.
Isn't that right?
Yes, but I wish she'd come in herself to sign for it. We have to be careful filling prescriptions for sleeping medicine, particularly anything as potent as this.
I understand. Well, look, I'd rather not wait anyway. Why not send it up to her? Harding Arms Apartments. She'll be there to sign it for herself. What's the matter, Anne? Don't you like the restaurant?
Oh, yes, it's perfect fun.
I don't know where we'd get a better dinner.
That's not just that. I'm sorry that it has to end.
Oh, you mean Uncle George, huh?
What? Yes, Uncle George. He'll be with us tomorrow.
Yeah, like William the Conqueror.
He'll probably know all about this.
How? You set the alarm, didn't you?
Yes, but...
Okay. I'll get up, breeze out to Newark. You can greet me with open arms when I step off the track at Penn Station.
You just don't know Uncle George. Look over there.
Huh? What do you mean?
That man who just came in by the hat check stand.
What about him?
I didn't tell you, Frank, but Uncle George has got his mind set on my divorcing you. He wants to prove to me.
So what?
That man over there is one of Uncle George's detectives.
How long has this been going on?
Since you were here before. Uncle's funny. He even has them follow me sometimes.
You? What for?
I don't know. Does it really matter, Frank?
It matters with me. Did he see us, Diane?
I don't think so. Not yet.
Let's get out of here.
Frank, it's no use. Let me finish my drink.
I said let's get out of here. I'll mix you a drink at home.
Frank?
Yeah?
Anyone see you come in?
Not a soul.
It seems silly, you using the back entrance, me coming in the front.
What took you so long?
This.
Oh. My prescription.
The desk clerk gave it to me. I had to sign for it. Is it right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's right. I'll fix you that drink I promised you.
Oh,
What's the matter?
it tastes awfully strong. Did you forget the soda?
Now, you're going soft on me, darling. Down the hatch.
Skull.
Skull.
There. This has been a funny evening. A funny visit.
There you go again. What's the matter?
Visit. That's an interesting word. Visit.
Look, darling.
My husband's visiting me for a few days. It's nice to see you, dear. It's nice to look across the room and find you there.
You're in a strange mood tonight.
No. Not strange, really. Just devoted. And maybe a little disappointed. Love does a lot of funny things, you know. Stops up your eyes and your ears. Keeps you believing in someone no matter what people tell you.
You're just tired, Diane.
Yes. I guess I am. Tired of secret meetings with my own husband. Tired of lying to Uncle George, trying to defend you when I...
When you what?
There is another woman, isn't there, Frank? In Los Angeles.
Don't be silly.
It's like a movie. Sometimes, when I close my eyes and try to sleep, I see you getting off the train, meeting a smart-looking blonde in a red convertible.
You better get those ideas out of your head.
Do you mind if I stretch out a little?
Not at all.
I really don't think you're so terrible, Doc. I just love you.
Sure.
Men think women don't know. They think they don't even suspect a little bit. But they do. They do, Frank. They do.
Yes, Frank. That sleeping medicine works fast. You watch the clock. 7:30, 8, 9, and then finally reach for her wrist and feel her pulse. There's nothing there now. Nothing. It takes a few minutes more to check the room, tidy it up, get rid of cigarette butts that aren't stained with lipstick, wipe off fingerprints, scrape the druggist label off the bottle of sleeping pills. And then quietly, you let yourself out the door and hurry toward the back service stairs, and then...
Is that the floor? Yes, sir. Mrs. Reynolds' apartment is 20 feet. Around the corner near the rear stairway.
Are you sure she's here?
Yes, she came in an hour or so ago.
Alone?
Yes, sir, alone. Shall I wait?
Stand by a minute. I'll see if she'll talk to me for a while.
I'll wait.
It's the detective, Frank, coming from the elevator. You're trapped, with a choice of meeting him or running back down to the lobby. It's then that you feel the key in your hand, your pocket.
Yeah.
Mrs. Reynolds. Mrs. Reynolds, your uncle wants you to talk. Mrs. Reynolds, are you all right? Hurry. I know she's in there, sir. Bring her to past me, will you?
There's no time to think, Frank. You hold your breath, press back against the wall behind the door, and then...
She must be in there, sir. There's only one way out of the building at this time of night. Yeah, open it up.
That's it.
Mrs. Reynolds.
You take the only chance you have, Frank. As they go in, you slide around the door in the darkness and then out into the hall.
Here. What's this? Get the light.
Mrs. Reynolds!
You aren't conscious of time now, Frank. Maybe it's an hour, maybe two since that awful moment in the apartment. But things are beginning to settle down now as you sit in the dim railroad station in Newark, waiting for that train of yours to pull in. You settle back against the bench, vaguely aware of the smell of the oiled wood floors. And then the boards creak slightly as someone moves towards you in the darkness.
Got a light, buddy? What? Oh. Oh, yeah. Here you are. Thanks. Yeah, thanks very much. Oh, mind if I keep these? Oh, no. Go ahead. Oh. Dull hour. 3 in the morning. Waiting for a train? Yeah. It's a funny thing. Guy sitting in this drab station waiting for the train from Chicago. At this hour? Listen, Yes, sir. Odd thing. You know, you could grab a taxi outside and get to New York in an hour. Still, you're waiting here.
Boy, look, you can figure that out for yourself.
Sit down, Mr. Reynolds.
How did you... My name...
It was printed on that match folder you handed me. What do you want? I want you to help me decide whether your wife's death was suicide or murder.
She's dead?
Yeah. After talking to her uncle, I decided to drop over here and see if you really were on the train.
Oh, well, listen, I can explain about that.
You can save all that for later. I'm Pearson, Mr. Reynolds, New York homicide. Why don't we skip the train? Start back to New York right now. They're waiting for us back at your apartment.
So now you're faced with it, Frank. Your big alibi, the keystone in your whole plan is gone. Once or twice on the way back to the apartment, you almost decide to get it over with. To tell Pearson the whole truth and avoid the dread questioning you know is sure to come. But somehow you're not quite ready to give up. And when you finally walk into the apartment to face Diane's Uncle George, you get an idea of a way to bluff it through.
I tell you, this man's a murderer, Pearson.
Just a minute, Mr. Breckenridge. Just a moment. Let me handle it.
I told you. I can explain everything.
All right, you'll have a chance to, but let me start out, huh? Now, it seems you're on your way to New York on a train. You switched to a plane somewhere without telling anyone that your wife. Figure you can intercept the same train a day or so later, give yourself a solid alibi.
There's no use denying it, Frank.
Who's denying it?
What?
You mean you admit it?
Most of it. There's one word I don't like. Alibi. Oh, it's true about the train. I set it up by telephone from Chicago.
You had a good reason?
A very good reason.
What are you talking about?
You, Uncle George. You've never given us a minute's peace. Sticking your nose into our business, trying to poison Diane's mind against me. That's why I did it, Pearson. I wanted that day together. Just Diane and I. My wife, the two of us. By ourselves.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I was forced into it, Lieutenant. Ask him about the private detective. Yeah. We go out for a quiet little dinner. At 7 o'clock last night, one of his bloodhounds follows us into the Shamrock Club.
We know all about that. So, what happened after you got home?
I told her. She either forgets Uncle George or I was through. She broke down. She got hysterical. Well, I walked out. I paced the streets for a while, and then I went over to Newark.
You didn't come back here?
No.
I see. Mr. Kittredge, you step in here, please?
Kittredge?
Yes. A druggist, Mr. Reynolds. I want you to meet him.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Well, this is Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Kittredge. Do you,
Yes, sir. That's the man who ordered the prescription.
Oh, of course. If you thought hard enough, Mr. Kittredge. You remember I told you that prescription was for my wife?
Then why did you order it?
Because she asked me to on the way to dinner.
And she gave you a prescription made out by a doctor in Los Angeles?
Los Angeles? Why, I can't.
Yes, you don't know how a Los Angeles doctor could prescribe pills for your wife when she's never been there. Well, neither do I. There's something else, Mr. Reynolds. I've been in the homicide division for 8 years now. I guess I've investigated 100 suicides, and a lot of them women. You know something, Mr. Reynolds? I have yet to find one, particularly a woman, who didn't want to have the last word.
I don't know what you mean.
A suicide. Your uncle's detective comes in, finds a gun with a bottle of sleep pill next to him. It seemed like you set up a thing like that without doing the one thing I all do.
I told you. She was she wasn't thinking straight when I left.
That's you say. I saved the bed with every intention of getting out. All right, come, Reynolds. You can get in touch with your lawyer on the way to him.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't do anything. Lieutenant, you've got to believe me. I
give it. I've got no time.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
I just can't take this on myself. What I feel personally and what is just are two different things, I guess. Diane was in Los Angeles a month ago.
What? You mean she was?
Well, that's interesting.
I should have told before, I suppose, but...
Oh, think nothing of it. And I suppose you have a suicide note tucked up your sleeve?
Well, I do have one, as a matter of fact. An old one. You see, Diane did try to kill herself just last month. And that's why I've been having her followed.
Well, Reynolds, I guess that'll be it. Well, we all make mistakes once in a while. I'm sorry.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story.
So it's over now, Frank. A few more questions and you'll be released. Free of suspicion that you murdered Diane, wife number one. free to go back to Los Angeles and someone they know nothing about, Millicent, wife number 2. And it's ironic that Diane's Uncle George came through with the one statement that could save you. Yes, you were as surprised as Lieutenant Pearson to hear that Diane had actually gone to Los Angeles. And you realize now that she knew the truth about Millicent. That if you'd left her alone, she might have tried suicide a second time, successfully. You're going to be careful now, Frank. No missteps, no false moves. Taking the cue from the lieutenant.
Yeah, this is a tough business I'm in, Reynolds. Gotta play hunches, you know. Yeah. I came into the room tonight and let people look around. I see there isn't a note. Say to myself, this lady went to bed figuring she'd be up and going the next day. Intent, you know. Yeah, it's pretty important stuff. I understand, Lieutenant. Yeah. I was trained to look for intent above everything else. Well, sometimes you go wrong, though, just like now. Sometimes. Well, now. What do you know about that? Intent, you know. That's what they're going to ask me, Reynolds. What was in the little lady's mind? The clock? I don't understand it. I don't blame you. Now, why do you suppose she set that alarm clock? I'll tell you why. She expected it to wake her up. She expected to be alive right now. You know, I guess we'll just have to start the questions all over again. That clock's a little noisy for a nice, quiet suicide.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Meeting on 10th Street.
On February 25th, the final edition of the Daily Bulletin was a sellout 10 minutes after it hit the streets. Across the top of the page, headlines screamed that the district attorney's office had at last won its long fight against the city's organized crime. But the real drama was below, neatly centered on the page, in an article by Stephen North, the Bulletin star reporter, an article titled Retraction.
In 25 years in the newspaper game, this reporter has never before been forced to print a retraction. Today, I break that record. Last week, I called a man a weakling and a coward. I vilified him, told him he'd failed me. I said these things not knowing he had already made up his mind to tackle a tremendous task. I said them not knowing that Gerald Wright, an ordinary citizen of this city, intended to challenge Gangdom's most vicious killers alone. Now I want to correct the injustice. The story of Gerald Wright is one that every reader of this newspaper, every taxpayer of this city...
Yes, the story of Gerald Wright was all there in neat black type, worded in the dramatic style of a famous reporter. It was all there, but the truth. Actually, the true story had begun late on a Friday evening more than a week before, when a man entered a drugstore on 10th Street.
Just the same, Sam, if I was a reporter like this guy North, I'd lay off this Murder Incorporated ring. They're too tough. Would you hear what happened? No. They shot North, put him in the hospital this afternoon. Couple of slugs in his leg. I tell you, if that guy doesn't like... Oh, yes, sir. What can I do for you?
A bottle of soda pop, please.
Pop? Yes, sir. Right back this way. We got cream, strawberry...
The flavor doesn't matter.
Huh?
I said the flavor doesn't matter, just anything. I want to take it with me.
Oh. Okay. That'll be 15, nickel deposit on a bottle.
There you are.
Yeah?
My doctor's given me some medicine. I'm supposed to take it with water. This will work the same, won't it?
Well, sure, but it's the first time I ever
Another
heard...
thing, there's a movie house around here somewhere, isn't there?
Movie? Yeah, 1 3 blocks down. There's a couple more over on Park Street. Punk pictures, though. Now, if I was you, I'd go downtown.
Thanks, just the same, but the picture doesn't matter either.
That's a funny one. Guy comes in here and... Wait a minute. Sam!
Yeah? What's the matter?
That guy, did you see which way he went?
What do you mean? He just went out the door. Is something wrong?
I don't know. He come in here asking for soda pop. Flavor didn't matter. Said he had some medicine to take with it.
Well?
I don't like it, Sam. Look out the door and see if you can see which way he went. I got an idea. That guy's going to commit suicide.
With the prologue of Meeting on 10th Street, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, friends, just for a moment, let's suppose this were a quiz show, and you were asked, what gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline? What would your answer be? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is known as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's good mileage. But even more so, we're proud of what makes such mileage possible. The extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor. Because when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother, knock-free power. The things that make driving more fun. That's why folks who want superior performance, as well as those who insist on mileage, are both switching to Signal. They've discovered that to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Gerald. When it was all over, the Daily Bulletin had your whole story in a special article by Stephen North on page 1. The whole story, that is, except for a few rather important details. There was nothing about that first Friday night, was there, Gerald? Nothing about the bottle of soda pop, the square box of medicine from your doctor. And most ironic of all, there was only a passing mention of Denise. Beautiful, dark-eyed Denise. The cause of it all. The girl for whom you'd live or die. You were thinking of Denise, of course, as you stood at the box office of the all-night theater. Remembering the way you met, the way she laughed. Even remembering how sorry she looked when she sent your world toppling with her promise to marry Bob. You were thinking of the nightmare that followed. The 3 days and nights of self-torture that ended with your decision to take your own life. Yes, Gerald, as you settle back into the darkness of the back row of the theater, your decision is made. Denise is lost to you, and there's no point left in living. You hadn't intended to pay any attention to the picture, of course. But as you become aware of the movements of the actors, listen to the words coming from the screen, you find yourself fascinated.
Come on in.
Where's Ruby?
Outside.
She heard about it?
Yeah, she's all busted up. You know, it's a shame in a way. She loved the guy.
Shut up.
Okay.
Well, tell me, how did it go?
Same as all of them. They found him 3 miles out of town in a ditch.
Solid, huh? No slips?
Joe Slade don't make no slips. That's why he cost you $5,000. Well, I guess that does it.
Yeah, that does it.
You must love her, Alan. Putting out $5,000 like that to get the number one boy out of the way.
You think so?
That's a good guess.
I'm not paying you to guess. Beat it, Mike.
Okay, boss.
You feel a strange excitement watching the hero, a two-fisted, good-looking young man, carry the story forward. He had a rival, too, Gerald, just like you. But he found another way of solving the problem. You watch the screen, listen more avidly as the story progresses.
Ruby.
Yes, Alan.
I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, Alan, I don't know what to do.
Suddenly, you're seeing yourself up there on the screen in place of the hero. And the girl becomes Denise.
Denise.
Yes, Gerald.
I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, Gerald, I don't know what to do.
But these things happen, darling.
But these things happen, darling.
He
He just got mixed up in the wrong company. Don't you see, Denise?
The police say it was a gangster murder. I still can't believe it.
I'm going to stand by you, darling. Please remember that.
Oh, thank heaven, Gerald. Thank heaven for you.
You sit there fascinated for the rest of the picture, seeing yourself as the hero, fighting back, winning Denise in the only way open to you, with a hired murder. And that's when you suddenly recall something else, Gerald. The news item you heard the clerk discussing back at the drugstore. The headline the newsboy was shouting outside the theater as you came in.
Excuse me, please. I'm sorry. I want to get out.
Nice final. Read all about it. Reporter shot in gang revenge attempt. Extra.
Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Extra.
Stephen North, author of a series of articles published by this paper exposing activities of an alleged murder incorporated ring in this city, was injured in a shooting fray this afternoon on 18th Avenue. From his bed at St. Michael's Hospital, North asserted it was an attempt on his life by the ring he was exposing. Murder Incorporated. Stephen North. I wonder if he really knows who these people are. These men who murder for hire. Taxi! Taxi! St. Michael's Hospital. I hope you'll forgive me for saying I was a friend of yours, Mr. North. The nurse wouldn't have let...
It's all right. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright?
I've been reading your articles, Mr. North.
Uh-huh.
I think you've done a magnificent thing. And, well, that's what I wanted to tell you.
That all you want?
Yes. I just think the average citizen simply doesn't believe that there are people who will commit murder for money. That's why it's so important these things come out in the open. Why, until I read about what happened to you this afternoon, I couldn't believe it myself.
And you just came here to tell me I was doing a good job.
That's right. I thought if you knew people like me were behind you...
Yeah.
As I said, most of us just can't believe it could happen. Why, if anyone told me I could go to someone and pay to have a man killed, why...
Well, it's possible, all right. They got an organization, Mr. Wright. Just like a factory that makes shoes or bottle tops. Only they manufacture murders. Now, come on. Why don't you tell me why you really came here?
Well, no, you'll probably think this is ridiculous.
Maybe I won't. Go on.
Mr. North, I want to help.
You want to...
I knew you'd think it was crazy, Mr. North. It just seemed to me, if these people are as highly organized as you say, that the best way to get evidence against them would be for someone they couldn't suspect, like me, for instance, to go to them
And buy a murder.
Well, yes, that's it.
So you're offering to help me. Tell me, Wright, what's your business? What do you do?
I work in a bookstore.
The Aegis bookshop.
Yeah, how did you...
I know I'd seen you before. I couldn't remember where.
Well, you can check on me, Mr. North. That is, if you...
If I have any sense. Yeah. Only at this point, I'm wondering what there is to lose.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been careful up to now, and all it got me was a couple of slugs in the leg. Maybe I do need some help, Mr. Wright. Maybe I ought to just believe what you're telling me and... Look, I want you to understand this. These boys are tough. They'd as soon shoot you as look at you.
I know that.
And yet you're offering
Mr.
to...
North, you see, I haven't anything to lose either.
Except your life.
I'll take the chance. If you'll just tell me where to go, who to see.
Anyone see you come here tonight?
No.
Good. You don't come back here, understand? If you want to contact me, use the phone.
Then you'll let me help you?
You're asking for it. I'm giving it to you. Now, here's what you do. Tomorrow, you go into the Elite Barber Shop. I think that's the front.
Yeah.
The barber in the back chair's name is Ralston. Be sure you get that chair. Say, Tommy Roy sent you. But open up gradually. You know, there's a guy you hate. He's in your way.
Look, if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Wright, this seems kind of silly.
I don't understand.
I just cut your hair yesterday afternoon. Of course, I can use the business.
Oh, I know it looks funny. I just wanted to talk to you some more.
About what?
That fellow I told you about yesterday.
The guy that's been bothering you?
Yes.
Why are you telling me?
I thought you might be able to do something about it.
So a fella's been getting in your hair, so you naturally figure the place to come to is the barber shop, huh?
It's not that at all.
Well, then forget it. Yeah?
Tommy Roy sent me.
Roy's out of town.
Talked to him before he left.
That's so?
Look, if you want to check on
I did. After you left yesterday. Your name is Gerald Wright. 1270 Atlantic Place. You work at the Aegis bookstore. The Peerless bookshop in St. Louis before that. Came here in 43.
That's no left.
I just said I checked you.
Well, are you satisfied?
Maybe. There's a pawn shop, Mr. Wright. 28 Waldorf Street. Other side of town. Why don't you drop in there one of these days? Fellow that runs it specializes in antique guns. Tell him you're a collector. That you're after a rare one. A dueling pistol called the Bronco Luigi. Remember that. The Bronco Luigi. You know what you mean. I think maybe he can give you just what you want.
A Bronco Luigi dueling pistol, you say? No, I don't believe we can help you.
Oh, well, just forget about it then. A friend told me to try this place. He's... Never mind. I better
just
be going.
a minute.
Yes?
This friend. What was his name?
His name? I don't know. He runs a barber shop. But really,
Look, it's all right. That is, you can at least leave an order for a Bronco Luigi.
I can?
But they come high, you know.
How high?
$1,000 down. That is, with your order. Another $1,000 on delivery.
And when could you deliver?
That's a date we never give out, my friend. So many uncertainties. Who gets the package?
I'll let you know later.
Shall I bring the money here?
Well, that won't be necessary. This is an outside transaction, not entered on my books. Just mail the money to Post Office Box 228.
Box 228. Well, I'm going across town to see a friend. I'll stop at the bank on the way.
Very good. And I'm sure you'll be satisfied with our, services.
I hope you don't mind my dropping in like this, Denise.
Certainly not, Gerald. A good friend is always welcome.
Good friend. Please, Denise. Won't you reconsider now before I...
Before you what?
Denise? Denise, you know I'd do anything to make you happy.
Oh, Gerald, we've been all through that. I've told you I'm in love with Bob. Oh, don't spoil what's left.
You don't know what you're doing, Denise.
Oh, I'm sorry. Really, Gerald. But Bob's arriving in town Wednesday. We'll be married next weekend.
Let's see. Oh, almost forgot. Could I use the phone?
Of course. You know where it is. Front hall.
Sorry, Denise. 2, 4, 9, 6.
Hello.
I haven't much time. This is the customer who asked about the Bronco Luigi pistol.
Go ahead.
I'm sending the money. The name of the man who's to receive the order is Sinclair. Bob Sinclair. He'll be in town Wednesday visiting a Miss Denise Evans. That's 119 Allison Street.
How do we know the guy? What about a picture?
A picture? I haven't got... Wait. What about a picture of the girl? He'll be with her.
Okay, put it in an envelope with the money.
Right. Denise?
Yes, Gerald? Oh, forget something?
No, I was just wondering if it isn't asking too much, Denise. Could I have your picture?
My picture? Oh, why, certainly, Gerald. I'd like you to have it. I'll get one for you right away.
Thank you. Having it will make such a difference.
20 minutes later, you drop the picture and the money into a mailbox and hurry on to the hospital to see Stephen North. You aren't prepared for his burst of anger when you tell him you're quitting.
What do you mean you can't go through with it? Was that just a song and dance you gave me about wanting to help?
I'm afraid my enthusiasm sort of carried me away.
Enthusiasm? You're like all the rest. Cowards. 9 out of 10 in this town are just like you.
I know how you feel, Mr. North, but
Never mind the words. Oh, I know what happened. You tried it. It got too tough. You got scared.
No, that isn't it at all.
Well, what is it then?
I don't think you'd understand.
Yeah, I think I do. Run along, right? You're not the first volunteer assistant to check out on me. From now on, I carry the ball alone.
I'm sorry, Mr. North.
So am I. And don't worry about being yellow. You got plenty of company. The line forms on the right. And it's a long one. Good night, right?
Good night.
You're relieved as you leave the hospital, aren't you, Gerald? And certain that Stephen North will forget all about you. The waiting for Bob's accident isn't pleasant, but there isn't much that can be done about it. And then one evening, the telephone in your apartment rings.
Yes.
Gerald? Oh, thank heaven you're home.
Denise, what is it? What's the matter?
It's Bobby. He's dead, Gerald. He was shot.
Bob shot?
Oh, Gerald.
Now, please, dear, get hold of yourself. I'll grab a cab and get right over.
No, I didn't want to talk to you, Gerald, but I can pick you up.
What do you think you'd better, dear?
I'm all right. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
All right, dear. And Denise.
Yes?
I know there isn't much I can do at a time like this. But you know I'll always be around, wanting to help you.
Yes. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, an important question for drivers. Are you missing anything? Well, you're missing something very important if you haven't gotten that free checkup of your fan belt and radiator hose, which Signal dealers are now offering. Perhaps you didn't even know that these items need periodic checking, because most service station operators never mention them. But then, Signal dealers aren't like most operators. You see, each Signal dealer owns his own business and has a personal interest in keeping both you and your car happy. He realizes that fan belts and radiator hoses, being made of rubber, can either wear out or deteriorate from age and possibly cause serious trouble, which explains why almost 2,000 Signal dealers throughout the Pacific Coast states are now offering this valuable service without cost or obligation. Moreover, if your fan belt or radiator hose has worn to the danger point, Signal dealers can, in most cases, replace them while you wait. So for safer driving and your own peace of mind, plan now to stop at your neighborhood Signal service station for this free checkup. There's no better way to see for yourself the more thorough, more conscientious service cars get at Signal service stations. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Gerald, now you know what Stephen North has been writing about. The incredible efficiency of the ring of hired killers known as Murder Incorporated. Bob Sinclair is dead, and as Denise stops by your apartment to pick you up, you know that in time she'll be yours again. And then as she drives away toward the edge of town, you remember the envelope with the other $1,000 in it, addressed to Box 228, the final payment for murder.
Denise?
Yes?
Would you mind stopping at the next letterbox? I have to get this off.
Oh, of course. Oh, here's one right in the corner.
Just take a second. Okay.
Important?
Yeah. Why are you turning down here?
Wait a minute. I thought so.
What's the matter?
That car in back of us. It's made every turn we have. That's why I just swung onto 10th Street to check.
Oh, you're imagining things, Denise. I don't like to keep repeating it, but you just can't let this upset you so much.
I know, you're right. But I just can't get it out of my mind. It was so crazy, so unnecessary. Bob knew about guns. He's hunted all his life.
Hunted? What do you mean?
Oh, to sit there in his own house in Hartford, cleaning his rifle.
Hartford? You didn't tell me.
Oh, he was going to do some hunting on our honeymoon trip. Oh, it's the usual story. The unloaded gun. His sister was in the next room, heard the shot.
Denise.
Well, Gerald, what...
Denise, turn off. Drive back toward town.
What?
That car in back, it is following us. They think I'm Bob.
Bob? Why?
Oh, please, Denise, don't ask any questions. Just do as I say.
Well, what do you mean they think you're Bob? What difference...
There isn't time, Denise. Hurry. It's a fix that it's still on. They'll kill me.
A fix? They'll kill you? What are you talking
there
about?
There isn't time. I couldn't stand to lose you. I paid them to do it.
Paid who?
They think I'm Bob. They'll kill me now. That's why they're following us.
Gerald, you...
No, don't slow down. Oh, they're catching up, Denise. Denise, please.
You were going to have Bob killed. That's it, isn't it, Gerald?
Yes. Yes, anything. Only don't stop here. Please speed up. Denise.
It's all right, Gerald.
Denise, please, no.
You wanted to take his place, didn't you, Gerald? Well, you can.
Denise, they're coming.
Yes, Gerald.
Well, I won't let them kill me. Let me out. I gotta get away. No, don't. I'm the wrong man. I'm not...
Yes, there were two stories of Gerald Wright in the meeting on 10th Street. The real one that Gerald himself could never tell, and the other one that appeared on the front page of the Daily Bulletin under the byline of Stephen North.
And so it was through the self-sacrifice of Gerald Wright that the police were finally able to bring the entire Murder Incorporated ring into custody. What prompted this courageous man to step out of the role of ordinary citizen and undertake the hazardous task that cost him his life, we will probably never know. But one thing is certain. The people of this city will always revere the memory of Gerald Wright, hero.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Elliot Lewis and Kay Brinker. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Boiling Point.
Kelly never knew exactly when it was that he decided to kill her. Thinking it over afterwards, he realized that murder is something like a pot boiling over. The fire's underneath for a long time and nothing happens. Then all at once the heat reaches a certain point and there it blows. And you look back in horror to find you've killed someone. The odd thing, of course, was that right to the end it wasn't that he hated Janice. She had a kind of charm. She was capable. And she was attractive enough that on the right kind of a spring day with the sunlight filtering through the leaves of an oak tree, hitting her face just right, a fellow like Kelly might think he was in love with her. At least, that's how it started 3 years ago.
Kelly,
Yes?
Another sandwich?
Oh, no, thanks, Janice. I'm full up.
What's happened to your appetite?
I don't know. Maybe it's a symptom.
Oh?
Will you do something for me, Janice?
What, Kelly?
Tell me something, honestly.
All right.
I came to this town out of nowhere, really. I'm a failure. 29 years old, been fired from the greatest assortment of jobs in captivity. I meet you at a party. From then on, everything's different.
Is it, Kelly?
Yeah, sure. You gave me a build-up with your boss at the Star Realty Company. He puts me on as a salesman. And suddenly, for the first time in my life, I'm a success. Why?
Well, it's simple. You're a good salesman.
No, that's not what I mean. What I want to know is, why did you do it for me?
Oh.
Now, you said you'd be honest.
Oh, maybe I have the interests of the Star Realty Company at heart.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I just like you. Come on, have another sandwich. I don't want to take them back.
All right.
I want to go over the escrow papers on that Williamson deal again.
Oh, no, not now. Don't you ever relax?
Well, I'm relaxed.
Come on. Lean back and take your glasses off.
Oh, all right. That better?
Mm-hmm. You ought to take them off more often.
I'm blind as a bat without them.
Well, what's the difference? You're not looking at the wolves. They're looking at you.
Like you're looking at me?
Oh, they better not. I don't want anybody else to look at you like this.
Don't talk like that, Kelly. Not unless you really mean it.
I do mean it, Janice. I'm crazy about you. Oh, I know I'm not much of a guy, and I'll never know why you bothered with me. But, Janice, I want to marry you. You won't be sorry. I'll work hard and be a success.
That's enough, Kelly.
Oh, please listen to me.
I heard all I want to hear when you said you love me. Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Just like that, Kelly. A boy, a girl, a picnic on a green knoll at the edge of town, and it's over. She's Janice Jameson now. You have a small home together, and each morning you commute to town in your jobs with the Star Realty Company. But Janice isn't satisfied, Kelly. She talks of nothing but of the two of you in business together, Jameson and Jameson Real Estate Brokers. It would take more than you could ever save on your salaries, of course. And it was about then you began to wonder if she'd ever be satisfied. Perhaps it was then, too, that the fire began to burn under the kettle, and the temperature slowly but surely started to rise.
And here's a letter for Kennelly and Botsworth. Gentlemen, with reference to the lease on the property at Lilium Way and Gladstone Boulevard, we are informed that the present holder
Kelly.
is perfectly... Huh? Oh, yes, Janice?
Can I speak to you for a moment?
Well, I'm tied up. Couldn't it wait?
No, please, right now.
All right. Excuse me, Miss Eldridge. Now, what's it all about?
Kelly, our chance has come.
What are you talking about?
Jameson and Jameson, remember?
Oh, that. All right, Janice. What do we use for money?
Look, it's a teletype from New York offering $40,000 for the corner of 8th and Maple.
But Knowles has an option on that corner for $30,000, hasn't he?
Did have, you mean? It expired yesterday.
But shouldn't we tell Knowles? Give him a chance
He won't be back until next Wednesday. Well, there's no way I can get in touch with him. Honest, darling, Knowles will be tickled pink when he knows we've grabbed this chance to start on our own. He's a big man, more ways than one.
I know. That's why I...
Listen, Kelly, I tried my best to get Knowles to renew his option. He said that corner would never be worth anything. This means $10,000 for us on a $1,500 investment. Now, you run right down to the bank and get a certified check. I'll teletype New York that Knowles no longer holds the option.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, I do know, and I know something else, too. In a few days, we'll have a brand new office with a nice glass door reading Jameson and Jameson. And sign that Jameson and Jameson, that's all.
Jameson and Jameson. I'll have it right out.
You made a slight error, Janice.
What?
Not Jameson and Jameson. Jameson and Stooge.
Please, Kelly, let's not get into that again.
Why not?
Here.
Why not? Let's be honest. You've got the brains, I run the errands. You set up the deals on paper, I go through the motions.
Well, that's not true.
This Brewster deal, for instance. A nice, clean little deal. I'm all set to handle it myself.
Kelly, you're just being silly. There were just a few things you hadn't considered. I thought it might help if I wrote them out for you, that's all.
There's something I don't think you realize yet, Angel. I'm really not a backward kid at all. Why, you act like I'm not quite bright.
But you're wrong, Kelly. I think you're the best salesman in the business. Besides, you're my husband and I love you. Now, what difference does it make which one of us does
None. But why can't you give me credit for some intelligence once in a while?
Kelly, listen to
Why, you're not my wife anymore. You're a business machine.
Darling.
As cold as a piece of steel.
You don't realize what you're saying.
Sit down. I'm not through.
Kelly, no.
For once, you're going to listen. I'm your husband, Janice.
Kelly.
Your business partner.
Please.
Not a pet spaniel you lead around on a
Don't,
leash.
Kelly. Oh.
Janice. Janice! Oh, Janice, I'm sorry. Oh, good Lord.
Yes, Mr. Jameson?
This is Mr. Jameson. Get a doctor up here. Hurry. I think Mrs. Jameson had a heart attack.
Looking down at her now, you have a queer sense of guilt when you realize that you've actually been wishing something like this would happen. Anything to free you, give you back your independence and self-respect. Yes, Kelly, you're sorry and ashamed. And you almost take the kettle off the fire before it reaches the boiling point, particularly as you hear the doctor telling you it was a heart attack. That Janice will have to stay in bed and rest, with a day nurse in attendance. But that's what changes it all right back again. The nurse's name is Vera, and there's something like music in the deep, cloudy blue of her eyes. Something about her voice, the youthful grace of her that sets your heart racing, makes you think that here is everything you missed in your marriage to Janet.
Good morning, Vera. How's the patient?
I just don't know, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly.
Mr. Jameson.
Check.
She seems to think the doctor's all wrong, that it's silly to think of heart trouble at her age.
Well, that's the way she is.
Well, something has to be done about it. She says it's all foolish and that she's going to get up and go back to work.
I know. I've been over that with her several times.
Well, you ought to talk to her, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly. What good would it do for me to talk to her?
Well, after all, you are her husband.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder.
What do you mean?
Oh, skip it.
Kelly, is that you?
Oh. Yes, Janice. I'm coming.
It was sweet of you to take me home, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly.
Why do you keep insisting that I call you Kelly?
Do I?
Every night you've taken me home. How long has it been now? 3 weeks? 4?
23 days.
Oh, did you keep a record of it?
Uh-huh. In the back of my head. If you want details, I can tell you what happened on every one of those days, too.
You have a very good memory.
It's easy when you have a reason to remember.
You ought to go on the stage. Professor Jameson's Memory Act or something. Well, I'd better go in now.
Oh, no, please. Just a minute more.
I've got some work to do. I might go on another case soon. And
Another case? Vera, what are you talking about?
Well, I won't be on this one forever, you know.
But Vera, it's out of the question. She's a sick woman alone in the house, and... Oh, why lie about it? I think you know why I'm talking this way, Vera.
Yes, I do.
I love you.
I'd better go in.
Oh,
now.
no, Vera,
Kelly, please.
Vera, darling.
Oh, Kelly.
I know.
If only you were free.
I'll be free, Vera. I'll...
What do you mean, Kelly?
I don't know, Vera. I don't know.
With the prologue of Boiling Point, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, this being the first program of March, I'm reminded of that old saying, in like a lamb, out like a lion. With Signal gasoline, it's always that way. It goes into your car as a clear, innocent-looking liquid. But once inside your motor, it generates the power of a lion. Lithe, eager power that's quick to spurt ahead in crowded traffic, or to send you springing effortlessly up steep grades in high with nary a ping of complaint. But while Signal's power may be likened to a lion, you'll find that your car's appetite for Signal gasoline is gratifyingly small. That's because the extra efficiency which today's Signal gets from your motor naturally means extra mileage, too. So when it comes right down to it, your speedometer is really the best yardstick of gasoline quality. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was strange, Kelly. You didn't know it, but that night in the car, the last night you took Vera home, a murder was taking shape. A murder made of several things. Of your love for Vera, of Jameson and Jameson, and $20,000 in the company account. And naturally of Janet. She'd never give you up, Kelly. You're sure of that. And the next days you sit alone in your office, you're wondering about alternatives. Puzzled, even a little frightened by the sudden impulsive thing that popped into your head as you said goodnight to Vera.
I'll be free, Vera.
What do you mean, Kelly?
Yes, Kelly. What did you mean? You thrust it out of your mind. Try to concentrate on the stack of letters in your desk. And then, just before noon...
Jameson speaking.
Oh, Kelly, this is Mac.
Oh, hi, Mac. What's on your mind?
I've been trying to reach you people. I may have run onto something. I'm not sure.
Well, what is it?
Well, I had dinner last night with one of the lawyers from Mayberry and Company.
Yeah?
He had a few drinks and sort of got to talking.
Oh, about what?
A property deal. It seems that Mayberry and Company are going to put up a 6-story branch on the corner of 84th and Pine.
What? Why, that's way out in the middle of nowhere.
It's straight stuff, Kelly.
Well, say, anybody else know about this?
I don't think so. The whole thing's been on the QT. They picked up that corner for a song. Wish I'd had it.
Well, never mind that. Maybe the surrounding property will go for the same kind of a song.
Yeah, that's what I wondered about.
Why, in a year, maybe 18 months, there'll be a whole community out there. And if we had the lots, why, the sky's the limit.
You think so?
Oh, no doubt about it. Gee, I'm glad you called me, Mac.
Yeah, well, I really wanted to talk to Janice, Kelly. If she thinks it sounds like...
Well, Janice isn't well, you know that.
Yeah.
Now, look, we'll have to move fast on this, Mac. I'll tell you what we'll do.
Wait a minute, Kelly. Not that fast. It's a $40,000 investment. I'm not going ahead until we have her opinion.
What's the matter with you? I'm running the office now.
Maybe not. This is a big thing.
I realize that, Mac.
You're lucky to have someone like Janice to turn to.
Yeah, but, Mac,
Listen, either talk it over with her or count me out, Kelly. I have a lot of faith.
Skip it. I'll get back to you.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Oh, Janice. What does he take me for? I'll go ahead with it alone if he doesn't want to... What? Janice!
Surprise. Am I interrupting something big?
Well, never mind that. What are you doing here? I thought...
That I belonged in bed? I know, Dr. Allen thought the same thing. But today he had to admit it was all brought on by strain, overwork. The rest did it. I'm fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, but
I'm back on the job, that's all. Aren't you glad, darling?
Why, of course, naturally. But, what about Vera?
What about Vera? Well, I dismissed her. Is that what you mean?
Well, do you think it was the wise thing to do?
Don't you? Anyhow, now I'm well. I certainly don't need a nurse. Well, tell me, what are you so excited about? Who are you talking to?
Oh, it wasn't anything.
Oh, now don't tell me that. You're bursting with it. Come on, you've had a hot tip. Well, tell me about it, darling. Who's buying what from who, and who thinks we ought to be in on it?
I tell you, it's nothing, Janice. All right. It was Mac.
Oh?
Yeah, listen. Mayberry and Company are building at 84th and Pine. We've got a chance to buy the surrounding lots.
And you're all for it?
Well, who wouldn't be?
Me.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. This is the biggest thing that's ever hit this office.
It sure is, and it could knock us flat. Nope, we're not going into it without examining it.
But there isn't time.
Then it isn't a deal.
Isn't a deal?
Janice, do you realize what you're saying?
Well, I think so. If we can't look before we leap, it's not for us, Kelly. I suppose Mac has it wrong. What if they don't build? Then we're left with a row of weed-covered lots that'll never be worth a thing.
Yeah, but if they do build...
It's a mighty big if. Now, where did Mac hear about it?
Oh, one of their lawyers. He had dinner with them. The guy started talking.
Why?
What do you mean, why? He had some drinks, that's why.
Are you sure? How well does Mac know?
Oh, for the love of...
How do we know it wasn't a setup to get all of us worrying about the 84th Street section while they quietly buy up things somewhere else in town?
Janice, you have to take chances sometimes.
Sure you do. I've taken plenty of chances, but not with every cent we've got.
But we might make enough to pull out to forget the whole business.
Is that what you want to do, Kelly?
What do you mean? Why don't you say what's on your mind? That you're as suspicious of me as you are of every one of your deals. It's the truth, Janice.
Oh, you're wrong, darling. I've always trusted you, even while I was ill. If you think I'm suspicious of you, there must be a reason.
Maybe there is.
No, you don't mean that. Listen, Kelly. It was 2 years ago today we bought the cabin. Do you remember?
Yes, and we've been up there once since.
Let's go once more, Kelly, right now. Right away.
Oh, but what about the Mayberry deal? Mac is waiting to hear from us.
Let's forget that. At least till we get back from the cabin. Maybe we can think more clearly up there. And when we come back, we may feel differently about a lot of things.
I don't know. I'm supposed to drive out to the Paxtons tomorrow. They want an appraisal on the ranch. Maybe some other time, Janice.
You can go by the Paxtons, too. From their place, you can come up the back road to the cabin.
Huh?
I'll drive up the main road and meet you there tomorrow afternoon.
What time?
2 o'clock, Kelly.
All right, Janice. 2 o'clock at the cabin. I'll be waiting for you.
At the moment you agree to meet Janice, the kettle is beginning to boil, isn't it, Kelly? The first tiny bubbles are rising dangerously close to the rim, threatening to pour over, and there's no way to stop them. It's the same the next day as you drive up to the cabin. And grinding up the narrow mountain road, you admit to yourself that the Paxton Ranch was just an excuse, that you weren't even thinking of keeping your appointment there. You were thinking of an old wooden bridge, a bridge over a 200-foot drop straight down, a bridge that Janice would have to cross to reach the cabin. What you have to do is simple. A few bolts removed from the right places and the bridge is ready. Its loosened ancient support certain to give way under the weight of the next car to cross. You stand at the brink for a moment looking down, then walk back to the cabin. Approaching the porch, you stop suddenly, staring. Mac's car is there, parked next to yours. You move forward stiffly, slowly, wondering if Mac saw you at the bridge. At the door, you take a deep breath and brace yourself before going inside.
Well, decided to come back, huh?
Oh, hello, Mac.
Didn't think it'd be long.
You mean you saw me when you drove up?
No, just saw that good scotch on the table.
Oh, yeah. I was just out back checking the wood supply.
Oh.
Say, what brings you up here, Mac? I should think you'd be in town hot after that deal.
Well, the town end of it's okay, Kelly, under control. All I need is your signature.
What?
Tried to catch you at the Paxton place, but you didn't show, so I figured you decided to skip it.
Oh, yeah. I thought it could keep.
Sure, but the Mayberry thing can't. Here, sign this thing and I'll be on my way.
Oh, Mac, I meant to get back to you. I talked to Janice, and she isn't interested.
What? Well, that's not what she told me.
What? You talked to her?
This morning. She was worried about my tip, but that lawyer's a good friend of mine. She's convinced.
And she signed already?
Uh-huh. Now you, okay?
Oh, sure, okay. Say, give me the pen. Right here?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, there you are.
Good.
And now you better get back. We don't want any slip-ups, huh? You came up the back road, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'll go back by the front road. It's faster.
Oh, I don't think so, Mac. I take the other way.
No, I'm in a hurry.
But
what?
Look, Mac. Look, do me a favor before you go, will you, fella? Run over these papers on the Paxton property. See if you think my ideas are right.
Gosh, I don't know. Didn't Janice go over?
Oh, yeah, sure. But Paxton's a pretty tough guy to handle, and I'll need all the ideas I can get. Look it over, will you? I'll be right back.
You're trembling as you go out of the door, aren't you, Kelly? Because everything is ruined if you can't talk Mac out of driving down the front road and over the bridge. You've got to stop him. or keep him from leaving at all. You wanted to get rid of him, wanted to tell your own story of the accident. But now you have to settle for the next best thing. If only you can keep him here, if there's something you can do. You glance at his car parked next to yours. Hurry over to it, lift the hood. It won't take a minute to fix it so the car won't start. You just get the hood down again as Mac comes out of the cabin waving the papers.
Hey, these look fine to me, Kelly. I'd say you covered all the angles.
Oh, you think so?
As far as I can see. Here, I better be on my way. Can't let any grass grow under our feet on this one.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. But, what's the matter with this thing? I'm sure it's got gas.
Well, maybe there's a vapor lock in the gas line.
No, she ought to start. I'd better have a look.
Hey, listen, Mac.
Huh?
Listen, that sounds like a car coming up the front road.
Oh, it is a car. Well, that settles it. I gotta wait a little while now. One-way road, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Mac. You just have to wait. I guess it's Janice. She's meeting me here this afternoon. Supposed to get here about 2.
Oh, that reminds me, Kelly. I forgot to talk.
Hey, Mac.
Huh?
Mac, that's not Janice's car.
No, it isn't, is it? Here, Kelly, I meant to give you this.
Hey, Mac. Mac, that's Vera's car.
Okay, so it's Vera. Maybe this...
Come on. We've got to stop her, Mac. She'll go through the bridge.
What are you talking about?
It's a trap. I thought Janice would be driving up, and I weakened the supports.
You planned that?
Yes. Help me, Mac. Help me. Vera. Stop.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, in place of the little chat about one of Signal's products or services that we usually have at this point on the Whistler, Signal Oil Company is giving this time tonight for an announcement in the interest of public welfare. Once each year in March, we're asked to think of those who, in time of unexpected emergency, need the quick, friendly help that you and I make possible through the Red Cross. Just who are these people? Why, they're the victims of disasters such as earthquake, flood, fire, wreck, or epidemic. Disasters that can strike any one of us any time without warning. Who else? Millions of discharged veterans and their dependents have called on the Red Cross for a helping hand. And don't forget the thousands of hospitalized veterans who may depend on the Red Cross for a long time to come for their recreation and entertainment, their letter writing, shopping, and other assistance. These are just a few of the hundreds of ways the Red Cross is called upon to help every day. It's going to take $75 million to answer all the calls for help the Red Cross will receive this year. So give as generously as you can, remembering that you're the lucky one to be in a position to give help rather than to need help. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Kelly, it was strange, wasn't it? The way it sneaked up on you. The way the temperature rose slowly, quietly to the boiling point. Now with the temperature back at 0, Vera lies dead in the wreckage at the bottom of the gorge beneath the bridge. The bridge whose supports you'd hacked away to trap Janice, your wife, so you'd be free to marry Vera. And as you stare down in fascinated horror, the words of Mac begin to penetrate the cloud of fog surrounding your brain.
If you hadn't been so insistent on my going over those Paxton papers, this might not have happened.
Paxton papers?
That's right. I had a note for you from Janice.
Janice?
Yeah, she decided not to come and asked me to deliver this when I got here. Every time I tried to tell you about it, you interrupted me. Here, you'd better read it while I phone the police.
The police? Oh, wait a minute, Mac.
I can't wait, Kelly. I've got to report a murder. Better take a look at Janice's note.
Yes. I guess I had, Mac. Why not? Dear Kelly, I decided not to meet you at the cabin. For a long time, I felt you no longer loved me.
Now I'm sure. I had it out with Vera after you left yesterday. At first she denied everything, then admitted the two of you were in love. I was tempted to tell her she couldn't have you. Then I realized you weren't worth the fight. So I'm going to Reno, and you'll be free. I have an idea Vera will join you at the cabin. She's your kind, Kelly. I hope you both will be happy. Janet.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joe Pagano and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're about to hear The Whistler. But first, a special announcement for California listeners only. Beginning next week with California Daylight Saving Time, The Whistler will be heard in California only 1 hour later at 8:30. Remember, this time change to 8:30 is for California listeners only. And now, the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Return engagement.
There was nothing left now. A crumbling profile. A book of press clippings that were yellower than they ought to be. A few pats on the back from people who wanted to be kind. That was all. Yes, Elliot Dorn was dead, as an actor at least. His career murdered in cold blood with 10 inches of newsprint. And there was nothing left for Elliot now that the play had closed but a burning hatred for the man who had done it. A drama critic named Sheldon Craig. 2 days of brooding alone in a hotel room can do things to a man's mind. And by the second evening, it seemed to Elliot not only natural, but just,
that the murder of his reputation be avenged with murder of a more concrete sort. It was 8 o'clock, and he stood at the window of his room looking down at the sea of sparkling lights. Times Square, Broadway, the Empire State. Yes, it was going to be hard to leave it all.
Yes?
This is Joe Randall at the airport.
Oh, Joe. How did it come out?
I got clearance to Dallas.
Dallas? What do you mean?
I had to tell him something. Where we go when the wheels leave the ground is our business.
Oh, I see.
We'll sit down somewhere in Texas for gas. Cross the border before daylight. From then on, we can take our time.
Good. When can we take off?
11:30 tonight. Be out here with your baggage at 11:15.
All right, Joe. I'll be there.
You hang up the phone and look at your watch. It's 8 o'clock, Elliot. There's plenty of time. You can have dinner, perhaps a drink afterwards. Stroll across town to Sheldon Craig's apartment. Chat with him for a few delicious minutes before you calmly take the gun from your pocket and shoot him down. Yes, it's come to seem so simple, hasn't it, Elliot? 2 days alone in a hotel room can do things like this. You hate him. You'll kill him. You'll find a new life in Mexico or Point South. It's as simple as that. There's a pair of martinis and a good dinner under your belt at 10 o'clock as you press the buzzer outside his apartment. Note that hanging from the doorknob is the usual "Do not disturb" on pain of death.
Well, Dawn.
Good evening, Sheldon.
You don't mind, Dawn. I'd rather you called another time.
I'm afraid I have to insist.
I see I must now add to your already staggering list of shortcomings that you can't read. I'd hoped the sign on the doorknob.
Oh, now, Sheldon, that certainly doesn't refer to me. Why, we've been comrades in arms too long.
Come, Dawn. Why are you here? Let's get it over with.
Well, you're not going to keep me out here in the entrance hall, I hope.
I'd prefer to keep you in the basement. But if you're determined...
Oh, I am.
This way. I suspect you've come to carp about my review of Tall Tower,
It goes a little beyond that, I'm afraid. A few months ago, I was on my way up again, Sheldon. A good review in that play could have done the trick.
Oh, really? Now, look, man, what good does it do?
Listen to me, Sheldon. Things began to break for me. There was this part, and more than that, a chance with Judith Haskell next fall, this Quiet Dust, her new play, the biggest opening of the season.
Indeed.
I've come to thank you, Sheldon. That review of yours, it was quite effective. Makes it possible for me now to look forward to a life of ease. No parts, no career, no clamoring public.
The actor to the last, the closing speech, the final bow.
Oh, stop it, Sheldon. How long did you think you could get by with this pulling strings, playing with people's lives, ruining them because your dinner didn't agree with you the night you saw the play? Who gave you the right to do that, Sheldon? Well, answer me, who?
You may shout as loud as you like, my man. The apartment's thoroughly soundproofed. And when you're through, you may go as noisily as you came.
Oh, you've gone too far this time. This is one sure not going...
Excuse me just a moment.
He turns, Elliot, and your hand goes into your coat pocket, grips the handle of the automatic. Leaving it in the pocket, you raise the barrel, pointed directly at his back. Your finger finds the trigger.
Goodbye, Sheldon. Goodbye.
Oh, don't go, Dawn. Not quite yet.
Missed fire.
Come in, Judith.
Judith.
You know Miss Haskell, of course.
Why, Judith, what are you doing here?
Well, I seem to have come here for the same reason as you, Elliot. I think Sheldon was most unfair in his treatment of you, and I was telling him so when you arrived.
I have to stop.
There's a chair right behind you, Dawn. Do collapse in it.
Oh, please, Sheldon. I couldn't help overhearing, Elliot. And
Yes, Dawn, you're a very convincing actor. Everywhere but on the stage. But I can't do much with a lady playwright once she's made up her mind.
What's this all about?
I want to use you, Elliot, in summer stock next month. We're reviving an old play of mine, Rendezvous with April.
I've told Judith it's against my better judgment, but if I'm wrong, I'll be willing to eat crow.
And if it does work out, Elliot, I'm sure we'll be working together in the new play next fall.
Good Lord, and I almost...
What's the matter, Elliot? You almost what?
Oh, never mind, Judith. It doesn't matter now.
With the prologue of Return Engagement, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, out here in Hollywood, where The Whistler is produced, this is the time of year when the movie folks make their annual nominations for Oscars. And you know, I've always been sorry that there isn't an Oscar for gasoline, because I'm sure that Signal gasoline would win the honors for outstanding performance. Not just because of Signal's good mileage that has made it known throughout the West from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline, but also because of the thing which makes such mileage possible. I mean the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which also gives you quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power. Yes, that's right. The features a gasoline must have to give you extra driving pleasure also add up to more mileage that you can measure with your own speedometer. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was almost supernatural, wasn't it, Elliot? Almost as if an invisible hand had reached down and snatched you away from destruction that night in Sheldon Craig's apartment. The night a defective bullet in the chamber of your pistol kept you from killing him with a witness in the next room, and destroying in a split second the career Judith Haskell had already saved for you. It's May now, and with the performance of Judith's play only a few days off, you're deep in rehearsals at the Summer Theater in Connecticut, wondering as you run through a scene with the actress if you're making the right impression on Judith. She's sitting out front with Leo Gilmore, the director.
Try it again, Elliot. From after your entrance. Then it's been like this, and so on.
Right. You ready, Alice?
Anytime.
Then it's been like this all the time, hasn't it? These evasions and half-truths. They've gone on for months now.
Darling, I thought you knew.
Thought I knew. Thought I'd hold still.
Please, dear,
I should have choked the truth from you long ago. I should have realized...
Hold it.
What's the matter now, Leo?
It's terrible. If this goes on, I'll give you both top billing in Madame Tussauds Waxworks.
What'll it pay?
Oh, never mind the wisecracks, Alice. Well, Leo, how about my playing at stage left? Seems to be more natural if I crossed over.
Go ahead. I'm ready to try anything. Just get some life into it.
Sound all right to you, Judith?
I'm just watching, Elliot. Do it your own way, dear.
Of course, anyone knows the real meaning of the scene. It's the person who wrote it.
Look, my friend, a 5-year-old could tell you the meaning of this scene. A woman makes a confession to her husband. It stuns him. Then it angers him. And he's ready to kill her. All you have to do is believe it.
Just hate me a little more, Elliot. Pretend I'm someone who just...
Look, Elliot, make a little switch in your mind. You're not talking to Alice at all. It's, well, Sheldon Craig, for instance.
Oh, wait a minute, Gilmore. I've taken a lot from you, but I don't have to take that.
Elliot.
I'm only trying to be constructive, Elliot.
Sounded more like an insult to me.
Look, let's drop rehearsals for today, shall we? Everybody's tired and on edge.
Oh, it's not that, Judith. It's just...
I think you're right, Judith. Well, that's all for today, everybody. Be here at 10 in the morning.
Girls, don't forget your...
And, Elliot, forget what I said about Sheldon Craig.
But you can't forget, Elliot. You spend an hour strolling around the bridle paths near the hotel. Give that up and settle down on the porch. Try to concentrate on a magazine. But the print wobbles before your eyes and your mind keeps focusing on one unassailable fact. Sheldon Craig hates you, and it's in his power to ruin you. This waspish little bantam with his opera cloak and sword cane, who plays with theater people as if they were his private puppets.
How much will you sell them for, Elliot?
Oh, Judith. What do you mean?
Your thoughts. I'll buy them.
Oh, I was just reading this magazine.
You've been staring into space for 10 minutes. I was watching.
I didn't realize it was so obvious. I guess I ought to apologize to you about this morning, Judith.
I don't see why. I think I prefer you when you're being venomous about Sheldon. You know, Elliot, he wouldn't bait you if you didn't react so violently.
I think he would. It's been going on for 15 years now.
Well, he does pride himself on his honesty as a critic.
Do you trust his judgment, Judith?
I have to consider him, you know. He's ripped into plays of mine more than once.
You didn't answer my question. Do you trust him?
Oh, Elliot, this is no day for answering questions. It's a wonderful day for driving. Now be a darling and take me into town.
You mean New York?
Well, why do you think I canceled rehearsals? We'll have cocktails and dinner and be back here before midnight.
Why, Judith,
You're making such a shameless wench of me, Elliot. Is it asking too much to...
No, Judith, not at all. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Good, let's go.
It was a little startling, Elliot, as you sat there looking at her, as the simple, the obvious reason for everything, for her visit to Craig's apartment that night, for this part in the summer play and the promise of next fall, as all of it suddenly became clear. Yes, it seems perfectly natural to you now, Elliot. This woman, this middle-aged playwright, is in love with you. You feel more at home now, more in command of things as you glance sidewise at her during the drive to New York. And in the dim light of the cocktail room that evening, you know you're on familiar ground. Yes, Elliot, that fall opening is in your pocket.
How's the martini?
Wonderful.
Good. You watching for someone, Judith? I've noticed ever since we came in that...
Frankly, darling, I've been putting off telling you, but I've asked Sheldon Craig to meet me.
You what?
Oh, he might not like it either. But I thought that if the three of us had dinner, you two might... Oh, wait, there he is. Here we are, Sheldon, over here.
Well, if I'd known, I'd have asked for a darker corner.
Oh, now stop it. I think it's up to you to straighten things out with him. Sheldon, dear.
Ah, Judith, my love. The mere sight of you intoxicates me.
Oh, you intoxicate much too easily, Sheldon. Aren't you going to speak to Elliot?
I'm already suffering the quickest hangover in history.
You're not in the theater now, Sheldon. Try to be human, will you? What are you drinking?
Oh, wheels revolve within wheels the moment I enter this establishment, my dear. My waiter's coming over here now.
Oh, really?
Your courvoisier, Monsieur Craig.
Thank you. Well, cheers, everybody.
Uh-huh.
I'm the hungriest man in Manhattan at the moment. Right now, Judith, my appetite almost exceeds my love for you.
It's funny. I've lost mine completely.
Elliot, you're not going to stay?
If you don't mind, no.
But I do mind. After all, that's the one reason I arranged this.
Strictly business, eh, Judith?
Never mind, old boy. Just run along home and rehearse your life.
Oh, please, Sheldon. Elliot, I do.
No,
wish
really,
you'd stay.
Judith, I'd rather not. I've got to get out of here.
A delightful exit, my boy. Strength, character, purpose.
You're furious as you walk away from them, aren't you, Elliot? As Sheldon's mocking laugh follows you outside. It's still ringing in your ears a few hours later as you drive back to Connecticut after a few more drinks. And there's something else. His voice tearing you down, destroying your chances, undermining you in Judith's eyes.
I seldom make mistakes, Judith. Elliot Dawn is simply not an actor, that's all.
By the time you arrive at the summer playhouse, you're in the grip of a murderous rage. You run the car into the garage alongside the inn, slam the door as you get out, walk around to the front and settle down in a chair on the porch. It's only a few minutes later that a car drives up.
Thanks so much, Sheldon, dear. I really enjoyed the dinner.
I too, my dear. Even that delightful bit of ham at the cocktail hour.
Never mind, Dad.
Now, just remember what I told you. Never let sentiment interfere with art or business.
Good night, Sheldon.
Good night.
Have a good time, Judith?
Oh, why, Elliot, I didn't realize you were here.
I've been waiting for you.
You could have had dinner with me, you know.
I'm sorry about that.
So am I, Elliot. You acted very badly.
Well, maybe I'm a little mixed up, Judith.
Oh?
Well, the way you planned it all, asked me to go, I thought...
What did you think, Elliot?
Well, that it was important to you that we have dinner alone. It was important to me.
Because you can't stand Sheldon Craig?
Oh, no, Judith. Because... Well...
Wait a minute. Oh, no. Elliot, you're not trying to say that you're in love with me.
Is it so funny?
Yes, it's a scream. Oh, no wonder you couldn't get the line out. You can only say things like that on the stage, Elliot.
No, wait a minute, Judith.
And I suppose you thought I might be falling in love with you. Oh, Elliot, you didn't. Oh, no.
Look, I don't quite see that it's so funny.
Oh, Elliot, let's be honest with one another. You're in love with yourself. And me? Well, I'm a big girl now. I know all about actors who want parts in my plays.
That isn't true, Judith.
As far as tonight's concerned, I had one thing in mind. It's extremely important for both of us to be in Sheldon's good graces. That's all.
I'm sorry if I assumed too much.
Good. Then we'll forget it. I think you can act, Elliot. And that's all you'll have to do to get that part in the fall.
I'm not so sure with Sheldon muttering in your ear.
Oh, I'll handle Sheldon. In the meantime, you might borrow his suggestion and worry about your lines.
I hope I haven't messed things up too much, Judith.
Well, you've done nothing a good performance won't cure. Good night, Elliot.
You watch her turn away, walk through the door to the inn. Your throat feels dry, your neck tight and uncomfortable against your collar. She really struck at your pride, didn't she, Elliot? But it's good to know that you didn't get too far out of line. Now all that remains is the thing Judith asked for, a good performance. You're determined to give one. Somehow, a few nights later, when the curtain goes up on the dress rehearsal, and you know that Judith and a number of critics and special friends are out there watching, you suddenly find yourself move into the part like it was written for you. Every nerve keyed to the proper pitch, until you know that you can't miss. The play is nearly over when you're aware of something else. Sheldon Craig sitting with Judith, whispering in her ear, and a moment later the two of them get up and go out. It's all you can do to finish the play now, isn't it, Elliot? Yes, he's finally made Judith listen. And as you move mechanically through the lines and motions before the final curtain, you promise yourself that tonight, the moment you can get away, you'll drive to New York for a showdown with Sheldon Craig.
Nice going, Elliot. Very swell.
Yes, great, wasn't I?
You were, really tough.
Yes, so great that Judith walked out before it was even over.
Huh?
Before my biggest scene, she walked out with Sheldon Craig.
Oh, stop talking silly, Elliot, and get out there for another bow. They want you.
Probably made my last bow in a theater. Oh, leave me alone, Leo. I'm going to bed.
In heaven's name, what manner of beast comes ringing at the door? Dawn? What the devil?
I want to talk to you, Sheldon.
2 a.m? Please, I have a poor appreciation of my own intellect at this hour. I'm sure you have nothing to say that could possibly interest me.
I'm coming in, Sheldon. I didn't drive all the way from Connecticut for a brush-off.
But I only just got in myself. I had to stop by the office, Dawn. I'm dead tired, man.
Yes, so am I. Of the way you're kicking me around.
Huh?
We're going to have it out, Sheldon, right now. And you can begin by telling me why Judith got up and left with you during the third act.
Oh, you notice.
Why did she do it? What did you tell her?
Oh, my dear fellow, that play of hers ran 300 performances on Broadway, plus her own screen adaptation. You don't think it holds much freshness for her at this late date, do you?
Answer my question. What did you tell her about me?
Really, Dawn, if this keeps up, I shall have to change my mind about your abilities. Go back to Connecticut. You bore me.
Why, you pompous, conceited little... You soured Judith against me, didn't you?
Take your hands off me. And please be good enough to stand aside. Once I get my cane from this hat rack...
Your cane, your sword cane. Oh, no, Sheldon.
Well, you can't...
Oh, but I can, Sheldon. I have the cane now.
What is this?
Your own sword cane, Sheldon. What could be more appropriate? It's poetic, almost poetic.
Dawn, are you crazy?
With your own sword cane.
Randall's flying service.
Joe, this is Dawn again.
Look, I said I'd call you
I can't
back.
wait. I've got to know.
But
Tell me, when can we take off?
Okay. Tomorrow night for sure.
Good. That's all I want to know.
But you're going to make sure this time, Elliot. It's a gamble. With Mexico and freedom on one side, your career on the other. You know you still have a chance. That it's possible no one knows of your trip to New York. Certainly not of your visit to Sheldon Craig's apartment. So you return to the inn in Connecticut, to a day of torture as you wait for the news to break.
The morning papers come in yet, miss?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Dorn, not yet.
Oh, I guess I'm just not hungry.
What's the matter, Judith?
I can't help feeling that something's wrong, Elliot. I can't reach Sheldon at his apartment.
Maybe he had to go out of town or something.
Well, he didn't say anything last night. I'm going to call him again, Elliot.
I'll come with you.
No, you'd better go on to the theater. It's the benefit show tonight, and we want everything to go right. I'll see you in your dressing room just before curtain.
You watch her go, then get up, sign the check, and walk to the theater. It's like waiting for an axe to fall, Elliot. And you almost want to give up right now and get to the airport. But you have to be sure. There might be a chance, Elliot. You may not even be suspected. You're sitting at your dressing table, putting on your makeup when it finally comes. You hear it all through the door. Leo Gilmore talking to your leading lady.
Alice,
Yes?
have you seen Dawn?
I think he's in his dressing room, Leo. Why? What is it?
This. You read it? Lord, I can't understand it.
What are you talking about?
Right here, see? Actor slays critic.
What? Here, let me read that.
It's all there in black and white. Actor slays critic. The payoff with Dawn and his old enemy, Sheldon Craig.
Oh, Leo, let's go talk to him. Let's knock on his door.
There it is, Elliot. They found him.
Elliot?
And somehow they know. You stare at the door,
Elliot,
wondering what to do. Your eyes go to the window. Outside, you pause at the mouth of the alley. There's a crowd in front of the theater. And then you see something that stops you in your tracks. Police cars, Elliot. Several of them swinging in at the curb. Your car's across the street. It's a long chance, but you've got to take it.
Oh, Judith!
Oh, yes, Leo.
Where's Elliot? Have you seen him?
Well, not since...
Leo, there he is across the street.
Elliot! Where's he going? He's acting crazy.
Look at that police car.
Elliot, look out!
Leo, what's the matter with him, the way he's driving?
Well, he's going to crash. Elliot, look out!
Elliot! Elliot! Oh, no!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a little dissertation on the letter S. According to statistics, S is one of the most used letters in the alphabet. We're mighty partial to it, of course, because S stands for signal, S stands for safety, and S stands for service. Put those three words together and you have signal, safety, service. The name we give to those important little extras which you enjoy without charge at dealer-owned signal service stations. This month's safety service, being offered by signal dealers throughout the West from Canada to Mexico, consists of a free checkup of your fan belt and radiator hose. Few people, in fact, few service station operators, ever give a thought to the fan belt or radiator hose. Yet, being made of rubber, these two little items can wear out or deteriorate from age and cause trouble in a big way. If your fan belt or radiator hose should be in dangerous condition, you'll be glad to know that in most cases, signal dealers can replace them while you wait. So, for safety's sake, stop by your signal service station soon for this free checkup. It's a swell opportunity to get better acquainted with the more thorough, more conscientious service you get at signal stations. Because each signal dealer owns his own business and has a personal interest in keeping you and your car happy. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, you knew it was a gamble, Elliot. That once again you had a choice between freedom and a career. And it was only too clear from the headlines of the evening paper, from the gathering of police cars outside the theater, which way you had to go. Yes, Elliot, you murdered Sheldon Craig. And in that moment of blind panic outside the theater, you paid the price.
How is he, Doctor?
Yes, how is he? He won't last the night.
Oh, no.
There's not a chance.
I was afraid of that.
What do you suppose got into him, Leo, running out that way, driving his car like a madman?
Who knows? That cop in the police car was lucky to walk away from the wreck. Great thing to happen at a police benefit.
Oh, Leo, there's something terribly ironic about all this. Poor Elliot. For 15 years, Sheldon Craig has hounded him in his column until the rehearsal last night.
What is all this?
This is Sheldon Craig's last review of Elliot Dawn, Doctor. Read it to him, Leo.
Actor slays critic. Succumbing to the blandishments of a certain playwright, your correspondent violated two personal rulings of long standing last evening by attending a summer theater and catching the dress rehearsal of Rendezvous with April. For the record, let us state that Elliot Dawn has arrived. Indeed, this critic congratulates Judith Haskell for picking Elliot Dawn as the lead for her new play, certain to be the hit of next season. Let Broadway ring with the news. Elliot Dorn simply slays Sheldon Craig.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal sends birthday greetings to all Girl Scouts and a wish for the success of this year's big project, Clothes for Friendship. If you would like to help in clothing the destitute children overseas, call your Girl Scouts office tomorrow. Featured in tonight's story were Joseph Kearns, Eleanor Audley, and John Brown. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Leslie Edgley and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Now I'd like to repeat this special announcement for California listeners only. Due to the change to daylight saving time in California, The Whistler will be heard next Wednesday an hour later at 8:30 instead of 7:30. Remember the time, 8:30 for California listeners only. In all other areas, The Whistler will be heard at its regular time. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Human Catalyst.
In the field of chemistry, there are curious substances known as catalysts. Curious in that their mere presence together with other substances causes a violent reaction in which the catalysts themselves don't take part. In a way, they simply stand on the sidelines, untouched by the reaction they cause, unaware what they've done when it's all over. There are catalysts, too, among human beings. And on the night of February 3rd on the terrace of a resort hotel in Miami Beach, a 17-year-old girl named Arlene Foster was about to become one. She didn't know it, of course, and like catalysts in chemistry, she never would. But there on the terrace, in a simple conversation with her teenage date, Arlene was preparing to step into the role.
Orville.
Yeah?
There's something I better tell you. I want to be fair, Orville.
Look, Arlene, if it's another confession, I'm just not interested. I'm crazy about you as yarn.
That's just it. That's why I have to tell you now. Vic's coming back, Orville. It's only a few weeks off.
Vic who?
Vic Stanfield. The orchestra leader that was here last year. He's bringing his band here to the hotel. Just as he promised me.
Well, what's so important about that?
I don't want to deceive you, Orville. You see, Vic and I love each other.
Huh? What are you talking about? Why, he's an old man. He must be 30. How could
Orville, sometimes love doesn't pay any attention to ages. You see, before he left last season, Vic and I had an understanding.
At that time, Vic Stanfield was many miles from Miami Beach. Many miles away from the Catalyst. Vic was in Cleveland, Ohio, attending a funeral service, moving up when it was over to console the widow of a dear friend of his.
I do appreciate it.
Mrs. Westover, I hope you know how I feel.
Oh, you're Mr. Stanfield, aren't you?
Yes, Vic Stanfield. I was one of Carl's best friends.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Stanfield.
If there's anything I can do, perhaps drive you home?
Why, that's very nice of you, Mr. Stanfield.
My car is right out front.
If there's anything I can do,
Here we are. You all right?
Yes. How was I?
Wonderful.
Wasn't easy. You don't think any of them...
No, nobody suspects a thing.
No. Well, what now?
We'll be married in a month. We'll go south with a band and spend our honeymoon in Miami.
Oh, that seems awfully fast.
Look, sweetheart, let's not get into that again. We could hold a ceremony right in that church 10 minutes from now. Let them talk all they want.
But, Vicky, don't you think
it's clean, baby. There's not a trace, not a scrap of evidence. Just relax, baby, relax. You left your husband's fatal accident up to me. Now do me another favor. Let me take care of the future, too.
With the prologue of The Human Catalyst, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Well, friends, since this is St. Patrick's Day, you've no doubt been getting your share of Killarney with your radio programs. I had thought of describing how your friends would turn green with envy when you power your car with Signal gasoline, because today's Signal drives the pings and sluggishness out of a motor, like St. Patrick drove the snakes out of Ireland. Or I thought of reminding you that your wallet would feel lucky as a four-leaf clover because of Signal's good mileage. But sure and begorra, when you buy gasoline, there's really just one thing that matters. You want to be sure that you're getting the tops in quality, the gasoline that gets top efficiency from your motor. And that's something your own speedometer can tell you, because when your motor runs more efficiently, you not only enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, but also more mileage. Good reason why we're so proud of Signal's famous mileage, and why we say to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality. There are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Begorra. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, it was clean, Vic. So clean that you and Thalia could flaunt your love at them. Throw it in their faces, let them think and talk all they wanted. Because you're sure that in killing Carl Westover, Vic, you committed the perfect murder. It's a month almost to the day when you and Thalia drive up the Lakeshore Highway to the little town of Fairport to be married by a justice of the peace. And that night you're on your way to Miami Beach and the new life that lies ahead for both of you. And in your complete happiness together, there's certainly no thought that each mile on the train brings you closer and closer to the Catalyst.
He's on his way, Orville. Vic's on his way back to me.
Will you cut it out, Arlene? You're just being silly.
What's the matter, Vicky?
Huh?
Well, you're so quiet.
Oh, I don't know. I'm a little tired, I guess.
I'm tired, too. Happy, Vicky?
You bet. You?
You know I am. You're not worried or anything? I mean about Carl.
Look, sweetheart, forget Carl. He's gone. He's off the books.
There's just you and me.
And that's why it's so perfect. Because we're the only two people who know. The only ones we'll ever have to worry about.
And with us forgetting it?
Right. It's all over. Your life in Cleveland, everything, just like it never happened, baby. Oh, baby, we got a lot of living to do. A long way to go together. First stop, Miami Beach.
So there it is, Vic. The aftermath of a murder you're certain is perfect. The happily ever after part of the story. It's like a chemical solution with two ingredients, quiet, inert, in a stage of precarious peace, awaiting the catalyst. Naturally, you don't know it, Vic, but as you and Thalia arrive at Miami Beach and check into your hotel suite, the little human catalyst, Arlene Foster, very close to you now, is suffering from some very shocking news.
Arlene, what in the world is the matter with you?
I'm sorry, Mother.
You haven't eaten a decent meal for a week.
You wouldn't understand.
Well, I have a pretty good idea what it is. The same thing happened last year about this time, didn't it?
It's never happened before. Anything like this, that is.
Well, if I'd have known it'd been like this when your father told me he was going to manage this hotel, I'd have stayed up north. Who is it this time? The bass player? The tenor saxophone? Or is it Victor Stanfield himself?
How can you do it? How can you say this?
Wait a minute, Arlene. I wonder if boys are any easier.
Eileen walks slowly down the hall, stops at the telephone, begins to think.
Married. Vic married. But he couldn't love her. Somebody ought to tell her what she's doing to Vic. She has no right to be his wife. He doesn't love her. He can't possibly love her. Somebody ought to call her on the telephone and... The telephone.
Excuse me, Vic. I'll get it.
Sure.
Hello?
Mrs. Stanfield?
Yes.
There's something you should know, Mrs. Stanfield, about your husband.
Who is this?
I'd rather not say. I'm calling to tell you you made a very serious mistake. A dangerous one.
Just a minute.
Victor doesn't love you, Mrs. Stanfield. He never did. He's been in love with someone else for a long time.
See here, if you think I'm going to listen to you...
That's all I have to say. You may not believe it now, but you'll find out soon enough. I've told you the truth.
Well, there's something you ought to know, whoever you are. Hello? Oh, the way it's kind of funny. Wait till I tell Vic.
Darling, I had to run right up the minute I got off the plane.
Well, I'd have shot you if you hadn't, Jeannie. Lord, it's so good to see you. It seems like a year since we...
Vic.
Thalia, darling, this is Jeannie Long. I've mentioned her to you. Used to sing with a band.
How do you do? Yes.
Jeannie's back with us for this engagement, darling. Been a long time, huh, Jeannie? You know, Thalia, we two practically started out together. Is that right, Jeannie?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd better be getting down to my room. I've got to unpack, and you know how it is. Take care, Vicky. See you in an hour or so.
Yeah, you bet.
She's a lovely girl, Vic.
Yeah, swell. Now, let me see, where was I? Here we are.
What's that?
This is a property assignment, darling. I meant to bring it up before this, but I just didn't get around to it. Look, I think we'd better put your property, all your assets, in fact, in my name.
What?
Don't look at me like that, darling. I'm not after your money. It's a legal thing, dear. A way of protecting your share of Carl's estate from any stray creditors that he happened to leave kicking around, you know. I had the papers drawn up yesterday afternoon, and I... What's the matter, Thalia?
Vic, give me a cigarette, will you?
Sure.
Thanks. Now, tell me, how long have you been thinking about this?
Thinking about it? Why?
I'm just curious. I think I have a right to be. There's $180,000 roughly, and the property in Cleveland.
I don't like the way you said that.
Then I'm sorry. But I think you better explain it more carefully.
I was about to, my darling, when that phone call... Wait a minute. Who was that call from, Thalia?
It was nothing important.
No? I think it was. Look, who do you know in town, Thalia? Who'd be calling you on the telephone, huh?
Worried, Vicky?
Maybe.
Too bad. Because I've decided I won't tell you who it was. And as far as those papers go, I just don't think I'll sign them.
Any particular reason?
I don't know. Intuition, maybe.
I think it's something else. But there's no point going into that now. I'm due downstairs in 10 minutes. Good night.
The reaction's well underway now, Vic. Something's wrong. You know it. You can feel it gnawing away inside you the rest of the evening. But you get hold of yourself when the job's over. Yes, it's ridiculous letting your imagination run away like that. Thalia's all right. She's got to be all right. She has your life in her hands. It's almost 2 a.m. when you let yourself into the dark apartment on the 10th floor, hoping she's thought it over, too. That the strange way she turned on you when you mentioned the assignment papers didn't mean what you were afraid it meant.
Thalia, you awake?
Yes.
I'm glad you are. No, skip the light. Look, Thalia, there's a few things we've got to get straight.
You sound very determined.
I am. Look, we can't afford to have any secrets between us, Thalia.
Have we?
I think we have. That phone call, for instance. Why won't you talk about it? What are you doing to me?
Maybe I should ask you the same question. What are you doing to me? Why is it suddenly necessary to sign everything over to you? That property's mine. I intend to leave it that way.
Oh. So that's it. That's what's eating, huh?
Nothing's eating me, Vic. Maybe you never really understood me. I can be practical, too.
Oh, sure. Of course, you don't want to overlook a couple of other little considerations, like marriage, like love.
Love?
Yeah, love. Sound like you doubt that. Thalia, maybe you ought to add things up again. I plan the whole thing. I lie. I commit murder for you. I see it straight through, then suddenly it isn't enough. You're not satisfied.
I didn't say that, Vic. I understand your position quite clearly.
Then it's worse. Look, how can you talk this way when I'm out on a limb alone? Not a chance to tie you into any part of it. And you try to tell me nothing has changed, that you're just being practical. What kind of understanding is that, Thalia? Is it any good for me, is it?
You're good, Vic. Convincing, very sincere. Only through it all, I can hear only one thing. The money. I want that money.
But there's a very good reason, Thalia.
Yes, so I've discovered. Good night.
Wait a minute, Thalia, wait.
Good night, Vic.
Look, mister, when you hire a private detective, you at least have to tell him what the job's all about.
Look, I've told you all you need to know, Mr. Shand.
What's wrong with your wife? You afraid she's thinking of suicide or something?
I don't know. Look, if you want the job, simply do as I ask. Follow her. Wherever she goes, follow her, and keep me informed.
Okay, mister. She'll never leave that hotel without me tagging right along.
It's a stalemate now. Both of you quiet, feeling the tenseness in the air, waiting for something to happen. Then about a week later, on a downtown street, Shand gets careless.
What do you want? Why are you following me?
Well, now, look, lady.
Don't try to deny it. I saw you yesterday, too. And the day before that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're doing it for him, aren't you? My husband.
Listen, lady, you're talking crazy. Why would your husband have someone following you?
There's a good reason.
Like what?
Money makes people do things like this.
Money?
My money. If it was his, he...
If what?
If anything happened to me. Why didn't you do it now? What are you waiting for?
Excuse me, lady. I'd better go see a guy.
Look, be reasonable, Shan.
Why didn't you level with me? Where do you get off dragging me in on a dirty deal like this?
But what's wrong?
Everything, the whole setup. I like money as much as the next guy. See, and I need jobs. But I'm stepping out of this one, mister, right now. I'm getting out of here. You don't even have to pay me.
Look, I don't get you, Shan. What could
you... heard me. I'm getting out.
It's almost out in the open now, isn't it, Vic? But not quite. Because you're not even sure what's happening. Not able to talk it all out with the one person you should go to with a problem. Because right now, she is that problem. And you're alone. That's what's so terrifying, isn't it, Vic? Your complete helplessness. And you have no way of knowing, of course, that now tonight, the band assembles on the platform as you check quickly through the evening's dance program. Thalia's facing Jeannie Long in her dressing room.
That's a very strange question, Thalia. Under the circumstances, I don't think it is. In any case, how I feel about Vic is my own business. You can't expect me to believe you've never been in love with him. That'd be pretty silly. Yes, I think so. I think you're still in love with him. Maybe. But why do this the hard way, Thalia? Why not ask Vic how he feels? I know how he feels. Well, you leave me speechless, darling. I'm not surprised, Jeannie, but Vic might be. I'm going to settle a few things for him tonight. Vic, could I talk to you a minute?
Not right now, Jeannie, please. Okay, boys, let's take it. 1, 2.
It's a struggle, isn't it, Vic, as the job begins? As you try to concentrate on the music and the piano in front of you, while your mind is on other things.
The money, the property, it's mine. I intend to leave it that way.
Those are the raw materials, aren't they, Vic? Something for a man's mind to work on. Particularly a mind like yours, with murder lying underneath everything else. Yes, you can close your eyes there at the piano and hear things like this.
I love you. Don't be ridiculous, Vicky. Carl annoys me. I wanted someone to do a job for me, and you came along, so...
You let me go ahead
The money, darling. The property in Cleveland. I want them. I've got them. And I won't have to pay for it, will I, Vicky?
No, she won't get away with it.
You're trembling, aren't you, Vic? Sitting there terrified by your own thoughts. Almost afraid to think of what you might have to do to escape.
Intermission, Vic.
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Jeannie.
And now you're going to listen to me. It's Thalia.
Thalia? What about Thalia?
Well, she said the oddest thing. Something about settling things for you tonight.
I knew it.
What?
That little...
Vic, what is it?
Settle things, huh? I'll see about that.
You know now you've got to kill her. And it has to happen fast. In the lobby outside the ballroom, you stop. Remember something that private detective said about suicide. You can make it look like suicide, Vic. Just by taking the time to set it up. Getting yourself a witness. Yes, the telephone girl will do.
Ethel.
Well, what is it, Vic?
My wife. Is she in her room?
Well, I think she went up just a little while ago.
Oh, Ethel, was she all right? Did she say anything about not disturbing her?
I don't know. Is there something wrong?
I don't know. She's been very upset lately. I don't know what it is, but the way she's acting, I'm afraid she might do something to herself. I'd better get up there right away. Thalia? Thalia?
You step back, remembering somehow that you have your own key. Fumble nervously opening the door.
Thalia?
You cross swiftly to the bedroom, glance in, wonder where she could be.
Thalia?
Turning, you catch sight of the doors to the terrace. They're both standing open, a slight breeze rustling the draperies.
Thalia, I just want to talk... What's the matter, Thalia? What are you doing out there on the terrace?
Don't you come near me. You can't do this.
But we're going to talk, Thalia. Don't back away from me.
Leave me. Leave me alone.
Thalia, look out! Stop the rail, you'll go over!
Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, another word about those Oscars which the movie industry is going to award next Saturday. On last week's Whistler, I mentioned that if they gave Oscars for gasoline, Signal would no doubt win the honors for outstanding performance. Well, by the same token, the Oscar for Best Supporting Role would surely go to Signal oil dealers for the many valuable safety services which they offer free. For instance, this month, all Signal service stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, will check your fan belt and radiator hose without charge. The chances are it's been a long time since your radiator hose and fan belt were checked, because most drivers, and most service station operators too, never give a thought to these two little items until they break down completely and leave you in real trouble. Moreover, if the inspection shows your fan belt or radiator hose to be in dangerous condition, Signal dealers can in most cases replace them while you wait. So for your own peace of mind and carefree miles during the months ahead, drop into a Signal station this week for this free Signal safety service. Your friendly Signal dealer will enjoy this opportunity to demonstrate to you the more thorough, more conscientious service cars get at dealer-owned Signal service stations. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's all over, Vic. In one terrible moment, as Thalia falls back over the terrace rail, and your mind whirls with a thought that here is the end product of your perfect murder. You don't know it, of course, but the human catalyst has done her work well. And all that's left as you draw back from the rail with a shudder is the realization that your own life is at stake if you don't get out of these rooms before anyone comes up. You're sure there's time, but you cross swiftly toward the door, thankful that you left the idea of suicide with the switchboard girl. She's got to back you up, Vic. It's the only hope you have now.
Mr. Stanfield? Glad I ran into you. I'm Lieutenant Harrison, Miami Police.
I don't understand.
Afraid I don't either, Stanfield. Your wife inside?
I don't know. I just stepped in the door myself.
Oh? Well, have a look, will you? You see, she called us tonight.
She what?
Called us. She was quite upset.
Oh, I know she's been acting strange lately, but I didn't
What
think...
she had to say was quite strange, Stanfield, but maybe I better step inside.
Yeah, sure, but Look, Lieutenant, what's this all about? I can't understand what
Want me to get it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes? What? Uh-huh. That must have just happened. No, it's all right. I'm with her husband now. Well, Stanfield, maybe you already know this, but just for the record, that call was to let us know that your wife's body is out on the pavement, 10 floors down.
Oh, no.
That's the terrace over there, huh? Pushed her right over the rail.
No, please, it was an accident. I can prove it was an accident.
Maybe you can, Stanfield. I don't know. You'll have your chance, of course. But when she called us just 20 minutes ago, she said she was certain you were going to kill her.
Gee, Arlene, I can't get over it.
What, Orville?
The papers today about Vic Stanfield being convicted of murder. The Miami police and that private detective both telling the jury Mrs. Stanfield said she was afraid he was going to kill her.
Oh, yes. I wonder why he did such a thing, Orville.
I don't know. Only, oh, gosh, the whole thing must have hit you pretty hard, Arlene. I mean, the way you felt about Stanfield.
Well, you know, Orville, it was terrible, but as far as anything personal between Vic and me, I guess I was just silly. You see, Orville, there's something you should know.
You mean about our going steady again?
No. Rodney Maynard and his men of music are coming here next week.
Yeah, I know that.
Yes, but... Well, Orville, there's something I've never told you about me and Rodney.
That whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Tony Barrett. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.